This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 S-Level Talent, Super Perception. And Ran knelt on the ground with a confused look on her face. The touch was soft, more like cotton, and swayed in the air when the wind blew. She was just on her way home from get off work. Why did she change places in the blink of an eye? And Ran wanted to get up and observe the surroundings. But as soon as she got up, the ground under her shook, so scared that she quickly sat back down. Ding dong, welcome players from Earth to the Cloud survival game. I am your dear system master. Please listen to the rules of the game carefully. Initially, each player has a cloud island and a fishing net. The fishing net can salvage anything, and there is no limit on the number of salvages. Players can salvage clouds brought by the wind, which contain the necessary supplies. The cloud island will gradually descend as the weight of the supplies on the island increases. Once it exceeds a certain distance, it will be pulled into the abyss by the abyss monster below and swallowed. If you don't want to die, please salvage more island clouds to increase the area and buoyancy. Each person has a panel embedded in the wrist, and please explore the function by yourself. People under 13 years old and over 60 years old will follow a relative at random. Everyone will get a chance to return to Earth after reaching level 100. Above, I wish you all a happy game. And Ran understood it. But it didn't mean she wasn't depressed. The moment the mechanical sound disappeared, and Ran had a box next to her, and the survival guide was automatically triggered. The system distributes a random gift pack for beginners. Do you want to open it? Yes. No. And Ran clicked yes. The lid of the beginner's wooden box opened automatically, leaving a pile of supplies. The wooden box gradually faded and disappeared into the air. A toilet, 2 bottles of water, 2 steamed buns, a lighter, a scoop net, an axe and a dice. Scoop net. Everything can be scooped, with indestructibility, but be careful not to fall under the clouds, otherwise you may not have the chance to get the second scoop net. She knew the use of the toilet, but what was the use of the dice? And Ran grabbed the dice in her hand, and the survival guide gave her information. Throw the dice, you can get a talent skill randomly, the bigger the number on it, the better the talent skill you get. And Ran thought about it, it doesn't matter when you throw it, this thing is completely based on luck. She turned the dice a few times, and threw it out. The dice turned a few times on the slightly soft ground of an island, and gradually stopped. The 6 points on the dice were facing up, which was the largest number. Congratulations to player and Ran for obtaining the S-level talent skill, Super Perception, which can be upgraded later. S-level talent should be very good, she knows Super Perception, isn't it the 6th sense? But how to upgrade this thing, for the time being? She doesn't know how to use this thing. So and Ran is not very excited. Whoosh. A cold wind blew by, and Ran shivered in the cold wind. Cloud Island is a cloud floating in the air. The ground is soft and windy. The area is only 8 square meters. When the wind blows, it floats in the air, swaying back and forth. This can scare people who are not afraid of heights. And Ran did not get up, climbed to the edge of the Cloud Island, looked down, seeing that it was pitch black below, there was no light at all. She swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Oh my god, it's so scary. Cloud Island is windy all around. The cloud she sat on was not a dense ground. It was like cotton when the wind blew her, but was cold. And Ran curled up. Tremblingly touched her wrist. Didn't the system say there was a panel? There was a little black mark on her wrist. She touched it. And a transparent panel unfolded in front of her. Personal panel. Chat area. Trading area. Skill tree. Upgrade tree. Weather forecast. 6 major sections. But there was no backpack. That's right. Since the increase in the weight of the salvaged materials would make the Cloud Island drop. Naturally there would be no backpack. Otherwise if they were all stuffed in the backpack, the Cloud Island would not increase in weight. Open the personal panel. Player and Ran. Level 00/10 HP, 10 normal data, can be increased later strength. For normal value speed, 5 short legs are very fast, slightly faster than normal people magic value. 5 can be used for subsequent skill release. You are so strange. Why do ordinary people have magic? Talent skill. S-level Super Perception can be upgraded later. Luck value. 7 upper limit 10. Really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession. None. Professional skills. None. The messages in the chat area scroll too fast. I can't see clearly, but occasionally I glance at it. Most of them are complaining or cursing. It was a very normal and real reaction. No matter who was suddenly thrown into a strange place, or a cloud floating in the sky, It would be strange if they didn't curse. Some even cried in the chat area. But who are you crying for? The situation is the same. Crying is useful, and Ren also wants to cry. After a while, and Ren noticed that there was a number of people in the lower left corner of the chat area, marked as 30,000. There was nothing to see, so he opened the rest of the sections. The trading area, the upgrade tree, and the skill tree were still blank. Open the weather forecast. At this time, it is 3,000 meters above the ground. 11:50 noon, sunny, windy, 12 degrees above zero, cold, keep warm. And Ren sneezed. Nonsense, it would be strange if she wasn't cold. She was wearing a summer short-sleeved shirt and shorts. In this weather with a temperature of only a dozen degrees, and there was wind all around, it would be strange if she didn't catch a cold. After checking the panel, and Ren gathered the supplies in the novice gift package together, hugging her knees, waiting for the cloud to come over. As for the relatives that the system said would follow randomly, I didn't expect much. After her mother passed away, her father married her stepmother half a year later. Her stepmother gave birth to a son for her father, and she became the most redundant one in the family. Her grandparents were so happy to see their grandson that they almost lost their teeth. They didn't care about her as a girl. And Ren rented a house when she was 16 and never went home again. During the Chinese New Year 2 years ago, she went home to visit her relatives. But her stepmother found trouble with her on the night of the Chinese New Year. Her father took her suitcase and threw her out, saying that there was no room at home and asked her to go to a hotel, and slammed the door in her face. It was snowing outside, and every household was busy. But she was the only one pulling a suitcase, standing on an empty street on New Year's Day. And Ram was standing on the street at that time. And she felt like an idiot. From then on, her father was just a code name. And so were her grandparents. They all had closer people, and would not be assigned to her. A breeze blew by. And Ran, who was still sorting out supplies, raised her head, as if she had sensed something. A wave of clouds drifted in front of her with the wind. Yundao couldn't stand. So Ran knelt and crawled over. As soon as the clouds came nearby, Ran reached out and grabbed one. The clouds were very light, and she could pull them over with a slight pull. Ran turned her wrist and buckled the clouds on Yundao. When the clouds touched the ground, they dispersed, revealing the supplies inside. Chapter 2. This is a title with a hint of flavor. I didn't have time to see what it was. The cloud was floating very fast, and Ran chased the floating cloud and fished. This wave only brought back 3 cloud. The remaining ones were too far away from the cloud island. It was impossible to fish them out. And Ran went over. The 3 clouds gave her 3 kinds of supplies. A 5x2 transparent plastic sheet, a bundle of long wooden sticks, a small iron basin. The cloud island shook, and fell a little bit. The movement was so small that Ran thought it was blown by the wind. And Ran's first reaction was to put on the plastic sheet. The plastic sheet blocked the cold wind, and when exposed to the sun, it was warm. She finally stopped shivering for a while. The bundle of sticks was 2 meters long, about the thickness of a wrist, and there were 8 sticks in total. And Ran looked down at her clothes. She had just touched them, and found that she had brought nothing. Just a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a long sun-protective jacket. She took off the sun-protective jacket, cut it into strips with an axe, and used it as a rope. She tied the sticks together, and made a tent exoskeleton with a round bottom and a triangular top. Then put the plastic sheet on top, and tie it up with strips of cloth. Put it up and arrange it, and it will be a simple plastic tent. But this tent can only block the wind from all directions. But it cannot block the wind from the bottom of your feet. So it is still windy. If the wind is strong, it will blow the plastic sheet up into the air. But it is better than freezing outside. Aaron made a hole in the extra part of the plastic sheet at the fold, and tied it up with strips of cloth. So it is like a folded collar. And it is still windy. Move everything into the tent. Toilet thought about it, put it outside the tent, and press down the plastic sheet. Toilet. Everything can be flushed. No sewer is needed, but water is needed for flushing. Note: the toilet tank can store about 1 ton of water, but it is not drinkable. Too much water will also cause the cloud island to sink. So, it doesn't matter where you put it, but if there is no water to flush it, the smell is too strong, it's better to put it outside. I don't know if the game is a benefit for novices. Another wave of clouds came outside, and Ran Guyong moved out, carefully approaching the edge, non-stop fishing for clouds. This time the clouds moved a little slower, and Ran chased them, and fished out 7 in one go. Some of the clouds were empty, and not every one of them contained supplies. If you are unlucky, all the clouds you fished out are empty. And Ran, who was considered lucky, also fished out 2 empty clouds. 1 moisture-proof mat, 1 bag of pickled vegetables, 1 long lambskin coat, 1 pair of pajamas, 1 flannel quilt. And Ran put on the pants and coat directly. The coat was a little fat, but it was also very warm. There were no clouds coming, and Ran hid in the tent, laid out the moisture-proof mat, and sat on it. The wind blowing up from below suddenly became much weaker. After a while, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. And Ran broke off a piece of steamed bun, took a bite, and drank a sip of water. Instantly, she felt cool all over, and her heart was lifted. The water was so cold, it took away all the little heat in her body in an instant. And Ran didn't dare to drink any more. She would drink when she was thirsty. She stuffed the steamed bun into her stomach in small bites, filling the stomach, and she was no longer hungry. Open the trading area. Someone has already put something there for trading. Player Chinlu, a steamed bun and a bottle of water, traded for a fishing net. Note, from a poor guy who fell into the fishing net. Player by Xiao Xiao, a piece of original underwear, traded for a winter quilt. Note, just taken off from the body, absolutely original. And Ran looked at her underwear in silence, shaking her head. This is a real in-game, although there is no avatar. She can't afford to lose that person. Continue to scroll down. If there are things for sale, there are people who want to buy them. Someone wants to buy a toilet. And Ran realized at this time, isn't it true that not everyone has a toilet? That's right. The system said at the beginning that it was a random novice gift package, which means that there might be anything in it. Want to buy a toilet in exchange for a steamed bun and a bottle of water. Note, don't throw garbage or unknown objects into the abyss below, otherwise you will be complained by the abyss creatures, and they will pull you into the abyss and eat you. This tone, it is obvious that it is the system that pretends to be naughty. Thinking about the cuteness of the serious mechanical voice, and Ran felt bad. However, since it was impossible to throw away the garbage, then we could only rely on the ability of the toilet to flush everything. The things traded in the trading area were still very monotonous. And Ran went to check the chat area. The one who was asking for a fishing net was complaining crazily. Chinlu, I am so unlucky. Not only did I drop the fishing net, I was also complained by some shitty abyss creature, saying that I littered. As a result, the cloud island fell nearly 300 meters, and I could even see the tentacles of the abyss creatures. Fortunately, it is still a long way from the abyss. Otherwise, I would have been dragged in now. Damn. Bad luck. Zhang Kai, luckily I saw your post. I was going to shoot down there just now. Fortunately I didn't. Otherwise I would have fallen down. But I don't have a toilet. You won't let me unload those things on Yun Island. Will you? How will I live then? Yunqiu, there is a toilet but no water to flush it. Just leave it there. It's disgusting. People have 3 urgent needs. They must be solved when they should be solved. You can't hold it in. At present. And Ran has no desire to go to the toilet. She doesn't drink much water. But this problem needs to be solved sooner or later. Alas. After most of the day, most people have begun to adapt. It's no good not to adapt. After watching for a while, and Ran sensed that there was another cloud coming, and came out of the tent to get the next wave of supplies. Now she roughly understands what super perception is, which is sensing. When the cloud is coming, she will sense it in advance. This is a good skill for getting supplies, and she will never miss the supplies. As for how to upgrade in the future, I don't know yet. I need to slowly explore. This wave of clouds came very fast, just like driving an electric car. It didn't look fast, but when it passed by, it ran past with a whoosh sound. Even if Ran had raised the scoop net in advance, she only scooped it twice at the beginning and the end. The cloud, whoosh, jumped past. Luckily, there were things in these 2 clouds. A bundle of sticks and a spray bottle. The sticks were 2 meters long, a total of 10. The spray bottle is a kind of gel. Quick-setting gel can quickly set the soft cloud island surface, forming a solid surface, without losing the buoyancy of the cloud island. After solidification, it is very solid, and cannot be chopped by an axe. It has many uses, which need to be developed by the user. Looking at the stick and then the gel, and Ran's eyes lit up. Isn't this a good thing for a guardrail? This cloud island is soft, and it's hard to stand on it. If there is no guardrail, she is afraid that the wind will be strong and blow herself out. If there is a guardrail, she won't be so nervous every time she fishes for the cloud, for fear of falling off. Chapter 3. Install fences for Cloud Island. But the stick was too long. She wasn't building a tent. So she just cut it in half. She took out the axe, and estimated that the length was about the same, and then chopped it down with one axe. She chopped 5 sticks for now, which means 10 1-meter long sticks. Her Cloud Island was 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. If she installed 1 stick every meter, she would need 10 sticks just for the 2 sides. She moved to the edge of the Cloud Island with her buttocks, and inserted the stick into the ground of the Cloud Island. The soft ground was full of cracks, like cotton, and it was easy to insert. After inserting it about 30 centimeters, and sprayed the root with a setting gel. This stuff is really fast. It solidified within less than a second after it was sprayed. And kicked it with her foot. It was very solid. But if the force was too strong, the place without the gel would crack a little. And was so scared that he dared not do anything rash. A stick was inserted every 1 meter. Although there was no railing in the middle. It was better than nothing. There were 5 sticks left. A total of 6 sticks were needed for a 2-meter width. Finally, there were 2 sticks left, and glued them up to serve as beams. Glued them closer to the top, just enough for the 4-meter long side. The remaining 3 directions had not yet installed beams. Time passed very quickly when I was busy. It was already past 5 in the evening. And opened the weather forecast and took a look. The temperature had dropped to 5 degrees. I didn't know if it would continue to drop after dark, but it was very cold now. Tightening her clothes, and got into the tent. The wind from outside could not get in, but the wind could still get in from the ground. And shook the gel in her hand. There was still half a bottle left. She gritted her teeth and sprayed it on the ground in the tent. She had wanted to save it for the guardrail. But she didn't have many warm clothes. If she froze to death at night, not to mention the guardrail, everything would be over. The gel was a big bottle and durable. She sprayed the whole ground of the tent, and there was still a part left. Just enough for her to spray the place covered by the plastic sheet. The wind from below stopped immediately. Without wind, the tent finally warmed up. Without fire, and still ate steamed buns with cold water. She folded the quilt in half, and laid it on the moisture-proof mat, and crawled in with her clothes on. There was no water to wash her face or feet, so she had to crawl in like that. She covered the edges of the quilt, rolled it into a tube, and buried her head in it. The quilt was cold, and curled up, and let her body temperature warm the quilt little by little. It was pitch black outside, without any light source. Although she was in the sky, there was not a single star. Moreover, this was 3,000 meters in the sky, and she did not experience any altitude sickness, lack of oxygen, dizziness, etc. While thinking about random things, she fell asleep unknowingly. Suddenly awakened in the middle of the night, she sensed a large number of clouds floating over. Slowly, without any hurry, just like looking at the scenery. But when she opened her eyes, it was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly with 5 fingers stretched out. It was so dark, and there was no lighting. How could she salvage it? She wouldn't fall down if she made a mistake. Although thought so. She still groped for the fishing net, lifted the plastic sheet, and moved out according to her memory. She didn't dare to stand up during the day, and it was so dark at night. She didn't dare to commit suicide. She moved forward slowly, the net touching the ground little by little, testing the distance of the boundary. The net was about 1.5 meters long. When the head of the net touched the air, she groped forward a little, and dared not move any further. It was too dark, and she was afraid of death. In her perception, the clouds at night were not only slow, but also floated above the Cloud Island, openly tempting you to come and fish, and not in a hurry to leave. And half knelt up, tentatively stretching the net over her head. She couldn't see it, but she could sense that she had indeed fished it, carefully hooked on the Cloud Island, and caught another one. After half an hour of busy work, the cloud group finally left leisurely, and also caught about a dozen things. She cast the net 15 times, but not all of them were found. It was too dark, and it was really hard to see what was there. And scraped the things on the ground, gathered them in her arms, and tried to go back to the tent with the net. It was not until she returned to the tent that she breathed a sigh of relief. And it was safe. When she sprayed the ground, she also sprayed some on the tent sticks, so the sticks stuck to the ground firmly, and were not afraid of being blown away by the wind. After entering, I found that she was frozen all over, and her hands were almost numb from the cold. I turned on the weather forecast. And it was -5 degrees. No wonder it was so cold. She wore a thick fleece jacket and empty pajamas. It would be strange if she wasn't cold. After putting her things in place, she fumbled under the quilt and shivered for a long time. She was hungry and cold, and fell asleep drowsily. In the early morning, Anrin was frozen and couldn't fall asleep anymore. She sat up wrapped in the quilt, kept moving her hands and feet, and breathed to warm her hands. At this time, it is 2,999 meters in the sky, 4:50 in the morning. Sunny, windy, -8 degrees. Cold. Keep warm. She knew it was cold, but she had nothing more to keep warm. There was not even firewood to burn. Not even a flame. She didn't feel much when the Cloud Island dropped 1 meter. And the shaking was probably no different from the wind. And Rand shivered, looking at the supplies she had salvaged last night, hoping to see something burnable inside. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Only 4 bottles of styling gel and 3 bundles of sticks, as well as 2 bottles of water and a pack of instant noodles. And Rand suddenly remembered that he had a lighter. Could he chop these sticks and use them as firewood? Holding an axe, and Rand first split a stick into several pieces, then stood it up and divided it into several thin pieces. He divided the stick into 3 pieces, made a tripod with the cloth strips of the sunproof clothing, and hung the small iron basin on the tripod. He piled the sticks at the bottom, piled the fine wood chips from chopping wood on top, and lit it with the sunproof clothing. There was no wind in the tent, so it was easy to ignite. The flames lit the bottom of the iron basin, and then Rand poured half a bottle of water into it, added a small half of the instant noodle seasoning, and boiled half of the instant noodles in the water. After eating half of the steamed bun with the hot soup, her stomach was completely warm. With the hot food in her stomach, her body was also warm. At least her hands were no longer stiff. She was still wearing sandals, and she was not warm even under the quilt. There were no clouds in the morning, so Rand continued to stay in the quilt and casually opened the chat panel. The number of people in the lower left corner of the chat area changed from 30,000 to 29,988, and I don't know if they were frozen to death last night or for other reasons. Around 7 o'clock, the sun rose, shining orange-red light, but at this temperature, it was not necessarily warmer even with the sun. It was not until after 8 o'clock that the sun's light became normal, and it shone on the plastic sheet, making it warm inside. And Rand breathed a sigh of relief, and felt like she was alive again. Chapter 4: Danger in the Clouds. She opened her personal panel, and saw that the data was still the same, unchanged. And she didn't know how to upgrade. She stood up slowly, holding the tent poles. The shaking of the Cloud Island was not a big deal, after all. She hadn't left the tent yet. After the sun came out, and Rand bent over and walked out of the tent carefully. The Cloud Island shook like an earthquake, forcing Rand to continue moving on the ground. She burned 2 sticks, and there were 28 sticks left. She got 4 new bottles of gel, enough for her to install the horizontal bars on the guardrail. Put one in the middle, put another one near the top, then add more sticks in the middle of the vertical guardrail, make the distance between them smaller, so she won't fall. After installing the guardrails on all sides, she had no sticks left. Time passed quickly while she was busy and chattering, because she didn't sense the arrival of the cloud, and Rand was busy installing the guardrails. After all the guardrails were installed, only 2/3 of the gel in a bottle was used, and Rand took the rest and sprayed the entire Cloud Island. This time, the ground of Cloud Island was finally no longer as soft as cotton. The area of Cloud Island was not large to begin with, and after spraying, a bottle of gel was used up. This gel is really useful, and then Rand stuffed it into the innermost part of the tent to prevent it from being lost. After installing guardrails and reinforcing the ground, and Rand could finally stand up tremblingly with the help of the railings. Cloud Island swayed in the air, but Rand was not afraid. She wanted to install handrails everywhere on Cloud Island when there were more sticks, so that she would not need to move the whole thing with her buttocks. Open the weather forecast. At this time, it is 2,999 meters above sea level. 11:01 noon. Sunny. Breeze. 10 degrees above zero. Cold. Keep warm. Breeze. But this is midair. The breeze blows with cold air on the body, and it is still cold. And Rand's feet and sandals were so cold that she lost consciousness. There were no clouds coming for the time being, so she went into the tent first. As soon as she got in, she saw a large wave of clouds slowly drifting towards her, not hurriedly or slowly, just like a leisurely stroll. and Ran lifted the quilt and got out of bed. The clouds were about 10 centimeters away from the cloud island, so Ran needed to lean forward slightly. And Ran grabbed the railing with one hand, stood inside the railing, and fished with the other hand. After fishing 3, a large cloud floated over, which was no different from the previous clouds. And Ran cast her net, and found that the cloud was actually quite heavy. And Ran pulled it hard to get it onto the cloud. The cloud fell onto the island, and 3 things fell out of it. And Ran's eyes lit up. The bigger the cloud, the more things it had inside. The last cloud floated over, and it was even bigger than the previous one. Together, it was bigger than the cloud island. But just as Ran was about to cast her net, the danger warning in her mind kept reminding her. Although she coveted the supplies inside, her senses had never been wrong for more than a day, so she could only reluctantly give up the cloud in front of her. But the cloud seemed to be tempting her, and it stopped right in front of her. And Ran dragged the salvaged supplies back to the tent, and the cloud followed her to the tent, circling around it. And Ran resisted looking at it, and focused on her own business. After 4 hits, she salvaged 6 things. This time, there were supplies in the cloud, and none of them were empty. A toilet, a pot, a fruit knife, a pair of scissors, a bundle of ropes, and a starch ham. The kind sold in stores for $1 each. Others have 10 in a bag, but you have only 1. You can complain, but she has hardly gotten any food all day, so she doesn't mind the little. She put the things in a corner, and when she looked up again, there was no trace of the cloud. The cloud continued to float, and floated to the next cloud island. That person didn't have Ran's talent, and could sense the danger inside. Seeing such a large cloud, she was so happy that her eyes could not see. She cast a net, pulled the cloud over, and caught it on the cloud island. The cloud dispersed, revealing 3 large boxes, but also a colorful poisonous snake. The snake leaped forward and bit the man on the neck, and the poison instantly spread throughout the man's body. The man rolled his eyes, and fell straight down. The cloud island suddenly split into 2 halves, and the man fell vertically from the cloud island. When he fell to 300 meters from the ground, he was swept into the abyss by the tentacles extending from the abyss. In the dark abyss, countless bright red tentacles with suction cups stretched out, like the tentacles of an octopus. But each of the suction cups had a circle of sharp teeth. Soon, chewing sounds were heard from the abyss, accompanied by the crisp crack sound of bones breaking. The invisible system jumped above the abyss, trying to feed the cute pets today. Earthlings, hurry up and continue to die. And Ran didn't know anything about this. She was still trying to survive. Last night, she saw that everyone in the chat area was complaining about toilets. It was useless for her to have so many toilets. So she put the toilets on the trading area. But there was no price. And if you want them, please chat privately. And Ran had only gone to the toilet a few times in the past day, and didn't dare to go to the toilet because there was no water. Not long after the cloud group passed, another large cloud group suddenly came, and Ran didn't care about the others and salvaged it first. This time the cloud group was not dangerous, but it was running fast. It floated past the cloud island, and Ran simply aimed at the largest cloud group and pulled it to the cloud island before it completely left. As a result, the cloud island suddenly dropped a distance, and the speed of descent was too fast, just like a roller coaster. If Ran hadn't installed guardrails around him, he would have been thrown down by Yun Dao if he hadn't held onto them in an emergency. Yun Dao dropped 3 meters in one breath before he finally stopped, and Ran waited for Yun Dao to stabilize completely before he covered his violently beating heart and moved back to the tent with weak hands and feet. After he calmed down completely, he went to see what he had retrieved. A large white bucket, filled with 50 kilograms of water, a piece of soft island cloud, and a bundle of sticks. Domestic wastewater. Not drinkable, but can be used to flush toilets. And Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was water for flushing toilets, but it was not drinkable. Anyway, the cloud island has been lowered, and now it can be poured into the toilet tank. She now has a pot, and the small iron basin can be used as a cooking bowl. It is better not to cause trouble. What if there is foot washing water in it? And Ran tried to lift it with both hands. It can be lifted and poured in, but it can't last long. And Ran filled the island cloud first. Each island cloud is 1 square meter, and the area of the cloud island reached 9 square meters. The wider part of the cloud island is 1 meter. So Ran added a guardrail to it. Nothing is more important than safety. Once the island cloud was filled, her cloud island rose by 1 meter, back to 2,997 meters. After all, it dropped 3 meters before. After that, she held the bucket and poured out the water bit by bit. Chapter 5 Toilet replaced with burning ball sleeping bag. After pouring the water, her arms were so sore that she couldn't lift them. But there was also a big white bucket, which could store water. Anren was always busy all day, and when she felt hungry, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. She put away her things and looked at her dirty hands. She still had more than 3 bottles of water, and she didn't dare to waste them, so she didn't wash her hands. She wrapped the plastic bag on the steamed bun and stuffed half of the bun into her stomach and drank some water. Only 3 sticks were used to build the fence, and there were 7 left, and Ran added 2 more sticks to the tent frame. Her cloud island was still too small, so she didn't dare to make the tent too big. After tinkering, she retreated into the sun-heated tent and read the private messages. The toilet was obviously an urgent need. Many people came to ask, but Ran was not too satisfied with the price. Some people exchanged for 2 bundles of sticks, 2 bottles of water, and plastic sheets. There were all kinds of supplies. After a day, people had some things in their hands, and they could exchange for some supplies. But no one trades for the purpose of losing money. If she sells things for the purpose of losing money, she might as well open a charity. She just left the things she was not satisfied with, and Ran read the private messages. And when she saw a supply called Luzhinjin, her eyes lit up. Luzhinjin didn't say anything else, and just threw the thing she wanted to trade up. 5 burning balls, which can burn continuously for an hour and a half, are a must-have for home and travel. Note, you can use a lighter, matches can be easily lit, and a little water can put them out. No need to add firewood coal. She really wants this thing, but the quantity is a bit small. But toilets are urgently needed now, and this burning ball is probably also a scarce commodity, and I don't know if people will give her more. After bargaining with the other party for a long time, the other party finally exchanged 8 burning balls for the toilet. And Ran happily put away the burning balls, so that she can eat something hot later. This Luzhinjin just exchanged the toilet with a burning ball, and then turned around and hung 10 balls at the trading area at once, in exchange for food, drinks and winter warm clothes, and quilts. And Ran wondered if she had poked a hornet's nest of burning balls. In the game world, she had no time for anything. She ate when she was hungry and slept when she was tired. There were clouds coming to salvage supplies, and then build cloud islands. At about 3:00 p.m., a wave of clouds came. Each one was as small as a palm. A net could be pulled horizontally, and it could catch a whole net. I didn't know what was so small. And Ran fished 4 times. She didn't know how much she caught, but they were all small things. And Ran went over to take a look. There were 3 lighters, 5 batteries, 2 hair bands, a small round mirror, 5 boxes of matches, and 3 packs of facial oil. They are indeed small things, but they are all useful. I thought it was gone. But another wave of clouds came from a distance. This time it was normal. I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to get it back first. After a few nets, the cloud ran away again. But this time it gave Ran a surprise. She found a very thick sleeping bag inside, down, which could withstand temperatures of -18 degrees. This time, she was finally not afraid of being woken up by the cold at night. Then there was a candle. There was nothing left in the remaining clouds. But she was also very satisfied. Today she had a great harvest. There were no more clouds in the afternoon. She hid in her sleeping bag and whittled a wooden stick with a fruit knife. She had chopped 2 chopsticks while eating instant noodles before, but they were full of burrs. She used them once and never dared to use them again. Now she was using a fruit knife to remove the burrs bit by bit, making a pair of good chopsticks. After making the chopsticks, she wanted to make a wooden spoon. She split the wooden stick with an axe, found a similar one, and polished it bit by bit. Anyway, it didn't matter. She would have nothing to do if she didn't do this. She didn't have enough supplies, and couldn't build an island, so she found something to do. As the sky got darker, she put away the sharpened chopsticks and spoons and started cooking. The materials were limited, and she couldn't do much, so she boiled some seasonings, soaked the remaining half of the steamed bun in it, and ate it hot, with food in her stomach. Her body was warm. It was too early, and she couldn't sleep, so she opened the chat area to take a look. Watching others chatting can relieve boredom and fear. After all, she was at a high altitude, and it was pitch black, and there was no one around, so it was hard not to be scared. It would be fine if there was a little light, but it was really hard to endure without any light. There was only one candle, and she didn't want to waste it for lighting, so she wanted to use it at a critical moment. She stacked the moisture-proof mat in 2 layers, put the sleeping bag on it, covered it with a quilt, took off her coat, and quickly got in. The down was very warm, and the cover was firm, plus there was another layer of quilt, so the body temperature was not easily lost, so she could have a warm sleep at night. After watching the chat area, I went to the trading area. Lu Xinjun, who sells burning balls, put more burning balls on the shelves, and they are still very popular. And Ran watched helplessly as more than a dozen burning balls were bought. After browsing for a while, and Ran fell asleep to the sound of the wind blowing the plastic sheet. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, and Ran was woken up again. She sensed that there were clouds approaching. She found that clouds like to come in the middle of the night, especially when everyone was asleep. If she didn't have this super perception, she wouldn't be able to sense the clouds coming at night. This means that she has countless more opportunities to salvage supplies than others. She lit a candle and placed it on the ground. Although it was weak, it could at least illuminate the cloud island and vaguely see the border, so that she wouldn't fall. After putting on her coat, and Ran lifted the tent and walked out. The cold temperature made her wake up quickly, and she shivered with cold. The clouds didn't seem to expect that someone would be waiting for them in the middle of the night, and they came over curiously and circled around her. The behavior of these clouds always made Ran feel that they had their own consciousness, such as the dangerous clouds that tempted her before, and this group of clouds that treated her as a rare animal. However, the cloud was so close to her that it was convenient for her to salvage. She salvaged all of the more than 10 clouds in this area. The clouds dispersed when they reached the cloud island, but they would gather again in places invisible to humans and become clouds carrying supplies. When the supplies arrived at the cloud island shook for a while and suddenly sank a little. But the amplitude was not large, and Ran did not get up at first, but lay directly on the ground to resolve the downward momentum. When the cloud island stopped shaking, and Ran looked at the weather forecast, which dropped from 2997 to 2996, a drop of 1 meter. However, in the wave she salvaged, there were 3 island clouds, which she directly merged into the guardrail. In this way, the internal area was increased, and the guardrail was still at the outermost edge. Chapter 6. There is food. The island area has become 12 square meters, and it has risen to 2,999 meters. It seems that this island cloud rises 1 meter per piece, so there is no need to worry about calculating the height. After the edge merges, the gel is not sprayed for the time being, and the guardrail will be installed tomorrow. In addition to the island cloud, there are 3 bottles of gel, and a pair of furry snow boots. And Ran almost cried with joy, and put on the boots directly, and put away her sandals that were leaking everywhere. A large wooden box, a 5-liter bottle of mineral water, a piece of plastic cloth, and a bundle of 10 sticks. Judging from the salvage in the past 2 nights, there are more and better supplies at night. It's just that it's too late, and it's pitch dark. Most people have fallen asleep, and no one got up to salvage. And Ran put the scattered things into a large wooden box, put the sticks beside the bed, and got back into the sleeping bag. It's too sleepy at this time, and there's no light. It's good to get the things back, and go to sleep first. Blow out the candle, and Ran covered his head with a quilt, pillowed on the clothes, and fell asleep again in a daze. This morning, she was not woken up by the cold again. After getting up, she moved around for a while. After waking up, she took a sip of water and washed her hands. There was a cloud floating outside her tent, blowing her tent, making a fluttering sound. It seemed to be very interesting, and Ran took the fishing net and scooped it over. The cloud stopped playing tricks because it was gone. The cloud gave her 2 rolls of toilet paper, so she could play tricks with the paper, and Ran could finally have a good time after holding it in for several days. Put away the toilet paper and install the guardrail first. Safety is the most important thing. After the installation, and Ran used an axe to cut the wooden sticks into an angle, assembled 4 of them, and made a wooden frame. She glued the sticks to the bottom to make a leg. Then she cut a piece of the new plastic sheet and glued it to the wooden frame to make a simple basin. She poured some water on it, washed her hands, washed her face, and then applied some facial oil. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling better. She had water and something to burn. But no food to cook. She only had a ham and half a pack of instant noodles left. After eating, she was really gone. She caught a lot of other things. But there was no food. She put the ham aside for now. Cooked half a pack of instant noodles. Ate them while they were hot. And drank more soup to warm her stomach. But she couldn't find any more food. So she could only eat the ham for the next meal. Alas! And Ran sighed. She sat in the tent and waited for the whole morning. And she became more and more anxious. But there was no cloud. She didn't eat much in the morning. And now she was even more hungry. And Ran curled up inside and felt drowsy. She felt very comfortable being burned by the sun. And she didn't even feel hungry. It was past 2 o'clock when a wave of clouds came. And Ran lifted the plastic sheet and moved to the edge of the cloud island. Ready to fight. Hopefully there will be food this time. But the clouds this time didn't look very happy. They were gray and some flashed tiny lightning. With the wind, they came towards this side aggressively, as if they would hit you if you dared to salvage. And Ran didn't sense any danger in the clouds. But she didn't dare to mess with the cloud flashing with lightning. So she carefully avoided that cloud and went to salvage other clouds. After catching 5, the thundercloud was still circling around her cloud island and refused to leave. And Ran looked at her fishing net, which was made of a wooden stick and coated with oil, which should not be conductive. And Ran swallowed nervously and tentatively put the fishing net on it. It seemed that the dark cloud suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, as if it saw someone fishing. And Ran caught it on the cloud with a net and was not electrocuted. The dark cloud gave Ran 3 things: a large bag of biscuits, about 1 jean, a pile of small hams, 20 pieces, and a bag of duck necks of various flavors, 50 small bags. Suddenly, she had something to eat. She put them in the box, and happily went to see what the remaining 5 clouds had given her. Iron axe, blank weapon, attack 8, no additional abilities. A piece of soft and thick silk cotton, square, 1 square meter. Cloud cotton, can be used for cloud construction, can be used as walls, house ceilings and other buildings. Warm and soft, it is a common material for home travel. Note: unprocessed cloud cotton is windy, you need to process it yourself. That's all, there are no other items. And Ran took the thick cloud cotton and turned it over and over to look at it. When the wind blew, she could feel the wind coming in with her hands. It was indeed leaking. She needed to deal with it herself. It was probably the same as Yundao. She needed to spray gel. She took it into the tent and sat on it. Her small broken tent was only 1.1 meters wide and 2 meters long. She felt that she had no place to live after stuffing all kinds of things in it. She ate some biscuits and ham with hot water. And Ran thought about whether to make a storage rack. She had wooden sticks, she could build one herself, but because she needed to make a guardrail, she split 3 sticks in the morning, and now there were only 2 long ones left. If it is split, it can only be a framework. Wait until I have enough money. And Ran has food, so she is not in a hurry. Look at the chat area, look at the trading area. There are a lot of people in the trading area who want to buy toilets. I don't know if they are suffocated to death after a few days. Luckily, she got water, and there is water to flush the toilet, otherwise she would not dare to use it. Being in the sky, there is cold wind blowing from all directions from time to time, and Ran dare not drink water freely. Her lips are dry and frozen, and cracked and peeling. And Ran took the facial oil and applied it, not caring whether it is for the face. She can't care so much now. It got much better after applying it. Starting in the afternoon, the sky was gloomy, dull and depressing, and there was moisture in the air. It was estimated that it would rain today. The weather forecast said that it was 5 degrees now. Without the sun, the thin layer of plastic sheet could not resist the cold, and it started to get cold. Ran only cut a little of the second piece of plastic sheet, and after thinking about it, she put it inside the tent and tied it with a rope. In any case, the thicker it is, the warmer it will be. If there is more cloud cotton, you can use the gel to build a house on the cloud island. She can't build a house, but she can build blocks. How many of the captured people can build a house? To build Cloud Island, they can only rely on this stupid method. When the trading area is opened, many people want toilets. People in the comment area complain that they are about to be suffocated to death. Some people are crazy because of the suffocation, and they directly get it on Cloud Island. When they have accumulated more, they will cut off the Cloud Island. And Ran thought about you. If she hadn't been lucky, she would have been in the novice gift package. She would probably be the same as the people in the chat area. Either she was suffocated to death, or she was stinked to death. Shaking her head, she stopped looking at the comments about the toilet, and opened her personal panel again. The data was still the same as at the beginning. It hadn't been moved. It was really strange. Chapter 7. Salvage in the Rainy Night. A Good Harvest. And Rand turned off the panel, to avoid being depressed. In a wave of clouds in the evening, perhaps there were too many toilets muttering, she brought up 2 toilets at once, and put them all on the trading area. Now the trading area has a great demand for toilets, and Rand sold them all out in a short time. One was exchanged for 2 pieces of cloud cotton and 4 bottles of gel, and the other was exchanged for 5 candles and 30 sticks. No one exchanged clothes, quilts, food and water. As for the cloud cotton, it is not very useful without it. It is not an island cloud. It is better to replace it with a toilet that is urgently needed now. As for the candles and sticks, it is easier to understand. They are not urgently needed now. You can crawl into the quilt to sleep at night. You don't have to use it for lighting. Sticks are very common. No one lacks them. What Rand likes is not the stick but the candle. She can use it to light up the night to retrieve supplies. Spray some gel on the toilet base outside. Not too much. Just fix it, and don't let it fall off. It looks like the rain will not be light, so I will put it out to collect the rainwater. Just make sure it doesn't fall off. That time in the evening, I fished out 2 toilets, a hat, a scarf, and a pair of gloves. At about 6 or 7 o'clock, it started to rain outside, first light rain, then moderate rain, and then heavy rain. And Rand had opened the lid of the toilet tank before, letting it collect the rain. Outside, the heavy rain was accompanied by a strong wind, and the whole cloud island was shaking constantly, and it kept spinning in the wind. And Rand experienced the feeling of riding a roller coaster. She used to not feel dizzy when riding that thing. But now her head was spinning, and she was nauseous. There was no other way. And Rand lifted the plastic sheet, and slowly crawled to the toilet outside, vomiting all over the place. She hadn't eaten anything that night, and all she vomited was acid. After vomiting out everything in her stomach, and Rand crawled back with weak legs. She put down the cloud cotton and the mat, and crawled into the sleeping bag and collapsed. Fortunately, the wind blew for about half an hour and finally stopped, and Rand was dizzy from the shaking. So she simply pulled the quilt up, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. It rained heavily all night, and the toilet tank was filled with nearly 100 kilograms of water, which showed how heavy the rain was last night. The big white bucket was also filled with rainwater, which directly caused Rand's island to drop by 6 meters. And Rand slept too deeply, and she didn't even feel the drop of Cloud Island. Fortunately, she had sprayed the entire Cloud Island with gel before. Otherwise, when it rained, the clouds on the Cloud Island would be full of water, and it would not be as simple as dropping 100 meters. Not only will it sink, but it will also keep leaking water, making the entire ground wet. Even if you step on it, it will leak water. It's like a sponge that has absorbed a lot of water. There is no place for people to step, let alone live. And Rand was woken up at nearly 3 o'clock. But it was raining the heaviest outside. She didn't have a raincoat yet. If she rushed in and got wet, she would catch a cold. Without medicine, she might not be able to survive the fever. And Rand lit a candle. Her eyes turned left and right. And then she picked up a pair of scissors and cut off a large piece of the plastic sheet inside, covered her head with it, and tied a knot at the neck, using it as a simple raincoat. In order not to get her clothes and pants wet, she didn't wear any. Taking a deep breath, and Rand walked into the rain. The cold rain hit the plastic sheet that was close to her body, giving her goosebumps all over her body. The clouds and the heavy rain also accumulated a lot of rainwater, and Rand used all her strength to pull the clouds over. The clouds during the rain were also related to the rain. Umbrellas, raincoats and rain boots, and a huge translucent tarpaulin. And Rand took the things back, and put them in the gap between the 2 layers of plastic sheets. There was water everywhere, so don't get the dry ground wet. She took off the plastic sheet, shivered and came in, quickly got into the sleeping bag, and fell asleep again in a daze. Half an hour later, she woke up again and walked into the rain again. A large cloud with a dark face floated in front of Rand, looking down at her, making people feel that they were examining Rand. However, there was no lightning or danger on them, and Rand didn't care about their dark faces. You can look at them if you want, and I will drag you all away. in this strong wind and rain. The clouds seemed to be particularly well behaved, and Rand took them all away, and they didn't react at all. It was raining, so the things got wet when they landed on the ground. But there was nothing she could do, and Rand first covered the things with a tarp, and then slowly dragged them back to the tent. The tent turned in the rain and dropped a little. It was too light, so she didn't feel anything. The tent was not big to begin with, and there were too many things to put in. If she wanted to expand the tent space, she had to expand the area of her cloud island as well. After all, she had to leave room for walking and salvaging. Under the weak candlelight, and Rand could clearly see what was there. 3 bundles of sticks, 3 island clouds, 1 bundle of steel bars, 5 burning balls, a stack of steel plates, 1 jean of rice. And Rand looked at the pile of things, and instantly felt less sleepy. Although it was a bit cold and sleepy to salvage at night, the things were really good. After merging the island clouds, the island expanded to 15 square meters, and she could expand the tent. I don't know if the clouds are particularly active on rainy nights, or they like rainy days. They run particularly hard. And Rand had just put the things away, and another wave came. And Rand put on her clothes, and then her raincoat, and went out again. What's the fear of being cold? The things smelled good. She happily dragged the things she salvaged this time back to the tent, and first merged the island cloud. And it reached 16 square meters, 4 by 4 in length and width. Hee. The island also rose 4 meters, and reached 2,990 meters. She had too many messy things before, and she felt quite sharply. At this time, she should smile secretly if she keeps at this height. A set of sweaters and pants, wrapped in a plastic bag. A set of cotton pajamas. A towel. A pair of cotton slippers. And 4 hollow iron pipes, which are quite thick. It was still raining outside, and the things in the tent were so crowded that Rand had almost no place to sleep. But she was so excited that she got up and showed off several times. And she didn't feel sleepy at all. She just wanted to see if there were any more clouds coming. But this time was the time for humans to sleep. And after holding on for a while, she couldn't hold on any longer. She rubbed her eyes, blinked her blurry eyes, and crawled into the sleeping bag to sleep first. For the rest of the time, she didn't sense any other clouds coming. And she slept until dawn. The heavy rain outside has stopped, but the weather is still gloomy. It is estimated that it will continue to rain. And Rand stretched, shook off the rain on the tent, and walked out of the tent. The toilet outside has stored 500 kilograms of water, and the big white bucket is also full. It is enough for her to live in the short term, but she can't drink it. Fill the simple wash basin with water, rinse her face with cold water, wipe it dry with a towel, and apply facial oil. She went back into the tent. There were enough burning balls and water. Let's cook some rice porridge and eat it with biscuits. Cook the rice porridge in a pot. Hold the small iron basin, and eat a mouthful of rice porridge and a mouthful of biscuits. It feels warm in the stomach, and it is really satisfying. Chapter 8 Renovation of the Tent. Half of the rice porridge was left unfinished, so she put it in a corner of the tent. And Rand stood up and prepared to start expanding the tent. The tent was too small, and there was no room for things. She also wanted to use the cloud cotton to build a house, but there was too little cloud cotton, only 3 pieces, not enough, and she couldn't even build a wall. So she would just make do with the things in her hands, and build a wall when she had more. In order to prevent the stick from being thrown off the ground, she had sprayed some gel on it. It wasn't much. There wasn't much to fix the guardrail and the ground, but it was too sticky, so Rand chopped it off with an axe. After estimating the distance, Rand began to build the outer frame. She wanted a proper tent instead of a triangular frame, as it might rain, and Rand also needed a pointed roof. The tent didn't need to be too high, as long as she could stand upright. The wooden sticks were all 2 meters long, so she cut off some of them. The tent was 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1.7 meters high, which was a little bigger than before. First, she used wooden sticks to make a rectangular frame, glued it well, and then made a sharp corner on the top. In order to prevent the plastic sheet from being pierced, she glued several layers of plastic sheeting that she had damaged. After finishing the top, glue the 4 legs, and then glue the frame upwards one by one. Just as she said, she still knows how to build blocks. This tent is expected to be used for a long time, so she also added steel bars to fix it in some places. The frame on the tent is similar to a fence, standing up one by one and being firmly fixed to the ground, pressing the horizontal beams, fixing it so that it doesn't shake. The tent is in the middle, and there is more than 1 meter of space on each island on both sides, which is convenient for her to salvage. Stepping on a few pieces of cloud cotton, the thick tarpaulin that she just got is tied to a wooden stick and thrown over the pointed top. Then she spread it out little by little and glued the top with gel. The tarpaulin fluttered in the wind, and the long tail dragged in the air. And Ram was afraid that the tent would be blown away. The area of her tent could be increased later, so she didn't cut off the tail of the tarpaulin, but folded it up and piled it outside. She didn't glue it all tightly after all. The gel was too strong, and it was not easy to remove it once it was stuck. She covered it with a thick tarpaulin, which was tightly covered, and then she used the plastic sheet that had been taken off before to surround it inside. The plastic sheet that was cut off was also used to surround the corner, leaving a door. And the toilet was placed inside, because the tent had a frame, and Ran could lean on it, without worrying about it falling apart. He spread out 2 pieces of cloud cotton, and put another piece against the back, and laid out a moisture-proof mat, a sleeping bag and a quilt. A simple little home was made, and Ran looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon when he stopped. Only when he stopped working did he feel his stomach growling with hunger. She was so busy that she didn't even bother to fish out the clouds. She was still annoyed, but then she saw 2 clouds parked outside her tent, trying to blow up her tent to look inside. And Ran felt that these clouds were more like curious children, probably with their own consciousness. But it didn't stop her from fishing them out with a net. The 2 clouds were given a flashlight, a bundle of sticks. Wash your hands first, heat up the rice porridge, eat with biscuits and ham, and chew a duck neck, and continue to tinker. She only had a tent, but no storage rack. The mess was piled up so chaotically that there was no place to stand. First, she built a 1-meter-high 4-corner rack, which was a wooden frame supported by 4 legs. Then she glued a horizontal bar at the bottom, the middle, and the top. It was still the same form as the guardrail. In the middle where there would be leakage, she took off the plastic sheet she used as a raincoat last night and glued it on. A simple storage rack was made, and a door-shaped rack was built on the top to hang clothes. 2 were made at once. Then the guardrail was installed, and all her dozens of sticks were gone. Putting the messy things on it, the tent was immediately clean. Food, toilet paper, facial oil and the like were placed on a shelf, all with outer packaging bags, so there was no need to worry about them falling. The burning ball was still placed in the box, and then stuffed to the bottom, and the gel and other scattered things were placed on it. Water was too heavy, so it was placed close to the edge. After tinkering with these, Aaron began to move towards the steel plates. Glue them together in squares, leaving a door. She didn't get the loose leaf for the time being, so she couldn't install the door, so she used it as a brazier for the time being. Otherwise, she could install a door, and then make a hole in the steel plate above, and install those hollow iron pipes, and it would be a stove. But it was good for now. Put the sweater inside the coat and pajamas, and the thick clothes would keep her warm. She finally didn't have to stay in the sleeping bag all the time. The wind outside was getting stronger, and the tarpaulin was fluttering constantly, but she did a good job this time, and not a single bit of wind could get in. The gloomy sky was about to bring another heavy rain, and Ran stayed at home obediently, and didn't go anywhere. Suddenly, several dark clouds appeared in front of the cloud island. They were mixed together in a mess, like tumbleweeds blown by the strong wind, entangled and rolled around the cloud island, and Ran felt that they were fighting. Otherwise, there would not be a small flash of lightning from time to time in the clouds. This cloud appeared, and then spread to another cloud, rolling and entangled around the cloud island. One of them seemed to be defeated and thrown onto the cloud island, and Ran, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, caught it in a net. "Let you guys make more noise. Come here and be my supplies." The cloud dispersed, revealing a red thermos inside. And Ran was overjoyed, and happily took the thermos home, so that she could have hot water to drink. She only paid attention to the thermos, but didn't notice that there was a white seed inside the cloud. It was the same size as a small white cloud, the size of a thumbnail, but the same color as the cloud island, so Ran didn't see it. The small seed encountered the cloud island, and drilled downwards, and drilled into the hard ground of the cloud island, and stopped moving. I don't know how it got into such a hard ground. The clouds outside were still fighting, and Ran tried to fish with the net several times, but failed to catch anything. They were too naughty, and Ran simply gave up fishing. He poured some water into the pot, boiled it with a burning ball, and then poured it into the thermos with an iron basin. This way, he could drink hot water on a regular basis. In case the thermos fell over, he tied it with a rope and tied it to the fence of the tent. It was a little troublesome to drink, but it was better than breaking it. And Rand made his life here, like a little hamster who hoarded goods, accumulating his own food and supplies bit by bit. The tumbleweeds outside, no, the clouds finally finished fighting. One of the largest clouds won, and the rest were thrown to Rand's cloud island. And Rand could even imagine the dizziness mark on the head of the defeated cloud. But she didn't hesitate. She rushed over with a scoop net, and caught a few of them, and got the supplies out. Chapter 9 Cumulus Tree. The victorious cloud was frightened by the fierceness of Rand, and ran away, no longer showing off. It didn't want to be fished out. Although it could be reassembled, it wouldn't hurt, but it just didn't want to be fished out for some reason. And Rand saw it drifting away, and regretfully put down the fishing net. The rain outside had been brewing for a day, and finally it started again. And Rand had poured the water in the big white bucket into the toilet bit by bit, and now she put it out to collect water. It seemed to get dark very quickly in the game. In the past few days, you could still see some shadows near dusk, but now it was raining, and it was pitch black outside. And Rand had no choice but to light a candle, eat a few biscuits and ham with hot water, and then slowly began to nibble on the duck neck. The white seed outside absorbed the rain, popped out from the ground of Yundao, and supported a white trunk. The rain kept watering, and the small tree absorbed the rain eagerly. And one night was equal to a year's growth. In the middle of the night, she was woken up again, put on her raincoat, and opened the curtain. The wind outside directly blew her hat, and she was soaked to the bone. And Rand had no choice but to return to the tent first, and found a sunscreen rope to tie a knot on her hat. Then she went out with the scoop net. The wind was so strong that it was hard to move forward. And Rand bent down, moved step by step to the edge of the cloud island, waiting for the cloud to come over. The cloud was blown directly to her face by the wind, so she didn't need to use the scoop net to scoop it up. And ran through the cloud onto the island, but it didn't disperse. She took a few steps away from the rest, and scooped it up with the net. The island suddenly dropped 1 meter. And Rand was squatting there, but was shaken to the ground, but didn't fall down. She dragged all the things home, and used the light of the flashlight to see 2 island clouds. She was about to merge them, but found that the island clouds were filled with rainwater, and were very heavy, and then she realized that this thing can also store water. She hung it on the toilet, and it dripped. It can't be merged today, otherwise the gel can't be sprayed, and it will sink because it stores too much water. Then, there are 3 pieces of cloud cotton, and a bag of 2G noodles, 3 bags of milk, a bag of pickled mustard. And Rand put the things away while humming a song, and took the fishing net ready to go out and fish for supplies at any time. It was a stormy night. These at night, the supplies usually come more than usual. This time, another wave of supplies arrived not long after waiting. But there was wind, and today's clouds were moving very fast. And Rand only salvaged 2 this time, and 1 was empty. One of them gave a tube of lipstick and a piece of cloud cotton, and that was it. And Rand held up the fishing net and continued to wait until almost 3 o'clock. But no clouds came. And Rand couldn't stand it anymore, so he went to sleep in his sleeping bag. As a result, he slept until dawn and didn't receive any warning. It is estimated that there were really no clouds last night. The ground on the cloud island was very dry, and there was not even a puddle on it. And Rand merged the island cloud and sprayed gel on it. She was going to install the fence after increasing the area, but she hadn't found any sticks recently, so she couldn't install it. After thinking about it, she threw 2 biscuits on it, the round ones with fillings inside. They were so sweet. She usually only ate 5 sticks with rice porridge. Player and Rand, 2 biscuits for 10 sticks. Note, the biscuits are so sweet. They can replenish sugar and energy, although they may not make you full. She didn't have many biscuits left, and if she hadn't just got some noodles last night, she wouldn't have been willing to exchange them. Not long after it was hung up, someone sent her a private message. She thought someone had exchanged it. Zhang Jian, damn the scoundrel. 2 biscuits for a bundle of sticks. Why don't you go and grab it? And Rand was speechless. If you dislike her as a scoundrel, you can just not exchange it. Why do you have to come and scold her? Zhang Jian. He is really mean. And Rand was too lazy to argue with him, so she blocked him directly. He didn't exchange it, but someone else did. Not long after it was hung up, the biscuits were gone, and there was a bundle of sticks on the ground. And Rand took the sticks and went out to install the fence. She found a small white tree on the side of the tent. It has a white trunk, about the height of her knees, and 2 forked branches. There are no leaves on the branches, but there are 2 white cotton-like things, which look like clouds and cotton candy. After staring at it for a long time, the survival guide was activated. Cumulus tree, during the growth period, it can absorb moisture from the air and soil, and store it in the clouds on the branches, which have filtered out impurities, and can produce clean water, which can be drunk. It can produce 2 liters of water every day, and the cumulus tree absorbs water to grow. Although I don't know where this cumulus tree came from, but with it, she will never lack water to drink. There is no need to be so frugal as now. She was going to install a guardrail, but now she plans to install a guardrail for the cumulus tree, so that nothing can destroy it. Water dripped from the bottom of the cumulus tree's cloud mass, and Anran didn't throw away the plastic bottle she had finished drinking, so she put it underneath to catch the water. In order to prevent the bottle from being blown away by the wind, she also made a small guardrail for the bottle. After all this tinkering, the wooden stick was gone again, so Anran had to exchange the last 2 biscuits and install a guardrail for the cloud island. The weather today is still cold, and it was only 8 degrees Celsius during the day, which is a little colder than before. Anran currently has 7 pieces of cloud cotton, so she can build a wall. Each piece of cloud cotton is 1 square meter, and her cloud island is 4*4 plus 2. Each side is 4 square meters, so it should be built, but after building both sides, the remaining space may not be enough for her to swing the fishing net, so she will give up this problem for the time being. She will wait until the cloud island is a little bigger before she decides. Tents are not warm after all, and if you want to keep warm, you need a house with thick walls. A few clouds strolled over leisurely, and they didn't leave until they reached the cloud island. But Anran didn't dare to stretch out the net. These clouds were very dangerous. She didn't dare to fish. The only cloud that couldn't sense the danger was behind the group of clouds. It was completely blocked. She couldn't reach it. Anran thought of a way, turning the net, using the net pole to push away the clouds in front that blocked her view, and fish out the ones behind. The cloud behind was not big, so she just gave him a flashlight and a pack of instant noodles. When she saw the instant noodles, she remembered that she hadn't had breakfast yet. I looked at the time. It was 10:20 in the morning. I could have lunch. I took the fishing net home and planned to cook some noodles. There was no seasoning. I just boiled the noodles in water. After cooking, I put a small ham in it and ate it with pickled mustard. The taste was okay. In this situation, it was good to have something to eat. Don't be picky. After dinner, Anran couldn't find anything to do for the time being, so she looked at the cumulus tree. After a while, it dripped to the bottom of the bottle. It would take a day and a night to fill the 4 bottles. Anran scratched her head. Her hands were covered with white mud. Her hair smelled and there was oil. Before, she didn't have water to wash. Now she has water to wash. There is no shampoo. There is not even soap. Fortunately, her hair is not long. Otherwise it would be more uncomfortable. And she doesn't know how long it will take to take a shower. It's so depressing. Chapter 10 Positioning Stone. Back in the tent, Anran continued to be in a daze, and went to the chat area while waiting for the cloud. I have been unlucky these days. Not only did I not get a toilet, I also accumulated a lot of garbage. I had to abandon part of the cloud island. So disgusting, so disgusting. Why doesn't the damn system give people a toilet? And it doesn't allow people to throw things down. I accidentally dropped a wooden stick that time, and was pulled down hundreds of meters. Anran was trembling with fear when he saw it. He planned to seal the guardrail after getting a wooden board or something, so as to avoid accidentally dropping things and being pulled down. Wang Xiaosong, can anyone give me a bottle of water? I'm dying of thirst. I can show you my abdominal muscles. Anran was speechless. Don't embarrass yourself. The one above. Who wants to see your limp abdominal muscles? Why don't you bring something in exchange? Anran was brushing halfway. Yuntuan came over, and Ran took the scoop net to scoop. 3 Yuntuan gave her 2 toilets. She said before that someone had poked the burning ball's nest. So did she poke the toilet's nest? Hang all the toilets up, private chat if you want, and then go to see the last thing. 2 loose-leaf doors. And Rant's eyes lit up as she held the thing in her hands. She entered the tent excitedly, and took out the pot used as a brazier to check. There were no screws, so she used gel directly. She burned several fires, but the gel did not melt, which means that the gel does not melt when exposed to fire. She connected the door with loose-leaf doors, and closed it several times. It worked, and Rand took out the axe with an attack power of 8, and cut a round hole with pits in the corner of the stove, and glued the stove tube on. She was afraid that the high temperature of the stove tube would burn a hole in the tarpaulin, so she lit it for her. She dug a hole in the iron plate, cut a hole in the tarpaulin, glued the iron plate on, and then passed the furnace through the hole in the center of the iron plate. The simple furnace was built. In order to prevent rainwater from flowing back, the furnace was tilted, and a cap would be added to it later. And Ran went to check the private messages, and found that many people wanted to exchange toilets with her. Dalian could not be exchanged, and no one used it to exchange toilets. But many people exchanged for Union, and Ran exchanged 2 toilets for 12 Union. Before, everyone didn't have much supplies, and they wanted less. Now there are more supplies, and they are in urgent need, so they naturally have to make a lot of money. Anyway, Union is not a big deal. She huddled inside the tent and opened the panel again. It was still the same. This system was really strange. They were asked to upgrade, but there was nothing to upgrade. They built houses, and the level did not increase. According to the general settings, they should upgrade by killing monsters. But there were no monsters. Flutterwings flapped, and Ran frowned and went out with the iron axe. 2 sparrows were tearing at her tent, as if they were going to tear it open to attack her. Seeing her coming out of the tent, he turned around and pounced on her. Level 1 Sparrow Monster, Attack 2. Defense 1 and Ran dodged the attacks of the 2 little guys, lifted a corner of the plastic sheet to cover them, and hammered them to death with an iron axe. The 2 sparrows turned into mosaics and dissipated, leaving behind a few supplies. 2 pieces of sparrow meat, which would be good if they added up to 1 or 2 ounces, and a small gray stone. Is this a weird thing? Before I opened the panel, the Cloud Island suddenly dropped 1 meter, and I didn't get anything heavy. Why did the system drop the clouds? And Ran opened the panel with a skeptical attitude. Player and Ran. Level 0-2 out of 10 HP, 10 normal data, can be increased later strength. For normal value speed, 5 short legs are very fast, slightly faster than normal people magic value. 5 can be used for subsequent skill release. You are so strange. Why do ordinary people have magic? Talent skill. S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck value 7 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession, none. Professional skills, none really gave experience, just 1 point each. And Ran cried with laughter. It felt like the system was playing house. But it shouldn't be this that made her Cloud Island fall so fast. Put the sparrow meat away, and go look at the gray little stone. Southward positioning stone. After being integrated into Cloud Island, one direction of Cloud Island will always face south. It won't spin or roll in the wind, but will still drift with the wind. Please be careful when opening the island, to avoid collision. And Ran touched it in surprise. Isn't this thing a positioning stone that automatically calibrates the position? There's no need to tell which direction is south. Her island usually spun in the wind. It just spun again with the wind. Now she didn't know which direction she was facing. With this positioning stone, she could fix a direction, and no longer be nauseated by the wind. Her tent was originally facing south, but after spinning a few times, she didn't know which direction was south, especially now that it was cloudy. She walked out of the tent, thought about it, sat down, and put the positioning stone on the edge facing the tent door. After the positioning stone merged into the Cloud Island, it took the Cloud Island and spun around violently, almost throwing and ran out. If she hadn't had foresight and sat down on the ground first, she would have been thrown out. After the positioning stone was placed, even if there was a strong wind, the Cloud Island would not be spinning in the air. It was indeed a good thing, and it was worth it for the Cloud Island to descend. But this time Ran also found that the Cloud Island's descent was not necessarily due to its heavy weight, and it would also descend if it caught a good thing. Anyway, it would find ways to descend the Cloud Island for you. And Ran really wanted to give the system a middle finger, but she was afraid that it would descend the Cloud Island, so she could only curse it secretly in her heart. I don't know if the temperature will drop recently. The weather is always gloomy, and there is a cold north wind. It was already above the clouds, but the temperature was still not high. Outside, there was the sound of flapping wings. Don't worry about how the sparrows flew so high in the sky. She just knew not to fight them. Her tent would be lost. I don't know if the 3 sparrows were dissatisfied with her tent. They had already used their claws to tear open several cracks in her tent, and Ran rushed up with an axe in her hand. The little sparrows stopped agilely, and kept pecking at her with their sharp beaks. If she hadn't been wearing thick clothes, it would have pecked her until she bled. After trying several times, when the little sparrow pecked her again, and Wren killed it with an axe. The rest of the sparrows were killed in the same way. The 3 sparrows gave 3 experience points. The current experience point is 5. And there are still 5 points to level 1. Sparrows also give supplies. But probably because they are too small. The things they give are also small. 3 small pieces of sparrow meat. 2 number 7 batteries. A tube of lipstick. And 3 small balls of down. And Wren didn't need to pinch it. And she could see that these balls were not big. She didn't know how long it would take to save them to make a piece of clothing or a quilt. Shaking her head, she took the things back to the tent and put them away. And locked them inside, and they wouldn't come out. Looking at the weather forecast, it was 5 degrees above zero and windy. Chapter 11 Sleeve Arrows Enemies are coming. In the afternoon, no more clouds came. In the evening, it started to drizzle again. And Wren put the burner in the stove and lit it. Wait until the steel plate on top was heated, put the water and pot in place, and the clouds came. And Wren had no choice but to use a flashlight to fish out the clouds first. 5 clouds were fished out in this wave at night. There were things in all 5 clouds. The cloud island dropped another meter. A set of Northeast China large flower cotton jacket, cotton, super thick and warm. A set of stainless steel bowls and chopsticks. A piece of cloud cotton, and a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. 5 bags of pickles. And Wren washed the rice. Steamed it. And ate it with duck neck and pickles. The fire made the tent warm. And sitting in front of the fire, she didn't feel cold at all. But she didn't have many burning balls. And she didn't dare to waste them. She had to endure it, and extinguish the burning balls. After washing the dishes, she stuffed herself into the sleeping bag. The wind started at 7 or 8 o'clock. The strong wind pushed Yundao far away, deviating from its original position. And she didn't know where it was. However, with the positioning stone, Yundao didn't spin back and forth in the wind, which was much better than last time. Anyway, she couldn't drive the cloud island, so she could only let it go. And Wren had learned to take things as they come these days. She turned over and closed her eyes in the warm sleeping bag. Let's float. Let's float. What else could she do? At around 2 o'clock in the morning, and Wren was awakened by the induction in her mind. She turned on the flashlight in a daze, put on her clothes, and was about to go out. The rain outside was too heavy, so Wren put on a raincoat and went out. A few minutes later, she came in with water dripping from her body. She dragged a box back, and there was nothing else. There was a rusty iron lock on the box, and Wren took the axe and chopped it open. Arrow in the sleeve, a blank weapon, containing 2 short arrows, put it on, and stick it close to the inside of your arm, pull the trigger, and the hidden weapon in the tube will be released, which can kill enemies within 30 steps. Attack 10, durability 8, can be used repeatedly. Weapon, it was worth it for her to get up in the stormy night to retrieve supplies, and her coat was wet. Put away the arrow in the sleeve, and continue to see if there is anything else inside, and found a cabbage, and a bag of 1 pound of salt inside. And Wren didn't dismantle the box, she just put the cabbage and salt in it, and put it aside. She hung her coat on the toilet to drip water, blew a breath, and went to sleep in her sleeping bag. It was almost morning, which was also the coldest time of the day, and Wren was woken up. She put on her coat that was dripping with water, and continued to salvage, and drag back 2 cloud cottons. She wrung out the cloud cotton, and hung it on the toilet to drip water, and went back to her sleeping bag, and slept until dawn. And Wren basically slept until she woke up naturally, and it was already past 9 o'clock when she woke up. The long-lost sun appeared in the southeast, but it was orange-yellow, not warm. And Wren put on her flowery cotton jacket, and took her fluffy coat outside to dry. Only then did she realize that there was no clothesline. There were no wooden sticks, so she continued to hang them at home to dry. Since they were plastic sheets, they could be dried thoroughly. Stretched, torn a few cabbage leaves, added some salt, added a ham after they were cooked, and ate them with yesterday's leftovers. Buckled the sleeve arrow on her wrist, and went out to salvage. I don't know what happened today. I kept salvaging wooden sticks, and salvaged 7 or 8 clouds, but all I got were wooden sticks. There was nothing else, either sticks or gel. But it was okay, it could be used for burning and shaping. After a morning of fishing, 3 waves of clouds came, and 20 clouds were fished out, but 12 bundles of sticks and 2 bottles of gel were given, and 6 clouds were empty. She had cut the rope in half before, but it was used up, so she could only put the sticks next to each other, since they were all in bundles. And Ran was busy, and suddenly she felt the danger coming. Just when she turned around, there was a sound of iron chains coming over. Someone on the west side of the Cloud Island had used iron chains to hang the Cloud Island together, and turned it over. It was a bald man. When he saw and ran, there was a lustful light in his eyes, and he walked over step by step. This man was very arrogant. When he saw that it was a woman, and Yuandao was not big, he thought that Ran could not escape at all. And Ran turned around and ran to the tent to get her weapon. The man was not in a hurry, and followed her into the tent. And Ran swung an axe at him, but the man stopped him and took the axe away. He was in a state of confrontation with Ran, and he looked so leisurely, and he did not take Ran seriously at all. And Ran wanted to kick his crotch, but the man's legs clamped around him. And Ran's leg was clamped, and he was forced to get close to the man, with his hand on his chest. The man probably thought Ran had no tricks left, and waited for Ran to continue. And Ran suddenly put his hand on his neck, looked at the sleeve arrow on his wrist, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 2 short arrows shot into the man's neck one after another, and before the blood could flow out, the man's body was moved by the system to the bottom of the Cloud Island and thrown into the abyss, leaving 2 short arrows on the ground. And Ran collapsed on the Cloud Island with lingering fear, panting heavily, and tears streaming down unconsciously. It was not because of the fear of killing, but because she was almost raped by that man. And Ran wiped her tears. She should be thankful that killing is not illegal in this world. She stood up and put her clothes in order, patting her chest in fear, and the system sent her a prompt sound. Detected a Cloud Island that can be merged. Do you want to merge? Yes. No. And Ran clicked on the merge button, and the Cloud Island that was originally on the edge of her Cloud Island merged with her quickly. Yun Island expanded by 20 square meters in an instant, and rose back to 2,990 meters. At the same time, all the things on the man's island belonged to Ran. A bag of 8 kilograms of rice, 20 bags of instant noodles, 10 pieces of yun cotton, 2 thick cotton quilts, and a white machete with an attack of 12, 5 potatoes, 5 kilograms of cooking oil, and 10 eggs. The broken tent and the toilet inside disappeared, probably recycled by the system. This is much richer than Ran in terms of food. If this man hadn't been too arrogant, looked down on Ran as a woman, and thought she was not a big threat, he wouldn't have capsized in the gutter. If Ran was beaten up first, beaten until he couldn't move, he probably wouldn't die today. She didn't regret killing him. She held her shaking hands for a while, drank a cup of hot water, and then she suppressed her fear. And Ran's eyes became sharp. Killing people is much better than salvaging with great effort. Not only can it expand the area of Yun Island, but it can also get all the other parties' supplies. This temptation alone can make people disregard morality and bottom line. This incident also made Ran grow up with a brain. It's not that staying safely at home is safe. If she doesn't cause trouble for others, she may be troubled by others. So in the future, when salvaging, Ran will carry weapons with her. If she can't carry them, she will put them within her reach to prevent this incident from happening again. Chapter 12: The Real Hut. By the way, killing monsters can increase experience points. So what about killing people? Ran couldn't wait to open the panel, and sure enough, the values changed. Player Ran. Level 4 and 23/40 HP, 40 harder than ordinary people, can be increased later. Strength 8. Speed 9. Magic 5 can be used to release skills later. You are so strange. Why do ordinary people have magic? Talented skills. S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck 7 upper limit 10. Really lucky guy can be increased later. Profession none. Skills none followed by 4 free attribute points, and Ran added 3 points to strength and 1 point to speed. It became strength 11. Speed 10. As expected, killing people is much more cost-effective than killing monsters. And it also allowed her to directly upgrade from level 1 to level 4. It is much easier than killing sparrows. After turning off the panel, Ran added a task to herself every day, swinging the knife 300 times, and then increasing it gradually after getting used to it. At present, her Cloud Island is 6*6 plus 2, and the Cloud Cotton is enough. She can finally build a decent residence. The island faces south, and the doors and windows of the residence must also face south. Swinging an axe, she uprooted the tent and sprayed the Cloud Cotton with gel. She currently has 7 bottles of gel, which she uses whenever she wants. After the Cloud Cotton is sprayed with gel, It is as hard as the ground on the cloud island. And it does not leak even after water is sprinkled on it. But just in case. And Rand still waits until it is built and covers it with plastic sheeting. In the center of the island, the ground is sprayed with gel. And then the cloud cotton is installed. One piece of cloud cotton is 1 square meter. And a 2x2 shelter is built. 4 pieces are glued to the west and north. And 3.5 pieces are glued to the east, leaving half of it as a window. The south side is not moved for the time being. Windows and doors need to be installed. In case it collapses, steel bars are placed on it as beams, and then the cloud cotton is glued on. A piece is glued on the top of the south side, and half a piece is glued on the bottom to leave a narrow window. Next to the window is the door. A piece of cloud cotton is glued on the top of the door to block the gap. A small square house is built. Although it looks like an urn, the cloud cotton is very thick, and it is much warmer than tarpaulin. Use gel to block all the gaps, then climb onto the roof on the wooden box, spread the tarpaulin flat and glue it, and glue the wall to prevent rain. Glue a few layers of plastic sheeting inside and outside the window, light transmitting and warm. As for the door, and Rand exchanged a duck neck for 2 loose leaf sheets. Cut the sticks into the right size, glue a few more layers of plastic sheeting on them, and then fix them with loose leaf sheets, and a door is formed. When the house was built, the system sent a message. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for building a level 1 shelter, which can resist attacks from monsters below level 10 including level 10. The upgrade tree has been opened. Please keep up the good work. Just congratulations, no reward at all. This survival game is really difficult. And you need to build a shelter yourself to open the upgrade tree. If she didn't really want a house, I guess the upgrade tree wouldn't be open. Open the upgrade tree. It says to upgrade to a second level shelter. First, the building area must be expanded to 20 square meters. This can't be achieved for the time being. Second level shelter. Glass *6, iron door *1, stone slab *100, cloud cotton *80, shaping gel *3 that is. A stone house. The stone house on the cloud probably needs to be salvaged. Take your time. Move all the messy things in, lay out the mats and the like, and it will be a small home. When she built the house, she left a chimney path, which is just enough to fit in. Now, except for the guardrail, she basically no longer needs wooden sticks. She can use them for burning. But she can get some cloud cotton to make a Kong, leaving a chimney, and having things. It is easy to build. Outside, there are little sparrows coming again, and Ram ran out with a big knife. This is meat, although not much, and the supplies given are not much either. She slaughtered 5 at once, and only got less than half a pound of meat in total, and a lot of small scattered items. The most she got were batteries and facial oil, and a small ball of down. She couldn't sell them at a good price. She used a lot of gel, and only had 2 bottles left, which would be enough to install the guardrail and the ground. The sky gradually darkened, and Anran lit a candle and started to cook dinner. With oil and salt, she stewed some sparrow meat, which was not big, cut into pieces, about a small bowl, and half was left untouched. Fry it with oil. The meat is very tender. There is no need to stew it at all. And Rand just tore some cabbage and fried it. Eat it with white rice. One bite, the meat melts in your mouth. It has no fishy smell, because it is not boiled in water. It is just not fragrant. It is quite light, but it tastes good. And Rand didn't stop for a moment. She finished a bowl of rice. She ate both the bird meat and cabbage. She cleaned up the dishes and opened the weather forecast. At this time, it is 2,990 meters above sea level. It is 6:50 in the evening. It is sunny. It is windy. It is -5 degrees. It feels -9 degrees. It is cold. Keep warm. It is cold even without a stove. But Rand doesn't know how many degrees it is. But it should be much higher than outside. And Rand opened the trading area, wanting to see if anyone was selling thermometers. There were some for sale, but they were too expensive. Someone even exchanged them for island clouds. And Rand searched for a long time, finally found someone in a corner who was exchanging food. Anything, just 2 foods would do. Thermometer, exchange for a food, as long as it's edible. Note, from a poor guy who hadn't eaten for 3 days, and was starving to death. And Rand thought about it, and through a duck neck, the long kind, she still had a lot of food, so she didn't need that little food. After getting the thermometer, I stuck it on the wall. The temperature dropped little by little, and finally stopped at 1 degree above zero, where water would not freeze. I closed the door tightly, and the cold wind was shut out. She could still bear it now, and there was no need to light the stove. She spread 2 quilts underneath the man's, and put the sleeping bag on top, and covered it with a quilt. It was very warm. I yawned and went to sleep. I was woken up again in the middle of the night, and got up to salvage supplies. Days like this kept going, and it was a bit boring. But there was no other way. The happiest time is when I harvest supplies. After the salvage was completed, I changed the mineral water bottle for collecting water, and then went back to see what I had caught. 3 underwear, 1 pair of cotton socks, a set of thermal underwear, 2 soaps, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 1 wooden box, 2 towels. Scattered, packed them all and stuffed them into the box. The things at night were more complete. She scratched her hair that was covered with white mud, and washed her hair tomorrow, and washed her underwear at the same time. She felt that she was going to go bad. She got into the sleeping bag, and closed her eyes for a while, and sensed the arrival of the cloud again, and got up to collect supplies. It was a super big cloud, and after one net, the cloud island dropped several meters rapidly, and I didn't know what I had caught. Chapter 13. A big rooster. Unlucky guy. After the cloud appeared, there was a big stone, and Rand circled around it several times, but didn't find anything different. It took up too much space here, so and ran through it to the trading area. No one would buy such a big useless stone. It was really unlucky to pick up a useless stone, and make the cloud island drop a long distance. Because of picking up this cloud, the rest had already floated away. At noon, a cloud was picked up. There was a red wash basin in the cloud, and Ram was still mumbling about washing her hair yesterday. It just happened to be used today. The one she used before was used to wash vegetables. She boiled water from the big white bucket outside, and washed her hair with soap. There was no hair dryer, so she had to wrap her hair in a towel, and wait for it to dry in the shade with a hat on, and she didn't dare to go out to blow the wind. Then, there was no cloud coming this afternoon. In this weather, hair dried very slowly, and it didn't dry until the evening. And Rand had no choice. Whether the cloud came or not, she couldn't control it, so she had to unwillingly go into the small room, close the plastic door tightly, and started a fire to cook. There was no other way. Be more alert at night, and get up more often to fish. Roast the fire, and cook the noodles. Duo. Something was pecking at her house outside. And Rand took the noodles down, held the machete and flashlight, and walked out the door carefully. A big rooster with colorful feathers tilted its head, and looked at Rand. The man and the rooster stared at each other. Level 2 rooster, attack 8, defense 5, speed 6. The rooster spread its wings, and pounced on and ran. The sudden attack scared Ran, and she kicked him subconsciously. And Ran was faster than the rooster. She kicked the rooster in the stomach, and sent it flying. The rooster struggled on the ground, quickly got up, and continued to pounce on and ran with a fearless spirit. As a result, Ran chopped off his head with a knife. The rooster instantly turned into a white striped chicken and 20 feathers, with a small box beside it. Ran brought the box and the chicken into the house. Her noodles had already clumped up, in line with the principle of not wasting. Ran ate the noodles one bite at a time with pickles. Pull open the panel. This level 2 rooster gave her 5 experience points. Currently she still has 12 experience points to upgrade to the next level. However, with such a slowdown, how could she ever reach level 100 and leave this crappy game? Open the small box. There are 2 things inside, a blueprint, a scroll. The scroll opens. Can be used on the scoop net. After use, it can make the scoop net have the feature of not being dropped. And Rand remembered that. Someone in the chat area dropped the scoop net under the cloud, and it could never be found again. This must be used immediately. Put it on the fishing net. The fishing net emits a burst of light. There is no big change afterwards. It is still the same wooden pole as before. And Rand did not try to see if he would come back after falling down. After all, it would be a loss if he was complained by the monsters in the abyss. Player and Rand obtains the table blueprint. Do you want to learn it? Yes? No? Click to learn. Wooden table. 1 board. For sticks, 4 nails. And Rand is still squatting on the ground to eat. It is good to have a wooden table. But she didn't have any wood or nails now. And she couldn't do it even with the blueprint. And Rand planned to go to the trading area to exchange some. After a quick look, she fixed her sight on the big bucket of water. She had saved a lot of it in the past 2 days, which was enough for daily drinking. Rainwater from the sky cannot be drunk. The survival guide showed that it contained a large number of bacteria, which could not be killed even if boiled. and could cause infections such as dysentery. And Rand didn't put the bottle on it, but directly connected the water. 3 portions were hung, 2 of which were 200 milliliters, about half a bottle of water. There is also a 350 milliliters bottle. That is, the kind that you can drink without dying of thirst. But what she wants is not expensive. She didn't ask for yumian or daoyuan. 1 bottle can be exchanged for 20 nails. 1 bottle can be exchanged for 2 wooden boards. The extra bottle can be exchanged for a bottle of gel. The amount of gel used is too large. There is not much left. The transaction is entirely voluntary. Aaron just left it there and didn't care. After getting the blueprint of the wooden table, her construction interface was officially opened, which is also nonsense. She had obviously built many things before, but she didn't open the manufacturing interface, and now she opened it with a blueprint. The nails and wooden boards were exchanged very quickly. Someone always had no water to drink. And Rand took a wooden stick and added it, click to make, and a table that reached her thighs was made. It was not laborious and time-consuming. The table was a bit high. She couldn't reach the tabletop when she sat on the floor. Put the table aside, and sprayed some gel on it to fix it. She still had wooden boards and nails, so she would make a stool and put it there later. Since the trading area was open, she searched for daoyuan, and there were actually people selling it, but the price was jaw-dropping. Player Chen Lu, selling 1 island cloud, exchange for 10 jin of food. Note, this is a poor guy who has no fishing net, and has not fished any food, so he has to cut his own cloud island to exchange for food. This poor guy is really poor. Not only does he have no food, he also has to cut his island cloud to exchange for food. And Rand sighed. She didn't plan to exchange. It was too expensive. Besides, this Chen Lu, isn't he the unlucky guy whose fishing net fell on the first day? She thought he was out, but he's still here. Shaking his head, shrunk into the quilt, opened the chat area panel. Now everyone is basically familiar with the game. There are no more complaints and curses at the beginning. But there is no chat about family matters. Chen Lu, can someone kindly give me some food? I haven't eaten a bite of food for several days. I am starving to death. Fan Lin, why did you accidentally drop the fishing net? Isn't this asking for death? Lu Xinjun, indeed, we are on the cloud. If you fall, there is no place to fish it back. Li Aihua, you deserve it. You didn't keep a close eye on the fishing net. Who could expect you to pity you? Besides, who has the surplus to help the poor? Zhang Zihan, if you sell your island cloud at a lower price, maybe someone will buy it. But you sell it so expensively. No one can take out so much food at once. Chen Lu, but this is an island cloud, which can be used to expand the island. I think I sold it too cheaply. Lu Xinjun, you can only buy it when you have extra food. Now I can't even eat enough. I'd rather have a smaller island. It doesn't matter anyway. No one will pay that high price to buy your island cloud. And Rand nodded. She didn't want to buy any extra food. 10 kilograms of food, saving enough to last for 10 days. No matter how people in the chat area persuaded him, Chen Lu was stubborn and thought that it was an island cloud, the most valuable thing. And he refused to lower the price. I'm almost starving. Can you fill your stomach with some food first, instead of taking everything from others at once? Chapter 14 Storage Cloud Small Island. And Rand chatted for a while, and checked the weather forecast. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the temperature was -5 degrees, and the body temperature was -8 degrees. She exchanged the water she hung, and returned with a bottle of gel. She cut the stick with an axe, and estimated the length, and split the board in half, and nailed a 4-legged bench. She sat on it and tried it, and it was quite sturdy. There was a cloud outside, and Rand put the flashlight on the ground, and went to salvage it. It was windy today, and the clouds were moving a little fast, and Rand could only follow the direction of the clouds. She robbed 2 clouds one after the other, and the other was empty. There was a large area scattered on the ground. The cloud island shook and dropped a little. She took a flashlight, and saw a single spring mattress on the ground. She dragged it in, put it against the corner, and spread a thick blanket on it. She had been fishing for so long, but she didn't get any toothbrushes or toothpaste. She just split the stick into pieces, and dipped it in salt to clean her teeth. I took off my coat, and rolled it up to use as a pillow, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I woke up in the middle of the night, and salvaged supplies. But my hands were a little slow, so I only dragged back 2. Yundao suddenly dropped a long distance, and Anran lay on the ground, frowning and opening the weather forecast. It was 2,797 meters above sea level at this time. 2:50 in the evening. Cloudy. With a level 3 wind. -7 degrees. And a body temperature of -10 degrees. It was cold. So I had to keep warm. She was about 2,800 meters before. And now it suddenly dropped about 3 meters? What did she salvage? Wait for the cloud island to stop shaking. And drag the things into the house. Toothbrushes *3, toothpaste *2, toilet paper *5, cotton socks *2 pairs, thermos cup *1, pendant *1. The things inside, it doesn't look like there are any objects that can make the cloud island drop so much. And Rand picked them up one by one to check, they are just ordinary objects. Until the cloud pendant. Storage cloud. There is a cubic meter of time-still space inside. Any items can be stored. There is no classification. Note. The storage space can be integrated and upgraded in the future. And Rand suddenly realized, no wonder so much fell, it's because of this. Although it is small. It is very convenient for transporting and storing perishable items. It freezes outside at night. So the food and meat in her house will not spoil. She should put some important things in this storage cloud. The most important thing is that time is still. Which means that hot water will not get cold. And the same goes for food. She put the things she brought back in order. Got into bed. Stretched and yawned. And went to sleep. At about 4 o'clock. She was awakened by the crackling sound outside. She opened her eyes. Turned on the flashlight. And went out with her weapon. It had been hailstorming outside. A thin layer of hail had already covered the ground. The hailstones were about the size of quail eggs. They could not penetrate the house. But the flowers and plants would be damaged. And Rand's confused mind suddenly became clear. Don't break her cumulus tree. She still needs it to get water. She didn't have anything to use as a shelter. Plastic sheeting was unreliable, and would accumulate hailstones. And Rand rushed to the trading area. Fortunately, the trading area would not disappear just because everyone was sleeping. The goods were still hanging there. After digging around, she found a cheap one and replaced 4 wooden boards and iron plates with water. She covered the surroundings and the top. Fixed them with gel. And then she could just dismantle them when the time came. After tapping them a few times and making sure that the hail could not break through the iron plate, she returned to the house. She would wait and see if there were flower pots for sale tomorrow. If not, she would plant the cumulus tree in another place. And Rand went back to sleep. However, the roots of the cumulus tree quietly spread out, dragging all the hailstones on the ground to its roots, and happily absorbing them. The cumulus tree grew another cloud. And Rand built a high and wide shelter, just to avoid crowding the cumulus tree, but unexpectedly it just left room for it to grow. At around 4 o'clock, and Rand harvested another cloud, which gave her 2 bundles of ropes and an axe with a tack 7. And Rand currently has 3 axes, 2 with a tack, and the remaining one is what she uses to chop firewood on a daily basis, which is just an ordinary axe. The hail continued to fall from night to morning, and the ground outside was covered with a layer of ice, and even the plastic sheeting on the house was not spared. The temperature dropped to -12 degrees Celsius, and there was a breeze outside. Even the cotton-padded clothes were frozen through. After Rand finished washing up, she lit the stove and started cooking. A pot of rice, with some ham, stewed potatoes, and some fried cabbage. Halfway through the meal, the cloud where he lived seemed to hit something. With a rumble, it trembled like a man with the flu, and Rand rolled around in the house for a few times. Rolled to the corner, and was blocked by the wall. And Rand stuffed the rice into the cloud, took the weapon and went out. The cloud island that collided with the north side of the cloud island was a fairly large cloud island. It was lush and green, full of vitality. And Rand stood on tiptoe and looked inside. He could only see the nearby trees and bamboos, but could not see inside. But since he was here, there was no reason not to explore. And Rand took out a rope, tied it to the trees of the big cloud island, and tied the other end to the fence of his own cloud island. In this way, when the big cloud island floated, his own cloud island would also float. Returning home, he stuffed all the weapons into the cloud, filled a thermos with hot water, and ate 2 or 3 bites of food casually, and left them at home. I took the rope and climbed over. The ground on Dayun Island was very hard, and I would not sink into it if I stood on it. And Rand held up a machete to explore the way, and pushed aside the knee-high weeds one by one. I walked forward carefully. At first, there was nothing special on Yun Island. Just weeds and some plants occasionally. which were also plants that could attract people and could not be eaten. And Ran explored forward little by little, fearing that something strange would come out of the weeds. After walking for about 10 minutes, I saw a forest of trees, which were still green. There were several fruit trees among them. A fruit tree was full of yellow oranges the size of eggs. Aren't they the tangerines they often eat? There was also an apple tree and a pear tree. And Ran didn't rush to pick them, but checked the surroundings, making sure there was no danger, and then approached with scissors in hand. Fruit trees usually have branches, so it was easy for her to climb. It took 2 hours to pick fruits from the 3 trees. While Ran continued to explore, she couldn't help but eat a tangerine. It was delicious, but she felt cold after eating it. Leaving the fruit trees alone, and Ran raised her axe and started chopping trees. She was seriously short of wood to burn. It would be great if she could chop down these trees and dry them to burn. Then she wouldn't be afraid of the cold weather. She just got an axe, and it was just right for chopping trees. These trees were not monsters, and chopping them would not consume much durability. Chapter 15. Explore the island and chop trees like crazy. And Ran chops up with an axe, obtains firewood *1, the kind that can burn, not a stick. And Ran picks up the firewood. Firewood, after lighting, it will make you warm, can be used for heating, cooking, each piece can burn for 2 hours. The burning time is really long. Axe attack 7, it takes 3 or 4 times to chop down a tree. A total of obtained firewood *20. This is the right amount of wood, after all. A tree is so thick, it is not scientific to only produce a few pieces of firewood. Although this game is already unscientific enough. It will be quite cold from now on. You can cut more and store them for burning, otherwise life will be hard. And Ran cut down 10 trees in one go, and got 250 firewood. Although Ran thought this number was not good, she had no choice but to go back to her home, and dump the firewood into the house, because she was afraid it would roll away if she put it outside. She also put away the tangerines and apples, and then went back to cut trees. She cut down 10 trees and returned. When she saw that there was no place to put them, she continued to explore inside. And Ran also tried to merge that island. But unfortunately the game wouldn't allow her to merge. There were bamboos beside the trees. And Ran cut 10 bamboo shoots, and then went to cut more bamboos. There were many things that could be made from bamboo, so it was better to cut more. After cutting 10 trees, this would not become firewood, and Ran threw it back to her own cloud island. She continued to push forward through the weeds. There was no road here, and she had to explore on her own. The tip of the knife suddenly touched something hard. And Ran walked over carefully and pushed aside the grass, revealing a corner of a wooden box. And Ran knocked and hammered to make sure there was no danger. Then stuffed the box into the cloud. The box was not dangerous, but there was a monster guarding it. As soon as the box entered the cloud, a white spider silk was entangled on her ankle, and she almost split her legs. Fortunately, Ran reacted in time and cut the spider silk with a knife. Looking up, she saw a basin-sized spider hanging upside down from a tree nearby, with several compound eyes staring at Ran. Level 2 Spider, Attack 15, Speed 11, Defense 7. Thinking about her own pitiful level 4 stats, and then looking at the big spider level 2, it was better than her. If the iron axe and her own strength were not stronger than the spider, she would not dare to fight the monster. Seeing Ran break free, the big spider's belly bulged, and the spider silk wrapped around her machete. It fought with Ran to grab the machete, but Ran gave it the machete and raised her axe to chop it. The spider fell backwards, and Ran chopped off several of its legs. It was too late to spit out the venom, and Ran chopped off its head with an axe. The spider broke into pieces and fell to the ground, revealing a blueprint and a cushion with a spider on it. Backpack blueprint. Do you want to learn? Learn. Backpack. Bamboo is needed, or vines, etc. The required quantity can be adjusted according to the size. And Ran picked up the machete, picked up the axe and chopped 10 bamboos, clicked on the synthesis. A half-person high bamboo backpack appeared in front of him. And Ran put on the backpack himself, put it on his back, threw the cushion inside, and continued to explore the island. When he reached the end, he found that there was no other extra things on this cloud island. And Ran returned to the beginning, started to cut trees, cut bamboo to make a backpack, and dig bamboo shoots. If I cut too much, I would transport it back first, and then come back to continue to harm the trees, as if I had cut them all down. When I cut trees until noon, I was so hungry that my stomach growled. I had run here halfway through my meal, And after high-intensity exercise, it would be strange if I wasn't hungry. I took out rice and a thermos cup from the cloud. And the food was still hot. I sat down on the ground, holding the rice, and filled my stomach first. While eating, I looked at this cloud island. I thought it was quite big before, but now it seems to be only 5 or 6 times bigger than my own cloud island. The biggest harvest was the pile of fruits. After dinner, see if we can dig up the fruit trees and plant them. If we can, she will never lack fruits to eat. After eating the food in a few bites, and drinking a few sips of hot water, Ran went straight to the fruit trees. But when she used the axe to dig the ground a few times, the system warned her not to dig up the fruit trees. After trying the other 2 trees, Ran could only give up with regret. Go back and continue to harm the trees. Let's cut this one down. After the tree roots are cut down, they will become fragments and dissipate in the air. Ran rolled his eyes, looking eagerly at the cloud island under the tree. Can this be dug? Didn't someone cut up the cloud island and sell it before? Can this be cut? Ran took out the axe and tried to cut a big hole in the cloud island. It's just that this thing is too hard, not easy to cut. Ran gathered all his strength and swung the axe hard to cut off a large piece of the cloud island, about 5 square meters in size. Before, cutting down so many trees consumed 3 points of the axe's durability, but just cutting down a piece of the cloud island, it lost 2 points of durability. This cloud island is really too hard. Ran stuffed the cloud island into her backpack, and continued to sharpen her knife to cut the pigs and sheep, and continued to cut. I don't know if she cut too hard, the whole cloud island suddenly shook, like a ripple. Ran habitually fell to the ground, avoiding this wave of shaking, and got up to continue cutting the ground. She scrapped the axe with an attack of 7, and she also cut 20 square meters of cloud island. When she was about to cut more, she was warned by the system. Players are not allowed to take away more than 1/10 of the area of the island at one time, otherwise they will be complained by the island. The axe that Ran was holding drooped, and muttered, "Stingy system and island." She turned around and went to cut trees again. If she was not allowed to touch the cloud island, she could cut trees. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, 55 trees had been chopped down, and 10 backpacks and more than 20 bamboo shoots were obtained. The backpacks and storage clouds were full, and Ran had to go back to his own cloud island to put things. But when he came back after putting things away, the big cloud island had broken free from the rope at some point and floated away. Ran stood on his own cloud island with regret, watching the big cloud island disappear. Although it was a pity that the wool was not fully collected, there was no way to leave. Looking at the pile of firewood piled up by the wall, Ran couldn't stop smiling. And there was wood burning. It was just a pile of these things. Her cloud island didn't have much area anymore. Hurry up and merge the cloud island she had taken back. The cloud island expanded from 38 square meters to 58 square meters, and rose back to 2,970 meters, and the firewood pile dropped several meters again. I want to build a frame for the firewood pile, so that the wind won't be strong, and the wood will be shaken out. The best way is to wrap it with plastic sheeting, and then tie it with ropes. She had no plastic sheeting left, and no cloud group came for the time being. Ran exchanged 2 bottles of water for a piece of plastic sheeting, but didn't give me the bottles. After all, plastic sheeting is still a scarce commodity now, and it can protect against wind and rain when there is no cloud cotton. It is as scarce as drinking water. Chapter 16, Selling Swords and Fruits. Cover the firewood pile with plastic sheeting, tie it up, shake it a few times, but it won't fall apart. Just then a cloud floats over, and Ran goes to salvage the cloud first. She has been on that big cloud island for so long, and hasn't salvaged a cloud yet. There are several clouds today that she senses are dangerous, and Ran salvages one that is not dangerous. After thinking for a while, she goes to the cloud that doesn't give her a strong sense of danger. When the net is caught on the cloud, a dark shadow jumps up from the side of the wooden box, and runs towards Ran's face. Ran held his machete horizontally, blocking the black shadow, which fell to the ground, and the green thigh bounced, and rushed towards Ran again. It was only then that Ran saw clearly that this was an enlarged version of a grasshopper. Level 2 grasshopper, attack 11, defense 7, speed 12. This thing was quite fast, and its movements were very flexible. Ran swung his machete several times, but failed to hit it, and it cut several holes on its body instead. Ran was not good at fighting, and he chased the grasshopper and chopped it for a long time, but both the man and the grasshopper were exhausted. If Cloud Island wasn't so small, Who knows where this fight would end? The grasshopper was forced to the edge of Cloud Island. And Rand seized the opportunity and chopped off one of the grasshopper's legs. The grasshopper's legs tilted and it changed direction. And Rand chopped off its head with a knife. The grasshopper broke into pieces, leaving a few supplies. And Rand took them in his hand. A switchblade. Attack 15. But the blade was too short. More like a dagger. 3 wild vegetable seeds. A piece of grasshopper meat. Grasshopper meat. Please don't underestimate it. Eating it can help you increase 2 points of strength. And Rand doesn't mind it. It's meat and can increase attributes. Only fools would mind it. Dig a hole and plant the wild vegetable seeds, water it. Drag the meat and the box into the house. There are a bunch of backpacks in the house, and Rand stacked them up against the wall. 3 of them contained the fruit she picked. She ate a few tangerines first, and Rand lit the fire, and as soon as she stopped working, she started to feel cold. Now she has firewood. She can also light the stove during the day. Roast the grasshopper meat, sprinkle some salt, and eat it directly in your mouth. It's crunchy and fragrant. Open the panel. Player and Rand. Level 4 and 33/40 HP. 40 harder than ordinary people. Can be increased later. Strength 13. Speed 10. Magic 10 can be used to release skills later. Talented skill S level. Super perception can be upgraded later. Luck 7. Upper limit 10. Really lucky guy can be increased later. Profession none. Professional skill none. The rest did not increase, only strength and magic increased. She knew about strength, but how the magic increased, she didn't know. Recalling what I have done recently, it seems that there is nothing to pay special attention to. And Rand put this matter aside for the time being, rubbed her hands, looked at the 2 wooden boxes expectantly. Opened the first one, obtained Cloud Cotton *5, Island Cloud *2, Weapon Blueprint *1, Quilt *1, Plush Pants *2, Facial Oil *5, Kitchen 5-piece set. Opened the second one, obtained Cloud Cotton *5, Island Cloud *3, a set of 13 spices, Iron Block *5, Candle *5, Plastic Sheet *2, Toilet Paper *10. The wooden box guarded by a monster. Not only does it contain a lot of supplies, but it can also open up good stuff. Merge the Island Cloud, and expand the area again, from 58 to 63. First install the guardrail, then study the blueprint. Ordinary white iron sword. Requires 3 iron blocks, 1 wooden stick. After some experiments, the blueprint is quite rigid. You can only follow the number of the blueprint. The 4 iron blocks will be ejected, and the level is also fixed, and it cannot be upgraded. And Rand had no choice but to put 3 iron blocks and a wooden stick, and click to synthesize. After a few minutes, an iron sword with a wooden hilt appeared, and Rand waved it in her hand. And it was quite heavy. Ordinary blank weapon, iron sword. Attack 16. Durability 15. This is the weapon with the highest attack. I wonder if this thing will sell well. And Rand went out first and lifted the wooden board covering the tree, and found that the cumulus tree had grown another cloud. She was in a good mood and took a bottle and put it under the tree to collect water. Now she has 3 liters of water to use every day. She took the 2 full bottles back, poured the water into the big mineral water bottle, and put the bottle back to continue collecting water. She used the big white bucket to hold domestic water, and couldn't hold drinking water. She looked at the iron sword in her hand, and originally planned to make another one to see how well it sold, but found that she didn't have enough iron blocks. After thinking about it, she opened the trading area, and searched for iron blocks directly. There were quite a few people selling. Most of them were exchanging water and food. If there were no blueprints in advance, you couldn't make anything with just the iron blocks. It would be better to exchange them for the items you needed. And Rand found a seller who exchanged water, and exchanged a bottle of water for 3 iron blocks. After getting it back, click on synthesis, and the iron block and the stick became an iron sword with attack 13 and durability 12. The attributes of this thing are actually random. Put the iron sword on it. Think about it. And trade 12 iron blocks and 4 sticks. Even if they are floating on this cloud, there will always be some small monsters coming over. So a weapon with good attack is the first choice for self-defense. The transaction is still voluntary. And Rand put it up and left it alone, and went to do her own thing. The temperature outside was so low, it didn't matter if she didn't put things in the storage cloud. So Rand planned to put some fruits up there, to replace glass, cloud cotton and so on. She was going to prepare for upgrading the house. She put 5 pears, and 3 apples up there, Now that everyone had a problem with eating, fruits were still quite a luxury. 2 pears for 6 pieces of glass, and the remaining 6 fruits for 10 pieces of stone slabs each. This was a price she thought was acceptable. Ding. The first thing to be sold was the iron sword, which was exchanged for 12 iron blocks and a wooden stick. And Rand synthesized 4 more iron swords, and their attack power hovered between 13 to 15. The ones with stronger attack power usually needed 1 or 2 iron blocks, while the ones with lower attack power still needed 12 iron blocks. And Rand put the things aside, and was so busy that it was past 6 in the evening. And Rand lit the candle, set the pot in place, fried the Chinese cabbage with oil, added water, and kneaded the noodles into batter. Pour the boiling water in little by little, and made noodle soup. A bowl of this in the evening, it's warm and filling. And Rand finished 2 bowls in one go, and had a few tangerines after dinner, and life was extremely comfortable. Occasionally there were seeds in the tangerines, and Rand hung them on the windowsill to see if they could be planted into orange trees after drying. Fill water from the big white bucket at the door, and boil it, and then brush your teeth and soak your feet. She used a basin to wash her face and feet, and now she has 2 basins, one for washing vegetables, and one for washing her face and feet. They are all her own flesh, so don't be disgusted. As the saying goes, water is clean. Chapter 17 House Expansion Moral Kidnapping. The towels were separated, and there was a special footcloth. After washing, she dragged the single mat not far from the stove, and got into the sleeping bag. Today, she has been chopping trees and bamboos. Her arms hurt a little. She yawned and went to sleep first. Because there were too many things, there was no place for her to sleep. She could only squeeze in a single bed. She would see about expanding the house tomorrow. She nestled in the sleeping bag and fell asleep. The fruit hanging in the trading area was also sold. Obtained 6 pieces of glass and 60 slates. At night, I don't know if it was because I slept too deeply, or because there were no clouds, and Rand slept until dawn for the first time, and didn't get up in the middle of the night to catch clouds. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, and Rand was awakened by the small noises outside. Slapping his cheeks, forcing himself to wake up, he went out with his weapon. Under the light, dozens of moths were flying in front of the door made of plastic cloth, with countless scales on their wings, making the door full of smoke. And Rand accidentally took a mouthful of it, and choked and coughed. With snot and tears, a bunch of moths found and ran, and all gathered around her, flapping their wings, blowing out more scales. And Rand covered her mouth and nose, opened the door, and went into the house. Then quickly closed the door. But a few moths still followed her in. The moth was too small, and it was difficult for her to hit it with her weapon. And Rand picked up a piece of cloud cotton from the ground, and slapped the moth to death on the wall. She drank several gulps of hot water to rinse her mouth, and finally washed away the choking scales in her throat, wearing a hat and scarf. And Rand rushed out with Yun Mian in his hand, waving it in the air to chase the moths. The moths were not high level, all level 1, with attacks of 3 to 5 points. And the most powerful ones were the scale powder. He covered his mouth and nose, choking his eyes and tears, after finally killing them all, and Rand quickly washed his face, washing off all the scale powder on his body. When his face was no longer uncomfortable, he opened the door to pick up the things dropped by the moths. What could such a small moth give? Most of them were scattered items, mostly seeds, then scattered pills. And Rand sorted them into categories, and wrapped them with toilet paper. Before dawn, she went back to her sleeping bag. The temperature at this time of day is the lowest and the coldest. The wood in the stove was burned to carbon, and Rand stuffed another one in, letting it burn slowly. I got up at around 8 o'clock, heated up the noodle soup from last night, and started working after eating. Yesterday, they said they wanted to widen the house, but they still needed cloud cotton. I looked around the trading area, and found some for sale, which I wanted to exchange for food. 3 pieces of Yun Mian were exchanged for half a pound of food. It was scattered, but most of them were at this price. And Rand saw that she had a lot of food, but she still went to bargain, but unfortunately, she didn't get the price, so she could only spend 1.5 pounds of food to buy 9 pieces of Yun Mian. She opened 10 pieces herself, which was enough to add a 2x2 small house in the front. After all, there was a wall that didn't need Yun Mian. But before that, she first made a ladder with a wooden stick, otherwise it would be difficult to get on the roof. With the experience from the previous time, it was much faster this time, and the front window was not inlaid with plastic cloth but glass. The door inside was pried off and installed outside. The house was expanded by 4 square meters on the south side. Her house is currently 2 by 4. She expanded the house by including the firewood pile inside. Now she is considering whether to move it out. After all, her house is small enough. There is no room for another firewood pile. She left all the messy things in the original house. Only the mattress and stove were moved out. After all, the bedroom is still warm facing the sun. After thinking about it, I decided to move it out. It would take up space if I put a pile of them at home. It wouldn't take too much time to move them with a small cloud. A large cloud floated from a distance, following the wind, and drifted towards the side. And Ran originally thought it was a cloud with supplies. But when he got closer, he found that it was a small cloud island. There was a small cloud cotton hut on it, and it was also guarded by a fence. Thinking of what happened when he encountered the cloud island last time, and Ran silently tightened his weapon, put on his hat and scarf, and prepared the sleeve arrow on his wrist. As a result, the door of the hut opened, and a haggard young woman walked out, holding a 1-year-old child in her arms. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but did not let go of the weapon in his hand. He stopped piling firewood and looked at the woman warily. But when the woman saw and ran, she was happy and walked to the edge of the cloud cotton. The 2 cloud islands gradually approached, and then stopped about a few meters away. The woman asked and ran, "Little girl, do you have any food?" And Ran brought the machete to her, but did not answer, but asked her, "What do you want?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and seemed a little embarrassed. "I haven't salvaged any food recently, and my child and I have been hungry for several meals." And Ran suddenly realized that she came to ask for food. "What do you want to exchange?" The woman was stunned. "Exchange? Why exchange? Seeing how pitiful she and the child are, shouldn't it be given to her for free?" And Ran looked at her very seriously, with no intention of going in to get the food. Seeing the woman stunned, she asked again, "What do you want to exchange?" The woman opened her mouth, with a very incredible expression. "Didn't you see me holding the child?" And Ran nodded. "I saw it. So, this child hasn't eaten for several days. Can't you see that he is starving?" And Ran nodded again. "I saw it, so what?" The woman didn't know whether she was pretending not to understand or really didn't understand, and she didn't beat around the bush with her. Ordinary people would see that the child is so pitiful and cute. Shouldn't they give him something to eat? How can you bear to see the child starving like this? And Ran looked at her strangely. "Is this child born to you and me? Did he come out of my belly? Isn't he pitiful because of you as a mother? Don't try to blackmail others morally." The woman's face turned blue and purple after she was rebuked by her. Her face was very ugly, and Ran's eyes were full of anger, seeing that she clearly wanted to get something for free. And Ran didn't say anything and ignored her angry eyes. But she didn't turn her head. She was afraid that she would attack her from behind. After all, she had a hidden arrow, and others could have it too. The 2 of them were in an awkward confrontation, and the woman saw that Ran didn't let go, so she didn't make any other moves. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pinched the child in her arms where Ran couldn't see. The child was in pain, and cried as soon as he opened his mouth. The crying was not loud, but sobbing and a little weak. It looked like he had been hungry for several meals. And Ran lowered her eyelids, which reminded her of the days when she was a child. Her father worked overtime, and her stepmother didn't give her food. She sighed silently, turned around and walked into the house. Chapter 18, Trading Magic Carpets. The woman raised her head with smugness. After all, everyone would be soft-hearted towards the child. Wasn't she just going in to get the food? But she waited and waited, and Ran didn't come out. It turned out that Ran was upset with her and the child, so she went into the house and didn't come out, and even peeled oranges to eat. If this woman wanted to exchange something, she would exchange it, but this woman wanted to get something for nothing, and she didn't owe her anything, so why? Before coming to the game, Ran didn't have that kindness, let alone after coming to the game. She was looked down upon since she was young, isolated by the kids in her class, ignored by her own father, and she hated men and children. The woman waited for half an hour, but Ran still didn't come out. In this time, a meal was cooked. If the woman didn't know that Ran didn't want to give her anything, she would be stupid. The wind started to blow again, and she saw her island starting to distance herself from Ran's. The woman was anxious. She threw the hook out and hooked it on Ran's guardrail, and shouted, "Well, I'll exchange with you. Come out." And Ran didn't want to pay attention to her, but the woman refused to let go of the hook. and Ran had no choice but to adjust her scarf and go out, making sure to cover her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes, because she remembered that the system had a camera function. And fortunately, she had worn a hat and scarf because it was cold before. What do you want to exchange? After changing, leave quickly. I have a magic carpet here. The woman coaxed the child and whispered. And Ran, who had no interest at first, raised her lips slightly when she heard the words. What food do you want to exchange? And Ran got straight to the point. Do you have meat? Eating rice alone is not nutritious. And Ran still had a rooster that she hadn't eaten, but she wanted to eat it herself, so she wouldn't exchange it all. Half a chicken. Give me half, and exchange the rest for something else. The woman gritted her teeth. Too little, give me more, give me half a chicken, and 5 caddies of food and 300 pieces of firewood, and I'll give it to you. She saw and Ran stacking firewood, and then she remembered to ask for firewood. Your magic carpet is made of gold, and you can go to the trading area to see how expensive meat is now. Half a chicken can be exchanged for Dao Yuan. There are people selling meat, but no one spends Dao Yuan to buy meat for the sake of satisfying their appetite. What food can't be eaten? There's no need to eat meat. A piece of pork weighing 2 taels costs 3 pieces of island cloud in the trading area. She asked for half a chicken, and 5 jin of food and firewood. Half a chicken should weigh 1.5 jin. Right, if you really want to exchange it, it will cost more than 20 pieces of island cloud. The landlord doesn't have any surplus food. At most I can give you a chicken leg, 2 jin of food, and 50 pieces of firewood. If you want to exchange it, then forget it. She didn't even want to give the chicken leg. The woman gritted her teeth and looked at the child in her arms. I don't want firewood anymore. You can exchange the firewood for food. And Ran exchanged the firewood for a jin of flour, which added up to a chicken leg and 3 jin of food. Not long after the game started, food, water and island clouds were the most expensive. Even the price of cloud cotton, which can be used to build houses, did not go up. Everyone still prioritized food and water. To develop, they had to survive first. She felt that she was at a loss with these. Show me the information about the magic carpet first, and then we will pay and get the goods. The woman dragged out a colorful blanket from home, which was the size of a double bed and had a guardrail on it. Magic carpet requires the use of magic power to drive, and how far it can fly depends on the user's magic power. 10 points of magic power can fly about 200 meters, and the direction of flight can be controlled by oneself. And Ran's face darkened. She only had 10 points of magic power, 200 meters, not as far as Yun Dao's own wind. The woman looked at her face and laughed. She also knew that the magic carpet was useless now. Maybe she could use it in the future when she had more magic power. Now everyone is a rookie, who has the magic power to drive this thing. This is also the reason why she has been hanging it in a trading area for several days without selling it. And Ran still wanted the magic carpet. But considering the current situation, this carpet is not worth so much. To be honest, this thing is not worth the price. But for the sake of your child, I will give you 3 pounds of food. And you can forget about the chicken. I still don't know how to increase magic power. And to be honest, this thing is really useless. If the distance is too far, the magic power is not enough, and it stops halfway and falls, then it will definitely deliver food to the abyss monster. Besides, how to restore the magic after using it is also a problem. This broken game has no hints at all, and it's all up to the players to figure it out on their own, which is unethical. Although the woman felt that she was losing money, she saw that Ran had chosen this price, and she hadn't sold it in the trading area for several days, so she was unwilling to sell it. The two of them used a scoop net to carry the supplies to the opposite cloud, and shouted 1, 2, 3, and at the same time, they threw the scoop net over. The woman looked at the small ham, rice, potatoes, and ordinary flour inside, frowned, and was very dissatisfied. Why are you giving me starch sausage? This stuff has no nutrition at all, and it can't be eaten by children. And Ram was so angry at this woman that she laughed. She also ate these. If you really don't like it, don't change it. It will be a lot of trouble if you change it. If you don't want to change it, give it back to me. Your broken flying carpet is useless. I can still eat food for a few days. The woman heard it, and stepped forward to remove the hook, and the wind pushed Yundao away. While Yundao was still not far away, the woman secretly took several photos of her. After walking a long way, the woman's curses were heard in the wind. You little bitch who gave birth to a son, but has no asshole. You are so rich, but you still cheat a woman with a child. I curse you to die a miserable death. Scum. Bitch. Alpaca. A series of wonderful Chinese curses. And Ran looked at her speechlessly. If you didn't like it, you could have not sold it in the first place. Why did you curse after selling it? You are mentally ill. The distance was too far. And Ran couldn't shoot the sleeve arrow to kill her. So he used both hands to make two international friendly gestures to her. The woman cursed even more vigorously. And Ran shook her head, took the magic carpet in her hand, and looked at it carefully. There was a formation in the center of the carpet, which was probably where the magic power was input. The carpet was very soft. Would it really not sink after sitting on it? And Ran took the carpet home, pressed the carpet with her hand, and the system sent a prompt. Do you want to input magic power? Enter a few points. Enter 1 point of magic power. The carpet floated in the air, because it was in the house, and could not run away. And Ran pressed it, and after the magic power was input into the carpet, it was no longer soft, and it was more like the ground. And Ran tried to sit on it. And the flying carpet did not sink, which made Ran feel relieved. There was a steering wheel on the flying carpet, which could control the direction. And Ran tried it a few times, and found it easy to operate. There was a scale on the steering wheel, and there was a number 20 on it. And Ran calculated it according to the magic power. But 1 point of magic power was only enough to fly 20 meters. Chapter 19 Blacklist the Eye of Exploration. The flying carpet flew a few circles, and the scale dropped down little by little, before it fell completely, and Ran controlled the flying carpet to land steadily. Even if it cannot be used now, it is not a bad purchase, it is easy to control. She rolled up the flying carpet and put it aside, and continued to stack the firewood she had not finished, and then wrapped it with plastic sheeting and tied it up. After finishing all this, and Ran continued to go in and clean up the house. While taking a break, she opened the chat area. In the chat area, I saw an avatar wearing a hat and a scarf. A person named Zheng Weiwei posted a large caption. This vicious woman, with a lot of supplies at home, cheated us mother and son. You must not trade with her. She is a scum with a heart of a snake and scorpion. I exchanged 3 kilograms of food for a magic carpet. And she gave me starch sausage, which has no nutrition at all. Can children eat this? You are cheating your mother. A little bitch who gave birth to a child without an asshole. Followed by a string of Chinese curses. And Ran was speechless and blocked the person. She felt that this person had some IQ problems. He didn't even know her name. He only had a blurry image covered tightly. Because she knew the system had a camera function. She kept her head down when talking to Zheng Weiwei. She couldn't even see her eyes clearly. Plus, she was wearing thick clothes. What could you see? And can you be sure that you won't trade with her again in the future? He's courting death now. I'm speechless. The person who took the photo of her house only had an ordinary Yunmian hut and a small firewood pile in front of the door. He didn't even take the cumulus tree next to it. This technique is worrying. But I understand. I was in a hurry to leave and scolded her. It was normal that I didn't take a clear picture. This message was quickly posted on the trading area. This woman posted several times. And they were all posted. Chinlu, shut up, the transaction was consensual. If you don't give it to her, she can take it away from you. Don't regret it after the transaction and scold me. What were you doing at that time? This Chinlu lost the fishing net, but it's still there. I don't know how he fished out the supplies. He just got more irritable. And Ran opened his trading panel and found that the island cloud hanging on it had changed its asking price from 5 caddies of food to 3 caddies. But still no one wanted it. Gujia, if I were the buyer, I wouldn't give you even 1 caddy. I also have a magic carpet. But it doesn't have any magic power. This thing is useless. Does anyone know how to activate the magic power? Lin Hao, +1. How do I activate the magic power? Lu Xinjun, there's something wrong with this game. The level can be upgraded. But why doesn't the magic power increase? Qiu Yi, the Weiwei thing on it. You are not hungry anymore. Right? Come on. Give me the food. I don't mind the starch sausage because it has no nutrition. I like it. It tastes so good. I only get enough food to keep me from starving in a few days. And you are still nagging me. If you don't like it, give it to me. I like it. Zheng Weiwei was criticized by people in the comments section and dared not speak out anymore. She probably didn't expect that she would be criticized by a bunch of people just because she came to the chat area to complain and scold someone. She felt wronged. She felt that she was not wrong. A magic carpet was exchanged for a few kilograms of food without nutrition. The child was so young. Could he eat this? And Ran didn't know what she was thinking. If she knew, she would be speechless. But she just put him on the blacklist. And couldn't confront him. Or she would be exposed. After all, this crappy game was named after her. After tinkering until noon, and Ran made herself a hearty lunch. Stewed chicken. Steamed rice. While the rice was still on the stove, a cloud floated over silently. And Ran added some water, took the net and went out. She sensed that there was danger in the cloud. But now the sense was more detailed. Not as general as before. For example, the clouds in front of her. She could sense the danger level. For example, the danger warnings on the left were very strong. But the one on the right was not so strong. And Ran made a judgment. Took out a weapon from the storage cloud. Made preparations. And scooped up the cloud on the right with a net. She didn't rush to put it on the cloud island. But put a knife in to stir it. The cloud dispersed in the net, revealing a box and a pale little skeleton. Level 2 skeleton soldier, attack 11. Defense 5. Speed 12. The little skeleton clicked a few times towards and ran. Took a step with its slender legs. Raised a bone fork. And stabbed and ran. And Ran instinctively used her machete to block the bone fork. And kicked the little skeleton on the hip, causing it to stagger. And Ran's attack power was now stronger than the little skeleton. So she chased after him. But the little skeleton grabbed her weapon. But Ran had other weapons. And while the little skeleton was in a stalemate, she took out her iron sword and slapped the little skeleton's head away. The little skeleton turned into fragments, leaving behind a bone fork with an attack of 5 and a wooden box. She threw the bone fork up and sold it, since it was a weapon after all, and exchanged it for 2 bundles of wooden sticks. She has been using sticks a lot lately. I want to exchange more and make a bed for myself. Sleeping on the mat, the cold air returns from the cold ground. After exchanging all the iron swords thrown up, I got 38 iron blocks. And Ran made 5 iron swords again. The values were all around 12 attack points, so I priced them uniformly at 12 iron blocks and 2 sticks. I saw that I had saved a lot of water, and I divided the water into 500 milliliters portions, and put 3 portions on it, and put them on to exchange for cloud cotton. Now water is still more important than cloud cotton, so I exchanged 2 cloud cotton for each portion. After dragging 2 wooden boxes home, the soup on the stove was a little burnt out, and she took it down. She didn't rush to eat, but opened the boxes first. Most of the wooden boxes contained daily necessities, and weapons and blueprints were rare, and Ran didn't expect to find good things in them. The wooden box that was originally in the cloud group opened a bunch of fried chicken nuggets, chicken wings, and other things, all meat food, more than 3 pounds. And Ran was in a good mood and hummed a little song, and put it directly at the door, and hung it up. The temperature was not high during the day and at night, and it would not melt easily if it was frozen, saving space at home. The skeleton also gave her a box. Opening it, there were 10 burning balls in a layer. This thing is very convenient to carry around, especially when it is inconvenient to burn firewood. Pull open the burning ball, and at the bottom is a skill card that looks like an eye. Primary Exploration Eye can view monsters or players that are not higher than 3 levels of its own level, and other types of information, without consuming magic power, without cooling time. You need to stare at the other party for more than 3 seconds. Although it does not increase attributes, and is relatively auxiliary, it is very useful for Ran. And Ran directly crushed it to learn. This thing does not say that there is a limit. That is to say, it can be used all the time. Even if the level is increased in the future, it can still see the information of players 3 levels higher than itself. Chapter 25 Times a Night. Dagger in the waist. And Ran opened her own panel, and checked her attributes. Player and Ran. Level, 635 to 60 health, 60 tougher than ordinary people, can be increased later strength, 15. Speed, 12. Magic, 10 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skill, S-level super perception can be upgraded later luck, 7 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later occupation, none. Occupational skill, none. She has reached level 6, that's right, the little skeleton gave 5 experience points, but she killed about 30 moths before, even if she killed one. Give her a little experience. Her experience was not much behind, so her level naturally went up. She had 2 free attribute points, and after thinking about it, she decided to give 1 point each for strength and speed. Strength 16. Speed 13. She had just used her magic power. But it did not increase. And Ran was now more and more confused about how magic power increased. She turned off the annoying panel, decomposed the wooden box into firewood, and piled the things in the bamboo backpack. She had almost cleaned up her room. And she was warming herself by the stove. The weather was getting colder and colder. Her room was small, and a stove could keep it warm. Now she had enough firewood. So she was not suffering. No other clouds came until the evening. Those dangerous clouds could not attract and Ran to salvage them. And drifted away. And Ran put the chicken that she had not finished eating at noon into the pot and added soup to continue cooking. The chicken was very tender, and it tasted very good with the rich chicken soup. Adding some chopped vegetable leaves to the soup, it tasted very good. Looking at the half-filled chicken soup, and Ran threw noodles and cabbage leaves into the pot to cook. The soup seeped into the noodles and cabbage leaves. This was the best meal she had eaten since she came here. Patting my belly, I cleaned up the dishes with satisfaction. I took a flashlight and walked around the cloud island. It was very quiet nearby. There was nothing. It looked safe now, but this cloud island was drifting in the wind. Who knew what would happen next? During the patrol, I happened to encounter a wave of clouds, and Ran picked up the net and caught all the clouds that were as slow as an old ox walking. 5 of the 10 clouds were empty. I was given 3 ropes, a hook with a chain, and the blueprints of wooden bowls and chopsticks. 1 piece of firewood can be combined into 2 pairs of chopsticks and 2 bowls. And Ran made 2 for herself, and made 4 more sets, and put them in the trading area. 1 set of chopsticks and bowls can be exchanged for 3 pieces of firewood, and there will always be someone who can't get one. I just saw the woman's hook in action today, and now I have also caught one, which is very useful for fixing the cloud island. I packed a rope and hook with me. And Ran stretched, went home to wash up, and went to bed. Then she was woken up again in the middle of the night. She was used to being woken up in the middle of the night, and she got up faster. And Ran rushed out with a scoop net, and scooped up 3 clouds. Shampoo *2, blueprint *1, soap *2, pajamas *1, lighter *2, steamed buns *5, pickles *3. Click to learn the blueprint. Barrel blueprint. Requires 5 firewood, stick *1, half a bottle of gel. The barrel can hold 1 liter of water. Click on the manufacturing interface. The subsequent manufacturing of the barrel is also lit up. It does not require any materials that are too difficult to find. Although it consumes a little gel after this thing is made, she does not need to fill the water after receiving it, and then use the small mineral water bottle to pour it into the big bottle little by little. I can add more firewood to make a bigger barrel to hold water. Maybe I can even make it for bathing. It was getting late. I put everything away, and continued to sleep, and then was woken up again. I got up 3 times in one night. If it was someone else, I guess I wouldn't sleep that night. But Aaron has a good sleep quality. I got up several times, and I could fall asleep quickly. I got 2 more drawings, one for a wooden basin and the other for a bathtub. The materials used are similar to those of the wooden barrel. It's just the amount of materials used. The rest had 10 bundles of sticks, which are still widely used now, such as guardrails or furniture. Gel *5, firewood *100, sheepskin mattress, hot water bottle, and half a bag of coal. Most of them were warming supplies, probably because the temperature would continue to drop. Looking at the time, it was 4 in the morning, and Ran decided to go back for a nap. There would probably be no more clouds today. After all, there had never been more than 3 times the night before. So, Ran, who got up at about 4:30, was somewhat unresponsive, but still went out with the scoop net. The cloud in the early morning was a little sloppy. Others were oval, but this one was tangled together. I don't know if they were in conflict, but they started fighting. And Ran didn't hesitate, and dragged everything back in one net. The cloud fell to the ground, and a box rolled down with several supplies. 2 sweaters, 1 fleece long johns, 1 cotton coat, 1 pillow, 1 pair of cotton boots, 2 shampoos, 5 candles. Most of them were still daily necessities. And Ran almost cried with joy while holding the pillow. She had been fishing for so long, and finally got a pillow. She had been sleeping with her clothes as a pillow for several days. Put the things into the cloud and take them back, and open the wooden box. A green dagger. Bronze weapon kidney stabbing dagger, also known as kidney stabbing dagger, attack 20, adds penetration damage to the kidney, loses 3 points of blood per second. And Ran was speechless for a rare moment. What kind of evil dagger is this? specially used to stab people's kidneys. But this thing shouldn't only stab people, it should also be useful for monsters. After digging it out, there is a thin layer of cotton inside, about a pound. Put the things away, and Ram was just about to go to sleep, when another wave came. Is the system giving away a big gift today? There are so many clouds. And Ran felt that he was awake, and he probably didn't need to sleep after he finished fishing. He went out with a flashlight, and there was a bear-like cloud standing next to the cloud island. The man stood up, and put his hands on his hips, as if he wanted to scare off the salvers with this appearance. And Ran didn't care what you looked like, and he fished it back with a net, and the cloud fell apart. There were 2 island clouds in it, and a large bag of milk tea. And Ran merged it directly, and he tinkered with it almost all night, and didn't sleep much, and now he was awake. I simply got up, put a piece of firewood in the stove, roasted the fire, and made myself a cup of milk tea. It was not time for dinner yet, so it would be nice to have a hot drink first. Strawberry-flavored milk tea powder probably has a lot of flavoring. But in this cold weather, drinking a cup of warm milk tea warms the body and stomach. And Ran thought to herself, and combined 2 wooden bowls, brewed 2 cups of milk tea, and put them on the trading website to sell, including the wooden bowls. 1 bowl can be exchanged for 5 pieces of firewood. It was bought by someone not long after it was put on the shelf. And Ran smiled and continued to drink her bowl of milk tea. The sun rose very slowly in this weather. It was around 8 o'clock when the sun climbed up, illuminating the island. Chapter 21 Risky Test Flight Level 3 Small Boss. She had been tossing and turning last night, and she didn't sleep much. After the sun came out today, she sat by the hot stove, and the warmth made her drowsy. After eating, she simply crawled into the quilt and took another nap. And Ran woke up at about 10 o'clock. The sky outside was getting gloomy, and it was estimated that it would rain again. And Ran put on her clothes, and went to see if her firewood was covered. The wind was strong, so she tied another rope. The iron sword on the trading network was exchanged for an iron block. And the water that was always on the market was also traded. After putting the things away, and Ran brought in the mineral water bottle, opened the manufacturing interface, and used 25 pieces of firewood and 2.5 bottles of gel to make a 5-liter wooden barrel, which was placed against the wall. There was no stove in the room inside, and the water would freeze if placed inside. If placed here, the water would not freeze. And because of the stove, it was not too cold. There was not much water for daily use in the big white barrel. And it happened to rain this time, so we could collect more. She made 5 wooden basins of different sizes with firewood. She had only 2 basins for washing her face and vegetables before. She had to use the same basin for washing her feet and face. After thinking about it, she made a wooden barrel that could hold 5 liters of water, which could be used to transport domestic water to the toilet. She didn't dare to make more, because her house was still too small, and couldn't hold too many things. If there were more Yumian, she could add a layer on top. Anyway, if she didn't live there, she would just use it to hold lighter things, so it shouldn't collapse. The dark clouds were a bit thick, but it would not rain in the short term. She opened the panel and took a look. Her magic power had recovered. She planned to try whether the magic carpet could fly out of Cloud Island. There happened to be a hook, which could be used as a guarantee. She opened the carpet, sent it to the edge of Cloud Island, hung the hook on the guardrail of Cloud Island, and tied one end to herself. She mustered up her courage and input all her magic power, and sat on it with her feet. She controlled the carpet to slowly leave Cloud Island, just at the edge of Cloud Island. If the carpet was not strong, she could still grab the guardrail of Cloud Island. Fortunately, the flying carpet took off steadily, flew to the edge of Cloud Island, and remained there steadily, without falling because it flew out of the range of Cloud Island. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly controlled the flying carpet to circle around Cloud Island. Then it flew slightly away from Cloud Island and flew nearby for a while. And Ran did not dare to look down the whole time, holding the guardrail tightly with both hands, fearing that he would fall. Fortunately, this thing was actually quite stable, but because it was too light, it was easily blown off course by the wind. And Ran was tied with a rope the whole time, so he could come back if it was blown off course, because it was just a test flight. And Ran did not use up all her magic power before returning. She discovered that the magic carpet could actually store magic power. The unused magic power could not be returned to Inran, so it was stored in the carpet. This discovery made Inran happy for a long time, and she did not lose money by buying this thing. Then, Could she transfer magic power into it every day to store it, so that she could fly far when she needed it? But the system poured cold water on her head. The magic carpet can only store magic power 3 times, and it will be cleared 3 days after the last magic power is charged. And Ren closed her grinning mouth. As expected, people cannot beat the system, and they cannot get stuck with bugs. And Ren pouted, and threw the flying carpet to the wall. After tinkering with the flying carpet, the rain finally fell outside, and Ren put on a raincoat and hit the cloud again in the rain. This time, she didn't put it on the ground, because it would get wet, because there was not much. And Ren just carried it into the house and took it out. This time, the choice was right, because there was a bag of flour inside. And Ren put the flour away, sat at the doorboard, and looked at the rain outside through the plastic sheet. This is the bad thing about survival games. It's too boring. It rained all day, and it rained at night. There were even fewer clouds today, which made it even more boring. The big white bucket outside was full, so Ren took the wooden bucket to fill it with water and poured it into the toilet. She did this all day, and at least she found something to do. However, she still hadn't salvaged any clouds by night, which made her a little depressed. In the evening, the rain finally stopped for a while. Just as she was about to cook, she suddenly felt danger in her heart, and there was a knock on the door. And Ren's eyes suddenly became sharp, and there was a knock on the door on the island floating in the air. It couldn't be a person. Reaching out to grab the weapon, the flashlight shone through the plastic door. A human-shaped shadow was reflected on it. Seeing that thing was about to raise its hand to knock on the door again, and Ren's eyes condensed, the iron sword stabbed out along the plastic sheet, directly stabbing the human-shaped belly. A big red number -11 appeared. The thing outside the door waved its claws, directly tore off Ren's plastic door, and stepped in. The house can resist the attack of a level 10 monster, but that was a monster attacking the house. And it didn't say that they wouldn't tear off the door to attack. It was a dark shadow-like human-shaped figure, with a pair of red reflective eyes embedded on its head, and a pair of very long claws. Level 3 Small Boss Ghost, Attack 15, Defense 15, Speed 17, Physicality 40, Possessing Skills. Before the Eye of Exploration had finished its look, this thing rushed over, and swung its claws. It was too fast, and Ren was a little slow to dodge, and it cut a hole in his waist. In an instant, he lost 10 points of blood. And Ren took a breath, and stabbed with a sword. Maybe the place to dodge in the room was too small. The iron sword also caused damage to the ghost. A cut was made on its arm, losing 3 points of blood. The monster silently grabbed it with its claws again. In an emergency, and Ren grabbed the cloud cotton she had laid out to block it. The monster stabbed its claws into the cloud cotton, and its claws were entangled by the things inside the cloud cotton. And Ren switched to a kidney-stabbing dagger, estimated the general position, and stabbed it from the side of the cloud cotton. Green liquid flowed out of the ghost, and a big blood-red word -21 appeared on its head. But the stabbing in the kidney obviously angered the opponent, and the Eye of Detection issued a warning. Be careful. The opponent has entered a violent state because you stabbed its kidney. And Ren was stunned. And before he could react, he was knocked out and hit the wall directly. The ghost figure flashed and caught up with Ren, and its 2 sharp claws stabbed towards Ren's neck. And Ren raised his machete, blocked the sharp claws, and kicked it with his foot. The ghost was kicked away a few steps, and Ren followed closely and chopped off its head with a knife. The rigid mechanical sound of the system rang in my ears. Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill the mini-boss. Do you want to make a global announcement? And Ren chose no. She didn't want to be the first to do that. Player Ren chose not to make the announcement. The rewards are as follows. Hemostatic Coagulant *1, Bandage *1, Red Potion *1, Strength +1, Speed +1, Magic +5. This reward is really good, especially the reward of something to stop bleeding. Chapter 22 Long Distance Flight Fusion of Small Cloud Islands. Excluding the ones given by the system, the small boss also dropped things himself, and gave a bronze treasure chest. This was the first time she saw a bronze treasure chest. Most of them were wooden boxes before. Primary Red Potion can instantly restore 15 health points. Hemostatic Coagulant can quickly heal some small wounds, stop bleeding and relieve pain. Open the bronze treasure chest. There is a bottle of blue potion inside. Like the red potion, it can instantly restore 15 magic points. In addition, there is a box of biscuits and 2 island clouds, a blueprint and 2 springs. Not bad. After merging the island clouds, the island expands to 67 square meters, and it is finally not so tight. Click to learn the blueprint. It is a primary workbench, which is really primary. You can only process existing things and change their styles. For example, you can process iron blocks into discus, iron sheets, firewood into bowls and chopsticks, wood chips, wooden boards, etc. Or you can combine scattered cotton into one piece and compact it. Specifically speaking, it is still useful, and it doesn't take up much space. And Rand looked through his stuff and found that he could make it. But he was missing something. A grinding wheel. Primary workbench. Iron block *5. Firewood *10. Spring *2. Grinding wheel *1, and Rand had to go to the trading area to look for it. As a result, this thing turned out to be quite expensive. Although everyone didn't know what the grinding wheel was used for, it didn't stop them from setting a high price for it. And Rand went to negotiate the price for a long time, and finally bought the gear with a liter of water. After I bought it, it was the size of a palm, metallic, shining with a cold light. Pile the things together, click to combine. A hammer appeared out of thin air on the pile of things, making a series of dingling-dang-dang sounds. 5 minutes later, a small long box appeared in front of me, with entrances and exits at both ends, and a panel with input buttons on it, where I could input what I wanted. And Rand looked at the door that had been torn off, and stuffed a few pieces of iron into it to make an iron plate. Then she measured the size of the door, cut a part of the cloud cotton that was spread on the ground as a bed, sprayed gel, glued the iron plate on it, and then glued the wooden stick on it. A relatively sturdy door is ready. Congratulations to player and Rand for creating the iron door blueprint. Do you want to generate it? And Rand was surprised. She had made so many messy things before, but she never saw the system say that it could generate the blueprint. What's wrong with this door? Generate. Congratulations to the player for creating the iron door blueprint. The reward is a piece of black soil for planting, red potion *1, breadfruit tree species *1, and Rand grabbed the breadfruit tree species and looked at it. Breadfruit tree species. The fruits grown can be baked and eaten as food. Rich in starch, rich in flower aroma, slightly sweet taste. The growth period is half a year, and planting it in the black soil can shorten the time by half. If this thing really grows up, she will not lack food in the future, and if she can't salvage food occasionally, she won't be afraid of starving to death. And Rand happily carried the black soil out of the door, and thought about where to arrange the land. After thinking about it, he decided to place it at the edge of the cloud island. It can't be placed in front of the door, because the house needs to be expanded. The black soil and the cloud island merged, planted the breadfruit tree seeds, and didn't water it. Looking at the weather, it will rain. Now she finally knew why those wild vegetable seeds didn't sprout. Because they were planted in the wrong place. Probably different from the cumulus tree. Normal things like this need to be planted in normal land. The ground on Cloud Island can't really be called normal. It started to drizzle outside again, and Rand shivered when she was wet, and quickly got into the house. She closed the thick door, and with the double reinforcement of cloud cotton and iron plate, the wind couldn't get in, and it was much warmer. She got a latch from the trading area, locked the door from the inside, and made sure that the house was okay before getting into the sleeping bag. Checking the time, it's not time to sleep yet. I opened the trading area to watch them chatting. The next day, I continued to repeat yesterday's life. The floating cloud island in the sky is still too lonely. There is nothing else to do except salvage. After salvaging, Rand will exercise, wield a machete, and then repeat the last time. Alas, why should I float in the sky? Surviving in the forest, she can still go on adventures everywhere, instead of being trapped on an isolated island and unable to go anywhere like now. While she was muttering, a cloud island floated in front of her, parallel to her own cloud island, and floated forward with the wind together. And Rand leaned on the railing and looked up. It was not far away, but the things above seemed to be close to the ground. It was not clear whether there were any plants or anything on it. The Eye of Exploration was activated, and the message came back. 350 meters away from this cloud island. The cloud island can be merged. And Rand's eyes lit up with a swoosh. It can be merged, which means that his cloud island can be further expanded. 350 meters. His magic power is now 15 points. He can fly 300 meters, and he should be able to fly over with the wind. I still have a lot of magic power left from yesterday, so I should be able to fly over there. The flying carpet can fly on its own, not relying on the wind. Although the speed is not too fast, she should be able to reach this distance. I went back to the house, found the flying carpet, tied the rope to my cloud island, and tied it to myself. I injected all the magic power in one breath. And Ran mustered up the courage to step on the flying carpet, trying to fly long distance for the first time. The flying carpet was driven forward, and the cloud behind me had no weight, flying forward with the flying carpet. With the wind in her favor. The flying carpet was not too fast, but not too slow either. And Ran was nervous. And her hands were sweating as she held the steering wheel. She was chasing the cloud. But the cloud island was also floating forward. Fortunately, and Ran was faster than the cloud island. At the last moment when her magic power was exhausted, and Ran stopped the flying carpet on the cloud island. The cloud island was visible to the end, and was not as big as her cloud island. There were some grasses growing on the ground in clusters in the east and west, and some other plants. And Ran did not bother to distinguish them, and only heard the system asking, "There is a cloud island that can be merged. Do you want to merge it?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." Merge your own island with a small cloud island, and expand it to 100 square meters at once. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player to merge an island to 100 square meters. Do you want to announce it globally? No. The player chooses not to announce it. The rewards are as follows. A 20 square meter second level house can add a second floor cloud island permission, 5 indoor warehouses, can store the same items in stacks, each with a maximum of 100 times still, can be expanded later. And Ram was stunned and then ecstatic. Every first time, the rewards are good. This time, she doesn't need to collect materials, and she got a second level house. What surprised her most was the indoor warehouse. Although it was not much, it was good, especially since it could be expanded later. And Ran clicked to accept. The house she was originally in made a series of ding-dong-dong sounds. The house she originally built was moved back a bit, and the system expanded it by 20 square meters on the original basis. Chapter 23 Locked Iron Box. After a long time, the small shabby house she built herself is not favored by the system. That's just right, she can put her sundries there. This way, she can save her own glass and stone slabs. This cloud island was integrated according to her wishes, in the center, so there is still a circle of guardrails on the outermost edge. And Ran pushed the house open and went in to check. There is an independent bathroom in 20 square meters, not big, and it is divided into a living room and a bedroom. It's just that it's cold now, and the fire can't leave. Her original house was behind this house, and the firewood pile was moved to the front of this house. And Ran spent several times to move everything here. The food in the indoor warehouse was put into the backpack, but the warehouse showed 5 backpacks. Although this bug can be stuck, it still occupies a lot of space. Then the clothes and quilt were stuffed into a backpack, and the scattered burning balls and coal were stuffed together. If she was not afraid of mixing them together and making it difficult to distinguish, she would not need to occupy 3 grids. The house can resist the attacks of monsters below level 20. But it does not say that they will not attack the house. Being able to block does not mean that the monsters will ignore her house. After finishing the house, she couldn't wait to go out and see what was on the fused cloud island. These clusters were all grassy things, mixed with wild vegetables and plants. Although not all of them were wild vegetables. Since there was grass, it meant that the land could be planted, and she could open up the wasteland. And Ran pulled out all the grass, leaving only the wild vegetables, thinking that they would grow longer, bloom and leave seeds. Among this pile of wild vegetables, shepherd's purse and dandelion were the most. And there were also many purslane and bitter herbs. And Ran pulled out some shepherd's purse and dandelion, blanched them later, and fried them to eat. The land on Yun Island is yellow soil. Although it is not as fertile as black soil, it is possible to grow a lot of crops. In addition, there are some low plants, red fruit trees in the growth period. The taste is similar to a combination of strawberries and cherries. Edible, not afraid of extreme cold and high temperatures, and can be harvested all year round. Very sweet, delicious, and can supplement vitamins and other trace elements. This is good. She was worried about not having fruit to eat. Just looking at the bushes in front of her that reached her knees. It was only about a few dozen centimeters wide. In the growing stage, when will it start to bear fruit? This tree grows in the center, and it doesn't get in the way anyway. So Ran didn't move it, and just left it there. In addition to this fruit tree, There are also some holly and the like, which are useless. So it's better to plant them for her. I went to the trading area to exchange a hoe and came back, digging up the holly, waiting to dry it and burn it. Yellow soil is not as fertile as black soil, and it can't accelerate plant growth. It can be merged into black soil later. And Rand cleared a large area of holly. And when she used the last hoe, she dug up something hard, making a loud noise. And Rand's hands were numb from knocking. And she walked over carefully. A corner of a dark object emerged from the ground. And Rand couldn't figure out what it was. So she used a hoe to dig it out bit by bit. A heavy black iron box with a lock on it. A locked iron box, which cannot be opened at present, and needs a key to open it. And Rand felt that there must be good things in this thing. After all, the best box she had gotten so far was an iron box. This was the first time she had seen an iron box. There was no way to open it at present. So Rand temporarily stuffed it into the storage cloud. She originally wanted to bury the lust, but after thinking about it, she dug inside again. There was nothing left this time, and Rand used lust to cover the pit, put the holly at the door to dry, and then installed the guardrail. There was no cloud coming yet, and Rand went to the trading area to look around, to see if there were any keys to sell. Unfortunately, there were none, and Rand had no choice but to clean up the house, light the fire, and roast it, and open a panel. I hadn't looked at the data of the mini-boss I killed at time. Player and Rand, level, 655-60 health, 60 harder than ordinary people, can be increased later strength, 17. Speed, 14. Magic, 15 can be used to release skills later. Talented skill, S-level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck, 7 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession, none. Professional skill, none get a free attribute point. The small boss gave 20 experience points. But it didn't level up. Didn't add any attributes. But gave some free attribute points. And Rand thought about it. And added it to the speed, which became 15. She wasn't fast, and couldn't outrun the other person in a fight. In general, this trip was very cost-effective, especially the expanded area. The altitude also rose back to 3,000 meters, and there was yellow soil. A breeze swept by, and Rand sensed that there were clouds coming. But after a circle around the entire cloud island, she didn't see any clouds. And Rand lay on the cloud island and looked down. Several huge clouds were hiding under the cloud island, floating with the cloud island. She understood why the system asked to build a second layer of cloud island, because some naughty clouds don't work properly and want to be lazy. If you build a second layer of cloud island, you can go down to fish them out. And Rand's fishing net cannot fall, so she tentatively stretched out the fishing net to fish. It turns out that the lazy clouds that hide generally don't want humans to fish them out. Seeing Rand's fishing net coming, they hid inside and avoided the fishing net. And Rand was furious. But there was nothing she could do. After thinking about it, she went home and tied a 1-meter-long wooden stick to the fishing net, and went to fish again. The clouds hid inside again with bad intentions. Well, it was completely out of reach. And Rand rolled her eyes at a few clouds, and gave up in frustration. The little broken clouds. They were bullying. Before she retreated from the edge, a few sparrows jumped onto and ran, stretching their beaks to peck at her. Ouch! Ouch! Damn sparrows! And Rand waved back, turned away their harassment, and took the opportunity to get back through the fence. Seeing a few little birds trying to bully her, she chopped them to death one by one. The little sparrow gave her 5 balls of fluff, which together weighed half a pound of bird meat, 2 batteries, a lighter and 3 seeds. Cabbage seeds, leek seeds, rapeseed seeds. Leeks need seedlings, but Rand would not grow them. So she planted them all in the black soil. A square of black soil is not enough to plant only one tree. It would be a waste to plant only trees when there is more black soil. She will move the red fruit trees there. I planted the seeds casually and didn't water them because it looked like it would continue to rain in this lousy weather. I went home humming a little tune, warmed myself by the fire, and checked the time, and it was time to make lunch. I just got some sparrow meat. I'll try to fry it with wild vegetables. It will definitely taste good. There's only one small potato left, and it's sprouting. I'll bury it in the yellow soil after dinner. The weather has been really bad in the past few days. It's been gloomy every day, and it even hailed a few days ago. Chapter 24: The Scumbag Heroine Who Pits the Cloud Group. I don't know when it will snow. With this weather, it is officially winter. It is winter whether it snows or not. Her iron stove is placed on the ground. It has no 4 legs. When it stops burning, add a leg. Open the weather forecast. At this time, it is 3,000 meters above the ground. It is 1:50 noon. It is cloudy. It is raining. It is -2 degrees. It feels -6 degrees. It is cold. Keep warm. Note, from today, we officially enter the cold season. Please collect warming supplies and keep warm. The lowest temperature in the cold season is -50 degrees Celsius. Please stay tuned. She doesn't look forward to it at all. Okay, the rain outside gradually became lighter, transitioned from rain to snow, and then from sleet to snowflakes. It's snowing. Walk out of the house, step into the snow, look up at the falling snowflakes. But it's not right to watch. How can these snowflakes attack? Stand for a few minutes. She'd lost a drop of blood. Emotions can't touch snowflakes. And Ren had to open the door and walk back, sat in front of the window, and watched the falling snowflakes outside. The sparrow meat stewed in the pot exuded waves of fragrance, and went straight into people's noses. Ding dong. Congratulations to all players for surviving a week. Currently, 28,688 people have survived in this small area. Rewards will be issued in a few seconds, please check. It's only been a week, it can't be, and Rand feels like she has been here for nearly a month. There is no exact date, it's not a good day at all. Reward all players strength +1, speed +1, magic +5. So now it's strength 18, speed 16, magic 20. Her attributes are not low, plus the bonus of the weapon, the attack power is okay. With nothing to do at home, she started to pick up bamboo shoots. She peeled the skin a few days ago, and was slicing them these days. They wouldn't rot in the warehouse anyway. After slicing, she put them in a pot and cooked them. Then took them out to dry. Since there was no way to dry them outside, she put them on the stove to dry. Little by little, just to find something to do. While working, she looked through the trading area. She wanted the key. The iron box was there. And she wanted to open it to see what was inside. You deserve the joy of opening a blind box. After a precise search, she actually found a key for sale. Key can open the box. But this person is really bold. Even the information is ambiguous, and we don't know what the key is used for, but he dares to open 2 island clouds, plus 2 kilograms of food. If it doesn't bring the island cloud, maybe she would change it. She thinks it's just a key to open the box, not worth the price. And Ram went to bargain with him, but he insisted, and refused to lower the price. Now everyone knows that food, water, island cloud, are the top priorities for survival. For those who don't have the ability at the moment, water and food are more important than the island cloud. You have to survive to continue to expand the cloud island. Is it not enough to have one of the keys? You have to have both. And Rand didn't want to cut off her own cloud island, so she could only give up the key with regret. Because she didn't know whether the things in the black iron box were worth the value of 2 island clouds. But she was still unwilling to give up, and searched for other keys, but there was nothing. And Rand had to carry the net, put on the raincoat, and go to salvage first. The naughty ghost who had just been hiding under the cloud island now ran to the side, stretching to welcome the snowflakes. And some of the edges were frozen. And Rand still couldn't believe it. With her good luck, she couldn't get a key. But she didn't get it today. After 2 attempts, she got 100 pieces of firewood, a rope, a chain, a 2-pound piece of pork, a bag of frozen dumplings, a bag of oatmeal, and a bottle of Coke. When Ram was having dinner at night, she unscrewed the Coke in frustration and poured it into her mouth. Full of bubbles entered the mouth, and Ran had put it in front of the fire for a while. It was not so cold now. Drank half a bottle in one breath. A refreshing feeling rushed into my mind. I was not so depressed. Took a bite of dumplings. The shrimp and leeks were mixed with meat stuffing. It was very delicious. The system was probably good in this aspect. The food tasted really good. After eating half a pound of dumplings, and Ran was satisfied. Drank a few more sips of Coke. Before swallowing the Coke, I sensed a cloud coming. Put on the raincoat with a flashlight. She went into the heavy snow. It snowed for a day, and a thick layer of snow fell on the ground of Yundao. She was afraid that the plants she planted in the black soil would freeze to death, so she traded a piece of plastic sheet and built a greenhouse with wooden sticks. Red fruit is not afraid of extreme cold or heat, so Ran didn't care about it. As for the cumulus tree, it liked snowy or rainy weather very much, so Ran didn't build a greenhouse for it. Maybe after tonight, the cumulus tree will grow a cloud again. By then, she will have 4 liters of water to use every day. Now she saves water every 2 days before selling it. When it grows up again, she can sell water every day. Other things are too expensive to exchange, but daily supplies can still be exchanged. For example, cloud cotton gel, plastic sheeting, and the like. Cloud cotton is important, but not important either. It just depends on whether you need it at the moment. Currently, the things she often sells are water and iron swords. The iron sword alone brings her a pile of iron blocks. She puts all the iron blocks she saved in a backpack, and then stuffs them into the warehouse, and stacks them up. Although a backpack takes up 5 grids for supplies, it still takes up less space than stacking them one by one. The storage cloud only holds personal belongings and weapons. This time, and Rand caught 2 frozen clouds with 1 net. They didn't even fall apart when they fell to the ground. And Rand pulled the clouds back home with a smile. The 2 clouds floated around her house, curiously drilling around. One ran to check the fire, and the other held on to her coke. Although she knew that the clouds had their own consciousness, and Rand still found it fun, seeing that they are not making trouble. Let them play. When they thaw, we can get the supplies. The cloud that was clinging to the coke stretched out an arm from somewhere, and tried to unscrew the coke bottle cap. Unfortunately, it couldn't open it. So it floated to Rand and handed her the coke. And Rand smiled maliciously. You want to drink it? She had been paying attention to the cloud just now, and she could probably guess what it wanted to do. The cloud moved up and down, as if nodding. And Rand smiled cunningly. I can't give you a drink for free. You have to give me something in exchange. The little cloud reached into its body and took things out. Wooden boxes and supplies piled up. And Rand pouted, secretly delighted, and shook her head. Not enough. Not enough. Do you have a key? The little cloud emptied its body, but still couldn't find the key. So it went to another cloud, picked up a corner of it, and poured it down. A mess of things fell to the ground. And a shining key fell to the ground. Word, free attribute points can't add luck value. Can't add. Can't add. Can't add. Chapter 25 Drunk on Coke. Fishing net blueprint. And Rand opened the coke while packing up her things. Little Cloud picked up the coke and poured it on herself. The white cloud instantly turned black, like a permed head. After drinking half a bottle of coke, Little Cloud staggered in the air and could not fly steadily. Finally, with a snap, she fell to the ground and was completely motionless. And Rand's Eye of Exploration was activated, giving her information. And Rand laughed. She felt that the cloud was drunk from drinking coke. Adding the surprised emoji behind the Eye of Exploration, it was even funnier. Another cloud that had lost all its supplies due to the drunk cloud stretched out its foot and kicked it, and it dispersed. Then it reunited in another place, continued to be filled with supplies, and continued to float. And Rand laughed so hard that she fell backwards. No, these clouds are too cute. I really want to raise one, a cloud, a flower. Who cares? Poking the drunk cloud, and Rand's mind was already spinning, how to keep this little cloud to keep her company. But he took the key and opened the iron box without any hesitation. On the surface of the box was a blueprint, a scroll. Blueprint of the fishing net. Everything can be caught in boxes, fish, shrimp, etc., and can also be hung on the edge of the cloud island to catch the clouds that have strayed from the team. And Rand learned it directly. Fishing net, 30 fine hemp ropes are required. 1 rope can be made repeatedly. The blueprints that have been salvaged so far can all be made repeatedly. As for the scroll, and Rand opened it, the silver scroll was covered with patterns on the outside, and there were strange words that he didn't recognize inside. Fortunately, the survival guide and the Eye of Exploration were activated together. Contract scroll. You can make the little cutie you like your pet. After both parties sign the contract, it will be absolutely loyal to you. This scroll can only be used once. Looking at the sleeping little cloud, and Rand smacked her lips, and finally didn't use it on the cloud. It's so hard to get this thing, I can't waste it. It's better to use it on a real pet. Take away the blueprint and the scroll. Under the box is a piece of brown land, and a bottle of high-grade plant nutrient solution. Brown land can be integrated with other land to upgrade the land into black land. And Rand took it and integrated it with the yellow land where red fruit was planted. A flash of light passed by, and the inconspicuous land became fertile black land. Advanced plant nutrient solution can add nutrients to plants, shorten the growth rate of plants, and can also make plants produce benign unknown mutations. Cannot be stored. Please use as soon as possible. And Rand thought about it. Benign mutation, the fruit grown by the breadfruit tree. She wanted to sell it. It would be a bit of a waste to pour it on cabbage. Let's give it to the red fruit. This thing grows all year round. After a benign mutation, there's no telling what it will be. This red fruit tree is not big. It's estimated that it won't grow too many fruits. She didn't plan to sell it. This is it. And Rand poured the nutrient solution into the tree roots. After waiting for half an hour, the red fruit tree didn't change at all. And Rand stamped her feet in the cold and went home first. After Rand left, the red fruit tree changed silently. The little cloud in the room was still drunk with coke. And Rand thought about it and tied a rope to it. After putting her things away, she got into bed. With a sleeping bag and a heater, she was able to live peacefully. But it wasn't too comfortable either. Unbeknownst to her, the temperature dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius at one point in the middle of the night. The sudden drop in temperature caused some people, who were not well equipped, to freeze to death silently at night. The number of people in their district dropped again to 27,680. Overnight, more than 1,000 people died in their community alone. With so many communities in the game, the total number of deaths exceeded tens of thousands. The game system happily danced in the clouds, throwing the dead into the abyss, and was so happy that it lost its mind. As for those ownerless cloud islands, the game system thought about it and let them continue to float in the sky. So many people on Earth died, enough for its treasures to eat for a while, and the remaining ones should be given to them as rewards. Reward them for feeding their treasures. The game system happily passed through the sky and said, "People on Earth, please die quickly," and was not awakened by the induction in the middle of the night. But he felt a little cold in the middle of the night. He filled up with firewood with sleepy eyes and pulled a quilt over himself to cover himself. It was a rare sleep that lasted till dawn, without any clouds waking her up. And Rand got up early to brush her teeth and eat. Looking outside, the snow had stopped falling, and a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. The snow was not frozen, so it was soft to step on, but it was not easy to walk on. And Rand looked around, but she couldn't find a broom or a dustpan, so she went to the trading area. There were already a lot of daily necessities in the trading area that were not too important, such as bowls and chopsticks, brooms, mops, combs, plates, and the like. And Rand spent 3 pieces of firewood and exchanged everything except the bowls and chopsticks. The temperature dropped in winter, and heating items became more expensive. Put on gloves. Go out to sweep the snow. The snow cannot be swept into the abyss below. It can only be collected and flushed down the toilet. Touching the snowflakes with bare hands, it actually caused blood to fall. And the idea of making a snowman suddenly disappeared. After a while, Anrin cleaned up the snowflakes and went back to find a thin hemp rope. She had a rope, but not many. This thing is also one of the daily necessities, and it is also sold, but most of them are loose. Sell 1 or 2, and exchange for anything. And Rand used water, food, firewood, burning balls, and other items to exchange 30 hemp ropes. After collecting the ropes, click on the synthesis. A very strong fishing net appeared in her hand. However, this kind of fishing net is the kind that can be swung open, which is the fishing net used by fishermen in the video. This thing cannot be swung open without some skills. And Rand stood in front of the house and swung it more than 10 times. Her arms were sore from exhaustion, and she couldn't swing the fishing net round. How to use it? And Rand's clumsy appearance made a bunch of clouds gather in front of her to watch the fun. A few of them gathered together, forming a small group, seemingly complaining about Rand's stupidity. And Rand rolled her eyes and swung a fishing net. The clouds scattered and were not caught by her poor skills. And Rand changed the fishing net and chased and intercepted the fleeing clouds and successfully brought back 7 or 8 clouds. Rubbing her hands, unpacking a manual for the fishing net, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, a blueprint, 10 candles, 1 electric light, 1 power bank, 10 toilet paper. Most of the items in the wooden box were daily necessities. It's just that this time, there are some things that I haven't given before. Light and power bank. There is a socket on the light. It can be plugged into the power bank. The power bank has 20 degrees of electricity, enough for her to use for a long time. As for the blueprint, after learning, it is a blueprint for a large wardrobe. Wardrobe, 12 wooden boards, 8 loose-leaf pages. Chapter 26 Mutated red vermilion fruit flowing sea of clouds. And Rand doesn't have many clothes and quilts now, so she doesn't need a large wardrobe to take up space. She just found a backpack and stuffed her things into it. As for the manual for using the fishing net, after clicking on the learning button, it doesn't tell you how to throw the net, but controls your body to automatically cast the net. You won't be let off until you learn that posture. And Rand wrapped the rope around her hand and cast the net, and the fishing net turned into a large net, covering everything. She really did it. There were no clouds nearby, only scattered white clouds, so there should be no supplies in it. And Rand found a rope and tied the fishing net to the fence of Cloud Island. It was said that it was possible to salvage a single cloud, so she decided to give it a try. When she passed by the red fruit tree and returned to the house, she seemed to notice the changes in the red fruit tree. The low bushes that were only up to her knees now grew to her waist. Spreading on the ground, it actually occupied most of the black soil. The lush green was full of red fruits. It had borne fruit overnight. It was clear that the bottle of advanced plant nutrient solution was quite useful. And Rand leaned over, and the illustration was activated. Red vermilion fruit. Because of the black soil and advanced nutrient solution, a benign mutation occurred. The fruiting time was shortened to 1 month, the yield was reduced, but the fruit produced would produce random attribute points, including strength, speed, or magic. Status: the fruit is ripe and can be picked. And Rand smiled widely and rushed into the house to get the backpack. This really gave her a big surprise. She really didn't expect that this nutrient solution would be so powerful. The yield of the mutated red vermilion fruit is not high, and the fruit is not big, about the size of a thumbnail, each round and plump like a water baby. There are about 100 of them in a thin layer at the bottom of the backpack. And Rand took it back, washed it with warm water, and didn't have breakfast, just ate this. Eat one, open the panel to take a look, no increase, continue to eat. After eating 10 in a row, I gained a little strength. And Rand suddenly realized that 10 pills could add a little attribute. That was not bad. After eating 2 more, it actually added a little magic. Now and Rand couldn't figure out how it was added. He also remembered that the illustration said it was added randomly. So he just held a basin and ate all the fruits. This kind of red fruit tastes sour and sweet, with a crisp and tender texture. And the taste is a mixture of cherry and strawberry. Not to mention that it also adds attributes. Even if it didn't. And Rand couldn't stop eating it. He ate it all in one breath. And when he went to pick it up again, it was gone. And Rand turned over the bowl, smacked her lips with relish. She still felt unsatisfied. She was not full after eating. She was not full. No wonder they said the output was reduced. She opened the panel, checked the properties. The level was still the same. The properties were changed. Strength, 23 speed, 24 magic, 27. Her properties were comparable to a small boss. She touched her stomach and squatted down at the red fruit bush again, searching for it desperately. There was nothing left. And Rand had to go back to the house with regret, and went to make breakfast first. She now has a bigger and bigger appetite. She only ate half of the fruit, and still had to cook. It was better to cook noodles in the morning, which were easy to eat and warm. She opened the noodles, but found that there was only a little left. She didn't take much to begin with, and it should have been used up long ago. She put it in the pot, and added instant noodles to make up for the lack. She only had the heart of the cabbage left, and the same with the pickles. If she couldn't get any more green leafy vegetables, she would have to eat bamboo shoots all the time. But at this time, it was good to have something to eat. She cut a few slices of pork and cooked them. Fortunately, she had apples to supplement vitamins. There weren't many clouds during the day recently. She didn't know if it was because of the temperature drop. With the last bit of pickles, she finished a large bowl of noodles and instant noodles. The cold fruit warmed up her body. After cleaning up the dishes, and Rand watered the sprouted cabbage seedlings, and went back to the house to warm herself by the fire. She was anxious when there were no clouds. She would go out to check for a while. Around noon, Yundao arrived in front of a sea of clouds. In front of us was a large sea of clouds, and waves of clouds washed ashore one after another. There were even white sand beaches, big rocks and pebbles on the beach. There were even fish jumping out of the sea, because the fish was in the sea of clouds. Its entire body was flat, pure white, and its transparent fins flashed with colorful light. Flowing sea of clouds, a sea composed of countless clouds floating in the sky, flowing with the wind, and has no fixed position. It is a cloud and also a sea. But please don't go swimming. No matter how good your swimming skills are, you will sink to the bottom. There are fish and shrimp in the sea of clouds. And there are treasure chests, which can be salvaged. You can stand on the beach, but the tide will rise. And Rand's eyes lit up. And today is a good day. Seeing that the Cloud Island was about to float away, and Rand threw the hook, using the fishing net throwing skills she had practiced in the past few days, and accurately hooked a protruding sharp stone on the beach. One side was tied to the guardrail. The Cloud Island was fixed in place. The illustration said that it was possible to stand. But Rand was not careless. The Cloud Island was not far from the coast. She stretched out a stick and poked it, and it was very solid. I poked the whole circle again, and threw some firewood down, to make sure I could really stand. And then I tentatively stepped down from the Cloud Island little by little, after floating in the sky for so long. It was the first time I stepped on solid ground. But it wasn't actually solid ground, but the coast in the sky. I squatted on the coast and threw a pebble into the sea. There were no waves, and there was no sound of water. It seemed that this sea really had no bottom. I tried to use a fishing net to pry open the clouds, but there were still clouds under the clouds, and I couldn't see the sky below. But the clouds were light and fluttery, without any weight, and if you fell into them, you would probably fall directly into the abyss. Since it was possible to salvage, and Rand was not polite, leaning forward, extending the scoop net to scoop into the clouds. The first time, only a few pieces of kelp were scooped out. Although it was strange to have kelp growing in the sea of clouds, it just grew. It was strange enough to have fish in the clouds, and it didn't seem strange to have kelp growing in the clouds. And Rand ran back and forth along the coastline, scooped up nearby, and scooped up nearly 20 kilograms of kelp. This is also a vegetable. It would be great if it can be eaten for a long time after being dried. And Rand stuffed it into the storage cloud, and sent it back to Cloud Island first. Cloud Island dropped a little due to the weight, and it was almost level with the coast. The fishing net was only this long, and it would be out of reach if it was farther away. And Rand decisively changed the fishing net. The net casting technique she had just practiced could come in handy. Standing in a good posture, exerting force from the waist, and driving the arms, and Rand cast the fishing net into the sea of clouds. The fishing net kept falling down, and she didn't know what it had caught. It was quite heavy, and Rand began to collect the net. With her current strength, this net was not too strenuous. The coast was quite long, and she could only retreat while dragging the fishing net up. Chapter 27. Get Rich Overnight. Sea Snake Fangs. When the net was pulled up, and Rand was fascinated by the fish and shrimps jumping inside. After making sure there was no danger inside, she directly combined 2 large barrels to sort the fish and shrimps. Flying fish. Because they live in the clouds, their bodies are very thin and light, like a slightly thick piece of paper, and their fins are very large, which can drive them to fly. They are edible and delicious, especially when grilled. Colorful krill. Their transparent bodies shine with colorful light. Because they jump around every day, their meat is firm, edible, and delicious. Cloud snails, edible. Cloud shellfish, edible good guy. Because they live in the sea of clouds, their names all contain the word cloud. After Rand finished picking up the fish and shrimp, she cast the net again. She caught 2 nets of fish and shrimp in the morning, which added up to 30 kilograms. Even if they couldn't be farmed, they could be frozen. The temperature was low now, at noon, and Rand couldn't wait to kill 2 flying fish and clean them up. There was little flying fish meat, and even less internal organs. A thin piece of fish meat. 2 fish together weighed about half a kilogram. She had a stove in her room, so she brushed it with seasoning, turned on the stove, and put the fish meat into roast. The fish meat was not thick, but it had a lot of fat, mixed with the seasoning, and the fresh fragrance kept coming out, and the oil and water sizzle dripped into the fire, splashing and crackling. And Rand stared at the fish meat, and felt her mouth watering. It was finally cooked, and she couldn't wait to take a bite. She held her breath, and couldn't bear to spit it out. The fat of fish is different from that of meat. Some of it is fishy, but it is fragrant and fresh. Unexpectedly, this fish has no fishy smell at all. The fat melted in her mouth. The soft and glutinous fish meat spread in her mouth, and the sweet taste spread in her mouth. It was so delicious that Rand wanted to swallow her tongue. After eating the fish in a few bites, she grilled the shrimp. Unlike the dense texture of fish, the shrimp meat was chewy, firm, and fragrant, which made Rand eat 10 shrimps in one go. She wanted to eat more, but she wanted to go fishing more. When she came back to eat, she spread the net, and then used a big stone to press down the net rope. She didn't know if she caught anything. When she pulled up the net, there were still fish and shrimp in it, and Ran was so happy that she almost laughed out of her eyes. She continued to throw the net in the afternoon, and she didn't feel tired. The net was not big, but she cast it many times. Before dusk, she pulled up hundreds of kilograms of fish, shrimp, squid, snails, and shellfish. She also picked up 2 baskets of pebbles, although she didn't know what they were for. The Cloud Island had already dropped to the same level as the coast. Seeing that it was getting dark, and Ran cast her last net. This net was heavier than the previous ones, and Ran leaned backwards and pulled the net up with all her strength. When she pulled it up, she was still pressed down and sat down on the beach. It was a coincidence that, when the net came ashore, a dark shadow jumped out of the net and went straight to Ran's neck. And Ran sat down, and the shadow flew over her head. And Ran reacted quickly, drew her knife, turned around, and chopped it down with one knife. The slender figure on the ground was a sea snake, which was poisonous. It was met with a slash from Ran as soon as it landed. It was unlucky, and the slash directly chopped it into 2 pieces. The sea snake twitched on the ground, opened its sharp teeth, and bit towards Ran. Sea snakes are all highly poisonous, and a bite would surely kill you. If it had been before, it might have been able to bite Ran, but she had just taken the red vermilion fruit, and her physical attributes were comprehensively improved. This sea snake also loves to bite people's necks, but Ran dodged it by turning her head, and then was hit hard by an axe. She fell to the ground, dizzy, and before she could react, she was hacked to pieces by Ran. It was not until she killed the sea snake with her sword that Ran had time to read the message from the Eye of Exploration. The survival map had already been broadcast, but she didn't have time to read it. Level 7 Hague Viper, Attack 17, Defense 16, Speed 20. Highly toxic. After being bitten, without serum, it is certain to die. And Ran's chest rose and fell, and she gasped a few times. Fortunately, her reaction speed was fast enough. Otherwise, she might not be able to deal with this thing. Holding down her pounding heart, she walked over to collect the supplies given by the venomous snake. Then she stuffed the things in the fishing net into the storage cloud. Seeing that it was getting dark, she temporarily returned to Yuandao. She was going to get a flashlight for lighting. Just after 6 o'clock, the tide of Yuhai began to rise. Because Yuandao was tied to a big rock, it was at the same height as the coast. The tide also submerged Yuandao. Ran was extremely reluctant to leave this coast, but she was also afraid of being submerged by the rising tide. She stretched her net into the seawater to fish twice without giving up. The seawater had submerged her ankles, and Ran could only reluctantly let go of the hook, fearing that there might be sea snakes or something like that in it. Cloud Island gradually moved away from the coast under the wind, and Ran watched herself and the sea go farther and farther away, until she could no longer see the sea of clouds. She went to see the supplies in the last net. The danger in the fishing net had been eliminated, and she could open the boxes with confidence. In addition to several pounds of fish and shrimp caught in the last net, she was also given 3 wooden boxes. She opened them one by one. 5 pounds of sugar, 2 pounds of milk tea powder, 10 pounds of salt, 20 packs of kelp pickles, 1 pound of cucumber, 2 pounds of tomato, 5 pounds of cabbage, 5 pounds of water chestnut, 5 pounds of radish, 2 pounds of mushroom, 1 pound of lettuce, 2 pounds of beans, 5 pounds of green onions, 1 map. And Ran grinned a little silly. Suddenly harvested this pile of vegetables, consumable salt and sugar. She achieved vegetable freedom in the short term. Hee. She just fished in those 2 nets, and only caught pebbles and other things, but she was so satisfied. Oh, I haven't seen the supplies that the sea snake gave her yet. 5 caddies of snake meat, 1 anti-venom bead, 1 snake skin, 1 pair of sea snake fangs. Anti-venom bead, after taking it, it can eliminate 30% of sea snake venom, fungus toxicity, and other poisons. Although there is only 70% left, it is better than having no hope after she was poisoned. The beads were not big, only as big as the marbles of a toy gun, and Ran swallowed them directly with water. Sea snake fangs can be equipped on teeth, and are one of the special attack equipment, and do not occupy other equipment positions. Attack 20, and a 1% chance of triggering sea snake venom. And Ran was a little disgusted, but still washed it and tried it on. It was just like the 2 small fangs of vampires in TV dramas. Tiger teeth, pointy, and would not bite through the lips. But it just couldn't close the mouth. And Rand took it off. And was not fighting now. And did not need to use it. So he put it aside temporarily. Map, not open. Damn, save it. And Rand stretched. I have been busy all day, and now I feel pain all over my body. My waist hurts too much, and it hurts to move like this. And Rand stretched halfway, and then put it down again. Pain and happiness, today is a great harvest. Chapter 28 Level 7 Eat Melon. Put the things in the backpack. Put it in the warehouse, occupies 5 grids. And Rand started to cook dinner. She hadn't eaten green leafy vegetables for a long time. She had to cook a good meal tonight. Steam the rice, wash the cucumbers, tomatoes, after washing. She took a bite of the cucumber. It was so tender and delicious. Mix the tomatoes with sugar later. Add some meat slices, and stew the mushrooms. When it was almost ready to be served, she threw a few shrimps in. She cooked whatever she wanted. She would eat it anyway. While cooking, I pulled open the panel to check. Player and Rand. Level 730-70 health. 70 harder than ordinary people. Can be increased later. Strength 24. Speed 25. Magic 27 can be used to release skills later. Talented skills. S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck 7 upper limit 10. Really lucky guy can be increased later. Occupation none. Occupational skills none. Sure enough, after upgrading to the next level, all attributes are increased by 1 point, and there are 2 free attribute points. And Rand distributed them equally, adding 1 point each to speed and strength. Strength 25. Speed 26. Generally speaking, in online games on Earth, there will be job changes after reaching a certain level. I don't know if they have it. They are fighting monsters now, relying on their stats and weapons. Will they have any skills after the job change? After looking at the panel, I went to the chat area again. John Fei, it's so cold. It's so cold. Someone pity me. Give me a thick coat. I will repay you in my next life. It means forget about this life. Zheng Weiwei, my child is starving to death. Please give me some food and firewood for heating. My child's hands and feet have frostbite. Please have mercy on me and my mother. He also posted a photo of his weak child and his own pitiful face. And Rand blinked. Why is this person always using the same old tricks? When he traded with me, he also said that his child was pitiful and wanted me to give him things for free. Now he is begging in the comment area again. And Rand didn't want to comment on this. He clicked on Zheng Weiwei's page to see the trading area. Good fellow, while saying she was pitiful, she was still selling bread and steamed buns on the website, and the price was not low. The products were meat and vegetables. They were just put up, which shows that her begging in the comment area was still useful. Switch back to the comment area. A girl named Meow Lele was cursing. Meow Lele, I am so blind, I saw that you, Zheng Weiwei, were pitiful with your child, so I gave you some food, and you said thank you, and then you put up the bread I gave you to sell. Don't you know the system will make notes for the things you sell? You still complain that it's not meat. You've been spoiled. What a jerk you are. If I had known what you are, I would rather feed you to a dog than give you anything. And Rand went to look at her trading area again. There really was a transaction with 5 loaves of bread. 5 pieces of bread. Trade for half a pound of meat. Note, this bread was given by a kind-hearted person named Meow, but Zheng Weiwei disliked it as not meat, so it was sold and Rand was speechless. This damn system is afraid that they won't fight, right? This note for provoking trouble is really asking for a beating. No wonder Meow Lele cursed in the comment section. People saw her taking care of the child, and felt sorry for her, so they gave her the bread. Since it was a gift, it couldn't have been bought in a trade. As a result, the person said she was starving to death, and then she put the food up for sale. Meow Lele cursed her, but Zheng Weiwei was still unconvinced. Zheng Weiwei, but the bread you gave me has no nutrition at all, and it's not good for my baby to eat it, so it's not wrong for me to put it up for sale in exchange for something better. Meow Lele was so angry at this woman that she laughed. You can't even get enough food, and you say it's nutritious? I don't even have anything to eat myself, and I saw your child was pitiful, so I kindly gave you the bread, and you despised it for being nutritious, and put it up for sale. Do you think others owe you something or something? Or do you take others' kindness for granted? Hack your ancestors. Since you can sell things, don't act pitiful in the comments section to gain sympathy. I think you are very rich, and don't need that little food at all. I will just feed the food to the dog. I wish you two will eat shit. After scolding people, Meow Lele blocked Zheng Weiwei directly. She scolded them happily. There were also people with different opinions in the chat area. Liaihua, what you said. Since you gave the things to others, it belongs to them. How they deal with it does not require your consent. Miao Lele sneered. Right. Right. She can deal with it however she wants. I just feel sorry that my kindness was fed to the dog. Just this time. I can see it clearly. You two are both smart. I am the only idiot. Liaihua. What are you saying? Miao Lele, what's wrong with what I said? You are not happy to be praised for your intelligence. Liaihua. Enran had nothing to do. So she kept scrolling down Zheng Weiwei's trading area. And there were actually quite a few things for sale. All of them were marked by the system without exception. And most of the things she put up for sale were gifts from others. For example, steamed buns, bread, noodles, etc. She put up all the things she thought had no nutrition for sale. Most of them were exchanged for meat and vegetables. But meat and vegetables are so expensive now, who would be so stupid as to exchange them for bread and steamed buns? If they have them, won't they eat them themselves? Besides, after Miao Lele's fuss, Zheng Weiwei's reputation is completely ruined. Although those who had given her things and had some kindness did not fuss with Miao Lele, they all chose to block her. If they knew what kind of person Zheng Weiwei was, he would definitely not be so foolish and kind. Before giving anything, they all went to Zheng Weiwei's trading area. The things they sold were all for food. It seemed that they were really short of food. In addition, the photo of Zheng Weiwei's child looked skinny. Some people couldn't help but be kind. They had enough food, so they gave some. In the end, someone sold it in the trading area. They were lucky enough to control themselves and not curse. In the end, Zheng Weiwei was exposed, but still didn't restrain himself. He continued to act pitiful in the chat area and beg. But no one was fooled this time. Wang Qiu, get lost, idiot, take that bastard of yours, and get as far away as you can. And Ram went to take another look. Sure enough, there was a surname of Wang in the steamed buns that Zheng Weiwei was selling. Most likely it was her. And Ram was full of gossip. Seeing that the chat area was about to start a fight, the system was so happy that it kept jumping in the air, fighting hard. The more people died the better. Unfortunately, later, Zheng Weiwei was not so stupid. Seeing that he seemed to have offended the public, he quickly removed the food from the trading area. Sincerely apologized in the chat area, but it was too late. No one was fooled. Being stupid once is enough, you won't be stupid a second time. Chapter 29. Tricking Xiao Yuntuan. Even if she described her son as pitiful, he looked so weak in the photo that he was almost dying. No one would pity her. The food was given to you to eat, not for you to sell. With such a mother, it's no wonder that the child is hungry. During the difficult times, why can't we eat bread and steamed buns? We must eat meat and vegetables. What if these can't fill our stomachs? And Rand shook her head and ignored these trivial matters. Chunlu, brothers, do you have a fishing net? I'll trade it for my peninsula cloud. Feng Shuqiang, yo, brother is not dead yet. Chunlu, bah, I won't die even if you die. Feng Shuqiang, hee, it's a pity that I didn't lose the fishing net. I guess you can't hold on for a few days. Actually, and Ram was also very puzzled. How did this man hold on for so long without anything to salvage? As for water, you can drink rainwater, snow water, etc. As long as you are not afraid of diarrhea caused by uncleanness, you can drink it. But what about food? This man dropped the fishing net on the first day, so he probably didn't catch much, unless his novice gift bag was full of food and nothing else. Or he had other methods, just like Zheng Weiwei, and was just pretending to be pitiful. And Ram was more inclined to the second one. Opening Chen Li's trading area, I found that he actually had quite a few items for sale. But all the items for sale were for the fishing net, which showed that he probably lost the fishing net, but he had a way to get supplies. Maybe he had a fishing net like in Ran. No one was stupid enough to trade their own things to Chenlu. Chenlu was still chatting and arguing with others, and Ran thought, her fishing net is not bad. Can you make another one and trade it with Chenlu? Not only can you trade with Chenlu, you can also trade with others. Such a good thing that can be salvaged in large quantities, it should have good sales. But this fishing net doesn't seem to be very useful for salvaging clouds. I'll go to the clouds later, and try to salvage them. If it is better than the fishing net, it should have good sales. And Ram was thinking wildly. The drunken cloud finally woke up. The little guy can really sleep for more than a day. Although it ran tied a rope on it, it is a cloud. If you pull off the tied part, it will get out of the rope. The little cloud circled around her a few times, not caring at all about being tied up by Ran, stretching out its chubby little hands. Ran had a lot of questions in her head. What was it going to do? The little guy saw that Ran didn't understand at all, and circled around her a few more times, and finally half a bottle of Coke had been drunk by the little cloud. There was no more Coke. The little guy was so anxious that he kept pulling his hair, and the white clouds floated in the air bit by bit, and dispersed into countless mists. But because it couldn't speak, Ran didn't understand what it was doing. So I just ignored it. I couldn't trap it anyway. Ran took the dinner off the stove, and made herself a cup of milk tea with the milk tea powder she just got. As a result, she just took a sip, and it was snatched away by the little cloud. The little guy poured the cup on himself, and all the milk tea inside poured on the cloud. The little guy floated in the air, seemingly very happy. Ran looked at the empty cup, and then at the little guy, and suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. This little guy doesn't like sweet things, or likes to drink sweet water. Ran shook the cup tentatively. Do you like this? The little cloud tilted its body. Ran poured a cup of water for it. And the little guy put his cotton-like fat hands in, and dipped a little. Then he shook his body wildly. And it seemed that he didn't like it. Ran poured another cup of sugar water. And after the little guy tried it, he poured it directly into the cloud. It seems that he really likes sweet things. Ran's eyes rolled a few times. If it likes sweet things, can she find a way to keep it? This little guy should be able to store things in his body. Right? It can help her store things. And her own small storage cloud is not too big. But I have to make a good deal with it, but I don't know if it can understand. After all, it's not a human. Ran took the cup, pointed, and said tentatively, You stay, I'll treat you to sweet water. Little cloud tilted its body, seemingly trying to understand what Ran said. Ran continued to fool him. But you have to help me pack things, it's not free. Little cloud tried to understand, and Ran waited for it very patiently, and ate his dinner at the same time. Rice with vegetables, long-lost vegetables, really good. After a while, the little guy finally understood Ran's words, flew to Ran, and nodded his body up and down. The system suddenly sent a message. Sequence 888 Cloud Group wants to sign a contract with you. Do you agree? Ran was stunned. The little cloud group had a serial number, and could sign a contract with humans. This was something she had not expected. She opened the message sent by the system. Sequence 888 Cloud Group provides storage services for Player and Ran. Player and Ran is responsible for providing food for number 888. 2 cups of sweet water every day. Do you agree? Note: the party who fails to complete the content of the contract will be punished randomly. Ran tried to bargain with the little cloud group, reducing the 2 cups a day to 1 cup every 2 days. After all, she relied on luck to salvage things, and she might not always get what she wanted. If the sweet water is gone, the little guy will run away. He is also afraid that he will not be able to complete the contract and be punished by the dead system. But the little guy was fooled by Ran and changed the contract content in a daze. Ran succeeded with a sly smile, changing the 2 cups of sweet water a day to 1 cup every 2 days. But before signing the contract, she had to find out what the little cloud group is used for, and whether it can store things. With the intervention of the system, it was much easier for her to communicate with the little cloud group number 888. The little guy performed a live fish swallowing on the spot. Ran looked over, and saw a fish swimming freely in the small cloud. It swam happily without water, and had no pain from lack of water. Ran's eyes lit up. She thought the small cloud could hold things, but she didn't expect it could hold living things. She definitely didn't lose out this time. So she signed a contract with the small cloud on the spot. After signing the contract, she found that she could communicate with the small cloud through her mind. However, the intelligence of this little guy was equivalent to that of a 3 or 4-year-old child. It was okay for simple words, but it would take a long time for it to react to 2 complex words. That was enough. She didn't need it to fight. It was just for storage. After getting a cute and practical little guy, Ran was in a good mood. She had a big appetite. She ate 2 bowls of rice with vegetables. She stretched, washed the dishes, and walked slowly in the small room to digest the food. Just then, a cloud came over. Ran went out with the fishing net and the scoop net to see which one was better. Chapter 30 Selling Fishing Nets 2 Blueprints. The clouds that came this time were slightly higher than the cloud island. Ran stood slightly closer to the center of the cloud island and cast a net over. She caught all 7 or 8 clouds that came and dragged them back. The clouds were crowded together in the fishing net, colliding with each other, and they would not easily disperse unless they were caught on the ground. And Ran dragged the clouds into her home, originally planning to continue to trick a few small clouds to help her. In the end, the little guys dispersed by themselves, leaving some supplies behind, and ran away from the fishing net. And Ran was a little dumbfounded, but couldn't catch them. So she had to give up. Number 888 came closer, as if to see if there was any sweet water he liked. 2 sweet potatoes, 1 bag of glutinous rice balls, 1 bag of steamed buns, 2 pounds of pork. Although it didn't look like there were more things than usual, it felt good to catch them all in one net without having to chase the clouds. Use drinking water to slowly replace the hemp rope. Then click on Synthesis, and get the fishing net out. Hang it up, and you need to chat privately. Turning around to put the things away, the private message rang. On a glance, it was indeed Chinlo. Beauty. Beauty, how much do you sell this thing for? No matter how old you are, you can call her Beauty. Island Cloud. Chinlo was embarrassed. Beauty, I have cut several pieces of Island Cloud for food recently. If I cut more, it will fall down. It's not that Chinlo can't get supplies. Occasionally, if there are clouds that are too close, he can also reach them. But they are few after all, and he has never fished out an Island Cloud. Now his Island Cloud is only 5 square meters left. After all, Island Clouds are valuable. He can still get some things. He has also got firewood. He barely survived these few days. What do you want to exchange? It doesn't have to be Dao Yuan. As long as she likes the supplies, she will exchange them. Anyway, there is no fixed price for this thing. You can make your own offer. Chenla tentatively made an offer. 10 iron blocks, 10 wooden sticks, 5 steamed buns, 2 rolls of plastic sheeting. How about that? If you want it, make a good offer. I will block you if you come to make trouble. And Ran frowned. This thing can be used to salvage supplies. Right? Do you think it's junk? And she doesn't lack these things? She can exchange these things for the water, an iron axe she sells every day. Selling a liter of water, and a few iron swords every day, she has enough daily necessities to exchange. For example, firewood, iron blocks, wood sticks and the like. She really has no shortage of them. Currently, she has accumulated more than 200 iron blocks, all of which are put in the backpack, and a pile of firewood has accumulated 1.5 piles. Chinla turned in circles, but he really didn't have much supplies. What else do you want? Just tell me clearly. Blueprints, rare seeds or black soil or something like that, as long as it's something rare. Chinla scratched his head, which hadn't been washed for a few days, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of it. He ran back to the tent wrapped in 7 or 8 layers of plastic sheets, took out a blueprint. Sent the information. Indoor warehouse blueprint. Gel *2, slate 60, space stone *1. This thing is very precious. He was reluctant to sell it, although he knew it would be worth a lot if sold. But firstly, he didn't have that many supplies. Secondly, this thing needs a formal house to install. This small broken tent system of his was not considered a house at all. He felt that exchanging it for food, or anything else would be a loss. Only this fishing net could catch up with its value. After all, with a fishing net, he can salvage supplies. And he doesn't need to be so miserable. Chinlo was decisive when he wanted to exchange. And he put it on immediately. And Ran didn't waste any words and exchanged it directly. Even if this warehouse blueprint only has 1 grid, it's still worth it. Study. She just happened to have 60 stone slabs and wooden sticks, but she lacked space stones. But she searched the trading area, and there was no such thing. It can be seen that no one has opened it yet. The good blueprint can only be placed. Chinla took the fishing net back and couldn't wait to use it. But like in Ran, he didn't know how to use it. It takes skill to throw the fishing net out. No one has ever fished before. So how can an ordinary person do it? Chinla tried for a long time. But he still went to knock and Ran. It didn't matter whether Ran was in charge or not. But she remembered how hard it was to learn. So she taught her anyway. She told him about her feelings, how to throw, etc. But just like her, it was difficult to learn if she only talked. And Ran was so dry that her mouth was dry. After talking for half an hour, Chinla still didn't get the point. After tinkering until midnight, and Ran had already obtained a wave of supplies, but this person still hadn't finished tinkering. And Ran was too sleepy to open her eyes, said goodbye to Chinla, and left him to sleep. She had done her best, and couldn't teach him step by step. She had taught him all the essentials, and if he didn't know it anymore, she couldn't do anything. She went to check the supplies. 1 set of autumn clothes and autumn pants, 3 sweaters, 5 liters of mineral water, 1 noodle, 1 spicy hot pot, 1 pork, 1 blueprint, and Ran went to check the blueprint first. Cloud cotton fire bed. Requires 20 cloud cotton. 3 gel. This is the first time I have seen a fire bed made of cloud cotton instead of mud board. She happened to have all these things, so she just clicked to synthesize. A small model appeared in the original place. Please choose the placement location. And Ren placed it against the bedroom wall. It is 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. There is a fire hole in the long part, and you can see the fire path inside the Kong from inside. And Ren moved the stove over, used an axe to force a change in the chimney path, and stuck the chimney into the fire hole. Fill it with firewood, and burn it for a while. As it turns out, this thing is very hot. It only took more than 10 minutes to heat the whole Kong. Looking at the iron stove, she remembered that her legs were not stuck. She was too sleepy today, so she would wait until tomorrow. After getting herself ready, and Ran crawled into the quilt. With a Kong, she didn't need a sleeping bag. After crawling into the warm quilt, and Ran rolled around comfortably with her eyes squinted. Finally, she realized how comfortable it is to sleep on a Kong in the northeast. Cloud Group number 888 looked at the contractor in confusion. Like a maggot crawling in the quilt. Did she eat something strange? It was already late, and Ran said goodnight to Xiao Yuntuan, and fell asleep quickly. The little guy tentatively stretched out his soft and chubby hand, and tried the Kong, which was very warm, so he fell down and lay on it. Anyway, gathering and dispersing are all based on its own will, so there is no need to worry about the Kong being too hot. And Ran slept soundly, and the several plants she planted also slept soundly in the greenhouse. Although these plants are ordinary plants, they can grow even in such cold weather. If it were ordinary soil, they would not grow. In the greenhouse, there would be no growth without a stove. In the dark night, countless dark shadows flew in all directions, and in the sinister laughter of the system, they went straight to the player. Oh dear player, die happily. Chapter 31 The Gapmouth Ghost. The Slender Swordfish. Not long after she lay down, and Ran suddenly sensed danger, and opened her eyes instantly. There was a fire in her stove, which could not illuminate the whole house, but it could still see things faintly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shadow standing at the head of the bed, staring at her intently, with a mouthful of jagged white teeth bared. A pair of sharp claws had already reached her neck. Suddenly seeing such a ghost thing by the bed, and Ram was so scared that her heart skipped a beat. With a short scream, he took out the axe from under the pillow and swung it. The strange ghost turned its head 180 degrees after being hit by the axe, and turned it to the front again. There were no eyes or nose on the dark face, only a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Its mouth opened, filling the entire head. The sharp teeth were like interlaced triangular blades, and it bent down and bit and ran fiercely. And Ran turned around, lifted the quilt, and kicked it in the stomach. This thing was too light, and was kicked away directly, and flew through the wall of the house. And Ran put on her cotton coat, and chased after it with her weapon. Slick Ghost, Level 8 monster. Ghosts can ignore the defense of the house and enter the room directly. This ghost can devour human souls. Attack 19, Defense 12, Speed 17, HP 80. Can be attacked physically, but has skills. Please be careful. This message was sent to her by the Eye of Exploration, and the survival guide did not remind her that it can be attacked physically and has skills. The ghost fell to the ground and scattered into a ball, then quickly condensed. Looking at it, Ran chasing after him with an iron sword. His 2 arms quickly misted and lengthened, and his sharp claws, like elastic rubber bands, stabbed towards Ran's belly. The claws moved faster because of the added elasticity, and although Ran blocked it, he was still bounced away by the force. And Ran carried a storage cloud with him, and he hooked it to the house, pulling himself in a different direction. He was originally falling outside the cloud island, but now he hit the wall directly because of the force. The impact made her left arm numb and painful. She was lying on the ground, less than half a meter away from the guardrail. The Riftmouth Ghost followed closely, opened its big mouth, and aimed at Ran to bite. And Ran raised her feet, used her waist and abdomen to exert force, and kicked its teeth. She was stronger than the Riftmouth Ghost, and kicked its teeth off. The Riftmouth Ghost's jagged teeth were all broken, turning into large uneven holes. The Riftmouth Ghost was stunned for a moment, and had never met such a wicked human being, and he beat her, and he even ate all its teeth. And Ran didn't care what you were thinking. She kicked the ground with her feet, turned her body, and came to the Gap Ghost's legs. There was an iron sword under its crotch. The Gap Ghost screamed awe and jumped up, holding his crotch. Then Ran stabbed him in the waist with a dagger and killed him directly. This was probably the most miserable ghost death in history. The Gap Ghost gave her 3 things: a card, a copper coin, and a flower pot. The card is a skill, which is the skill of the Gap Ghost. Ejection Claw, crush the card, and you will gain Ejection Claw skill once. It's like a spring blade that flies out, which can bounce people away and give the enemy 2 claws. As for copper coins, they are not used to buy things, but are a one-time summonable item. Primary Summoning Coin. Consume a copper coin. You can randomly summon an abyss monster below level 10, not including level 10, from the abyss, which can help you fight the enemy. The higher the magic power and luck value, the more powerful the abyss monster summoned. After all, these little cuties in the abyss are very willful, and they choose people based on their appearance. Note: copper coins are only the lowest level of employment fee. The reason for random summoning is that it depends on which of the willful little cuties is willing to pay attention to you. Keep these 2 things with you. This may save your life in the future. Don't put them randomly. As for the flower pot, it's nothing special. It's just a flower pot. You can dig some soil and plant it. It's too late tonight. Let's go to sleep. I looked at the time. It's more than 3 o'clock in the morning. It's the time when people sleep the most. And Ran successfully passed the trap set by the system, but in this area, how many people died silently in the dark, died under the claws of the crack ghost, I don't know. At around 5 in the morning, and Ran squinted her eyes and got up. She was afraid of falling into the fishing net, so she used a scoop net. There were a lot of clouds today, and she scooped nearly 10 at a time. 1 thickened tent, 20 burning balls, 1 flashlight, 20 batteries, 1 climbing rope, 1 pickaxe, 1 shovel, 1 hoe, 1 rake, 1 engineer shovel, 1 rapier. This is a set of equipment for farming. Is the system telling her that she can start farming? But if it is not black soil, other crops cannot be planted in the yellow soil in winter. If you want to grow crops in a greenhouse, and Ran is not a professional, so she can't do it. The greenhouse needs a stove, and the temperature must be suitable. She doesn't know what the temperature is. The thickened tent is really thick. There is a thick layer of cotton between the 2 layers of thick fabric, and there is also a layer of short fluff on the inner layer. There is also thick cotton at the bottom. It is just an ordinary triangular tent. There is not much space inside, and it can only accommodate 2 people. The rapier is an oriental rapier, not a western flower sword. It is about 2 centimeters thick and 1 meter long. The blade is very light, and there are fish and water patterns carved on it. Bronze level weapon, rapier fish. Attack 22, speed 23, mainly for the light route, but the attack power is also not low. There is a 1% chance to trigger the built-in skill, split sword. Attack 5 swords in an instant. Each sword has 22 points of attack. But because of the fast speed, it is difficult to control the sword landing point. Durability 100. Note: it can be forged and modified twice later. No upper limit level. Today's harvest is really good, and Ran yawned. Put the things away. Add a piece of wood to the fire. Put the daily water into the mineral water bottle. Tighten the lid and put it on the con to warm it. I looked at the still dark sky outside, and pulled back the quilt and crawled in. This time I finally slept until dawn. I got up at around 9 o'clock, stretched my body, took the water off the Kong and poured it into the wash basin. It was warm, and I didn't need to use the drinking water in the thermos. Washed my face, put on some facial oil, and made breakfast first. She boiled water and cooked noodles, and opened the panel to look at it. Player and Ran. Level, 80 out of 80 health. 80 harder than ordinary people, can be increased later. Strength, 26. Speed, 27. Magic, 27 can be used to release skills later. Talented skills, S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck, 7 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Occupation, none. Skills, none. Chapter 32 and Ran was choked 3 times. The ownerless Cloud Island. Maybe the monster level was higher this time. She got 2 free attribute points, evenly distributed to strength and speed. Strength 27, speed 28. Her attribute points should be good, but the upgrade is too slow. After fiddling with the stove, and Ran ate first. It was another boring day, trying hard to eat, no salvage supplies. While slurping noodles, she opened the chat area. Then she almost choked on a mouthful of noodles. The number of people in the chat area dropped sharply. Nearly 2,000 people died directly, from just over 27,000 to 25,001. Oh my god, did this damn system use a big move? So many people died at once? I quickly opened the chat area, and sure enough, the chat was in full swing. Lusiongen, damn system, it must be trying to kill people on purpose. It made a disgusting thing in the middle of the night. If I hadn't come to the toilet, I would have been in trouble. Chinlu, who said it wasn't? If I hadn't been practicing throwing fishing nets in the middle of the night, I would have been in trouble too. And Ren almost choked on a mouthful of noodles again. This person is really hardworking. He didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and was still practicing. She was attacked at nearly 3 in the morning. But does this count as, I indirectly saved his life? And Ran touched her nose embarrassedly. She had the instruction manual. Just practice according to it. She had said everything she should say to Chinlu, and she really couldn't help much. If he practiced harder, he would probably be able to do it after he got familiar with it. Zheng Weiwei, yes. Yes. Yes, if it weren't for my child's alertness, we would have been gone. Mother and son. She then posted a photo in the comments section, a photo of her child crying with a red face. But it was immediately swiped up by people in the chat section. No one wanted to see your son. You almost got yourself killed. Who cares if your son is crying or not? Fawn Lin. It suddenly came in from the wall in the middle of the night. The damn system will do anything to kill people. Yunxiu, why didn't I encounter it? Or was it because I slept too deeply and didn't see it? By Xiao, it shouldn't be. I didn't encounter it either. Otherwise, according to what they said, it suddenly came out from the wall. We who slept too deeply would have been killed long ago. But we are still alive today. Wang Xiaosong, it's just that the damn system is not a human being. If I hadn't been doing personal exercise in the middle of the night, I would have been finished. I was so scared that I didn't know if I could get up again. And Ran choked on her noodles for the 3rd time. This chat area really talks about everything. They take advantage of not being able to see each other's faces, and not being able to see each other. So they talk about everything. And Ren drank some water, turned off the chat area temporarily, or finished her noodles first. Otherwise, how long would it take her to finish this meal? She shouldn't have opened the chat area while eating. She shouldn't have used it as a side dish. It wasn't a movie. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, she put the firewood into the primary workbench, and made the firewood into panels. She had said several days ago that she would put panels on the guardrail, but she hadn't done anything. She had a lot of firewood recently, and a workbench, so it was time to make arrangements. As usual, I took the firewood I exchanged from the trading area, and then hung up the water. After thinking about it, I decided to continue exchanging firewood. The same goes for the iron sword. I collected the iron blocks, and then continued to synthesize, and throw them up to sell. If the breadfruit tree produces a lot in the future, I can also sell bread. I will go to water a few plants first, and the panel will take some time. As a result, as soon as I went out, I stared at a few sparrows that were a circle bigger. When I looked again, these guys were pecking at the red vermilion fruits. And Rand's face turned black, and he rushed up with a rapier. These damn sparrows dared to steal her treasure. The size of this group of sparrows has grown a circle, and the level has also increased by several levels. 3 level 3, 1 level 4, are not afraid of Ran at all. One person beat a group of sparrows and made a mess. Birds flew and people jumped, bird feathers flew everywhere, and Rand's hair was also scratched by their claws and became as messy as straw. The attack of level 3 is 9 points, and level 4 is 12 points, which can't even break Rand's defense. After fighting so many monsters, Rand found that the value of level 8 monsters could not exceed 20 points. Even the one last night didn't pass 20 points. This does give players a chance to survive. Birds fly and people jump, and Rand spent half an hour to deal with these little bastards flying around. Turn them into bird meat. This gave 65 experience points at once, and 15 points are needed to upgrade. It seems that it is quite easy to upgrade at a low level. I wonder how much experience is needed when the level is higher. Collect the bird meat. For big little sparrows only gave her 8 tails of meat, skeletons and down. Most of the little sparrows gave small things. And this time was no exception. 2 seeds. A small alarm clock and a tube of lip balm. 1 tomato seed. 1 cucumber seed. Watered the cabbage and other plants that had grown in the black soil. Then dug a flower pot of loess. Took it home. Loosened the soil. And planted tomatoes. As for the other seed, Rang got a wooden barrel. Poked a hole in the bottom. installed a base, dug loess, and planted the cucumber. Since it was too cold outside to live, I planted it at home. There was a stove at home, and the temperature was higher than outside, so it should survive. The box of vegetables she harvested earlier would last for a long time, and should be able to support the growth of those in the black soil. When she returned, the wooden boards had been prepared. She installed the wooden boards, took the gel, and went to install the wooden boards for the fence. It didn't need to be too high, just make sure nothing would fall off. She placed the wooden boards in a row, kicked them a few times, and they were very solid. There was no need to leave any gaps, all of them were blocked. After a busy morning, the only thing left was the fence on the north side. She bent over to install the wooden boards, and when she looked down, she saw a large floating cloud island under her cloud island. There was a collapsed tent on top, but no one was there. It was probably because the owner of the island had died, leaving behind a cloud island. And Rand returned home quickly, took out the hook, bent over, and threw it down several times. But it was always off course because of the wind. It was not until he threw it more than 20 times that he finally hooked the cloud island. Without its owner, the cloud island would drift with the wind, and it would not rise or fall. If someone pulled it, it would be taken away. The cloud island was light and weightless, and it came up as soon as it was pulled. A cloud island that can be fused is detected. Do you want to merge it? Merge. After the fusion, the cloud island expanded again, reaching 115 square meters, and the supplies on it were also given to Enran. Enran harvested a toilet, a collapsed tent, a piece of black soil, a creeper growing on it, a barbecue grill, and an iron kettle. The cloud island rose 15 meters again, to 2,870 meters. She has been going up and down recently, and she doesn't care much about the altitude she is at. The toilet that someone else used, I don't know if it was a man's or a woman's toilet before. Enran didn't want to use it, so she just dismantled it and threw it in the trading area. All the tents were dismantled, cleaned up the traces, and returned to the ground. Chapter 33 Unforeseen Disaster. The tree in the cloud. Move the newly acquired black soil next to the previous black soil. No seeds are planted yet. Wait a while before returning to the house to change the water. The creeper on the black soil is a loofah. It is still in the growth stage and has a bunch of small flowers. And Rand built a frame for it. It was originally crawling all over the ground, without even a frame. Now she will have a steady supply of vegetables. The new cloud island and guardrail are not very strong, and some places are still soft clouds. She happened to have some gel in her hand, so she sprayed it on and fixed it. And Rand had been outside for a long time, and her feet were numb from the cold. She stomped her feet and walked back into the house, closing the door. She wanted to make a fire, but found that the fire in the stove had gone out. She had been fixing the wooden board for too long, and forgot to add firewood to the stove, so it went out naturally without anything to burn. Just as she was about to add firewood to light the fire, she saw the stove without legs, and Rand removed the stove from the stovepipe, cut the sticks, and made 4 short sticks of similar size, and installed legs for the stove. The moment the legs were installed, the system suddenly rang again. The furnace was successfully made. Do you want to generate the furnace blueprint? Generate. A blueprint fell quietly into her palm, and Rand learned it again. Although she created this blueprint herself, the wicked system messed it up. If you don't learn this blueprint, you will have to assemble it bit by bit in the future to make a furnace, instead of directly synthesizing it with one click. Do you think she is missing it? This is the experience she gained from generating the iron gate last time. If she used it herself, it wouldn't matter whether she learned the blueprint or not. But Enran wanted to sell the furnace, so she naturally had to learn the blueprint. Congratulations on generating the furnace blueprint. Reward 100 kilograms of coal. A primary blue potion. It's just a furnace blueprint. This reward is already very good. Enran picked up the blue potion with satisfaction and looked at it. Primary blue potion can instantly restore 15 points of magic power. It's the same as the primary red potion. Both restore 15 points of attributes. When she usually fights, she basically doesn't lose blood, so the red and blue potions are temporarily put away. After studying the furnace blueprint, the required materials appeared. Iron plates *6. Loose leaf leaves *2. Furnace pipes *2 can be added or reduced as appropriate. Wooden stick *1. She now has an iron block in her hand. The primary workbench can flatten the iron block into an iron plate, but it cannot make a furnace pipe. The workbench can only simply convert some things. And Ran went to the trading area to look around. But there is no furnace pipe for the time being. If there is any, she will keep it for making furnaces. If there is any extra, it will probably be expensive. For the time being, she gave up making furnaces and sold them. Checking the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. She hadn't fished up any clouds today. Opening the panel, she was still at level 8, but her experience had reached 65 points. Opening the upgrade tree again, she looked at what was needed to upgrade the house. Level 3 house. Cloud cotton 120, slate asterisk 120, tile asterisk 200, gel asterisk 20, iron door asterisk 1, iron block asterisk 20, glass asterisk 16. It was obvious that this house also took into account the materials of the original house. And Ran changed the transaction content by putting up some of the water and iron sword. Change it to exchanging tiles, slates, etc. The price and quantity are set. And those who want it can just put the corresponding things on it. And Ran's consent is not required. And it can be exchanged for daily things. She doesn't need to guard the trading area all the time. Throw the toilet on it. And I don't know if anyone is still in need of a toilet. Anyway, and Ran set it up for private chat. Those who don't have a toilet now probably really need it to a certain extent. And Ran is also afraid that he can't give out what he wants. Clouds came outside. And Ran picked up the scoop net to fish. A lone cloud floated back and forth. And was caught by Ran. There are so few clouds during the day recently. When she opened it, it turned out to be a bucket of 5 kilograms of dishwashing liquid, which was just right for Ran to wash dishes. The sky suddenly darkened. It was sunny 1 second ago, and cloudy the next. There was still sunshine around. And Ran took her weapon and went out. When she looked up, a huge fish flew over her cloud island, casting a shadow. And Ran was still sighing. But the fish seemed to have discovered her. But she didn't know whether it was disdainful to eat her, or thought she had too little meat. Ignoring her, but flicking his tail, slapping her Yundao away. Ah! Amid Anran's screams, Yundao was whipped away by the tail, like an arrow shot from a bow, flying towards an unknown place. Anran was almost thrown away, but fortunately the wooden board she had just put up stopped her. She pressed her whole body against the guardrail, her arms tightly holding the guardrail, as Yundao spun around in the sky. Her positioning stone was only used to prevent being blown away by the wind. It did not say that it would not deviate from the course due to external forces. It was unknown how far it rolled out. And Ran was so dizzy that Yundao finally stopped. To be specific, it didn't stop on its own, but it hit something, and Ran got up with a groggy head, and his stomach was churning. He rushed into the room to vomit, and then he had time to come back to see what Yundao hit. It was a big tree sticking out in the air. From here, you could only see the crown of the tree, and the trunk and everything else are below. And Ran fixed Yundao with a hook, and carefully used a stick to pry open the leaves, and tried to find a thicker branch. After trying, she found that she could land. She wanted to go down and take a look. A tree growing in the air was very rare. And Ran carefully got off the cloud island, stepped on it, and held the branch tightly with both hands. She sat on it first. Then she stepped on the lower branch and moved down little by little with her, but the leaves of this tree were heart-shaped, very large, and bigger than her head. And Ran had weapons in her cloud. And she held an iron sword in her hand. And she pushed away the bushes and branches little by little. She didn't plan to go too far. After all, this was midair. She had tried not to look too deep, but she would still feel dizzy from the height. She planned to explore the top of the tree canopy, which was not far from her cloud island, and she could return at any time. So, after descending about 10 meters and finding nothing, she began to move sideways. She explored the tree canopy bit by bit. There were white clouds under her feet. She was already very brave. She swallowed her saliva, tied a rope around her waist to the branch, and slowly climbed over. The tree canopy was too big, so she only explored a little bit and pulled a bunch of big leaves into the clouds. This big leaf exudes a very pleasant fragrance. I don't know what it is, but it looks pretty good. And Ran picked some of them from her hand and stuffed them into the cloud. After climbing a few branches, she found some small glowing plants on the branches, which also had small star-shaped leaves, emitting light white spots. Chapter 34 Level 10 Small Boss Python. Star Lantern. Absorbs sunlight during the day. Emits a pale white light at night. The light is not too bright. Grows all year round. The flowers can be used as medicine. These star lanterns grow on the branches of this patch. And Ran carefully pulled them up by the roots, and pulled up more than 100 of them, and stuffed them into the clouds. As long as he goes back as soon as possible, he can plant more. After all, it is not an animal, and it will not suffocate to death in a short time. And Ran moved for a while. His mind was extremely concentrated, and he had to move carefully, and his body was extremely tired. I thought of finding a branch to sit on. I picked a super thick branch to sit on. At the root of the branch near the trunk, there was a brown plant similar to mushroom. Chocolate mushroom, mushroom covered with chocolate, tastes good, can increase magic power by 30 points, speed by 2 points, strength by 2 points. This is still a treasure. But there must be monsters guarding treasures, and this one probably has one too. She armed herself fully, even wearing the fangs of the sea snake, and in her right hand was her iron sword with the highest synthetic attack, 18 points. She returned to Yuandao with great effort, tied herself to a bundle of thick sticks in the house with a rope, put the sticks across the door, and then closed the door. After all, this was midair, and she was afraid that she would fall. After returning, she tied herself to the tree trunk again. Fortunately, she had a lot of ropes. Then she went back again, wrapped her feet tightly around the branches, and tentatively reached out to the mushroom. A black shadow attacked and ran as fast as lightning, and Ran had no way to avoid it, and directly raised the iron sword to chop it up. She was afraid of being hit by the fish. As expected, the thing that jumped out hit her sword with its tail, and the sword fell into the sea of clouds. The dead system also announced that she was complained by the abyss monster. The cloud island dropped a few meters, but Ran had no time to care about it at this time. The black afterimage was a brown, 2 arms thick snake. It was very fast, and it wrapped around and ran in an instant. Level 10 Python, Attack 27, Defense 19, Speed 26, Vitality 100, can use skills. The muscles on the giant python bulged, and Ran was tightly wrapped around. Ran gradually lost her strength, but fortunately she had made preparations in advance, and she could not fall. She gathered all her strength in her arms, but still couldn't break free from the python's restraints. Although Ran's strength was similar to that of the python, she didn't know how to exert her strength correctly, so she couldn't break free by force. But this was not a solution. Her hands were tied to her sides, and she couldn't take out her weapons. In addition, they were tied too tightly, so she had no strength. At present, she could only move her head. The giant python tightened its body and wrapped itself around her neck. Ran rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue bit by bit. Her eyes went dark again, and she began to suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Ran's mind raced. If this continued, she would be strangled to death by the python. What could she do? What could she do? Saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her tongue accidentally licked her upper and lower teeth. The 2 pairs of sharp canine teeth reminded her of the armor on her own teeth. A section of the python was right next to her mouth. She was about to be strangled to death. Who cares? Ran tried her best and bit the python. The python felt pain and strangled even tighter. Ran opened her mouth and sucked the blood of the python. The hot and smelly snake blood entered her stomach, and quickly ignited a fire in her body. Ran bit the python a few more times to let the blood flow out. The python felt the strength and vitality of its body gradually draining away, and it wrapped itself tighter. It also wanted to swallow this hateful prey directly, but Ran was too big, and it couldn't swallow it. It originally wanted to wrap her to death first, and then drag her back to digest slowly. But who knew that this prey was so difficult to wrap around? Pythons don't have teeth for chewing, and usually swallow food in one bite. But it couldn't swallow Ran this time. It turned its head, and prepared to bite Ran's head, forcing her to open her mouth first. But because of the large amount of blood loss, its restraint was loosened a little, and Ran's sudden strength increased. So she pulled her right hand out. It bit directly on the axe, breaking the axe and almost breaking its teeth. Ran's cloud contained 3 iron swords, 2 axes, a rapier, and a sleeve arrow on her right wrist. While the python's head was bounced up, it poked its head out to bite again, Ran took the opportunity to shoot 2 hidden arrows into its eyes. The python hissed in pain, but it didn't rely on its eyes to see. It opened its mouth wide again to bite Ran. Ran shouted and forcibly broke free from its entanglement. Ran inserted an iron sword into its wide mouth. The python rolled and struggled frantically on her sword, and was forcibly stuffed into the storage cloud by her. There was no more obstacle. and she pulled out the chocolate mushroom. Please take it within 1 minute. And Ran stuffed it directly into her mouth. It tasted more like chocolate pudding, not too sweet, and quite delicious. And Ran didn't know what the snake blood did, but she felt full of strength and hot. She didn't stop, but climbed back along the branches. The Cloud Island was lowered several meters by the dead system. Just next to the big tree, she returned home easily. Climbed up the Cloud Island, moved into the house, could no longer support herself, and fell on her back to the ground. The pain in her chest was like it was about to explode. And she still couldn't breathe smoothly. The room was warm. And the stove was burning coal. One stove could burn for 4 hours. And it hadn't burned out yet. She didn't feel cold lying on the ground. After a long time, she took the snake out of the cloud and put it in a large basin. The storage cloud seemed to have a self-purification function. And there was not a drop of snake blood left inside. And it didn't pollute the things inside. The snake's nerves were not completely dead yet. And it was still twitching in the basin. But its body was pierced. So it would die anyway. To be on the safe side. And Ran chopped off its head. The thing's head was cut off. And it gradually turned into a small pile of supplies. Only then did Ran completely relax. The heat in her body gradually subsided. And the sequelae began to appear. She felt sore and weak all over. Her body was weak. And her calves were shaking. She supported herself and went to the warehouse. Took out an apple. Wiped it and ate it directly. She heated up the steamed buns and cooked porridge. And went to see what the snake had given her. Snake meat *5 gene. Snake bone *1. Snake skin *1. Drawing *1. Scroll *1. Bronze treasure chest *1. Card *1. And Ran was curious about the scroll, so she picked it up first, and the scroll disappeared gently in her palm, and went into her body. And Ran was startled, and then she heard the system reluctantly announced, "Congratulations to player and Ran for turning on the defense attribute." And Ran's face twisted for a moment. She finally understood why monsters have defense, but she doesn't. After all this time, it needs to be turned on. Damn, this damn system is trying to kill them in various ways. Chapter 35 Defense Points opened by Space Stone. If you don't have defense, and your attack power is not strong, you will be easily killed by monsters. This system is not well intentioned. And Ran sneered and opened the panel, just wanting to see how outrageous this system can be. The level 10 snake gave her 100 experience points, and see how many levels she has reached. Player and Ran. Level 985 over 90 HP, 90 harder than ordinary people, can be increased later strength, 32 upgrade +1, snake blood +2, mushroom +2 speed, 33 snake blood +2, mushroom +1 defense, 25 even if it is a maggot, it has defense after killing so many monsters. Magic value, 57 mushroom +30, can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill, S-level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck value, 7 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession, none. Professional skills, none. And Ran suddenly realized, no wonder she suddenly had so many more attributes. The snake blood is actually the same as the red vermilion fruit before. Both can improve attribute values. Especially since she ate the chocolate mushroom. This little boss was pretty good to her, and gave her 3 free attribute points. And Ran gave the system a middle finger, you are just a maggot. This defense is too weak, and Ran put all her attribute points into defense. Defense became 28 points. Next, let's see what good things the snake gives me. Put the snake meat aside for now, and cook it for the next meal. Blueprints and bronze treasure chests. Click to learn. Storage grid, space stone *1, cloth *5, firewood *20. Total. The warehouse at home needs 2 space stones. And Ran came to open the trading area. She casually posted the information of purchasing space stones that day. But after several days, there was no news. I don't know if everyone has no money, or if they plan to keep it and wait for the price to rise. Anyway, she never received any, and was depressed. She posted another message, purchasing space stones, noting that if there are any, please chat privately, and then ignore it for the time being. There was nothing she could do, no one sold it to her, and no one talked to her. The bronze treasure chest was opened, revealing a bronze bracelet and a primary red potion. There was a little turtle carved on the bracelet, looking around, and it was actually quite cute. Bronze turtle shield. After activation, a small round shield will be formed on the arm. Defense +20, no additional ability. It was good without additional ability. This little snake was quite sensible, and Ren nodded with satisfaction. Snake, silently with tears in her eyes. Go and see the last card. Giant Python's coil. After activation, both arms will suddenly burst out with powerful force, surround and imprison your enemy. Then how can she free up another hand to kill monsters? She doesn't have a third hand. But this is a skill, maybe it will be useful someday, learn it first. And Ren crushed the card, and the card turned into a stream of light and drilled into her body. This time she really gained a lot, although she was also in pain. Lifting the clothes, the place under the body that was strangled was bruised, and it was painful to grimace with a slight touch. This dead snake is really strong. Snake, just now you said I was sensible, but now you call me a dead snake. I don't love you anymore. And Ran took out the snake meat, washed the mushrooms, and stewed them with the snake meat. Opened the trading area to see if there is any medicine that can reduce swelling and relieve pain. As a result, I didn't see the medicine, and the private message rang, and Ran opened it, and saw that the person who came was straightforward. Meow Lele, you are collecting space stones. I have some here. What can you exchange for them? And Ran, what do you want? Meow Lele, I want food, the more the better. Meow Lele is simply in trouble. She never missed a daytime salvage, but she could get coal, firewood, sticks, cloud cotton and so on, but not food. She was almost worried to death, already been here for half a month, and the food she salvaged was only bread and steamed buns. The quantity was still very small. Otherwise, she gave some bread to Zheng Weiwei last time, and he wouldn't have scolded her like that. She had seen and Ran buying space stones a long time ago. But she had never gotten one before. She suddenly got one just now. And she hesitated for a long time about whether to exchange space. After all, the name of the space stone sounded powerful. And she also wanted to keep it for later exchange. However, the food and drinking water she salvaged were as few as dallions. The rest of the sundry items were quite a lot. She also wanted to exchange these sundry items for food. But no one was so stupid as to exchange precious food for sundry items. Her current island cloud area is only 30 square meters. And she doesn't know whether it is right or wrong. As they were talking, a wave of island clouds came. And Ran said something to Meow Lele, picked up the fishing net, and went to salvage supplies first. 3 clouds were dragged back, all 3 of which were food. One gave her a big cake, and one gave her a portion of steaming Odin. The last one gave her 3 kilograms of rice. And the cloud island also dropped apart. The Odin was a big bowl, and the aroma of the soup rushed straight to her nose, making her unable to help but drink a mouthful of hot soup first. After taking a sip of hot soup, she felt that the pain in her body was much relieved. And Ran picked up a piece of radish and blew on it. She continued to talk to Meow Lele while eating. Meow Lele, the space stone sounds very expensive. So please give me more food. But I don't want steamed buns and bread. She ate these 2 things, and her stomach was acidic. As a southerner, she didn't like steamed buns very much. And Ran negotiated the price with her slowly. How much do you think is appropriate? Meow Lele tentatively offered. How do you think 30 kilograms of food? And Ran paused while eating. She had these foods, but they were too expensive. It really hurt her. Besides, space stones are precious, but they are dispensable to her. After all, she has storage clouds. Too much. How many people do you think have stored so much food now? Meow Lele felt guilty for a moment. Indeed, she asked for a month's worth of food, and people would not buy it even if they were in urgent need. How much can you give? 5 caddies. Too little. Maybe 25 caddies. You're asking too much. Maybe 6 caddies. A little more. The 2 sides went back and forth. You talked and I talked, and kept raising and lowering the price. Finally, with Ran holding her chest in pain, they agreed on the price. 15 kilograms of food. Although Ran had enough food, she still felt sorry for it. Meow Lele didn't want bread and steamed buns, so Ran gave her 7 kilograms of rice, 6 kilograms of fish, 1 kilogram of semi-finished chicken products, 1 kilogram of vegetables. Meow Lele originally felt that she was at a loss, but after receiving the supplies, her eyes lit up. This Ran is really honest. She really gave her food when she said she would, and fish is meat, and she gave so much. I will sell her good things in the future. Chapter 36 Cake for Wound Medicine. Fish, vegetables, chicken products. Oh yeah, I've made a fortune. If you eat sparingly, it can last at least 20 days. And since she has vegetables, she can eat steamed buns, so she doesn't need to eat steamed buns dry. Meow Lele rolled on the ground with the frozen fish in her arms, to thaw it immediately, to cook it and eat it. And Ran took back the purple stone with a pain in her heart. It was not big, about the size of a quail egg. She felt extremely pained when she thought that she had to order such a small thing, and exchanged more than 10 kilograms of her own food. After exchanging firewood and water for floral cloth from the trading area, I clicked on synthesis directly. A translucent cloth pocket appeared in front of her, and Ran reached out and poked it. Portable grid. 10 grids, each can store up to 100 items of the same type, and time stops inside. Others cannot see it after binding, and cannot detect it. Then she didn't lose out this time. Binding, the portable grid disappeared, only she could feel it. The space stone will probably be useful in the future, so she should continue to buy it for the time being. After dinner, and Ram was planning to continue exploring the tree. But as soon as she moved, she grimaced in pain. She hadn't noticed it at all during the battle. But now that the battle was over, the pain was even more intense. It was like working hard all day. But nothing happened during the day, and the body only reacted at night. And Ran searched the trading area, trying to find a blood-activating and blood-dissolving ointment. But she didn't have any. Helplessly, she had to post a message to buy wound ointments and drawings. And Ran climbed onto the bed in frustration, spreading her limbs, and collapsed on the warm Kong. The comfortable temperature came from under her body, and ironed her aching body. And Ran gradually felt her eyelids fighting, so she simply pulled the quilt over her body and fell asleep. This sleep was particularly deep, and she didn't wake up until almost evening, and no one woke her up in the middle of the night. When she woke up, number 888 Cloud Group had come back from playing. This guy usually doesn't stay at home, he goes out to play when he has nothing to do, and then comes back to ask and Ran for sweet water when the appointed time comes. So far, it has no use. Except for being cute. And Ran now feels that she is at a disadvantage for signing a contract with it. It does nothing, but gets her things for free. But she can't regret it. She resigned herself to getting it a cup of sweet water. The little cloud poured it into the cloud, and floated to her Kong. And there was no movement. And Ran poked its soft body and stretched. Halfway through the stretch, its body stiffened. It hurt so much. And Ran's eyes were filled with physiological tears. And she was forced to bend over and hunch over to open the door and walk out. It snowed outside again, and a thin layer of snow accumulated on the ground. And Ran endured the pain, put on her clothes, and took out the star lamp from the storage cloud. This thing can be planted anywhere, not necessarily on the land, but on the ground of the cloud island. And Ran planted a circle along the edge of the guardrail. Then she used the star lamp to pave a few paths along the house. Although the faint white light would not illuminate her cloud island, at least she didn't need to take a flashlight when she went out. Speaking of it, the name of this thing really suits it. The tiny star-shaped leaves emit a faint light, just like countless blinking stars in the dark night sky. I don't know what this flower looks like. Although when Ran was sitting to plant the flowers, she was already injured. After planting, she couldn't even straighten her waist. And Ran rubbed her waist painfully, like an old man, bending over and moving back home little by little. People should not be too naughty. If they are too naughty, they will easily fall. It seems that I have to be quiet in the next few days. I hope there will be no monsters coming. It's her fault that she is not afraid. She is afraid of hurting her waist again. And Ran didn't cook at night. She took the big cake to the Kong table and cut it happily. Strawberry cream cake. There was a layer of strawberry on top of the beautiful jam and cream. When you take a bite, it's sour and sweet, very delicious. This big cake is as big as a wash basin. It's obvious that she can't finish it all by herself. And Ran thought about it, cut 4 pieces, and put them in the trading area, exchanging drawings, ores, and the like. Adhering to the principle of voluntariness, it doesn't matter if it's thrown away, you have to chat privately anyway. And Ran is a foodie, especially likes to eat all kinds of spicy snacks, and also loves desserts. The cream produced by the system is very fragrant, not greasy, and not too sweet. She ate 3 pieces in one breath, and then put the rest away with a feeling of unsatisfied stomach. As soon as she put up the cake, someone came to ask about it. Xiao, your cake must have a blueprint. I don't have a blueprint. But I see you're selling bruise ointment. And you're in a hurry. I'll trade half of the ointment for your cake. And Ran didn't reply for now. She was considering whether it was worth it. Xiao was anxious. Please trade. I haven't had sweets for a long time. I'm so greedy. I really want your cake. Actually, it's hard to say now. whether the food is more valuable or the ointment is more valuable. Anyway, both parties had urgent needs. After Rand learned about the efficacy of the medicine, she felt that it was not a loss. So she changed it. Half a tube of ointment was placed in a small plastic bottle, and Rand scooped a dollop and applied it to the bruises on her body. It felt cool when applied, as if it had penetrated into the skin. The burning pain on the bruises on her body finally disappeared, and the bruises began to fade gradually. It can be seen that this ointment is really useful. However, she couldn't reach her back, so she could only apply it roughly according to her estimation. The ointment worked quickly, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and soon the pain on her body was gone. There was still some ointment left, which she collected solemnly. Xiao Shishir got the cake, but she didn't feel she was at a disadvantage. She ate it bit by bit. Her eyes narrowed. The other 2 cakes were also exchanged. One person exchanged for a cake with an iron axe with an attack of 12. And Rand's axe just happened to have almost no durability, so she exchanged it. Another person exchanged for 5 seeds. The seeds are in an awkward position now. They are precious, but most people have no land to plant them. They can't get soil even if they have seeds, or the area of Yun Island is not enough. Although Rand had exchanged it, the yellow soil was frozen hard now, so it was impossible to plant, and it had to be put aside for the time being. Someone exchanged the remaining piece for a defensive fence, although there was only one fence, and Rand exchanged it because she thought it was suitable. She thought it was okay to trade it. She installed a fence on the side of the red fruit to prevent some monsters from harming her treasure, and Rand collected a broom and used it to sweep up the snow on the ground, intending to make a small snowman if there were too many. Otherwise, you have to pour the dust into the toilet after sweeping it. And if you do, you will be complained by the monsters in the abyss. Seeing that it was getting late, and Rand fished out a wave of clouds and dragged them home. Mineral water *3. Blueprint *1. Steamed buns *3. Noodles *2. And Rand picked up the blueprint and found that it was a blueprint for a bathtub. She had the blueprint, but she had never made it. It would take up too much space, and it was cold now, so she put it aside. Chapter 37 Snowball launches a cute attack, and Rand casually threw the blueprint of the bathtub into the trading area. However, the blueprint of this kind of daily necessities is not very valuable, and Rand did not think of selling it for a high price. This kind of blueprint is not a workbench, so generally no one will exchange it. It depends on who needs it more. However, Rand still wrote the conditions for trading blueprints with blueprints and left it there. He rummaged through his trading area and found that the huge stone was still hanging on it. No one came to buy from me, and no one asked me about it even when I sent a private message. That's right. I have to take such a big stone back, and I can't think of its use for the time being. As soon as the blueprint was put up, it was exchanged, and Rand set it up so that she didn't need to agree to the transaction this time. Anyway, the blueprints for tables, chairs and benches have been excluded, and she won't lose anything in the rest of the transactions. And Rand took the blueprint over, and it turned out to be the blueprint for the furnace. Click to learn. Chimney, iron block *1, and Rand was speechless. It's such a simple method, but it requires a blueprint. This game is full of traps and is full of jokes. With a chimney, she can make stoves to sell. The weather is cold now, so the stove should not have any problem selling. She thought about it and made 2 stoves to test the waters, because she hadn't decided what to trade yet. She wrote a private message. After looking through the trading area, there were also people selling stoves, but they mostly wanted food and island clouds, and the prices were not low. And Rand didn't lack food, but was afraid of being scolded if she sold at a low price. So she also unified the price. One of the stoves was replaced with 5 pieces of island clouds, and the other was replaced with 6 pieces of black soil. After putting them up, she checked the house several times to make sure there was no problem. She looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She was too lazy to stay up late, so she washed up and got into bed. If the weather was good tomorrow, she would boil water to take a bath. She hadn't taken a bath for nearly half a month and felt that she was going to go bad. When she got up early the next morning, the weather was not only not good, but it became even more gloomy. The light snow turned into heavy snow, and a thick layer of snow accumulated on the cloud island. And Rand didn't care about the snow for the time being, but opened the transaction first to see the stove she had put up for sale. No one bought it, and Ran stuck out her tongue at herself. It was too expensive. Even if people were short of something to keep warm, it was impossible to buy it at such a high price. And Ran removed the transaction information and changed it to a private chat. It didn't have to be so expensive. She would sell it when she thought it was suitable. She added some firewood to the stove and was about to make breakfast. Something came from the snow outside, jumping in the snow, making a rustling sound. But her senses did not give her any danger warning. It should not be something too dangerous. And Ran pushed open the iron door. There were dozens of white fluffy balls on the thick snow. Each of them was the size of a fist, round and plump, covered with soft white fluff, without legs or hands, only a pair of big round black eyes. They jumped happily in the snow, and turned around in unison when they heard and Ran push the door open. A bunch of big eyes met in Ran's small eyes. Snowball, a non-level monster, attack power 1, mischievous personality, loves to play pranks, will not attack actively little guys that only appear in snowy days. Love to play in the snow. This is the information given to her by the survival illustration. The Eye of Exploration gave her basically the same information, but there was another sentence at the end. The snowball launched a cute attack on you. If you can play with them, they will be very happy. In fact, when Ayn Rand discovered these little balls, her love for furry things was already stirring. Now that she saw the Eye of Exploration saying that she could play with them, she didn't even bother to eat, and rushed over. As a result, she ran too fast, tripped over her left foot, and fell on the snow. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and turned her face to the side. Otherwise she would have used her face to brake. But even so, she also slid a distance in the snow and slid to the center of the snowball team. The little balls jumped up from the snow, like dumplings, and jumped onto and ran. Each of these little things is not heavy, but they are quite heavy when there are many of them. When they jumped on her, and Ran cried out ouch. But it didn't hurt at all. Seeing this, the little balls jumped even more happily on her. And Ran was pressed like a big turtle with 4 legs raised. And then she turned over when the little guys were not paying attention. The little balls were very flexible, and Ayn Rand couldn't press them at all. They jumped away from Ayn Rand's body, and before Ayn Rand could get up, they attacked her. A small snowball popped and hit Ayn Rand's face, causing a little blood to fall, but it was no big deal for Ayn Rand, so she didn't care. The snowball slowly slid down Ayn Rand's face, revealing Ayn Rand's face of Auntie. She raised her hands and grabbed them, and rushed towards the small snowballs. Don't run, give your sister a kiss. The small snowballs scattered. Countless small snowballs hit her, and Rand dodged left and right to avoid the attack. And Rand hid behind the firewood pile, also put on gloves, and rolled a snowball to fight back. Each of them had a group of little balls, and started a snowball fight. As a result, of course, the weakened Rand lost. She was pressed down by the snowballs again. And Rand turned over, and caught a small snowball, and rubbed it against her face. Then she caught another one, and gave it a big kiss, revealing a perverted face. So cute, so cute, so cute, moi. The little guys didn't push her away, but it was obvious that the little guys disliked this weird aunt. And Rand didn't care, and she trampled on them one by one, and had enough of the furry addiction. I really want to catch a few to raise, but I don't know what they eat, and I don't know how to raise them. And Rand gave up with regret, and was afraid that she couldn't take good care of them. What if she killed the cute little guys? Fluffy is justice. After playing with the little guys for a whole morning, no clouds floated over. So Ayn Rand focused on playing with them. There were snowflakes hanging on her body and hair, and her clothes were soaked. But she was laughing so happily. This was the first time I felt so relaxed since I came here. And Rand lay on her back on the ground. The little balls loved to jump on people, but this time Ayn Rand let them jump, and lazily watched the snowflakes falling from the sky. The snowflakes gradually became smaller, and it seemed that they were going to stop. A small snowball jumped onto Ayn Rand's forehead. She still remembered that these little guys came with the snow. Are they leaving now? It was a bit regretful that they couldn't keep them. The little snowball jumped gently on her forehead, and Ayn Rand subconsciously closed her eyes. Something gently pressed against her forehead, and it was cool. She suddenly felt lighter, and Ayn Rand knew that the little guys had left. But the cold thing on her head did not disappear. Ayn Rand sat up in confusion, and a card on her forehead fell down. Chapter 38 Snowball's Gift Lucky Card. On the front of the card is a bunch of small white snowballs, with innocent black eyes. Aren't they the group of snowballs? In the middle of the cute picture are a few big words. Lucky +1. and Rand's originally casual movements instantly tensed up. The survival illustration was activated. Lucky card, after crushing. It will add a little luck value, gift from Snowball. Turning over to the back, there is a passage recorded. Snowballs are the purest and harmless snow elves between heaven and earth. They like the simple and sincere thoughts of humans the most. Thank you for your company. This is their thank you gift to you. Simple and sincere. And Rand laughed. Indeed. When she saw these little balls just now, she just wanted to touch their fur and play with them. It was strange that she didn't consider whether these could bring her benefits. Although she wanted to raise them. It was just a simple love for fur. And she had no other thoughts. Maybe it was because of this. And Rand crushed the card. And a golden light flowed all over her body. And then she dissipated. Opening the panel, the rest of the data remained unchanged. Only the luck value became 8 points. And Rand happily took the fishing net to fish for the clouds this time. There was basically no empty cloud. Only one of the 5 clouds was empty. Among them, a bronze treasure chest was fished back. This increase in luck is good. She has never fished for many bronze treasure chests so far. Energy storage card *1, light bulb *2, hand cream *5, cooking oil *1. There is 50 degrees of electricity on the energy storage card, enough for her to light the lamp for a long time. She currently only has a light bulb in her bedroom. If she needs to go out to other places, she will carry the light bulb with her. Now it is good. She can install one in the bathroom and the living room. She will wait for the utility room outside. The cooking oil is packed in 10 caddies bags, which can be used for a long time. She opened the bronze treasure chest and found a pair of boots inside. They were shining with a faint light and were very beautiful. Bronze speed boots, speed plus 11. No additional ability. And Rand tried them on. The boots would automatically adjust the size according to her feet and fit her perfectly. Considering the heavy snow in the morning, I guess many people encountered snowballs. And Rand opened the chat area. Sure enough, everyone was discussing. Meow Lele. It snowed heavily today. I met a group of cute fluffy ones. I wanted to catch a few and raise them, but I was bullied. The little guys treated me as a trampoline, but in the end I didn't lose. Both speed and strength increased by 1 point. Chinlu. The snowballs were so cute, I couldn't help it. I didn't do anything and played for a whole morning, and the result was... guess what? Meow Lele. Don't keep me in suspense. What did you give me? Tell me quickly. Chunlu. Oh? It took so long. I was lucky once. The little guys gave me a lucky card. Meow Lele. Fuck, I'm so jealous. Gujia. Nah, Indy plus 1 Chioyi. Indy plus 2 Luzinjin. Crying, I'm allergic to hair, but I love furry things so much. I watched them play by themselves for the whole morning, and got nothing so bad. Lin Hao, we're brothers in distress. I'll keep you company, and I got nothing too. Lin Hao completely overslept. When he woke up, there was nothing so bad. Crying. Zheng Weiwei. I was afraid they would hurt my children. So I drove them all away. What she didn't say was that, seeing that these little guys were so weak, she could beat them. So she went to kill one. But unfortunately nothing dropped. After killing one, the little guys disappeared instantly. And I didn't know where they went. She waited for a long time. But they didn't appear again. Now that I think about it, I lost a lot. Chiao sure. Although they didn't give me attribute values or anything. They gave me a bag of rice. Which is exactly what I need. I eat very little. Zhang Lin, those little monsters didn't give me anything. You are all talking nonsense. How can they be so kind? They obviously ruined all the peanuts I planted. With so many people, it's normal for some to sing the opposite tune. Such as Zhang Lin. Before the survival guide was finished, he rushed over and chopped down 4 or 5 of them. Of course, there was nothing. He also trampled the peanuts he planted. Chinle, I really hope they come again. And Ran remembered what was said on the back of the card. It is estimated that the little guys will not come. It likes pure and sincere hearts. Now that everyone knows that playing with them can be beneficial, the next time they come, everyone will approach them with a purpose. So where is the pure sincerity? After browsing for a while, close the chat area. She used up the water at home slowly, and it basically sank. So she divided it into several portions and threw it in the trading area. Then she went to the cumulus tree to get the big bucket of water back and poured new water into it. She had just played with the little ones and was covered in snow, which had melted, and her outer clothes were soaked. She was about to change. So she took off her clothes and smelled herself. Although there was no smell, she decided to take a bath, prepare the firewood, and click on the synthesis. A wooden bathtub about 1 meter long and half a meter wide stopped in front of her. Before, she was worried that there was no place to put it. But now she can just put it in the warehouse. She took the water from the big barrel outside, boiled it in pots, and poured it into the bathtub. But the bathtub was too big, and her small broken kettle had to boil at least a dozen pots and add cold water before she could wash. She was not afraid of boiling water, but she was afraid that after boiling it, the water in front would be cold. So she thought of a way to pour a pot into the warehouse. And it took 2 or 3 hours. She even went out to get some supplies in the middle of the process before she could boil the water. It's not easy to take a bath on this cloud. Close the door, move the bathtub near the stove, take off your clothes, get in. The slightly scalding water soaks your skin. Let Amren breathe a sigh of relief with satisfaction. It's so comfortable. Even if there is no shower gel, soap will do. Amren took a comfortable bath and washed her dirty clothes. When she was halfway through the bath, a private message rang. Finally someone came to buy the stove. After some fierce bargaining, the stove was finally sold for 2 pieces of black land. Compared to farming, it is more practical to keep warm in this weather. I merged the black soil into the cloud island and quickly washed the clothes first. Then I went to the box in the corner to get the sweet potatoes. She only had 2 sweet potatoes, and she didn't eat them. In order to let them sprout, they were not put in the warehouse, and now they are sprouting. I cut the sweet potatoes into pieces, leaving some space in the middle. After all, if the sweet potatoes grow, the spread leaves will be quite large. Another piece was planted with the dried sugar orange seeds, and she didn't know whether it would grow or not. Now she has planted a lot of things in this field, including cabbage, leeks and rapeseed, and it will be harvested in a few days. Rapeseed and cabbage can be saved for seeds. She was thinking, should I pull them out now or wait until they are old to save seeds? After thinking about it, she picked up her vegetables again, and there are still many, so she decided to save seeds. Chapter 39, The Wandering Peddler was complained by the tree. After Amren finished these, she went to open the salvage supplies. Toilet paper *5, sanitary napkins *2 packs, underwear *2, paper box *1. Seeing the sanitary napkins, Amren remembered that she seemed to be about to have her period, but she had been fiddling with it for so long that she forgot about it. I don't know if this system is considerate or cheating. Put the things away. Cloud group number 888 slipped out from her side to play, and Amren pretended not to see it. She found that this cloud ball seemed to be useless, and she didn't care about it after signing it back. For the convenience of calling it, she named it Shiba. And Amren took the paper box and opened one layer. Inside was a smaller paper box. She opened another layer, and it was still smaller. Layer after layer. Just like the nesting doll. And Amren was getting impatient. She opened more than 10 layers, but still couldn't open all of them. If she wasn't afraid of damaging the things inside, she really wanted to chop it with a sword. After opening for about 2 minutes, she finally got to the last one, which was a box the size of a matchbox. She patiently opened the last one, and inside was a crystal coin with a small white cloud painted on it. It was pretty, and it sparkled in the setting sun. Cloud coins can be put into a blind box machine to draw a blind box, and the items in the blind box are unknown. Blind box machine. Amren turned around and didn't find any blind box machines on her cloud island. She just stuffed it into the storage cloud and put it in the bottom of the box. Maybe she can really go to an island with a blind box machine in the future. She stretched her body, and it was already night. And Amren turned on the light bulb, poured oil into the pot, and when it was almost done, she put the semi-finished chicken products she had opened that time into the pot and fried them. She had never eaten them before, so she fried them all this time, and put the unfinished ones in the warehouse for storage. This saved her from having to heat the oil again. Put the popcorn chicken in the oil, rolled it a few times, and soon floated up. Popcorn chicken, chicken nuggets, chicken breast, chicken legs. After frying, Amren waited for the oil to cool, and then put it back into the bottle. She didn't cook rice either, and had a bunch of fried chicken for dinner. After taking a bite, the shell was crispy, and the chicken juice inside burst out all of a sudden. It was very tender, and the mouth was full of the aroma of chicken. And Amren squinted his eyes while eating. After finishing half a plate of fried chicken, Amren ate a cucumber raw to relieve the greasiness. There was another knock on the door, but this time he didn't sense any danger. But Enran still went to the door with his weapon. There would be no humans on this floating cloud island. Most of them were monsters. Enran didn't intend to ask who the visitor was. But the other party suddenly said, "Dear player, I am a wandering peddler. Do you have anything to buy?" Enran was confused. A peddler? There are people selling things in this game. How do they sell them? Holding his weapon, Enran gently pushed the door open and looked outside with caution. Under the light, a barefoot human wearing a gray cloth. No, not a human. Because its face is not a human face, but a sharp bird beak under human eyes, and a pair of wings on its back. And the eyes are hidden in the shadow of a hat. And the area around the eyes is dark, so it is impossible to see its specific appearance. There is a cloth bag on its shoulder. Seeing such a ghost thing suddenly at night, Enran was frightened and shivered, and quickly retreated into the house, and raised the iron sword. The birdman made a low human voice from his mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry, my dear lady. Did my ugly appearance scare you?" This pretentious tone and voice made Enran feel weird, but also more alert. Until the survival illustration lit up. Cursed wandering merchant. Although it looks weird, it is harmless. And the things it sells are strange, but they are indeed genuine. Although Enran was relieved, she still didn't dare to get close. The birdman took off the cloth bag, rummaged around in it, and took out a machine. Blind box machine. You can use cloud coins to draw blind boxes. I think you need this, beautiful lady. Just now she was still thinking about where to find the blind box machine, and in a blink of an eye, she was sent one. She suspected that the system was monitoring the player's thoughts. The birdman took the initiative to move away from the blind box machine, for fear that Enran would be afraid of him. Enran moved over carefully, took out her cloud coins, and stuffed them into the coin slot. Anyway, there was no use for keeping the cloud coins in her hands, and she didn't know when she would encounter a blind box machine, so she might as well try to see what she could draw. A gap opened at the bottom of the blind box machine, and a box was pushed out. Enran put it in the storage cloud, holding the weapon away from the birdman. The birdman saw that she had finished the exchange, and walked over slowly, stuffing the blind box machine back into the bag. He bowed to Enran, picked up the bag, spread his wings, and flew away. Enran didn't put away the weapon until she couldn't see his shadow anymore, and went back to the house. She went out in a hurry, didn't wear thick clothes, and was now frozen. Sitting in front of the stove, warming myself by the fire, I took out the blind box. The blind box is a big box, red, with a delicate pattern on it. The blind box is very light, so it is estimated that there will not be anything big inside. After opening it, as expected, it is just a piece of paper. Ticket? Just the word ticket. There is no information on it, nor where to go. It is really a rip-off. I put the ticket away. I don't know what it is for. I'll put it away for now. After warming myself by the fire for a while, my body warmed up. Look at the time. It's just past 6 o'clock. She took out the heart-shaped leaves she had gotten from the storage cloud and looked through them. Green heart leaves can be used as vegetables, can also be used as medicine. After drying, have the effect of stopping bleeding and coagulating wounds, reducing swelling and relieving pain, depending on the prescription to add. Enran put the leaves on the stove to dry. It is better to use them as medicine than vegetables. We'll continue to pick the leaves tomorrow. It snowed today, so she didn't go, and she didn't see the effect of the leaves. Since they are useful, she will go and pull them hard tomorrow. Enran fished out the cloud 3 times at night. All of them were food. She is not short of food at the moment. At 9 o'clock the next day, Enran tied a rope around her body, and carefully climbed down to the tree, plucking leaves wherever she could. With her nature of plucking feathers from passing geese, she almost plucked the tree crown bare. She didn't even have time to eat lunch, and just ate rice balls on the tree. At 6 o'clock in the evening, she tied a lamp to her head and continued plucking. At about 8 o'clock, she had plucking all the leaves around her, and then she reluctantly climbed back home. As soon as she left, the tree complained to her. With its bare branches, the tree wanted to cry, but had no tears. This human is such a dog. Don't just grab one place when you're grabbing. Can't you change places? Now its entire crown is bald. It will definitely be laughed at by other trees. But the system can't do anything. It didn't break the rules. It had to directly pull off the hook that Enran hung on the branch. The cloud island drifted away with the wind until it could no longer be seen. Chapter 40 Crazy Clown Mask. My cloud island was originally motionless, but now I feel that it is floating in the wind again. And Ren opened the door and went out to see that the hook hanging on the tree was loose. I clearly didn't take it off. Did it float? And Ren sighed with regret. She was going to continue to look under the tree tomorrow, but it was loose. There was no way. It was already quite far away from the tree. There was no way to go back. Shaking her head, returning to her home, it was a pity that she couldn't get any wool. Tree, forget it, get lost. If I let you pull them away again, I will never see the tree again, you dog human. The tree wanted to cry, but had no tears. Next time I meet a human, I will find a powerful guardian. If you run away, then run away. And Ren went back happily to count her leaves. This day's results are good. I pulled more than 3,000 leaves. I spread them out on the Kong and stove to dry them. Today, she pulled back 2 clouds from the tree. At that time, I put them directly into the storage cloud. I didn't have time to see them. I remember one of the clouds was close to the tree trunk, circling around, and I didn't know what it was doing, but Ren grabbed it back. The first cloud gave me 100 pieces of firewood. The second cloud actually gave me a silver treasure chest. And Ren smiled like a fool. Silver treasure chest. The first one, I wonder what's inside. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he opened the lid. A black shadow popped out, and Ren was startled, and chopped it off, cutting off the black shadow's head. The head rolled around, and just turned its face towards her. It was a wooden clown head, with a red round nose, a big grinning mouth, and colorful hair. And Ren scratched it with a knife in silence. But there was no response. She went back to look at the box, and found a big spring. Wasn't this the prank clown doll she had seen in previous videos? And Ren pried the spring off, thinking it might be useful in the future. So she put it away. She opened it, and found a black stone at the bottom of the silver treasure chest, which was shown to be a space stone. But other than that, there was nothing else. And Ren was unwilling to accept it. A space stone was only found in a silver-level treasure chest. Why did she not believe it? But she searched the treasure chest and found nothing else. She even pried open each one to see if there was a secret compartment. There was nothing. And Ren was somewhat discouraged. She disassembled the silver treasure chest. She took the clown head on the ground. It was useless. She could probably burn it. The clown head was quite heavy in her hand, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds. And Ren flipped the clown's head, and didn't know where it touched. With a click, the clown mask was removed. He held it in his hand. Mask of the Crazy Clown. It is unique. After wearing it, it can change all its attributes and name, and can also change its face. No enemy can detect the player's true identity. It can be used for 12 hours, and the cooling time is 12 hours. It does not consume any physical strength or magic power. And Ren's pupils slightly dilated, and excitement flashed in his eyes. This thing is simply a must-have artifact for killing and robbing. After killing someone, the other party's companions don't even know who you are. There is no place to expose you. If someone can't keep the bottom line, he will probably become a demon. Not to mention that there are no people here. There is no place to kill people. Then was it a ghost that she saw before? And this game has just begun. Who knows how it will develop later? What if the system is not happy? And let's have a group battle of 10,000 people. This silver treasure chest is really worth opening. This mask is not heavy. It seems that there is something in the clown's head. And Ren shook it, but couldn't feel what it was, so he found an axe and cut a crack. He took out a black seed the size of an egg from it. Seed, unknown seed. What it grows depends on luck. Maybe it is edible, maybe it can attack, or maybe it is a piranha plant, which is more likely to be a weapon. Hee. This seed is not picky about the land. It is not picky about time and climate. It is easy to survive, and easy to cultivate. Hee. You big-headed ghost. And Ren buried it a few meters away from the wall. Let's see what it can grow into. Then Ren searched the clown. There was nothing else, but it was not bad. Throw the clown's wooden head into the fire to fuel. Speaking of which, the silver treasure chest is not all silver, only the outer layer is. The inside is actually wooden. This system is still cutting corners, really. After decomposing the silver treasure chest, only a small piece of silver was collected. If I need silver in the future, do I have to go mining? Silver ingot can be added to weapons or buildings. And Ren put the things together, clicked on the manufacturing interface. Now that she has the space stone, she can make an indoor warehouse. The warehouse only has 5 grids, which is too few. Although she encountered a system bug, it is still not enough. Indoor warehouse blueprint, gel *2. Slate 60. Space stone asterisk when it looks like it should be quite large. She changed more than a dozen slates and clicked to synthesize. After a flash of light, the semi-transparent warehouse was synthesized. House warehouse can be merged with the previous indoor warehouse. A total of 15 grids, each of which can hold 100 of the same materials. The time in the warehouse is still, and living things cannot be stored. After merging with the original warehouse, the current warehouse has become 20. Wrap the dry green heart leaves and put them in a grid. Water the cucumbers and tomatoes. Take the full drinking water bucket back and pour it into the bucket at home. Put it back and continue to collect. The cumulus tree grew to 5 clouds a few days ago, and she can have 5 liters of drinking water every day. Now her drinking water and iron sword are daily trading materials. They are used to trade firewood, sticks, seeds and the like. I don't know why, but there are very few transactions of seeds. Or maybe they planted them themselves. Her leeks have been growing for so long, and finally they can be eaten. The cabbage and rapeseed are saved for seeds, and they continue to grow. I cut a bunch of them and came back, washed them clean, made a meat and leek dumpling soup, and ate it with pickles and leftover popcorn. The leeks taste slightly spicy and very fresh. Watching the chat area while eating dinner has become Anrin's habit, although she was choked several times before, but there is no entertainment here, so she just makes do with it. The chat area is still very lively, after all. There is nothing to do, so all the thoughts come to her. Chun-Lu, I can finally fish. The fishing net is really useful. I can get a big cloud with one throw. I won't starve to death anymore. Meow Lele, congratulations. Xiao Shir, by the way, have you noticed? You can fish at night, too. But there is no light, and it is dark outside. I am afraid of falling. Zheng Weiwei, you just found out. We knew it a long time ago. It is just that it is easy to get up at night. Chapter 41. In a windy day, I was forced to experience a bungee jump. After all, the supplies at night are just as capricious as those during the day, and the time is not fixed. If you want to wait, you will probably have to wait all night. Bai Shu, yes. There are many clouds at night, and there are many things in them, but the time is not fixed. So I can't wait all night to salvage. And Rand didn't use a fishing net to salvage today, so she tied the fishing net to the guardrail to see if she could catch any wandering clouds. There is all kinds of information in the chat area, but there is not much useful information. Turn the leaves over and continue drying them. After checking the cloud island, and Rand closed the door and went to bed. It was still comfortable inside the quilt. It was warm and soft. She didn't need to come out when she felt sleepy. She could just go in and sleep. The door had fallen off a little due to the wind and monster attacks. It was shaking back and forth in the wind. And Rand fixed the latch and door frame with gel and closed the door. She was not afraid of monsters opening the door and coming in. They would stand in front of her bed and greet her as soon as she woke up. This broken house could only resist monster attacks, but not monster invasions. The system was really good at deducting words. Seeing that there were people selling thin hemp ropes in the trading area, and Rand got 2 more fishing nets, hanging them on the left, right and front. Although she thought the system would not allow people to take advantage of her, she still got them. She woke up halfway through her sleep to salvage the cloud, but still didn't find anything unexpected. Most of the wooden boxes and the cloud were daily necessities, and usually fighting monsters would give some weapons or blueprints. She looked at the fishing nets hanging outside, and thought there was nothing there, but she found that she actually caught something. She shone the flashlight down, and it was a translucent fish. And Rand pulled up the fishing net and used the scoop net to catch the fish. Mist fish, fish that live in mist, seeming real or illusory, and most of the time have no physical form. When a physical form is caught, it means that the weather is going to change. It's not like it's cloudy or rainy. When you encounter this fish, it's very serious. Very serious. Very serious. It's very serious in bold letters, fearing that others will not pay attention. And Rand was confused. What a strange thing. Should she eat this thing or not? If she catches it, it's still a physical form, which means that the weather will change. The weather still changed drastically. Although she didn't know what would happen, she still decided not to sleep and make preparations. Cloud Island dropped a little, and she didn't even feel how far it was. She tied up the fish and took it with the fishing net. She opened the weather forecast. It was still the same weather, cloudy and windy. Anyway, The system's weather forecast would not predict the weather, but change with the weather. It would only tell you when the weather changed. And Ram would only look at the temperature above, because the weather forecast was not accurate at all. After thinking about it, she spent a bunch of firewood to make a big barrel, drilled a few holes in the bottom, and used a wooden basin as a base. She moved the red vermilion fruit and cumulus tree to the storage area at home. The breadfruit tree has grown too tall now, and it is impossible to move it home. So she tied a bunch of ropes to it and fixed it to the ground. She is not afraid of heavy rain or snow, but she is afraid of strong winds. In case it breaks, even the cabbage and rapeseed for seed cannot be kept, so they have to be pulled up. There are too many piles of firewood, but she still went to the trading area to buy a bunch of ropes, tied them into bundles, and stuffed them into the warehouse. The warehouse thing is really buggy. The bundle that is put in is not just one piece. The rest has no place to put it. So I throw it to the trading area. No price is written, so there is no way to trade. I can only buy it through private message. But Rand doesn't want to sell it. When she was halfway through the bundle, the wind gradually became stronger, and her cloud island was spinning in the air. Even the positioning stone was useless. There was no way to fix it in one direction. And Ram was dizzy in the wind, but she still insisted on throwing the firewood to the trading area, and stuffed the plastic sheet and rope into the storage cloud. Then he took the gel and sprayed another layer of gel on his small broken house, to prevent it from falling apart. When he finished, the wind was so strong that people couldn't walk, and Rand moved back home with difficulty, half bent over. As soon as he opened the door, the wind almost blew it away, and Rand used great efforts to pull the door back with his strength. For fear that the door would fly away, he also applied some more gel on it. He closed the door tightly, inserted the bolt, and then used a rope to fix the door to the corner of the Kong at home. On the Kong, number 888 was sleeping with his legs spread out, and no one knew when he would come back. And Rand poked it, and originally planned to lie down. But soon after she lay down, she got up again. She couldn't fall asleep and felt uneasy. Usually in this situation, something bad was going to happen. Her ability was reminding her. After thinking about it, she stuffed all the messy things in the house into the warehouse and storage cloud. Not even the stove and thermos were left. All that was left was a Kong that couldn't be moved and Ran wrapped in a sleeping bag on it. Without the stove, the temperature in the room gradually began to drop. And with the howling wind outside, it felt even colder. And Ran wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, curled up in bed, and tried to hypnotize herself. The wind outside the room was getting stronger and stronger, making a huge noise, roaring, and seemed to explode and roar in her ears. The cloud island was blown and kept spinning, making Rand's eyes turn into circles. The cloud island did not rotate regularly to the left or right, but turned left and right, and swung back and forth in circles. It just kept spinning around without any rules, like those rotating glass tables in the hotel, and Rand felt that the world was spinning, and it was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it didn't spin left and right, but kept rolling up and down. The whole Yundao turned over, and Ram was upside down, and fell from the Kong to the ceiling. It kept rolling back and forth in the room, like a ball, sometimes on the ceiling, sometimes on the wall, sometimes on the floor, but not on the Kong. And Ran lost her temper because of the rolling, and she thought she couldn't fall out anyway, so she just kept spinning. She was forced to experience the feeling of jumping off a building. Her stomach was churning. The food she had eaten last night was about to reach her mouth. She was about to vomit. And Ran let herself roll with the wind in Yundao, and covered her lips tightly with her hands. Damn. If she didn't stop, she would really vomit. She didn't get carsick, but that didn't mean she wouldn't get sick of jumping off a building. This thing was much scarier than a jumping off a building. Have you ever seen a jumping off a building tumbling in the air? And Ran was still lucky. She had prepared in advance. Some people who were not prepared danced with their furniture in the house. Some unlucky people did not die in the monster attack, but died in this change. The flying kitchen knife cut their arteries, and they died directly. How unlucky. The system happily dragged people to feed its abyss treasure. Dancing and spinning in the air, more people will die. If it weren't for the annoying Earth consciousness, would it have to go through so many twists and turns to kill people? Chapter 42. They are all unlucky. The strong wind blew for half the night, and Ran rolled for half the night. The contents of her stomach were churning up and down her throat, and she just couldn't vomit them out. Luckily, she had put everything away before, otherwise everything would have been spun along with it, and it would have been a blessing if she didn't have bruises on her body. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the strong wind that had been blowing all day finally stopped. And Ran lay on the overturned ceiling, and the sourness in her throat finally came up. And Ran held a wooden barrel and vomited. There was no other way. She had to pour it into the toilet. The wooden barrel was no longer needed. After she vomited out everything in her stomach. And Ran felt better. She stuffed the vomit into the storage cloud first. Anyway, this thing would not roll with its owner. It would always stay vertical. She struggled to get up, staggered to the door, and stuck her head out to take a look. Sure enough, her head was under the cloud island. The entire cloud island was turned upside down. And Ran took out the flying carpet, injected magic power, and controlled it to fly to one side, turning it upside down. Fortunately, Yun Dao had no gravity, so Ran easily managed it. After turning it over, she returned home, without any loss. The water in the toilet for flushing did not spill out, which was considered a good move by the system. She dealt with the vomit, and took out water to rinse her mouth and wash the wooden barrel, fearing that this would happen again. And Ran did not take out the things, but only took out the sleeping bag, spread it on the bed, and crawled in. After the dizziness and vomiting, the head was still dizzy. After making sure that the door was locked, and Ran didn't care about anything else and fell asleep first. She slept so deeply that even the cloud coming over didn't wake her up. When she woke up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now their physiques are different from ordinary people. After tossing and turning all night yesterday, they were fine after a good sleep. Now compared to when they first came, they are indeed much more durable. And Ran got up, put on her clothes, and went out to see the situation of Yun Island. The long-lost sunshine shines on the cloud island, looking beautiful. And Ran walked around the cloud island, repairing the broken fence. The cloud island has a positioning stone, but it is still blown around in strong winds. Is there anything that can keep it stable and fixed in one direction? Being in the air, this kind of thing will definitely continue to happen. I can't handle it this way every time. The best thing is to stay in the air steadily, let the wind blow. At most, drift along the wind direction, rather than rolling in the air. The panel was opened, and I checked various things, but I couldn't find a solution. I took out the things and put them in place. And I checked the chat area. A series of clouds floated over. And in the front was the cloud from her family that ran out all day. Number 888. Like an eagle catching chicks. Her own one was the mother in the front. And behind it was a series of cloud chicks holding a piece of its clothes. Number 888 stretched out his little arm, gestured for sweet water, and gestured to the series of chicks behind him. He signaled them to have some. And Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can have sweet water, but you have to exchange it for something. There was no guilt at all for deceiving the children. Number 888 drank 2 cups, and the rest of the group each took a cup, and after they finished drinking, they went over to pay obediently. Most of them were ordinary daily necessities and food, except for the smallest one, who took out a small stone and gave it to Ran. Northward positioning stone. It is 1/5 of the set with the southward positioning stone. After collecting them, the cloud island can be fixed forever, and it will not be blown over even in strong winds. And Ran's eyes lit up, and happily poured another cup of sweet water for the little guy, and rewarded number 888 with a cup. After getting something delicious, her Yun Chuanzi took a group of children behind him, and went out to play. And Ran felt that she was taking care of the child. Her little Yuntuan was not at home often, she would get used to it. And Ran took out the cloud fish she had caught before, and the fish turned into mist under her eyes. There are so many strange species in the system. After putting the things away, and Ran had time to open the panel to check the chat area. Chinlu, crying, this damn weird weather, the firewood and clothes I put outside are gone. Cloud Island dropped 500 meters, damn, fucking system, stupid system, wow. Zhang Wei, you are unlucky for me, I am still flipping now, I don't know how to flip back. But I am fine, I didn't drop much, Cloud Island didn't drop much, hee meow lele. I see that there are dozens of people missing in our district. Is it possible that someone is so unlucky, and is killed by a sharp weapon at home? Wang Xiaosong, not necessarily, some people fall down, because their houses are not solid, like me. Fortunately, the house was still strong. It only cracked when it was over. By the way, I want some gel. And Ran installed the north-facing positioning stone. She only needs 3 more to complete a set of positioning stones, so that her cloud island will never go around in circles again. Zheng Weiwei, I really shouldn't have sold the magic carpet before. I was cheated by a little bitch. I suffered a big loss. Otherwise, I could ride the carpet and straighten the Cloud Island back. Lu Xinjin, you are really annoying. If you regret it so much, you shouldn't have sold it in the first place. You still keep complaining after you sold it. No one wants to know if you regret it later. By Xiao Xiao, you keep scolding him. Did he not give you supplies or something? And you should be more careful. Are you sure you won't be able to ask him for help in the future? When the flying carpet is useless, he can give you supplies in exchange, which means he is not short of supplies. Are you sure you won't trade with him in the future? Zheng Weiwei was speechless. She really didn't think of this. She only knew that she suffered a great loss on the flying carpet she sold. I wanted to withdraw the message, but was told that it could not be withdrawn. I had no choice but to say something like, I was joking. He. And Ren ignored her. Lu Yun, can anyone help me? How can I turn the upside-down Cloud Island back to its right side? Without a flying carpet. It is indeed very difficult. Fang Zheng, oh. My door flew out. And all my indoor things flew through the door. Now I am a commander without troops. And I don't even have a fishing net. Oh. My. What's even worse is that I have descended 1,500 meters. And I can see the big octopus in the abyss clearly. Oh. My. Lu Ruoming, I am hanging on the ceiling now. Feeling dizzy and nauseous. And want to vomit. The toilet is upside down. And I want to cry, but I have no tears. And Ran looked for a while. And clicked on some grayed out avatars. I don't know if the system is in bad taste or intentional. But when I clicked on their avatars, I saw the images of their deaths. Those unlucky guys. They really died when their heads hit the corners of the table, or their throats were cut by the kitchen knife when they rolled with the house. Looking at the situation, everyone's situation is not too good. Some have returned to the pre-liberation era, with nothing left except their houses. I am really lucky. When the strong wind ended, I was also upside down. But fortunately, there was a flying carpet. I closed the chat area. And Ram was so excited that I didn't have much appetite. I just ate an apple, which was considered lunch. Chapter 43 Drunk Driving Yuntuan Hemostatic Gel. I didn't go to pick up Yuntuan in the morning, and he didn't come in the afternoon, so Ram restored all the things to their original places. This time, I didn't dare to put the firewood pile outside, and stuffed it into the utility room at the back. The outer wall was sprayed with a layer of gel again, so as not to wait for the utility room to fall apart. Until the evening, I didn't see Yuntuan again, so Ran had to make dinner first. I grilled 7 or 8 small fish, fried cone snails, and cooked a bowl of rice. I roasted the fire and waited for Yuntuan to come, but I don't know what happened today. I didn't see Yuntuan until after 9 o'clock. And Ran suspected that she was blown to the end of the world. There were no more clouds. And Ran was about to take off her clothes and go to bed. But a wilted cloud floated to her door in a listless manner. Did this cloud drink alcohol? There were 2 red blushes on both sides. And Ran fished it back and poked it in the net. You are suspected of drunk driving. I will arrest you now and punish you to hand over all the supplies. After dragging it into the house, this drunk driving cloud really gave her 3 bottles of white wine. And Ran looked at one of the bottles of liquor in her hand. It was missing half a bottle. Good guy. The cloud group transporting supplies also knew to steal wine. Poking the cloud group lying on the ground. And Ran put it on the Kong. Her little 8 likes a warm Kong. So he should like this one too. It turns out that the little cloud balls have something in common. They like a warm Kong very much. Some of the 3-dimensional balls turned into pancakes. Which means they sleep very comfortably. And Ran laughed helplessly. These cloud balls are really all kinds of different. Very cute. She herself doesn't drink liquor. For Ran, it's only suitable for cooking. After thinking about it, she put half a bottle up, and intentionally chatted with her privately. She doesn't like to drink, but there are always people who like to drink, such as some alcoholics. As a result, as soon as she put it up, she received more than a dozen private messages, asking if she sold the liquor, and Ran chatted with them privately. Zhang Wei, are you selling this liquor? What's the price? To be honest, Ran didn't know what to ask for. Liquor is useless to her, but for these people, it's fate. Can I ask for a higher price? The devil in Ran's heart was bubbling. But she still asked tentatively. I want the island cloud. Zhang Wei, a piece of island cloud for your half bottle of wine, it's not worth it. Ran, but I have one of them, you can't get it anywhere else. Think about it, this island cloud can still be obtained, but this wine, it's been so long, Do I have to sell it myself? And Rand started to deceive people, determined to deceive people. Zhang Wei is an alcoholic. Before he came to the police station, he was a heavy drinker. He spent most of his earnings on drinking. He was drunk all day long and sometimes slept on the street. He didn't give his money to his family. He spent all his money on alcohol. His wife couldn't stand such an alcoholic and divorced him with their children. He regretted it for a while. But after that period of time, he still refused to change and continued to drink. On the contrary, he felt that he didn't have a wife and children, didn't have to pay money to support the family, and no one nagged him or controlled him to drink. He felt more relaxed and didn't feel guilty. After the survival game, there was no wine to drink, and I felt uncomfortable every day and felt like there were bugs crawling all over my body. Now when I see Enran selling wine, I come here immediately. There is no need for Enran to fool him, because he is a heavy drinker, and he can't help it. He didn't lose anything in the strong wind, just some firewood. Zhang Wei, there is too little wine. Can you give me more? Enran, I don't have much wine, first come first served. If you think it's too little, give me 2 island clouds, and I'll give you 1 bottle. How about that? Zhang Wei thought for a while, looking at his cloud island of about 40 square meters. Island clouds are not rare now. As long as it's not too unlucky, you can still get it. He was so greedy that he was shaking all over. And he urgently needed this thing to save his life. Without thinking much, he directly cut 2 pieces of island cloud in exchange for a bottle of wine. There was 1.5 bottles left, and Rand kept half a bottle. And for the remaining bottle, someone gave him a prescription. Hemostatic gel prescription. Do you want to learn it? And Rand clicked yes. This drunkard would sell anything to drink. This hemostatic gel is not that coagulant. That coagulant is for small wounds. This is for more serious wounds. Some large cuts, lacerations, are all useful. Hemostatic gel, 5 green heart leaves, 1 hemostatic grass, 150 ml water. She didn't have hemostatic grass, so she went to the trading area to look for it. There really was some, but there wasn't much. And it was expensive. After all, the hemostatic grass clearly had its efficacy written on it, stopping bleeding and regenerating muscles. A palm-sized grass costs 1 pound of food, 1 liter of water. And Rand bought it without bargaining, and then clicked to synthesize. A ball of emerald green jelly-like gelatinous substance fell into Rand's palm, which was cool and refreshing, and exuded a faint fragrance. A ball weighs about 150 grams. And I don't know how many times it can be used. I put the hemostatic gel in a plastic bottle, and put it in my pocket. This is so useful. And these bottles of wine are really worth selling. After she sold them, someone came to ask if she had any wine. And Rand thought about it, and put the remaining half bottle up. She wanted hemostatic grass this time. And several people came to ask about the wine. But there was no hemostatic grass. And Rand didn't sell it. She spent a cotton quilt in the trading area and bought 5 hemostatic grasses from the same person. And synthesized all of them into hemostatic gel. The person selling the hemostatic grass really needs warm supplies. Otherwise he wouldn't sell it. And if there is medicine but no prescription, it's useless. Most people come here with daily necessities and furniture blueprints. And occasionally weapons blueprints. Prescriptions are even more scarce. Therefore, medicines need scarce supplies. And what is not needed is grass. Because it cannot be used alone without prescriptions. This is also the pitfall of system design. And Rand feels at ease when she has medicine. Otherwise she always feels unsafe. If you get hurt on Earth, there are hospitals. Here you have to bear it all by yourself. After that, you can't find it. There are not many hemostatic herbs. And Rand got 6 balls of hemostatic gel. She was in a good mood. At present, she didn't plan to sell the gel. After all, there were not many. When there were more herbs, she could produce them in large quantities. Otherwise, she was afraid that she couldn't find the hemostatic herbs. After all, there were only a few plants in the trading area. She left 2 bottles at home, and carried the rest with her. And Rand stretched and went out to get supplies. As soon as she got to the cloud, she sensed that there was danger in the dark cloud in front of her. The sense of danger was not strong, and she should be able to deal with it. She had not turned on the flashlight since she got the star lamp. But now she turned it on, and hung it on the door frame. With the weapons ready, she pulled down the large cloud with a fishing net. The cloud fell to the cloud island, revealing a small green monster inside. Chapter 44 Job Change Scroll System full of malicious tasks. The green-skinned monster only reached her waist, holding a wooden stick, pointed ears and jagged teeth. Low-level goblin. Level 7, attack 18, defense 15, speed 12, HP 70 and Ran raised her hand and greeted it, but the sleeve arrow on her wrist was aimed at the goblin's eyes. The goblin didn't expect this woman to be so cunning. He dodged the sleeve arrow with a turn of his head and swung the big stick to hit Ran. But Ran's attributes are much better now, after all, and she dodged it easily. She flashed to the side of the goblin and chopped off the goblin's head with a sword. The goblin dropped a bronze treasure chest and turned it into fragments. Ran first took a look at her own panel. Player Ran. Level 1030 out of 100 HP, 100 tougher than ordinary people, can be increased later strength. 33 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 34 you are very fast, although you are not a man defense. 29 oh, your defense is a bit low, it is easier to be killed. Magic value 5-7 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck value 8 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession none. Professional skill none. There is still one free point without attributes. Ran added it to the defense. The cloud also gave her daily necessities, 5 packs of sanitary napkins, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 2 toothpaste and toothbrush, 3 shampoo. Opening the treasure chest, there was a scroll inside, a job transfer scroll, silver and phosphorescent. Ran's face lit up, but she found that the scroll was temporarily unusable. It was gray, and she needed to reach level 15 before she could open it. Ran had no choice but to carry it with her. She searched the box again, but there was nothing left. Putting down the box with regret, Ran turned back to the house. Ding dong, I am your dear system master. Now I am issuing a special task. Please strive to reach level 15 within half a month. The job transfer battle will be launched at that time. Everyone who reaches level 15 will log into the island to participate in the battle. The more monsters you kill, the more likely you will get a job transfer scroll. People who don't have a job transfer scroll will not be able to complete the job transfer, and will not obtain skills related to the profession. Of course, if you don't get a job transfer scroll, you can also find a way to let the person who gets it give it to you. Of course, those who haven't reached level 15 don't need to worry. This job transfer battle will be held every half a month. Please don't worry. As soon as the system finished speaking, Ran cursed with an ugly face. You damn system, isn't this encouraging us to kill each other? The system danced happily in the sky, pulling its illusory skirt across the sky. Oh, many people will definitely die in this job transfer battle, and its big baby will have a lot of delicious food. I'm excited just thinking about it. The system patted the huge head of the monster in the abyss, and lay on its head, carefully selecting the monster for the job transfer battle. Kill them! Kill them! After this task was issued, it attracted a lot of criticism from players, who can reach level 15 in half a month. Don't you see where this is? The floating clouds in the sky. Apart from the monsters on the cloud island, where can they find monsters to fight? Opening the chat area. It is really boiling. Meow Lele. I am only level 7 now. Fortunately, the system said there is no need to rush. I still have time to upgrade slowly. Chinlu, but this system is kind. It opens once every half a month, so everyone has the opportunity to get the job transfer scroll, so no one will miss it. Lu Xinjin, are you stupid? This shitty system obviously has bad intentions. It wants to start the job transfer battle. Just go one by one. It's just fighting monsters. They also threw all the level 15 players over there, all on one island. They also encouraged everyone to ask for scrolls from those who have them. Why would they give you scrolls if they have them? Wouldn't they fight if they didn't? It's kind-hearted, but it's clearly encouraging players to kill each other. Zheng Weiwei, why do we have to fight? Can't I just buy it from them? Lu Xiaosong, I'm calling you stupid, but you don't admit it. They have scrolls. Why do they have to sell them to you? Can't they use them to change their jobs? Everyone who has played the game knows that. If you don't change your job, and don't have professional skills, you're just a rookie who could die at any time. Zheng Weiwei was speechless after being confronted, but just muttered. I don't have to ask others to sell it to me. I still have a long way to go, and I have a son to raise. If I go, what will happen to my son? On a small floating cloud, Zheng Weiwei, who had gained some weight from eating, had a circle of fat on his belly, and glanced at his son with a thin and sunken face. Alas, her poor child, why did he join this game? Look at how thin he is from hunger. so pitiful. Wait for mom, I will give you something delicious. Steamed buns and other things are not nutritious, but she ate them. Her son should eat good food. Meat and vegetables are what her son should eat. Zheng Weiwei casually posted a photo of her son, who was so thin from hunger, and then begged in the chat area. But unfortunately, no one was stupid enough to give her food again. Zheng Weiwei was not discouraged at all, and continued to take pictures of her son's pitiful appearance, describing how pitiful she and her son were. After all, there are fools with good intentions. By Xiao Xiao, the dead system is intentional, to make us kill each other. Fang Zheng, yes, especially since we can't automatically pick up items after killing monsters, others know exactly what is dropped. Isn't this telling everyone, come and grab me? A group of people echoed. The chat area turned into a crusade against the system. But they can only talk about it, they can't do anything with the system. What does it matter if you scold? The system doesn't care, it just wants to kill the people on Earth. But since it requires people to reach level 15 as quickly as possible, there will probably be a lot of monsters attacking later. And Rand searched the trading area, trying to find a powerful weapon. But there were only a few people selling weapons except herself. There was one person selling axes, but the value was not even as good as that of iron swords. There were also a few people selling machetes, spears, and whips, and their attack was all below 15. It was really terrible. When they went to the island for a big fight later, they would also need powerful weapons. She only had a fish in her hand, which was not enough. And Rand turned off the panel, checked the time, it was past 8 p.m, let's cook first. We also need to prepare food in advance, because we probably won't have time to make a fire, and cook after we get to the island and participate in the battle. We need living things, warm things, food, weapons, and protective gear on the island. She has a thickened tent and sleeping bag, and she will make a simple stove later. Since there is space on her, it can be put anywhere. We also need to bring Xiao Ba with us. What if we find some livestock to raise? Chapter 45 Signing the man-eating vine. And Rand flew up. And Rand took the charcoal and wrote and drew on the ground, but after she finished writing, she found that it couldn't be wiped off. And Rand had a bitter face, and took the mop and wiped it clean bit by bit. This mop was exchanged for water by her. Speaking of which, she had been fishing for so long, and never got any paper or pen, and she didn't think about it at ordinary times, but when she really needed it, she was at a loss. The grilled fish in the stove was ready, and Rand ate it with grilled fish and rice. Then she went to the trading area and rummaged around, exchanged for a roll of plastic wrap. Crushed the fish, mixed it with the leftover rice, kneaded it into a rice ball, wrapped it with plastic wrap, and stuffed it into the storage grid. There was no need to do it specially, just make a little extra for each meal, and put it in. She had a lot of food, thought about it, and then she hung up in the trading area, purchasing weapon blueprints, and asked for private chat. The blueprints in this broken game have restrictions on the things made. What level is what level? And it is very rigid, and it won't adjust. The blueprint is bronze, and it will be bronze once it is made. It is impossible to add any items to upgrade. You can only get higher level blueprints or weapons. It is like a standard weapon, rigid and lacks flexibility. Maybe there are really no weapons or blueprints in the early stage. And Rand has been offline for a long time, and no one has sent a private message. Although Rand is regretful, there is nothing he can do. He has to go to bed first. He got up and salvaged 3 times at night. But he didn't find any weapons or blueprints. Only daily necessities. And Rand got into bed and slept until dawn. In the morning, he made a kelp soup, bamboo shoots, and pork stir-fry and rice. I only ate half of it, and chopped the bamboo shoots and meat for the rest. Wrapped them into rice balls, and wrapped them in plastic wrap. The system only allows people to upgrade to level 15. But it doesn't blame them for not being able to upgrade. But I guess that's what I said. The system will definitely take more actions in the future. And Ram was afraid of any problems. So she stuffed everything she could into the salvage. Weapons, flying carpets, etc. were all stuffed in. Several muscular clouds folded their arms and pointed at her cloud island. I don't know what they were doing. And Rand turned her head along their fingers and saw that her house was covered with dense green vines at some point. They bypassed the windows and doors. The green vines were covered with round, saw-like leaves, and had clusters of yellow flowers. Man-eating vine, grown from unknown seeds, very aggressive, carnivorous plant, can be subdued as a house-guarding vine. Before the words in the illustrated book were finished, the man-eating vine swung its vines and came over. And Rand jumped up, Jumping over the attacking tentacles, she was a little confused now. Was this the unknown seed she had obtained before, planted in front of the door? She never thought that the plants she planted would attack her. And it was crawling all over the house, not easy to deal with. The serrated leaves of the man-eating vine closed together, turning into countless big mouths with sharp teeth, biting towards and ran. And Ran jumped a few steps. The island was still too small, and she reached the edge of Cloud Island in just a few steps. This annoying vine occupied her house and Cloud Island. And it was also attacking her. The owner of Cloud Island. Since it can be subdued, then beat it up, and then talk about it. Several vines tried to wrap around her to tie her up. But Ran cut them off. She held an iron sword in each hand and danced very quickly. The man-eating vine had just emerged. And the vine was only as thick as a finger. It was not enough for Ran to cut. Her hands danced very quickly. She cut off as many vines as they stretched out. And she cut off all the vines. The vines were waved, leaving only a few short ones at the root. She looked at Ran, who was squatting in front of it and watching it. A sound similar to a baby's cry reached her ears. Wow! You have to compensate me for my leaves. And Ran covered her ears. Why are you so unreasonable? You didn't attack first. Why did she cut off your vines? And Ran poked it. Okay, stop howling. You're not dead. You're a vine. Just keep growing. The premise is that it stops attacking itself. The man-eating vine shook its bald head and made noises in her mind. I want to grow up. You have to compensate me for my leaves and vines. And Ran showed the weapon in her hand. Shut up. Don't make noises. Look after my house, and I'll buy you nutrient solution. The little vine was still for a moment. Really? And Ran smiled and took out the contract scroll from the storage cloud. As long as you sign and become my pet, I'll buy it for you. The little vine thought for a while, stretched out the half-missing vine, and pressed a mark on the contract scroll. Congratulations to player and Ran for signing a pet contract with the man-eating vine. Please name it. Little Cloud Tuanzi is called Xiao Ba, and you can call it Xiao Qi. And Ran didn't think twice before naming it. She just picked it up randomly. The reason why she signed a contract with this seemingly weak vine, and wasted a scroll, was purely because of the unfinished words after the illustration. This vine is unique. Just this point, she wasted a contract scroll, and signed this little guy. Maybe it will play a huge role in the future. Besides, the level of this little guy was not written. And she was afraid that if she killed him, she would not get any experience. So it was better to subdue him, and let him guard the house. After signing the contract, and Ran went to buy nutrient solution. There was a lot of nutrient solution for flowers and plants. And the price was not high. If they wanted vegetables, and Ran would exchange them with kelp. Otherwise she would have to eat all the kelp. After exchanging 3 bottles, she poured them directly for Xiao Qi. Then she saw that only a few bare vines were growing rapidly. And the broken vines kept growing out. And they were thicker. From the thickness of a finger to the thickness of half a wrist. The vines that originally had only 5 vines became 10. Xiao Qi drank the nutrient solution, and the tentacles wrapped around the entire house, and became quiet. And Ran wiped the non-existent cold sweat, turned around and used a fishing net to fish back the muscle Mingyun, who was watching the show. Let you watch the fun. The small clouds got out of the net by themselves, leaving only some supplies and ran away. 8 groups were fished out, only 3 groups had supplies. What's going on? Fewer and fewer people have supplies? 3 of the clouds were given a bottle of nutrient solution and 2 clothes. And Ran still gave it to Xiao Qi. After all, the others had black soil, but Xiao Qi didn't, so he grew on the yellow soil of Yun Island, which had little nutrition. After taking the clothes back home, and Ran was busy cleaning the house. She was waiting to salvage, but no cloud came in the whole morning. She looked at the fishing nets around the island, but she didn't catch any cloud that was left behind. What's the system doing? After another round, still nothing was found. Just when she was wondering, a shadow suddenly appeared above her head, accompanied by the sound of something flapping its wings. And Ran was startled. Looking up, she saw a pair of sharp claws stretched out in front of her eyes, and directly grabbed Ran's shoulders, and with a flap of its wings, it actually grabbed Ran and flew up. Chapter 46 And Ran is bald. Automatic pickup function. The sharp claws of the big bird were firmly entangled in the flesh on Ran's shoulder, causing Ran to scream in pain. But she had to reach out and hold the big bird's claws tightly to prevent herself from falling. White clouds passed by Ran's feet, bringing a strong wind to her ears, and there was no foothold under her feet. Ran gritted her teeth and did not let go. Falling down would be the abyss, and she did not want to deliver food to those monsters. The big bird grabbed and ran and flew for a long distance. Just when Ran was exhausted, it finally stopped, throwing her into a huge bird's nest. The bird's nest was on a huge tree, which grew on a large cloud island. Only this tree grew on this cloud island, and no other plants. And Ran climbed up, with a weapon in one hand, and took out the hemostatic gel with the other hand to stop the bleeding. Thankfully, she was wearing thick clothes. The sharp claws of the bird only hooked in about 3 or 4 centimeters. More importantly, she caught the bird herself. There was no other way. If she didn't catch it, she would fall and die. This gel is really useful. It can heal a long cut, not to mention this small injury. The wound healed almost instantly, which was also because her defense was strong enough. While tending to the wound, she never stopped to observe the surroundings. There were 3 or 4 bird chicks in this bird nest, the size of an old hen. Howe falcon chick, a ferocious large carnivorous bird chick, attack 2, defense 2, speed 2. Howe falcon, so mean. It was indeed quite mean. If it wasn't mean, would it have caught her from its own home to feed its chicks? It was obvious that the big Howe falcon had caught her as prey, and fed her to these little chicks. And Ran smiled maliciously at the birds. Catch her and eat her. She will kill your cubs first. Look at how fat they are. Slaughtering them will definitely give them more meat. And Ran's claws were about to reach the cubs. The big Howe falcon flew back. Its sharp claws with hooks on them grabbed in Ran's head. Its nest was very big, and Ran rolled on the ground and dodged. She was covered with bird feathers. Adult Howe falcon, level 12, attack 30, speed 28, defense 21, HP 120. If it wasn't a small boss, the values wouldn't be too exaggerated, and Ran could still win. But the premise is that this kind-hearted bird came down from the sky. But this bird seemed to see through in Ran's mind, and refused to come down no matter what. Flying in the sky, it swooped down from all angles, and kept attacking and Ran with a pair of sharp claws. And Ran dodged left and right in the bird's nest, and Howe falcon's cubs were still making trouble for her, stretching out their beaks to peck at her. And Ran slapped the little things away with a slap, and a group of bird cubs fell backwards, and their fat bodies, like balls, could not get up for a long time. While Ran was busy with the little bird cubs, Howe falcon swooped down and grabbed Ran, and Ran shrank her head, and Howe falcon grabbed a strand of her hair. With a flap of wings, it took away a tuft of Ran's hair. Ouch! It hurt so much. Damn bird. My hair. Ran covered her scalp and cursed, and touched her head, which froze for a moment. She felt a bald spot on her scalp, where there was no hair. It was obvious that she was scratched bald. And Ran smeared hemostatic gel on her scalp with trembling hands. Damn bird. Stupid bird. How dare you pull my hair? The bad dead bird flew over again. And Ran's eyes were red, taking advantage of the moment when it fell. She didn't know where she got the explosive power and speed, and grabbed its claws. The muscles on his arms bulged. His legs were spread apart. His veins bulged. And he pulled the bird down with a single effort. He pounced on it, and stabbed it with the fish. Fuck your father, stupid bird. You dare to treat me as food. And you dare to pull my hair. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. Hao Xian raised his neck to peck at her. But Ran slapped him in the face, tilting his head. He saw stars and was dizzy. And Ran was angry. And her attack was completely unsystematic. She stabbed the bird's belly and neck randomly. The bird flapped its wings and fought back several times. But Ran pushed it back every time. Thinking of his bald head, he was furious. He continued to beat the bird. He didn't know how many times he stabbed it, until the bird turned into a pile of materials. And Ran stopped panting, looking at the few little cubs shivering in the corner. And Ran grinned and pounced on them ferociously. After dealing with these vulnerable birds, Ran felt relieved. So, never touch a woman's hair, especially if you pull a bunch of her hair off. The consequence is that you will lose your life. Hao Xian pulled out a hair about the size of a 1 yuan coin from the back of Ran's head. And Ran's hair was originally medium long, and now, it can't even cover the bald spot. She didn't wear a hat. And Ran took out the hot water from the cloud and took several sips. This was the water in the thermos she prepared. It wasn't much, so if you drink it sparingly, it would only be enough for 1 day. After calming down, she looked at what Hao Xian had given her. 5 caddies of down, 20 caddies of bird meat, 5 vegetable seeds, 2 blueprints, 1 feather necklace, 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 bird claws. After studying the blueprint, it was a blueprint for an axe, also made of bronze, and the number would be used for synthesis, but it cannot be verified now. There was no iron in her cloud. Feather necklace. Bronze level accessory. Can increase speed by 15. And Ran hung it around her neck, reached out to open the bronze treasure chest. There was only a small card inside. And Ran took it out. Automatic pickup capability. In addition to the supplies salvaged by the player, the supplies dropped by killing monsters will be automatically picked up into the storage device. If the storage device is full, the automatic pickup function will stop. And Ran's eyes lit up, and she crushed it on the spot and used it. This thing is really good. Very practical, especially when she is fighting multiple monsters and has no time to pick up the supplies. It will automatically be picked up in the backpack, so she doesn't have to worry about leaving the supplies behind. It's worth it to have a bald scalp. Although she got rid of the group of birds, and Ran was also in trouble. How should she go home? Based on the distance that the bird brought her, she must be more than 1,000 meters away from her own cloud island. She can't fly back with a flying carpet. And Ran lay on the edge of the bird's nest and looked down. This tree is 100 meters high, and it's not easy to get down. The leaves of this tree are not green leaves, but white clouds. When the breeze blows, the clouds will float away with the wind. Then another cloud will grow on the branch. The survival illustration gives the information that this tree is called White Clouds. It really fits the name. And Ran searched the storage cloud and found a rope inside. One part was tied to the body, and the other part was tied to the bird's claw. Hook the bird's claw on the tree branch. Try it out. It is quite strong. And start to move down little by little. After a certain distance, pull the rope back. Chapter 47 Hidden Mission issued by the tree. Before leaving, I put this huge bird's nest into the storage grid. The clouds can't be put down. Moving down little by little, and Ran also tried the clouds growing on the trees halfway, but they were just clouds, not island clouds. Although Ran felt sorry, she didn't regret it. When moving halfway, the tree trunk gradually became thicker, and there were some other things on the originally white trunk. White mushrooms. Cloud mushrooms, no special effects. Edible. Delicious. There wasn't much food in her storage. And mushrooms and bird meat were just enough to supplement her food. She moved down, collecting all the way. And when she reached the bottom, she had picked about 10 kilograms of cloud mushrooms. For a tree this big to grow, this cloud island must be big. But it was a pity that there was nothing but this big tree. And Ran used a knife to cut off a part of the cloud island, and waited to merge it with her own cloud island when she got home. Fortunately, she had installed a thick tent in the grid, so she wouldn't be frozen to death at night. After searching for a while, I found that all the weapons were there, and there were not too many other things. I built the tent first, and then Ran huddled in the tent. The thickened tent effectively blocked the cold wind blowing in from outside. And Ran opened the panel to see how much experience these stupid birds gave. Player and Ran. Level 1065 out of 100 HP, 100 tougher than ordinary people. Can be increased later strength. 33 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 34 you are very fast. Although you are not a man defense. 30 oh. Your defense is a bit low. It is easier to be killed. Magic 5-7 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skill. S-level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck 8 upper limit 10. What a lucky guy. Can be increased later. Occupation. Non-occupational skills. None. A level 12 bird only gives 60 experience points. And its 5 little cuties each give a little experience. Fortunately, she didn't need much experience to level up. Otherwise she would never reach level 15. She did bring a fishing net, but she was afraid that no clouds would come over here. She crossed her arms, and was in a daze for a while, watching people in the chat area talking about all sorts of things. Just as she thought, this was not a proper cloud island for living. And no clouds came over. And Ran was bored for a while. And she got up and circled around the tree. It was such a thick tree, and she was in a hurry to get down. So she picked all the mushrooms, and didn't even check them carefully. This tree is very thick, otherwise it wouldn't be able to support such a big bird's nest. It took Ran more than 10 minutes to get to the shady side of the tree. This tree has a yin-yang face. The side facing the sun is full of pure white trunks and white clouds. This shady side is pitch black, and it is bare without leaves. She didn't dare to touch this black spot, so she pulled a stick from the bird's nest and poked the back of the tree. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the tree was twisted, as if it was ticklish. And Ran took the weapon and poked it carefully again. As expected, the black tree twisted again, and Ran stepped back a distance, not daring to continue poking it. What if it mutated? And Ran went back to the front. But he was always thinking about the half-black tree. Suddenly, the giant tree split from the center, and a pair of skinny claws stretched out from inside, pulling and ran in, and then closed again. Not long after, another hand stretched out and took away the tent. Before Enran could use his weapon to attack the pair of skinny claws, he found himself on the ground. The space inside the tree was unexpectedly large and empty, like an empty tree hole that could have been dug out by someone. There was a strange tree core in the tree hole, which was mostly black and only a small part was white. The tree core was like a transparent black and white crystal. Player Enran triggered a hidden mission: save the white clouds that were about to be polluted, and expel the dead tree ghost that was parasitic on the back of the tree. Completing the mission will get a good reward. Do you want to accept the mission? And Ren thought about it for a few seconds, and then accepted it. She had nothing to do here, and she didn't know when she could go back. Besides, there was a reward. So why not accept it? How to get rid of the dead tree ghost that grew together with the tree was a difficult problem. And Ram was sent out by the tree, and she tried to poke the dead tree ghost behind her. The dead tree ghost stretched out its ghost hand like a dead branch to reach and ran. And Ran led it around in circles and ran to the front. The ghost hand could only reach a limited distance. And when Enran went around to the sunny side, the ghost hand did not dare to reach her. It seemed to be a little afraid of sunlight, and it quickly shrank back when it came into contact with it. And Ran discovered this problem, and poked it several times with evil intentions, confirming that this thing was really afraid of sunlight. Every time she ran over, the ghost hand would not reach out. No wonder it only parasitized on the back of this big tree. The front was growing well, but the back and the inside were almost corroded. The core of the tree growing in the tree hole was also more than half polluted. I am afraid that after the core of the tree is completely polluted, the tree will completely turn into the ghost of the dead tree ghost. It's ugly. And this cloud island has always been very stable. At most it moves parallel to the wind, and won't roll in the wind. This will result in only one side of the cloud island always facing the sun, and the shady side cannot be illuminated. This is also the reason why the big tree is parasitized but unable to resist. The white clouds and the dead tree ghost are obviously both able to move, but the white clouds have been corroded too deeply, and can't fight against the dead tree ghost. You can see it clearly by looking at the tree core inside. And Ran waited until the afternoon, when the sun was setting, and then looked again, and saw the dead tree ghost pulling the white bark to wrap itself up, blocking itself from the sun. Then it shrunk further into the tree, and the corrosion speed became faster. And Ran tried several times, but the dead tree ghost couldn't reach out, and it couldn't get away from the big tree it was parasitic on. Just like a parasite, it needs to absorb nutrients and water from the host, and then gradually replace the host. After confirming that this thing is really afraid of sunlight, it began to make plans. Isn't it afraid of sunlight? And it is deeply integrated with the tree, and it can't run away easily. Let it bask in the sun. And Ran injected all his magic power into the flying carpet, and the flying carpet flew away from Yundao. And Ran pulled Yundao, wanting to turn it over. Let the shady side face the sun. Let the dead tree ghost bask in the sun. The dead tree ghost seemed to sense what she was going to do, stretched out countless ghost hands to stop her, and was no longer afraid of the sun. And Ran controlled the direction, avoided the attacks of the ghost hands, and fought with it in midair. Controlled the flying carpet to drill through the gaps of the ghost hands. Whenever there was a chance, reached out to pull the cloud island. The cloud island was very light, and it could be pulled with a slight tug. While Ran dodged the attacks, she pulled the cloud island over little by little. Chapter 48. The dead tree ghost who knows the times named the ghost and ran. She still has little magic power now, and she also looked at the distance unit in the flying carpet, and pulled the cloud island over little by little. The entire shady side of the cloud island was now facing the sunlight in the west, and the dead tree ghost no longer cared about catching and ran. He stretched out his dead hands to pull the bark to wrap himself, but was snatched back by the white tree. White smoke began to emerge from the places that touched the sunlight, and the dead tree ghost struggled and twisted his body, and countless dead branches waved wildly, slapping the flames burning on his body. Some branches were swung too hard, and the cloud islands were broken. And Ran stuffed the broken cloud islands into the grid. The system said that it was forbidden to cut more than 1/10 of the area, but it didn't say that it was forbidden to take away scattered cloud islands. The dead tree ghost dismantled the cloud island, and Ran picked up the leaks on the flying carpet. About an hour later, the dead tree ghost finally lost the strength to struggle. It was shrinking under the sun, and its whole body fell off the tree. It became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small black tree only as high as Enran's ankle. The little tree stepped on the tree roots and ran forward. But Enran stepped on the tree roots. He picked it up, and the small black sapling struggled in Enran's hand. Enran took out his sword and was about to stab it to death. Player Enran. The withered tree ghost is willing to surrender and become your contracted beast. Do you agree? Enran raised his eyebrows. Good guy. He is really flexible in order to save his life. And turned around and surrendered to the enemy. Enran pinched it and shook it. Do you think you have any other use besides parasitizing on the tree? Why should I sign a contract with you? The withered tree ghost was dizzy from her shaking, and squeaked twice while waving his withered hands. Young dead tree ghost can parasitize on the shady side of any object, can also enter a person's shadow, can merge with a shadow, turn into a shadow ghost, and its attack power cannot be underestimated. This seems to have some effect, but this thing is so small. Is its attack power really that strong? Enran shook the sapling a few more times, and it didn't feel very good, especially because it was afraid of the sun. Enran poked it with the tip of the knife, and the sapling squeaked anxiously. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Enran for completing the hidden task. The reward has been sent to the backpack. Please check it yourself. Stepping on the roots of the sapling with his feet, Enran took the reward out of it. A scroll and 2 small stones. The scroll happened to be the contract scroll. Looking at the illustration, it seems that this little ghost sapling is quite powerful. Let's sign the contract. After signing the contract, the dead tree ghost officially became Enran's contracted beast, and was named Old Six. The dead tree ghost shrank into Enran's shadow, and quickly merged with the shadow, merging into the ghost in the shadow. Looking at Old Six, who had returned to his original size, Enran nodded with satisfaction. Her scroll was not in vain. Go and look at the small stones again. One is the west positioning stone, and the other is a transparent stone the size of a fingernail. Fire inlay stone. Can be embedded in weapons, increases weapon stats, adds fire attack, random skills. Wow, it's worth her trip. It's worth it, but how can she leave? Does she put out her tent? And Ram retreated into the tent dejectedly. It's difficult. Take out the window, take out the inlay stone, but find that it can't be embedded. A second forging scroll is required to embed. Okay. Can't go back, and can't do anything else, and Ran has to make a meal for herself first. Dismantle the huge bird's nest. And a bunch of shiny things fall out of it. Diamond *1. Silver nugget *1. Gold nugget *1. Broken armor *1. Hairpin *1. Color paper *23. Silver spoon *2. Most of them are shiny things. But after looking at the survival guide, most of them are useless and cannot be inlaid. The hairpin is just a rhinestone that shines. Why do birds like these shiny things? They are not dragons. The only useful ones are gold and silver nuggets. After putting away the things, Enran used the wood and feathers from the bird's nest to light a fire. She only had a small pot in her box. After thinking for a while, she exchanged mushrooms for some firewood in the trading area, and then combined them into a bucket. She also bought water from the trading area, rinsed the mushrooms, and put them in the pot to cook. This was the first time she bought water instead of selling it. There was no seasoning or salt. So Enran exchanged some with the wood from the bird's nest, which was only 5 grams. She cooked the mushrooms and bird meat, added a little salt, and ate them with rice balls. After dinner, she started to circle around the cloud island again. It was getting dark, but she still couldn't think of a way to go back. That dead bird. Without the floating clouds, she couldn't get any supplies, and sooner or later, she would run out of food. The cloud island was also drifting in the wind, and she didn't know if it would drift too far away from her cloud island. When she was caught, she didn't know how far she was taken away, and she had lost her direction. She couldn't find the direction to go back, and Ran squatted on the edge of the island with a sad face. There is no other way. Let's stay here for the night. The wind outside the tent was blowing, and the tent was creaking. It was obvious that the weather outside was not warm, and Ran leaned against the tree, silently hugged his legs, and thought about going home. It was a pity that he had thought about it all, but he still couldn't figure out how to go back. After thinking about it until midnight, Ran curled up in his sleeping bag with a sad face and fell asleep. Old Six was released by Ran to be a watchdog. There were no clouds on this cloud island, but there were monsters coming. But this monster was not very strong, and was beaten into particles by the shadow ghost with a few branches. The exploded supplies were automatically collected into the backpack by the automatic pickup function. The shadow ghost squatted at the door of the tent, stretching out his shadow ghost hand, hurting the monsters coming and going. And Ran woke up early in the morning, and found that there were a lot more food and daily necessities in her storage grid. Still wondering where they came from, the shadow ghost jumped out of her shadow, gesturing and asking for credit. But how can you expect Ran to understand what a tree is saying? It gestured for a long time. But Ran still didn't understand what it meant. Old Six was forced to no avail, and suddenly he taught himself, and drew a bunch of abstract paintings on the ground with branches. And Ran tried to identify it, and finally figured out what it meant. Suddenly, it said that it had killed a monster in the middle of the night, and it also brought back the supplies. And Ran opened the panel. And sure enough, after a night, her experience increased by 20 points, although it was not enough to upgrade. But this little guy is not bad. And Ran praised it a lot. And the shadow ghost was flattered, and shrank into her shadow obediently. After chewing a rice ball, and looking at the white clouds floating around, and Ran suddenly had an idea. She had a way to go back. She had stored more than a dozen island clouds of different sizes in her grid. And she merged the small ones into 2 island clouds of about 15 square meters. Each one was 15 square meters. And the total was 30 square meters. Chapter 49, Going Home When You Upgrades for the second time. After packing up her things, she throws one of the clouds out first, and Ran steps on it, and then puts the next cloud in front. Then she moves the previous cloud to the front again, and moves back little by little along the way she came. She can live in 15 square meters at night, but she is afraid that it will drift around with the wind at night, and move further away from her cloud island. After moving for a whole morning, and Ran cooks some mushrooms to eat, and then continues to move. She keeps moving for a whole day, until the evening, and she still doesn't see her cloud island. I don't know if I've deviated from the direction, or if the distance is too far. And Ran got a torch and stuck it on the cloud, and continued to move forward. It was not until after 9 o'clock that she was too tired to hold on. And then she went back to the tent to rest. There was no solid house, so she kept weapons under her sleeping bag. And she also let the shadow ghost out to stand guard for her. The shadow ghost hid under the tent, leaving only a few branches outside to surround the tent. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the induction, and the sleeping bag was not zipped up. So Ran jumped up, outside the tent. The shadow ghost had already started fighting with the other party. It was a human-shaped shadow that was also pitch black, a dark mass, and the eyes on the round head were 2 long, glowing slits. The front of the arms were not 2 hands, but 2 mantis sickles. Ghost sickle, level 12. Attack 27. Speed 30. Defense 15. HP 120. The shadow ghost used all its tentacles, trying to stop the ghost sickle, but it was too fast. It broke through the shadow ghost's blockade with a few jumps, and almost flashed to Ran. The 2 sickles chopped down without warning, and Ran blocked it with one hand. When you blocked the 2 sickles, raised her right foot and aimed at the ghost sickle and kicked it hard. Her strength was stronger than the ghost sickle, and with this kick, the ghost sickle was kicked back to the edge of the cloud island. And Ran thought it would fall, but found that it could float in the air. It could even step on the air, exert force with its feet, and rushed over at an incredibly fast speed. With the help of running, her strength was doubled, and the 2-handed sickle was like a pair of crossed scissors, aiming at Ran's neck and cutting. And Ran ducked down, dodging the attack. When he crouched down, he gave it a sweeping kick. The ghost sickle was tripped and fell to the ground. And Ran was about to take advantage of the situation to chase him. But he saw a huge crack suddenly appeared at the mouth of the ghost sickle, which originally only had eyes. A residual image shot out as fast as lightning, and Ran quickly activated the tortoiseshell shield, and the disc-like shield bounced the residual image away. Just when Ran thought he had avoided it, the residual image hit the shield but turned a corner and pierced directly into the defenseless left shoulder of Ran. Ah! And Ran cried out briefly, but gritted his teeth and slashed with his iron sword in his right hand. He directly cut off the tongue of the ghost sickle. The black mucus with a foul smell rushed towards him, almost suffocating Ran. The cut off of his tongue actually directly reduced the blood of the ghost sickle by 50, so it was known that this thing must be very important to the ghost sickle. Ignoring the tongue, Ran took the opportunity to move forward, while the ghost sickle was still lying on the ground, raised his 2 sickles, and stabbed Ran's feet. Ran quickly stepped back a few steps, The go-sickle had already climbed up, while it was still not standing firm, and Ran went up and cut off its 2 sickles with a sword, reducing its blood by 50 again. For the last time, and Ran cut off its neck. The go-sickle turned into a pile of fragments and disappeared in the air. It left behind a black iron-level treasure chest and supplies, which were automatically picked up and stored in the storage grid. And Ran didn't care about anything else, and turned back to the tent first, and found a gel to apply on the wound. This gel is indeed for more serious wounds. The bleeding place stopped bleeding quickly and gradually closed. It was just a scab, and it was not completely healed. And Ran sighed helplessly. It seemed that after the system told everyone to reach level 15 as soon as possible, these monsters began to increase gradually. After the wound stopped hurting, she opened the panel to check her stats. Player and Ran, level 1110/150 HP, 110 tougher than ordinary people. Can be increased later strength. 34 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 35 you are very fast. Although you are not a man defense. 31 oh. Your defense is a bit low. It is easier to be killed. Magic 5/7 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skill S level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck 8 upper limit 10. What a lucky guy. Can be increased later. Occupation non-occupational skills none. It is indeed upgraded. There is still 1 free attribute point left. Added to defense. But look at the experience. After reaching level 11, the required experience is no longer 10 points, and then 10 points upwards, but 50. Why is the required experience increasing, but the experience of this monster is still so little? Shaking my head, turning on the flashlight, first go to open the iron treasure chest to see what's inside. Bronze level hand crossbow, the most powerful at a range of 30 meters, the farther the distance, the less powerful it is. Attack 28 at a range of 30 meters, no additional skills, can be forged twice later. Durability 80. This attack is okay, but for this weapon, it's not worth a black iron safe box. After flipping through it, I found a scroll at the bottom. Secondary forging scroll, which allows you to upgrade your weapon by secondary forging, provided that you prepare the things that need to be fused first. There are 10 crossbow arrows in the box. And Ran laid out her own weapons. Currently, only the Winyu and the hand crossbow can be secondary forged. The inlay stone that can be secondary forged is of the fire type. But the Winyu is obviously a speed type, which is not suitable. Then I will inlay it on the hand crossbow. If I can randomly get an explosive skill, it would be great if the arrows I shoot can explode. How much greater would the attack power be? In order to deal with the upcoming job transfer battle, there must be something to show off. But the bronze hand crossbow cannot be used as the main attack. The crossbow is suitable for filling gaps and taking advantage of the situation. Touching his chin, it's really difficult. After all, Winyu is now her main weapon, and needs to improve its performance. After thinking about it, I decided to give it to Winyu. Put the inlay stone, Winyu, directly click on the secondary forging. Winyu and the inlay stone turned into a stream of light, and merged together. It doesn't take too long to upgrade bronze equipment. It only takes about 3 or 4 minutes. Although the inlay stone was fused, the fish did not upgrade. Bronze level rapier fish, attack 45, speed 47, mainly light and agile. But the attack power is also not low. There is a 3% chance to trigger the built-in skill. Split sword, attack 5 swords in an instant. Each sword has 45 points of attack. But because the speed is too fast, it is difficult to control the landing point of the sword. There is also a 3% chance to trigger the flame explosion effect, which can double the attack of the split sword. Durability 150. Note, it can be forged and modified twice later, with no upper limit. Chapter 50. Finally I got home. I didn't expect that the inlay stone could improve the data so much. And Ran happily stuffed the weapon under the sleeping bag, and took another look at the daily supplies given by Guijian. 2 steamed buns, 2 bottles of mineral water, a large bag of pickles, and a roll of toilet paper. The corners of her mouth twitched. I thank you, you are so considerate. The only problem she couldn't solve here was the sanitation problem, so she had to do the same as others, and make an island cloud to store garbage. No, I feel sick just thinking about it. She closed her eyes, and forced herself to sleep. She slept until dawn, and continued to move the next day. In the afternoon, she never expected to encounter an unexpected surprise. She ran into Xiao Ba. Her Xiao Ba was playing games outside with a string of clouds. thinking of how Xiao Ba could accurately find her home wherever she went. She felt hopeful. Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba. I'm lost. Can you take me home? Xiao Ba circled around her and stretched out his short fingers to make the number 5. And Ran, who could roughly understand what it meant, knew that the little girl wanted 5 cups of sweet water. If she could take her home, let alone 5 cups. 10 cups would be fine. Without hesitation, she nodded. Xiao Ba grabbed a corner of the cloud island where she was, and as if he had a radar on his body, he headed straight for his destination with a clear goal. After flying for about a few hours, and Ren finally found her cloud island. Xiaoqi had already climbed all over the house, and it was very beautiful with its lush green color. The broad leaves stretched out from the cloud island, catching the monsters flying back and forth. And after eating them, only a skeleton was left to be spit out. There were a bunch of odds and ends under the vines. And Ran sat on the cloud island, opened her arms, and shouted to it, Xiaoqi, drag me back. Xiaoqi's vines stretched out, wrapped around her cloud island, and pulled her over with a whoosh, so fast that she almost fell off. And Ran merged several cloud islands, cut off the cloud island full of garbage, and threw it into the toilet and flushed it away. In this way, her cloud islands added up to 144 square meters. After finally returning home, and Ran was frozen to the bone, so she lit the fire first. After roasting the fire for a while, her body warmed up. She actually did not lose out this time. It was just that her left shoulder was injured twice in a short period of time, and it was still not healed. She only ate half a steamed bun this morning, and was already hungry at this time, because she was caught this time. It was also a lesson for her. She planned to make more food and store it in the storage grid. She could have food wherever she went, and she would not be as embarrassed as this time. She also needed to prepare more water, because time would stand still in the grid anyway, and it would keep warm. She had been away for 2 days, and 1 night without salvaging any supplies. So she went out to see what was under Xiaoqi's vines. 1 pair of leather shoes, 1 pair of shorts, 1 vest, 1 puzzle, 1 set of comics, 2 notebooks, 2 carbon pens. A puzzle is just a puzzle. It has no other use. It can be used to kill time. And so can comics. Notebooks and carbon pens are quite useful. At least she no longer needs to use charcoal to write down something. And Ran looked at the things needed to upgrade the house. And she had daily water and iron swords to exchange for these things. Accumulate little by little. But now she hasn't collected all the things, and she didn't think about upgrading now. Because the 3rd level house is 50 square meters, it will compress the rest of her cloud island space, and at least she needs to expand the cloud island again before upgrading. She didn't get the iron door, glass, tiles and the like. Obviously, the iron door and the iron door are not the same thing. Her body warmed up, and Ran changed her clothes. The clothes she wore before had a hole, and there were bloodstains, so she had to wash them. She soaked the clothes in water, and applied some gel to the wound. While cooking, she made several cups of sugar water for Xiao Ba as a thank you gift. If the little guy hadn't come with her this time, she didn't know how long she would have to float outside. She might not even be able to find the right direction. After the little guy finished drinking, he went out to play again with a string of small clouds behind him. And Ran laughed. She was really a child. After dinner, she went out to check the fishing net to see if there was anything caught in it and to install the positioning stone. However, she saw that several clouds treated the fishing net as a toy, drilling around in the net and having a lot of fun. These little guys are really something. I wonder if the fishing net is used to catch them. Seeing them still moving back and forth, and Ran smiled and caught them with a net. The remaining small clouds saw that one of them was caught, flew up, fused together, and wrapped in Ran's head. And Ran's head entered a slightly damp cloud, and the white mist blocked his vision, so he couldn't see clearly. This cloud is really naughty. And Ran pushed away the little guy in front of his eyes, but was completely wrapped in the cloud again. And Ran was in tears and laughed as she took the fishing net to scoop away the cloud that was wrapped around her body. These little guys have been bored for too long. Do they become crazy when they see people? The cloud behind her was not scooped away. It floated over in Ran's head. Swish! A wave of rain fell. Well, and Ran's clothes that she had just changed were soaked again. And she was soaked to the bone. And Ran took the fishing net, with a dark face, to scoop away the rainy cloud and dragged it back home. Fine hemp rope *50, hair dryer *1, detergent *2, detergent powder *2, cotton gloves *1 pair, thermos pot *1. The fine hemp rope was combined into a fishing net and thrown into the trading area for sale. Note price, still need to chat privately. As for the hair dryer, she happened to have a battery card, so she inserted it into the card slot of the hair dryer and dried her hair first. She poured some detergent into the basin and rubbed the clothes and washed the blood stains with soap again, but it didn't work. She was injured yesterday, and the blood stains had solidified on her clothes, and it couldn't be washed off easily. There was no other way. She would wear it after it was repaired. She had a lot of thick clothes, but she didn't want to throw them away just because of this stain. After all, clothes are consumables, and it would be bad if the clothes were scrapped one day. The thermos she just got is a large one, same size as a hot water bottle, which can hold a lot of things. Boil the water, and then pour it in. Go see if there are any other large thermos in the trading area, and get a few more. Anyway, they will be stuffed into the box, and then put into the grid, so it doesn't matter how many there are. There are quite a few small ones, but there are basically no large ones. And Rand traded the water, and iron swords, and other things that were hung in the trading area. Slate, glass, iron door are all fine. Yunmian doesn't mind, the more the better. If you don't use it this time, you can save it for next time. It looks like this. This cloud cotton has a lot of uses, and there's no harm in saving more. The water in the small thermos is too little. Not enough to drink. A cup of water can only be drunk once or twice. In addition to this, and Ren is also searching for high-level nutrient solution in the trading area, which she needs for her red vermilion fruit. If she gets more, she can stimulate the mutation of the red vermilion fruit and improve its properties. Chapter 51 Announcement of the whole area system. Otherwise, if you only rely on upgrading, the attribute will be upgraded very slowly, especially in the later stage. More experience is needed, the level is upgraded very slowly, and there is only a little attribute value, which is too pitfall. If this can't keep up with the monster's attributes, wouldn't it be pure abuse? Maybe no one sells black soil, but there is still a lot of nutrient solution after all. Not everyone is land to plant. After coming back, there are indeed many more monsters attacking daily, although more experience is needed, but in this way, after the 15-day deadline, I can still catch up with the 15th level. The temperature dropped again recently, directly to -35 degrees. And Rand stove suddenly became popular. In normal temperatures, you can wear more clothes, light a charcoal pot or something, and warm yourself by the fire. But when the temperature drops, you can warm yourself by the fire in front, but you will still feel cold in the back. After generating the blueprint, and Rand replaced the stove she usually used, because the temperature radiation range of that stove was too small, and it only warmed the area around the stove. Unlike the later synthesis, which was done by the system, the temperature radiation area is wider. The whole room she lived in was warm, and she didn't need to wear thick cotton clothes inside. And Rand recently found that the things in the salvaged clouds were gradually decreasing. According to her luck, the things she salvaged were not many, not to mention other people. On the contrary, the things dropped by killing monsters began to increase. The system was forcing everyone to kill monsters. That's right. If you are not careful when killing monsters, you will die. According to the joy of the system when assigning tasks. And Rand had reason to suspect that this system wished that the Earthlings would die. Moreover, if they want to go home, they need to kill monsters and continue to level up. After all, they can only go home after reaching level 100. They have to kill monsters. And there is no other way. The game is so dangerous. I believe that except for some people who love adventure, most people still want to go back to Earth. And Ren has not considered this yet. After all, she is still a long way from level 100. Who knows what will happen during the upgrade process? What if she wakes up one day, and it's all over? It's better not to think about such distant things. But in Rand's heart, she vaguely didn't want to go back. After all, there was nothing on Earth worth staying for. And Rand used a fishing net to scoop up the cloud. And Rand didn't feel any danger, but the cloud was full of transparent little jelly-like monsters. They were colorful, jumping around the house like bouncy balls. And Rand didn't care about anything else, and went to get the scoop net to catch them. This thing jumped from the floor to the ceiling, and bounced back and forth between the walls, like countless balls bouncing irregularly. The bowls and thermos that Rand had placed on the table were knocked down by them. And Rand let them jump, and before they jumped to the thermos, they took away everything at once, leaving only the Kong and the stove. A small green monster jumped onto the stove, and with a squeak, it was melted by the stove. It flowed down the stove like melted ice water. And Ran went up and pulled it off, and looked at its only organ, with a cross on its 2 black eyeballs. The detection eye showed that the bouncing ball monster was dead. And Ran was speechless. This thing is really called a bouncing ball. And Ran chased them several times. Without the extra things blocking him, the net could be used without restraint. After chasing for half an hour, he finally caught the bunch of jumping balls, and stuffed them all into wooden barrels. The melted ball had completely turned into a pool of green jelly, lying limply on the floor. And Ran grabbed it and swung it. This thing looks like crystal mud. Melted bouncing balls have extraordinary stickiness, very tough, can be used to make utensils or stick to something. Although Ran didn't know what this thing was for, she still caught them all, knocked them out one by one, and put them on the fire to melt. Looking at the big basin of sticky things that could be pulled out into long threads, Ran suddenly had an idea in her mind. She knew what to do with them. She pulled them into strips, and then wove a large fishing net like weaving a fishing net. Sticky animal catching net. It was developed by the players themselves. The function is currently unknown. And the role is unknown. The moment Ran made it, she always felt that this thing could play a huge role in the job transfer battle. She didn't dislike it, because her sensing ability was so strong, she didn't need to verify it. Sticky animal catching net blueprint has been generated. Do you want to announce it? No. A blueprint floated down, and Ran clicked on the learning button again. She didn't need to make it manually in the future, she could just synthesize it directly. Most of the blueprints made by the players themselves are not available in the system. Once the players produce the blueprints, they will be salvaged or exploded in the future. The rewards for the blueprints of the trap net are as follows: 1 iron door, 1 bag of flour. Not bad, as there happened to be no iron door for sale in the trading area. The system gave her one, so she didn't need to think about making it herself. She could still copy the iron door, and just fool around with it according to the ones on Earth. But for the iron door, she said she really couldn't do it. Ding dong system announcement. Congratulations to player Zhao Feng for creating a black iron weapon. The black iron whip. And the rewards are as follows: Island Cloud *3, Hemostatic Gel *5, Blue Potion *3, Red Potion *3. And Ran's eyes darkened for a moment. And she licked her lips. This reward is really good. I don't know if it's because there are more rewards after the announcement, or because his blueprint is a black iron level weapon, which is more powerful. The rewards for Zhao Feng are all practical items, and Ran doesn't covet these rewards. But that doesn't mean others don't covet them. And Ran checked and found that Zhao Feng is from their district. By the way, their district is called F990 District. Does it have any special meaning? Or is it just a random name to divide the number of people? Ding dong system announcement. Congratulations to player Zhao Feng for creating a black iron level weapon. Ding dong system announcement. Congratulations to player Zhao Feng for creating a black iron level weapon. The system broadcasted loudly 3 times before it stopped. The noise was really loud. And Ran smacked her lips. When she was still using bronze weapons, someone had made black iron weapons by himself. She felt so awesome. She couldn't do that. She could only follow the system, and use the weapons given by the system. She couldn't make her own weapons. It was just that Zhao Feng was a little too high profile. Now that everyone had just solved the problem of food and clothing, and was still poor, he publicized his situation with great fanfare. Isn't he afraid that others would think of him? Don't forget, when they reach level 15, they will gather together to fight monsters. At that time, they will not only kill monsters, but also people. And Ran could foresee that the battle for job transfer would be a fierce battle. Chapter 52 Zhao Feng. Although the announcement of the system is not global, it is also broadcast to the entire F area. Each letter area has 10,000 communities, and there are more than several million people in their F area alone. The system did not say whether the F area will participate in the job transfer battle together, or only their 990 communities will participate. And Ran was complaining, but Zhao Feng didn't care at all. Zhao Feng was lying on the rocking chair, warming by the stove, holding a goblet with red wine in it, and the house, which was about the same size as Ran's, was filled with various supplies. Zhao Fengzi raised his glass to the sun outside with a proud look. He just enjoyed the feeling of being famous all over the world. He dared to say that his supplies were definitely the best in their F district. He now had a cloud island of hundreds of square meters, lived in a second-level house, and even made a black iron level whip. He believed that soon he would be able to walk sideways in this game. Now all he needed was a beautiful woman crawling at his feet. Look at the poor people in the chat area. Look at the junk in the trading area. They are actually exchanging them for food. Isn't food the easiest thing to get? You can get it just by grabbing it. Zhao Feng looked through his supplies. Let's have some spare ribs tonight. I believe they definitely don't have these foods. What do people eat in the chat area? Steamed buns, flour rolls, bread, vegetable buns, sometimes dumplings are good. I was just broadcasted by the system again. Should I take a photo and send it to the chat area? Let those poor guys envy me. Zhao Feng was very proud, thinking he was invincible. Yes, before entering the game, he was a second-generation rich man. He could do whatever he wanted. He had a lot of people to serve him. He was nothing. He was just a dandy. His father was rich and powerful. He was spoiled since he was a child, which made him arrogant. This guy is just like what is written in novels. He is not a good person. He bullies men and women, relying on his father's power. He almost does all kinds of evil. Even driving a sports car to kill people can make a big thing small. Small things are nothing. He even raped a 15-year-old underage girl. But he didn't bring his father down. And he silenced the girl's family. No matter how the girl's family appealed, they were beaten back by the beasts who protected each other. And even hired someone to beat the girl's family half to death. In Zhao Feng's view, the people below were all fools. Low-class people. And it was not a pity to die. Anyway, I have money and power. So it doesn't matter if I kill a few people. I can find someone to take the blame when I go to jail. The law is made for the poor, not for us who are well known. Zhao Feng is used to being rampant. And when he entered the game, although everything was not going well at the beginning, but he was lucky enough to salvage a lot of supplies. Zhao Feng, who never knew what it meant to be low-key, didn't dare to show off before. But now he is finally strong again. And of course, he is unwilling to be lonely. In his opinion, none of these lowly people in the game can be a match for his black iron level weapons. He will kill one by one, and kill two by two. This time, he went to the job transfer battle, and happened to bring a woman back to play with. He hasn't touched a woman for so long, and he is bored to death. It would be best if she is underage and hasn't been deflowered. Those who had boyfriends, all had been used by others, and he thought they were dirty. It would be best if he could cook. Since he was a child, he had never suffered such an injustice, and his noble fingers were wet. He couldn't wash clothes or cook. Whenever a piece of clothing was dirty, he would sell it to the trading area, and he would laugh at the crowds of people snatching it. He couldn't cook rice. He could only boil it with plain water, and add some seasoning, and he didn't know what it tasted like. Yes. Yes. Yes, this time we need to find a nani, a bed warmer, and to serve him, we need to bring a few back. Anyway, the system encourages them to kill each other. So he is not against the system. Zhao Feng felt that he liked this game even more. Zhao Feng cooked the ribs. Although he did not remove the blood foam or add salt when cooking, he felt that he still tasted very good. He took a picture and posted it to the chat area, with the caption, "The life of rich people is something you can't envy." There were a lot of compliments and options below. And Zhao Feng was very proud of himself. And Ran looked at the ribs that didn't look very good, and then looked at her braised prawns and spicy fried bird meat with rice. Forget it, if you have good things, just keep quiet and make a fortune, don't show off. She peeled open a shrimp and ate it in one bite. It was delicious, and then ate a mouthful of rice and bird meat. It was simply amazing. What could be better than having a good meal after a hard day's work? This afternoon, I didn't catch anything else. I just gave them peppers, lao gan ma, star anise, 5 spice noodles, soy sauce and other things. She had 13 spices before, so now the seasoning is really complete. She made spicy fried bird meat in the evening. The bird meat tasted very light, and it wouldn't taste good without heavy ingredients, and the peppers really came at the right time. There were still seeds inside the dried chili peppers. So she dug them out and planted them in the black soil. If chili peppers could be grown in large quantities, it would be a good way to make money. After all, it's cold now, and eating chili peppers can warm your body. The chat area was still making noises, and Ram was eating dinner, watching them pay attention to Zhao Feng while eating her own dinner. After wiping the sweat from the tip of her nose, and Ran took a hissing breath, stuffed bird meat into her mouth, and then took another big mouthful of rice. In addition to flattering Zhao Feng, the chat area also discussed the problem of less and less salvage supplies. It seems obvious that it is not just her side that has problems. What if there is really no supplies to salvage in the later stage? They are floating in the sky. Some monsters may not give food after being killed. This can be seen from the monsters that Enran killed. Most of the drops are not food. Alas, this system is really pitfalls. I don't know how to solve it. Shaking her head, Enran decided not to exchange food for others for the time being and wait and see. At present, the exchange is still based on water, stoves, iron swords, and other things. After finishing dinner, Enran had just packed up his things, and there was another knock on the door. Xiaoqi can basically deal with ordinary monsters. If he really can't deal with it, he will suppress it and knock on Enran's door directly. Enran hid in the corner with his weapon, then opened the door and rushed towards the monster outside. This is another battle. After fighting all day, Enran felt that he was now extremely proficient in fighting, and was no longer the rookie who didn't even know how to wield a knife when he first came. After cleaning up the wild monsters today, Enran counted the spoils, and he gave food. Chocolate *5. Ramen *1. Self-heating hot pot *2. Self-heating rice *3. Purple rice bag *2. It seems that he really wants everyone to go the way of killing monsters and exploding supplies. Chapter 53 Preparations before the job change battle. Thanks to the powerful system, Enran has been killing monsters all day long recently, and her experience has been rising rapidly. Originally, I thought I should at least wait until the first job change battle is over before upgrading, and see how other people are doing. But it is obvious that the system is doing this on purpose. With half a day left before the 15th day, Enran reached level 15. Now she has to go to the job change battle, or not. Enran packed up her supplies. Although the system is a bit of a rip-off, and keeps putting monsters on Floating Cloud Island, it gives a lot of things, and they are also very good. Enran cleaned up the battlefield, then went back to count the supplies. She picked up the items automatically. At present, she herself didn't know what supplies she had. From 5 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon today, she fought 3 times in a short period of time, killed 3 level 14 monsters, and was hurt all over. She walked into the house, rubbing her blue arm, closed the door, and opened her personal panel first. Player Enran, level 1520/350 HP, 150 tougher than ordinary people, can be increased later strength. 39, I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 40, you are very fast, even though you are not a man defense. 39, oh, your defense is a bit low, it is easier to be killed. Magic value, 108 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill, S-level super perception can be upgraded later. Luck value, 8 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession, none. Professional skills, none. There are 2 free attribute points at level 15, all added to strength. Strength became 41. Experience points are much higher, but the experience points given by killing monsters are not too much. Monsters below level 15, except for monsters below level 3, the rest are multiplied by 5. But boss experience points are not included in this data. She has gained these experiences so far, but she has killed a lot of monsters. I don't know if the system will adjust the experience points later, or there are other ways. Enran began to count today's spoils. A black iron treasure chest, a bronze and a wooden box, some scattered items. Hand cream *1, lambskin coat *1, cooking oil *5 jean, floor standing clothes hanger *1, thermos pot *1, salt *2 jean, strawberry *1 jean, banana *1 jean, pot plant *2. There are also pot plants, but the flower pots are not big, so I can't pull them out to plant other things, so I'll just keep them. Open all the remaining boxes. In the wooden box are toilet paper *5, self-heating rice *2, self-heating hot pot *2, quickly frozen dumplings *2. Open the bronze box. Hemostatic grass *5, red potion *1, blue potion *1. Finally, there is a black iron box. There was a breastplate inside, and only one breastplate. Black iron level breastplate can add 50 defense. There were no other skills. The things that the system gave recently all seemed to be in preparation for the job change battle. Enran already had a scroll, and originally thought that it could avoid being taken away, but it seemed difficult. There was no way, Enran prepared the mess first. She made a lot of food recently, and drinking water and other things, put them in a wooden barrel and stuffed them into a grid. I just happened to find some self-heating rice, so I put them in there too. I put the thermos in there after boiling water was in there. Although there was a system bug, but if I put a whole box of different kinds of food in there, it would take up 5 grids of space. And Rand had put nearly a month's worth of food in there, including grilled fish and shelled shrimps, with all the fish bones removed. Everything was done for the convenience of eating, so you can just take it out and eat it directly. I also packed the weapons and protective gear separately, and put them in 2 big boxes, leaving them open for easy access. Tents, quilts, sleeping bags, clothes, medicine and bandages were packed into 1 grid. As she was given the hemostatic grass, and Rand directly synthesized the hemostatic gel and stuffed them in. There were just a few red and blue potions, for red ones and only 2 blue ones. She had looked through the trading area before, and now she looked again, but no one was selling. That's right, tomorrow is the job transfer battle, who knows what will happen, of course. Life-saving things must be kept in hand. There were no bandages, hemostatic sprays, etc. And Rand searched accurately, but couldn't find anything. She knew that no one was selling it. She couldn't collect the hemostatic grass either. She sighed helplessly, and made sure that she had prepared everything before she calmed down. Forget it. Let's eat first. When she withdrew from the trading area, she saw someone selling high-grade nutrient solution, and Rand opened it directly to see what he wanted. Although nutrient solution can't heal you or save your life, it can increase your attribute values if used correctly. Although this thing is rare, it can still be found. After all, not everyone grows crops, and there are plants that can be used. Clicking on it, and Rand grinned, this guy is asking for too much. 1 bottle of high-grade nutrient solution, 2 portions of red potion, 3 portions of wound medicine, and 3 pounds of meat food. And Rand was not sure if the other party knew the value of this nutrient solution, or simply thought it was a rare commodity. Whatever, go and try to negotiate, if you can get it, if you can. Forget it. After all, she didn't have much red potion, so it was more important to save her life. Looking at the name, what a coincidence, isn't this Zhao Feng, who was well known on the radio a few days ago? And Rand talked for a long time, but Zhao Feng insisted on not lowering the price, and said that his product was unique. There must be a reason for it being unique. And Rand thought about it and agreed. She didn't bargain. And of course she didn't buy it. She couldn't afford it. You could ask for food or something. But she didn't want to give him medicine or red potion. Zhao Feng frowned. And when he saw that the other parties suddenly stopped moving, he knew that the deal didn't go through. He was so angry that he threw a wine glass to the ground. Damn it. You don't know the value of it. Although he didn't know the value of this thing, he said it was the only one in the trading area. It is said that rare goods are valuable. So what's wrong with him asking for a higher price? Zhao Feng was so angry that he smashed all the dishes and chopsticks in his house to the ground. And the porcelain pieces were broken all over the floor. Little bitch. You don't know the goods. It's your honor to sell it to you. You even bargained with me. I've spoiled you. Heal you. Heal you. Heal you. Zhao Feng's face twisted for a moment, and he kept muttering to himself. His face looked like a ferocious ghost. Black mist was rising from his body. His body was blurred in the black mist, and it looked more and more weird. And Rand didn't know all this. She couldn't find what she wanted in the trading area, so she went to cook first. In fact, she didn't know if she could catch up if she came back. After all, it takes time for the red vermilion fruit to mature. The system could take people away at any time. She had tried her best to prepare. If she died there, it would be her fate. She couldn't escape. Chapter 54 The Battle for Job Transfer begins. That being said, and Rand still wrote in the trading area that she wanted to buy high-grade nutrient solution and hemostatic grass, and she could chat privately. She just left the information there, and ignored it. This time, she cooked lunch peacefully. Bamboo shoots and pork with rice, speaking of which. She had not fished out eggs, and had already eaten the ones she had gotten before. When she was halfway through the meal, a cloud came outside, and Rand rushed out with a fishing net, and saw Xiao Ba with his hands on his waist, commanding a group of small clouds. And Rand reluctantly put down the fishing net. Just then, the little guy came back, and she was still wondering where to find him. Xiao Ba gestured to her, and she knew without guessing that he was bringing these little guys to ask for sugar water again. And Rand shook her head, and served Xiao Ba's friends diligently. Of course, she was not busy in vain. The little guys gave her supplies. For example, the eggs she was just muttering about, a cup of sugar water for 5 eggs. After the little guys left, and Ran got 50 eggs. She hadn't eaten for a long time. So she fried one and ate it. This time, Xiao Ba didn't leave directly, but floated back, curled up on the con obediently, as if he knew something was going to happen, and stopped running around quietly, and Ran ate while slowly discussing with it about taking it to the job change battle. The little guy digested it for a long time. The chubby little cotton hand raised and made an okay gesture, agreeing. Everything was in place. When something happened, it felt like time was going by extra fast, and Ran fished out 10 clouds in the afternoon, and only opened 3 with supplies. 250 firewood, 1 iron lock, 1 hot and sour rice noodle, 2 wooden bowls, 3 wooden trays, and Ran took the iron lock and looked at it. It had a key, a big one, just right for locking the door. She was actually quite worried. What if someone came to rob her house after she went to the job transfer battle? She couldn't take all the things away. After thinking about it, she went to put all the firewood into the storage cloud after dinner and transported it back, and stuffed it into the warehouse. Use ropes to tie them into large bundles and put them in, so that they don't need to take up too many grids. Except for the things needed at night, the rest of the house is also put in. The system didn't say this. The house is indeed impossible to prevent people from entering, but without the owner's consent, the other party cannot forcefully open the warehouse. So Ran's approach of putting everything in the warehouse is completely correct. It's just that the things she planted on Yun Island can't be put in, after all. The warehouse doesn't store living things. It's okay to put these in for a short time, but if it's too long, they will suffocate to death. The system has been working so hard to send monsters to kill people recently. There are very few monsters that have not reached level 15 yet. But it is not ruled out that there are still some that have not reached level 15. In order to prevent her from being robbed when she is not at home, and Ran was busy all afternoon. She did not put the stove she wanted to take away, but stuffed all the quilts, clothes, washing basins, wooden barrels, etc. into it. There was only a bare wall, a toilet, and a con left. And Ran got into the quilt, hiding something in her heart, and rolled around for a long time before falling asleep. I always feel like I haven't slept for long, and I'm woken up by the system. Ding dong. There is still half an hour before the battle starts. Players who have reached the level, please arrange your funeral as soon as possible. Once the time is up, you will be teleported away. And Ran got up with a dark face. This damn system really doesn't even want to install it. I want to arrange your funeral. I washed my face as quickly as possible. Put all the dry things into the warehouse. Put on the breastplate, and covered it with clothes. I boiled 2 packs of instant noodles in hot water, beat eggs, and finished eating. I put away the stove. After confirming that she was ready, she went out, closed the iron door given by the system, and locked it. Almost as soon as she packed up, took an iron sword, and stuffed Xiao Ba into the storage cloud. Her figure flashed, and she was teleported away by the system. When Ran left, her floating cloud island stopped floating and stayed quietly in the same place, as if the pause button was pressed. Before Ran opened her eyes, she heard a noisy sound, like 1,000 ducks quacking in your ears at the same time. And Ran subconsciously tightened her weapon. Her whole body tensed, and she opened her eyes. At this time, she was at the foot of a mountain on a flat ground. There were people everywhere on the flat ground, and Ran was a little dazed. Since she came here, she hadn't seen so many people for a long time. There were so many people on the flat ground that she couldn't see the end at a glance. And Ran looked around, and everyone had their own name on their heads. And Ran frowned. This system must be intentional. Subconsciously, she walked to the edge of the crowd, covering her face with a scarf. Even if her name was exposed, her face could not be exposed. The names are the same, but the faces are different. I can wear the crazy clown mask later. Wearing it now is too conspicuous, and will attract other people's attention. The place where they are is a huge floating island. The place where they live can be called floating clouds, but this place can be called drifting land. You can't see the end at a glance. The mountains are lush, the jungles are dense, and the mountains are rolling. If you look down from the foot of the mountain where they are, it is just a corner of this huge land. People were still coming from the flat ground, and the system was transmitting without stopping. There were men and women, and even foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. That was right. And Ran didn't know whether they divided the areas by nationality. because the chat areas were all written in their own language. Most of the names in the chat areas were from their own country, with a few foreigners occasionally. Now that everyone was being teleported here, they probably wouldn't be divided by nationality. Some people had already started recruiting people, and in this situation, the locals gathered together, which could reduce some unnecessary trouble. They might fight among themselves at ordinary times, but at this time, they will only unite to face the outside world. As for what the family will do behind closed doors after the foreign enemy disappears, it is none of outsiders' business. A bunch of people were quietly exchanging secret codes, and there were always some codes that foreigners could not match. Someone came to ask and ran. The first line was 3, 5, 7, 9. Although Enran's mouth twitched, he still matched the second line 2, 4, 6, 8. Should he add a horizontal banner? Lack of food and clothing. Enran was pulled into the team and stayed with a group of people who were also from the same country. No matter what happens next, she should be more sociable for now. After all, there are so many people here. Acting alone is not only too outrageous, but also easy to be targeted. The system didn't know how many people were sent here. After about half a day, it gradually stopped, and Rand stood on tiptoe to look. There were a lot of heads, and there were white names on them. Fortunately, they were not green. There were so many heads that Rand roughly estimated that there were definitely tens of thousands of them. If these people were scattered into the mountains after the battle started, it would be estimated that no one would be seen. Chapter 55 Level 16 Earth Dragon. Ding dong. Welcome all players to the job transfer battle. I am your dear system. Now I will announce the rules of this battle. That is, there are no rules. You can kill the monsters here in any way. If you are unlucky and can't get the job transfer scroll, you can also ask the person who got it to give it to you. As for how you want the other party to give it to you, it's up to you. Oh, by the way, if you kill a human, you will get all his supplies, including Cloud Island. The battle is within this mountain range. You cannot enter the plane behind the mountain range. The job transfer battle will last for 15 days. I wish you all a good time. Now I declare the battle to begin. Hee hee. After leaving these provocative words, the system left happily. People who were originally united and friendly because of nationality issues, now distanced themselves from each other and looked at each other warily. And Rand retreated quietly to the foot of the mountain. She did not dare to turn her back to this group of people. Now these people are all enemies, whether they are native or foreigners. Everyone was on guard and kept their distance. The first person stepped down and sped up, like an arrow shot from a bow, shooting into the mountains behind him. After the first one, there was the second, then the third, the fourth. And Rand seized the opportunity and quickly plunged into the mountains, speeding up and moving forward, keeping a distance from the others. These 10 mountains were endless, and it was unknown how much area they occupied. Anyway, and Rand ran for a long time, and just reached the middle of the mountain. After making sure that there was no one around, and Rand stopped. The place she arrived at was full of pine trees. The ground was covered with a thick layer of pine needles, and it felt soft when she stepped on it. Since the system said that she had to fight monsters, there would probably be a lot of them. She needed to think about whether to stay in one place or walk around. Before she figured it out, the soil underground rolled, and the thick pine needles turned to both sides, and something was about to rush out from the ground, and ran through the hook, and dragged herself up the tree. A 2-meter-long earthworm drilled out from the ground. Earth Dragon, Level 16, Attack 50, Defense 55, Speed 48, Physicality 320. Has skills. And Rand was somewhat dumbfounded. This value was quite different from the monsters that attacked Cloud Island before, especially their HP, which was almost doubled. The attack of monsters around level 15 was only about 30, and this one increased by nearly half in an instant. The body of the Earth Dragon was too soft, and it could not be lifted up to reach and ran on the tree, and it could not climb trees. The head of the big earthworm suddenly cracked open, and inside was a big mouth full of fine serrated teeth and disgusting mucus. The big earthworm opened its mouth and bit towards the tree where Rand was. As it launched the attack, and Rand took out his fish from the grid. The data of the hand crossbow is fixed. You can attack by pulling the trigger, and the user's main attack power cannot be added. The fish is better. Its own attack is not low, and it can also be used with its own attack. The two added together are enough to break the defense of the big earthworm. And Rand took advantage of the height. jumped down with the fish in both hands, and stabbed the big earthworm's head with a sword. When the tree broke, she also jumped down. With the momentum of the descent, the fish penetrated the skin of the earthworm and nailed it to the ground. The earthworm opened its mouth and howled silently, and Rand shot the crossbow into its mouth. The crossbow could not penetrate the thick skin. It didn't say that it had defense inside. The attack of the crossbow and the fish directly caused the earthworm to lose half of its blood. And Rand's attack power was too low. And this thing had too much blood. The killing move that could kill a level 15 monster in 1 second before only made it lose half of its blood. And Rand had no weapons. And no moves. And Rand hesitated whether to draw his sword. And the earthworm, in great pain, lifted itself up and broke free from the fish. Its cheeks bulged, and a mouthful of foul-smelling black mud sprayed towards Rand. And Rand's face changed drastically. It was obvious that this mud was not a good thing. And it was extremely smelly. And Rand flashed towards the dense pine forest on the side. He had boots with acceleration on his feet, and his own speed was fast. So he dodged the attack. The mud sprayed on the trees, and black and foul-smelling smoke kept coming out. The trees were corroded and rotted rapidly, and turned into a pool of black water in the blink of an eye. And Rand swallowed his saliva. Damn, what a sinister big earthworm. Looking at the fish left on the ground, and Rand accelerated, rushed out from the side, and grabbed the long sword. It seemed that the big earthworm needed time to prepare this move, and Rand took the opportunity to give it 2 more swords. When it came to the third sword, the big earthworm swung its tail, blocked it, but its tail was also cut off. But when she saw the smaller earthworm split out, and Rand felt like cursing. It was shameless to call for help when you can't beat them. Unfortunately, the earthworms didn't think it was shameless. A pair of earthworms, big and small, attacked her at the same time, attacking her from the front and back. Although the small earthworms were only 1/3 of the big earthworms, their combined attack was not low, and Rand didn't dare to resist, relying on her fast speed, and led them in circles, running around the pine tree. She ran in front, and the 2 earthworms chased behind her, knocking down countless trees along the way, raising a trail of dust. After running for a while, the big earthworm gathered up its attack again and sprayed saliva at him. And Rand screamed. And suddenly countless dry branches stretched out from the shadows, grabbed the small earthworm, and pushed it towards the saliva. The small earthworm silently melted in the big earthworm's saliva. The big earthworm probably didn't expect this human to be so cunning, and was subconsciously stunned. And Rand suddenly turned while running away, circled the big tree, and ran back the way he came. While the big earthworm had just finished spraying saliva, he stabbed his sword into its wide-open mouth. The big earthworm lost half of its health again, and Rand drew out her long sword, and the big earthworm bit towards her. And Rand ducked, avoided the attack, and kicked the big head hard and hard. The big earthworm almost had a concussion, and Rand inserted her fist into the earthworm's brain through its chin, and stirred it violently. The earthworm's health bar kept falling, and finally turned into fragments all over the sky. The supplies were automatically picked up, and put into her grid. And Rand spent longer than usual to fight this monster. If it weren't for the greatly improved physical strength, she would be exhausted now. She took out her thermos, and filled it with half a cup of warm water. She didn't bother to check the supplies. She picked up the tree that the earthworms had knocked down first, and didn't leave. She found a big tree and climbed up. She was a little tired, so she took a break. The system must have set a trap again this time. There was only 1 level difference between level 15 and level 16. But the overall value increased by half, and the health value doubled. This was intentional. Intentionally trying to catch these people off guard. Chapter 56, Dangers Everywhere. Poisonous bushes. Hide yourself in the bushes, and then go to look through the supplies. Release Xiaoba, and let it float back and forth and play. Card *2, Pork Jerky *1, Island Cloud *1, Wristband *1. Mirror Clone. After crushing this card, you can get a clone that is the same as you, which is 1/3 of your own attributes, and can use the original body's weapons and skills. You will die when the health bar reaches the bottom. Disposable card. Electricity card, 100 degrees of electricity. Ordinary wristband, can increase defense by 10. Isn't this clone the move of the earthworm? Although it seems useless, it will definitely be effective if used well. After putting on the wristband, and Rand sorted the things and put them away, and went to look at the pine trees. The pine trees had all turned into firewood, and some pine nuts were given. but nothing else. And Ran recovered his strength and opened the panel to take a look. Player and Ran level 15180/350. The rest remained the same, and the experience points increased by 160, which means that the experience points given by level 16 are the level multiplied by 10. The experience points required for Ran's current level are 50 for each level increase. It is easy to upgrade now, but no one knows how much experience points will be added to the next level. And Ran came down from the tree. She is still too weak now. She has few skills, and even few weapons. This big earthworm was killed by her. I just checked the chat area and other things. They are still there. It seems that their entry will not affect the transaction. And Ran continued to move forward and search for supplies nearby. There must be a lot of supplies in the mountain. It depends on whether you can find them. There are countless types of pine trees in the pine forest. There is nothing on the ground except pine needles. The ground can be seen clearly at a glance. And Ran found a wooden stick and dug through the pine needles to see if there were any mushrooms growing inside, or if there was a treasure chest hidden inside. After digging for a long time, he did not find a treasure chest or mushrooms, but he found the entrance of a big earthworm hole. The big earthworm was about half a meter thick. The hole was very deep. It was true that Ran could go in, but he could not stand up straight. In addition, the hole was winding all the way to the ground, and water was constantly seeping out, so Ran did not go down to see. To be honest, she was a bit claustrophobic. She didn't dare to go into places that were too narrow or dark. She poked the water with a stick, but didn't feel anything in it. So she left. There was no sense of direction here. She just went wherever she wanted. She just had to not go back. She walked for about 10 minutes. But there was no movement. The wind started to blow, making the pine forest rustle. The dark clouds gradually covered the sun, and the temperature dropped. She continued to walk forward, and before she knew it, the tree species changed from the original pine forest to broadleaf trees. The emerald green branches and broad leaves are quite pleasing to the eye. Occasionally, there are low bushes among the broadleaf trees, which are covered with dense black and purple small fruits. The small fruits exude waves of sweet fragrance, tempting people to taste them, and stimulating the secretion of saliva in the mouth. The branches of the bushes covered with barbs are crawling on the ground and spreading, occupying a large area. This area is full of such bushes and fruits, growing in intervals among the broadleaf trees, tightly blocking Ran's way. And Ran smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but drool. Her stomach rumbled in an inopportune moment, and the feeling of hunger spread from her stomach to her whole body. And Ran then remembered that she had been delayed on the flat ground for almost a whole morning, and had fought for so long. So her physical strength was a bit exhausted. She was indeed hungry at this point. The black and purple fruit in front of her looked extremely tempting, and the fragrance kept entering her nose, making the feeling of hunger even stronger. And Ran walked forward unconsciously. Her eyes were empty and blank, as if she had been tempted. The branches of the bushes rustled and spread from the main body, and circled behind and ran, as if to cut off her retreat, seeing that she was about to step into the trap without knowing it, and become the nutrients of the bushes. Xiao Ba got anxious. He flew over, and slapped Ran in the face with his soft palm. After all, she was his contracted person, and she couldn't die. It was a pity that Xiao Ba's palm was too soft and didn't wake Ran up. Xiao Ba got anxious and turned into clouds and rain to surround Ran. And it rained. The cold raindrops fell on her face, and Ran shivered. The temperature was low enough, and she woke up in an instant. And Ran opened her eyes and found that she was almost in front of the bushes. The branches of the bushes surrounded her, without caring about anything else. And Ran cut through the bushes with a few knives and ran out. She almost became fertilizer. And Ran grabbed Xiao Ba in front of her and rubbed it with her cheek. "Thank you, little guy. This is the second time you saved me. I'll change my clothes and make you some sugar water later." Xiao Ba circled around her and jumped up and down as the cold wind blew. And Ran sneezed, took out the tent, put it away from the bushes, and quickly changed her wet clothes. Then she made 2 cups of sugar water for the little guy. It was not convenient to stay here, so she had to find a safe place to stay and deal with other things. Speaking of which, this mountain is really full of dangers. If it weren't for Xiao Ba's help, she would have died here. There are still 15 days left, and it seems that this trip will definitely not be easy. And she had to find a relatively safe place to set up camp before dark. If she was exhausted during the day and didn't sleep well at night, she would die faster. And Ran packed up the tent, and wanted to bypass these bushes, but after walking nearly 1,000 meters, there were still large patches of these bushes in front. She climbed up a tree and looked far away, and found that there were quite a lot of bushes, which were continuous and extended far away. If she couldn't bypass them, she could only destroy them, and she didn't want to be tricked again. She brought a lot of iron swords this time, a total of 25, and their attack power was not high, but they were definitely enough as consumables. Poisonous bush. Level 3, this kind of bush is extremely poisonous all over, fruit, branches, barbs, roots. If you get hurt a little, the injured part will be paralyzed. The fragrance of the fruit has the ability to confuse people's nerves. Enter with caution, enter with caution. If you are accidentally stabbed by the bush, then you can only wait to be fertilizer. And Ran waved the iron sword, and attacked the nearest bush, cutting off half of the bush with one sword. With another sword, cut off the roots. And Ran was afraid that the bushes around her would attack her after she entered, so she also cleared the bushes around her. She cut out a nearly 2-meter-long hole. The branches of the bushes would move to attack, but they could not stretch that long, and could not reach and Ran. After cutting off a few bushes, and Ran stopped temporarily, and went to see if there were any good things. If there were, she would not let go of this bush. Chapter 57 Paralysis Fruit Group Monster Paper Snake. Paralysis Fruit *100, Lychee *1, Longan *1, Dried Fruit *1. What is this paralysis fruit? Paralysis fruit, applied to weapons after crushing, will paralyze the enemy, entering from wounds quickly, entering from pores slowly, attacks indiscriminately. Please note, use with caution. And Ran smiled with a curved arc. Isn't this a good thing to trick people? This bush is full of treasures. She will never complain about the large number again. She put on a mask and a scarf. This time, she didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she started to clean up horizontally. The more paralysis fruits, the better. She just said that she didn't have many means of attack. This is it. And Ran didn't run around anymore. She had her own job transfer scroll. She wasn't as anxious as others. She just stayed here to harm these poisonous bushes. Xiao Ba didn't leave in Ran's vicinity. He floated around everywhere. When he saw a living creature, he would go up to tease it if it was small. While Ran was not paying attention to it, it caught a fluffy white chick and stuffed it into its cloud. Then it pretended nothing had happened and returned to Ran. And Ran was busy, and could not take care of it for the time being. Xiao Ba floated off to play somewhere else. Anyway, no matter where Ran was, Xiao Ba could find her, and did not need to stay with her all the time. And Ran spent the whole afternoon killing all the poisonous bushes. It came at about noon and caught an earthworm. It was just this thing that was tinkered with in the afternoon. After she finished killing the poisonous bushes, she stood up and found that it was already evening. Well, there was no need to go anywhere else today. And Ran thought about it, and did not set up camp in the bushes, but retreated and returned to the pine forest. She searched for a while, found some ropes, bought a few large wooden boards in the trading area, and built a simple platform on the tree. Put the tent on it, as long as it could be accommodated. She breathed in and got into the tent. The thick tent dutifully blocked the cold wind from outside. And Ran took off her hat, adjusted the chimney of the stove, and extended it out of the tent door. And Ran picked up a stone slab to cushion the stove, so she was afraid that the tent would catch fire. She lit the stove, and before it started burning, began to count the spoils. Today she had been working on poisonous bushes for the whole afternoon, and she didn't know how many she had cut. 2,000 paralysis fruit, 1 gene of compressed biscuits, 2 gene of dried fruit, 1 apple, 1 gene of banana, 20 hemostatic grass, 5 gene of cooking oil. Thorn vines *200, poisonous bush leaves *100. Really good. The hemostatic grass can synthesize 20 hemostatic gels. She brought most of the green heart leaves just in case, and also took a lot of drinking water. And Ran directly synthesized all the hemostatic grasses into hemostatic gel. And Ran thought that the thorn vines were given separately, and what great use they had. Thorn vines can burn, can also build fences, have paralysis function, can prevent monsters from destroying plants. Not bad when we get home. We can surround her house, or the black land with a circle. The built-in paralysis function is better than ordinary fences. As for the leaves of poisonous shrubs, they also have paralysis effects, but can be used as medicine, as painkillers. After putting the things away, and Ran took out the rice balls that she had made in advance. Because the space is insulated, they are still hot. And Ran cooked a kelp soup, ate the rice balls, and put the apple slices on the stove to heat them. The rice balls were bamboo shoots and meat stuffing. And Ran forgot to eat lunch at noon, and ate 3 in one breath, and also a bowl of kelp soup. After dinner, she went to the trading area and bought a few pairs of rubber gloves, made a wooden barrel, and squeezed the paralysis fruit into juice with her hands. If she did it with her bare hands, she wouldn't need her hands. Unfortunately, there was no juicer. Otherwise, she could just squeeze it directly. With her method, she didn't know how long it would take. Moreover, the paralysis fruit was not big, so she could only squeeze out a little bit each time. This person always found a way when she was forced into a corner. After squeezing for half an hour, and Ran began to look for a simple method. There was no juicer in the trading area, so she used her creativity to get a barrel, pour the fruit into it, find a stone, wash it, and hammer it. The fruit was not hard to begin with, and Ran was quite strong. After fiddling with it for a while, it became easier once he mastered the strength. Within 10 minutes, all the fruit had turned into juice. The purple-black juice exuded a sweet and pungent fragrance, which made Ran sneeze several times. With his gloved hands, he wiped all the weapons, making sure they were all covered with the juice before putting the rest away. After fiddling with all these, Ran sensed that something was coming towards him. In an instant, he grasped the weapon in his hand, quietly left the tent, and stuffed it directly into the storage grid. The thing twisted its body strangely, and its flat body slid up the tree like a flexible snake. But it didn't know that its silent movement was still noticed. Before it slid to Ran's platform, Ran chopped it on the head with an iron sword. The monster was a little confused, and Ran didn't care whether it was confused or not, and stabbed it directly with the fish in his left hand. This thing was flat, and was directly pierced by the fish, and it exploded with a pop. But it was like poking a hornet's nest, and it startled the other monsters. Countless monsters in pieces rushed from the ground to the tree, like countless snakes, swimming and sliding over. And Ran lit the torch, and these things paused for a moment, avoiding the fire and rushing to the tree from one side. With the help of the fire, Ran saw that there were quite a lot of these things. Thinking of the phenomenon he had just seen, these things seemed to be afraid of fire. He took out a pile of firewood from the grid, poured some cooking oil on it, lit it, and threw it under the tree. The snake-like monster really avoided the torch, and Ran threw down firewood one after another, and surrounded the pine tree. The monsters that had climbed up before were solved by Ran with one sword. Although this thing is weird, it is still easy to deal with. Ran stood up, raised the torch high, and the ground in all directions, wherever he looked, was covered with this weird black flake-like object. Paper snake. Flat snake like a piece of paper. Level 1. Likes dark and humid environment. Lives in groups, not very lethal, but good at siege and group attack. Afraid of sunlight and fire, non-toxic, but being attacked by the liquid it sprays will trigger negative effects. There are at least thousands of demon snakes in this area, and they are indeed social monsters. And their levels range from level 1 to level 16. It is said that their attack power is not strong, but the attack power of the level 16 monster is already very strong. The body is more than twice as thick, luckily. These things are afraid of fire, so they are blocked outside and cannot come in. Chapter 58. Set the mountain on fire. Run. Don't say that there is no danger because your attack power is not strong. If you are affected by the negative effect, you will fall into the monster pile. If you fall into the monster pile dizzy, their attack power is low, you will be affected by the negative effect, you will be a deliver man. Looking at the dense number of monsters, it will be difficult for her to run out today. Ran was only concerned with throwing firewood down, and forgot that there was a thick layer of pine needles underneath, which was dry, and once it was ignited, it burned directly. The flames burned around the pine tree where she was, wrapped her inside, and spread to the surroundings. The group of paper snakes twisted their bodies and retreated, trying to avoid the burning flames. Seeing this, Ran poured some cooking oil into the flames, and the fire burned even bigger. The flames ignited the large mountaintop, and even the pine trees were ignited. The fire in this area was soaring, and the red light reflected half of the sky red. There was so much noise here that many players saw it, and they put down what they were doing and looked over here. Ran was surrounded by flames. The snakes outside couldn't get in, and she didn't go out either. The paper snakes were too crowded together, and inevitably got burned. As the fire spread, they would be burned to death if they were slow to retreat. Black waves surged on the ground, and the black snakes were forced to retreat continuously by the fire. In the light of the fire, They looked like countless writhing black maggots. And Ran filled the flying carpet with magic power, rode on the flying carpet and flew up, in order to prevent the group of snakes from escaping. And Ran drove the flying carpet to the back of the snake group, set fire to the back of the snake group, and blocked their way. And Ran flew around the snake group in a circle, and threw the oil and torches on top down without any cost, and set fire to all the large pine trees on this mountain. The snakes were attacked from both sides, and died faster. The drop supplies were automatically picked up, and put into the storage grid and storage cloud. There were hundreds or thousands of snakes in this group. The high-level ones were not as weak as the low-level ones. They took advantage of the fire not burning over, and their tails were wrapped around the tree. Then they slid to another tree with their paper-thin bodies. Even if they were burned by the fire, they would not die immediately, and they could still hold on for a while and leave safely. Or they went directly underground, and did not care about eating Imran, and left one after another. The remaining ones burned to death in the fire were low-level snakes that could not fly or hide underground. This time, and Ran's fire killed many snakes. However, she could not control the fire. Although she was saved from danger, the fire spread, seeing that she could not stay here any longer. And Ran had to fly away on a flying carpet. She flew in front, and the fire chased her from behind. And it was getting bigger and bigger, gradually spreading to half of the mountain. During this period, countless monsters were burned to death in the fire. When the system saw that something was wrong, it came out to save the situation with a curse. The monsters were all burned to death. How can it kill people with this fire? If it continues to burn, the whole continent will be set on fire. The system cannot directly intervene in the game, because if it does, it will violate its agreement with others. It can only produce a field of go-sickles, letting them cut out a buffer zone in a short time. The fire burned everything on this side of the buffer zone, and there was nothing to burn on the other side, so it finally stopped. Before the wildfire was extinguished, the magic power of the flying carpet had been exhausted, and it landed safely, and ran away from the fire with several other humans who had not walked far. They knew how terrible wildfires on Earth were. The fire was coming. Wouldn't they run and die? They ran in front, and the wildfire chased them. The unlucky guys who ran with them cursed as they ran. Which idiot set the mountain on fire? Don't you know that there are people in it? That's right. You have shit in your head. Right? You wicked bastard. Don't let me find him. I'll kill him if I find him. Fuck. If you don't run quickly, you'll be killed by the wildfire. You still have the energy to curse. Run quickly. Fuck. Fuck. They're catching up. And Ran tilted her head, quietly stuck out her tongue. Embarrassed. She really didn't mean it. At that time, in order to save their lives, they did not think much, but forgot that the mountains in the game were also mountains, and they would also be set on fire. The few people kept running forward for an unknown period of time, and the mountain fire behind them gradually died down, and they stopped, and Ran supported his hands on his knees. During the escape, several people ran away and were no longer in the team. Now only the three men and Ran ran together, and Ran and the others panted heavily, and took out a thermos from the grid and filled it with half a cup of warm water. While she was drinking water, the other three had reached a tacit consensus, exchanged glances, and silently surrounded and Ran lowered her eyelids calmly. Ha. As expected, maybe these people thought Ran was alone. There were three of them, all grown men, and she was a woman, so she couldn't run away at all. So they were quite arrogant. They just surrounded Ran and didn't do anything. And Ran's exploration eye was activated, and she had already seen the levels and data of these people. They were all level 15, but their attack was only over 30, and one of their stats was just 25. If Ran hadn't been lucky, her stats would probably be about the same as theirs. They didn't attack, so Ran took this opportunity to recover her strength. She ran too hard just now, and her legs were still shaking. She needed time to recover. These people were all wrapped up in the same way, so it was hard to tell what they looked like, and only their voices could be heard. One of them turned on the light and shone it on Ran's face. And Ran had just come out of the tent, without a scarf, and her face was exposed. Little beauty, don't be afraid. We three brothers don't want to do anything. We just haven't been here for so long. We are really anxious. If you can serve us well today, we will ensure your safety and give you a job transfer scroll. How about that? And Ran sneered and surrounded her tightly, blocking her way. It was obvious that she was disobedient. So they just used force. Anyway, in this ghost game, she had no place to call the police. And no place to reason. She had to endure being raped. She deserved it. They never thought about how strong a woman could be. And Rand lowered her head, covering all her emotions, but her tone was timid. What if I don't do it? One of them laughed obscenely. Then don't blame us three brothers for being rude. You won't be saved even if you scream your throat out. And Rand pulled the corner of her mouth, and continued to pretend to be weak. If I really do that, will you really give me the scroll? The three of them exchanged glances, and saw smiles in each other's eyes, knowing that this little girl would give in. But why would they give her the scroll, when they have enough fun? They will kill this woman, without paying, playing for free, and they can also divide up the woman's supplies. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Why should they give her anything? Chapter 59 Killing 3 people in a row. And Rand took advantage of their distraction to tie a crossbow to her wrist. If this thing is not opened, and Rand's sleeves are enough to cover its entire body. Of course, we keep our word, as long as you serve us well. And Rand rubbed the corner of his clothes shyly. But it's so cold outside, it's uncomfortable to take off clothes in the wild in this weather. Several people looked at each other. Yes, if you expose the thing outside in this weather, it will freeze off in a while. A tall man reached out and took out a triangular iron hut from the grid and put it on the ground. The little girl has a lot to do. Now it's all right, come in. And Rand followed the others into the house and locked the door. The lights were on in the house, and the tall man couldn't wait to take off his clothes. And Rand raised his head slowly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but there was no trace of timidity in his eyes. The cold and murderous eyes made one of the short men startled. He had seen this kind of eyes, sometimes seen when visiting the prison, the eyes of a murderer. The little guy shuddered, and instantly came back to his senses from his arrogance, and shouted, "Damn it! This woman has killed people." Chuckle. Gurgle gurgle. Before he finished speaking, his neck was pierced by Rand's sword, and he fell down holding his neck. His body was taken away by the system, and the supplies were automatically picked up in Rand's storage space. The other 2 were stunned, and reacted instantly. Now they knew that Rand took the initiative to ask to enter the house. Not because she was afraid of the cold, nor was she here to serve them, but just to block them here, and not let them have a chance to run. The tall man, with his pants hanging on his knees, frantically tried to get his weapon. As soon as he took out the 9-ring machete, and Rand had already rushed to him, another man shouted and chopped with his knife. And Rand dodged lightly, passed through the man's armpit, and stabbed him in the waist with a dagger, before the man could scream. And Rand cut his neck with a sword. The tall man had never seen anyone killed so quickly and neatly, without any hesitation. They were all born in peacetime, and they had only killed monsters before, not people. Killing monsters doesn't involve blood flying everywhere. The blood that Rand brought out when she drew her sword flew onto his face, which scared the man out of his wits. Looking at Rand's cold eyes, the tall man could no longer care about those disgusting thoughts. He ran out without even pulling up his pants, and didn't even want the house. And Rand shot a crossbow into the man's ankle, and stepped on him. The man screamed for mercy. "Please let me go, I was wrong, I shouldn't have those crooked thoughts, I'll give you all the supplies, please let me go." And Rand didn't bother to listen to him, and directly pierced his chest with a sword. The man's begging for mercy came to an abrupt end, and the body was taken away by the system. The system also took away the blood of these people. This small house is very clean. There was shouting and yelling here just now. It will attract monsters. It is not safe. And Rand took away the small house, and walked forward with it. The storage grids of these 3 people became hers directly. The storage grids increased from 10 to 35. No matter how many things she has this time, she can put them in. Congratulations to player and Rand for hunting 3 people. The Cloud Island has been automatically merged. The player can see it when he returns home. The system's voice was flat with joy. It doesn't care how many items and Cloud Island this group of humans get, it only cares how many people die. And Rand's expression darkened. After killing someone, he will get almost all of his supplies, and also increase his experience. This alone will lead to humans killing each other, after all. Human greed is endless. It's not safe here, and Rand still put the small house on the tree. There are several fixing buckles at the bottom of this small house, which can be firmly stuck on the tree trunk. No need to build a platform specially, saving a lot of time. I didn't look at it carefully before, but now I have time to look at this house. The outside of the cabin is a thick iron sheet, and the inside is made of wood. It is 3.5 meters high, 1.9 meters at the bottom, and 1.6 meters high at the top. It is about 15 square meters in size, with 2 large windows on both sides, and double glazed. There is a shoe cabinet and a wardrobe at the entrance, and a toilet opposite, which is separated by a sliding door. Behind the wardrobe is a stove and a simple kitchen. Opposite is a single sofa and a small wooden table, and behind it is a wide bed separated by a curtain. There is also a small indoor warehouse at the foot of the bed, 10 compartments, strangely. There is no classification, you can put anything you want. The second floor is a loft with a sliding door, where some food and drinking water are placed. Now all belongs to Ran. This person knows how to enjoy life. Throwing all the clothes, shoes, and quilts left by the man to the trading area, and Ran changed into her own things. The hut is not big, a stove is enough for heating, plus a thick iron sheet is wrapped outside to prevent wind. And Ran saw an indoor thermometer on the wall. It was minus 35 degrees outside, and 12 degrees inside. This temperature was already very good. After all, it was not a heater, so it could not raise the temperature. Fortunately, the wooden house was small. Otherwise it would not be this hot. After lighting the fire, and Ran sat on the sofa and began to count the supplies. She had brought a lot of things this time. In addition to the 3 men, the large number of monster deaths caused by her setting the mountain on fire were all blamed on her. Of course, she also received a lot of supplies and experience. Wardrobe *1, cabinet *2, mattress *1, blanket *1, silk quilt *2, pillow *2, sweatshirt *2, sneakers *2 pairs, rope *2, suspender skirt *1, toilet paper *100 rolls, cosmetic set *1, soap *2, corn flour *1 gene, rice *100 gene, flour *50 gene, vegetables *100 gene, meat *100 gene. This is food and clothing. She is completely rich this time. Put the mattress and blanket on the bed, and throw the previous man's mattress on it and sell it. The wardrobe and other things were also placed at the head of the bed, to store things. She found that this cabin could store a lot of things, and when it was full, it could be stuffed into the grid. Although it would directly occupy an entire grid, it was not a loss at all. She stuffed all the daily necessities into the cabin's warehouse, and if there was no space, she stuffed them into the wardrobe and the cabinet. Then she looked at other supplies. Camouflage paint *5, 9-ring machete *1, long spear *1, machete *1, whip *1, earring *2, crossbow *100, mithril *2, wind mosaic stone *1, drawing *1, scroll *2, blood dissolving ointment *3, red potion *5, blue potion *5, advanced nutrient solution *1, black soil *2, vegetable seeds *5, hemostatic grass *20, prescription *2, bone breaking ointment *2, card *1, and Ran cheered, and couldn't wait to check her things. Chapter 60. Supersensory Talent Upgrade, Precognition. It's just that it's hard to get weapons in this game. The attributes of the weapons that came out are not very good. They are all bronze level, with attack power ranging from 20 to 28, and no additional skills. And Ran only kept a machete with the highest attribute, and sold the rest in the trading area. The earrings added 2 points of strength, which is better than nothing. And Ran has pierced ears, so he just wore them. Each crossbow arrow has 20 points of attack. Combined with the attack power of the hand crossbow, the attack power is already pretty good. Put it away. The card is an upgrade card, but it doesn't say what it upgrades: skills, weapons, or her level, anyway. No matter what it is, and Ran crushed it and used it. After checking everything, she didn't see any upgrades, so she had to continue looking at other things in confusion. A blueprint. Silver level spear, mithril *2, wind type inlaid stone *1, iron block *20, flowing cloud stone *5, moonstone *1, and Ran stood up all of a sudden. After so long, she finally had a weapon above bronze. She has all the first few, but she lacks the cloudstone and moonstone. She looked in the trading area, and sure enough, there are none, and even a precise search cannot find them. That's right, this kind of rare ore, if you don't use it yourself, you will bring it to increase the price later. As for the scroll, one is the secondary forging scroll, and the other is the job transfer scroll. This scroll is made of ordinary white cloth, with 4 strange big characters on it, which don't look like the characters on Earth anyway. Without the survival illustration, the players can't understand it. There was nothing else. As Ran looked at it, she became a little confused. Why was it different from her own? She took out her own scroll and looked at it. The back of her scroll was shining silver, and it looked better than the white scroll. Suddenly, the scroll she got first sucked the white scroll into it, and the two scrolls merged into one. The originally gray scroll interface suddenly blurred by 1/5. The blurred 1/5 showed a bunch of incomprehensible words. And Ran tried to identify it for a long time, but didn't understand it. But looking at her own scroll, which had been open 1/5, and Ran was in a dilemma. It seemed that to completely open this silver scroll, she would need 4 more white cloth job transfer scrolls. Although there were still 14 days left. Could she really get 4 scrolls? The camouflage paint was in the form of a spray bottle, and it could be sprayed on. Camouflage paint, after spraying, it can change its own color according to the surrounding environment, thus achieving the effect of invisibility or being ignored. When it gets light, I will spray a layer of paint on the outside of the cabin. Otherwise, I will be worried. After looking at your own supplies, look at your own panel. Player and Ran, level 18 220 to 500 HP, 180 tougher than ordinary people, can be increased later strength. 44 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 43 you are very fast, even though you are not a man defense. 42 defense finally seems to be that way magic. 158 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skill. S plus level precognition ability upgrade 1 level, can predict 1 second luck value. 8 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later profession. None. Professional skill, none. Sure enough, after upgrading, the value also changed. Although I still don't understand how to increase magic power, it's fine as long as I increase it. I added 3 free points to strength, and the attack became 47. She also has a shield for defense, but attack is more useful here. Just when I was about to close the panel, and Ren noticed her talent. It changed from induction to foreknowledge. Although the foreknowledge time is only 1 second, it has indeed evolved. How did it upgrade? And Ran suddenly remembered the card that had nothing upgraded. Could it be that it upgraded not skills and values, but its own talent? Her super perception was already very powerful, and now it has been upgraded to foreknowledge. And the level has also increased from S to S+. Does this mean that her ability will be more accurate in the future? Not only will her perception be enhanced, but she will also be able to predict. And Ran excitedly turned around the room, opened the weather forecast, and saw that it was already past 3 in the morning. Setting a forest fire, running away, killing people, and counting the spoils. This really took a lot of time. If she didn't sleep, it would be dawn, and there would be things to do tomorrow. And Ran filled the stove with firewood, took off her coat, and got into the quilt. Let Lao Lu go out to watch the door, and close her eyes. But she was too excited, and rolled around for a long time before she fell asleep. It was a peaceful night. Some minor monsters were dealt with by Shadow Ghost. She slept until 9 o'clock in the morning, and Ran finally got up after catching up on her sleep. The first thing she did was spray a layer of paint on the small house. The next moment, the small house turned the same color as the big tree, and was perfectly hidden in the bushes. She heated up the meal, and also added the juice of the paralysis fruit to the machete and crossbow she had just obtained. After eating 2 fish-flavored rice balls and a banana, I packed up the house and continued to move forward. Because of the wildfire, the people nearby ran away. Now there is no one here, only some scattered monsters. I don't know if Ran is lucky or what, but most of the monsters I encountered this time are not as exaggerated as those I encountered on the first day. The values basically fluctuate between 30 to 40, and none exceed 40, which makes it much easier to fight. And most of them are monsters I have fought before. For example, skeletons, goblins, and the like. I don't know if it's because the people in front have already cleaned them up. However, the monsters are low level, and the things they give are naturally not very good. After Ran dealt with 4 or 5 monsters, she looked at the supplies, which were all daily necessities, and a small amount of food. She finally understood why there was no one here. In the early stages of the survival game, water and food were the most valuable. But now weapons, armor, and skills are undoubtedly the most popular. It is obvious that these cannot be opened here, and there are no job transfer scrolls. So the group of people gave up here and headed deeper. This place is no longer a bush. but a variety of tall trees, forming an endless forest. I saw it before I came in. The hills behind are also covered with trees. They are so dense that I can't see what's inside. There are weeds under the forest, and the dense leaves and branches above my head block out the sun. If you go deep, the sun can't shine in, and it's very dim. You have to use a flashlight or a torch. The grass below is not as high as your thighs, so you need to use a stick to explore and move forward, always on guard against something jumping out of it. And Ren packed up and planned to leave. She chose a road that the people in front hadn't walked on. Otherwise it would be ruined by the players, and it would be difficult to leave any good things. One of the reasons is to kill monsters and get scrolls, and the other is to get supplies. It seems that this trip is not a loss. Chapter 61. What a big jelly. A spring-loaded bloodsucker. To foresee 1 second is to perceive the picture in the mind, but the time is too short, and Ran can only catch one of the short pictures. For example, now, a short picture suddenly appeared, that is, a huge jelly appeared at the top of the forest, and Ran only saw the jelly sticking its head out, and there was no follow-up. Fortunately, the super perception is still there after the upgrade, and Ran subconsciously kicked the ground, and his body shot out, leaving the original place. The next moment, countless jellies fell from the sky and flooded the place where she was originally, and Ran jumped away from the spot, hooked the tree with a hook, lifted her body, and climbed up the tree. She was far away from the jelly. The jelly flowed down from the tree softly, and the liquid body wrapped all the surrounding trees. If this thing wraps around a person, and he can't get out, he will suffocate to death. Giant Slime, Level 20 Small Boss. Attack 105. Speed 10. Defense 50. Vitality 550. Special Boss. This thing has high attack and defense, but this speed. I can walk faster than it. And Ran wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. It's so slow, can she try to hit it? But this defense is a bit too exaggerated. And Ran was on the tree, and didn't go down. She pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and released a crossbow arrow. But her crossbow arrow obviously couldn't cause any damage to this thing. The crossbow arrow shot into the slime's body, and was directly swallowed into its limp body, and disappeared. The slime didn't lose any blood, and continued to flow forward, slowly covering many trees and grass, like a ball of moving jelly. She finally understood why this thing had no skills, and was a small boss. Because cold weapons were useless against it. It was a ball of flowing liquid. Cold weapons would not cause any damage to it, because of its own characteristics. Even if its defense was not high, it was too difficult to deal with. And Ran gave up on this monster helplessly. She didn't dare to set it on fire again. Otherwise she would definitely light a fire and roast it. She didn't want to gamble on when her fish would be able to use a fire skill. It couldn't hurt her anyway. So let it be. Speed up and leave here. The jelly was still chasing slowly from behind, patiently, holding a torch, and Ran explored the dense forest. The jelly behind her was chasing her slowly. It seemed that it would not stop until it caught her. And Ran was too lazy to pay attention to it. It couldn't catch up with her anyway. The blue-green slime followed and ran slowly, wherever she went. It followed. Behind it was a large transparent body, almost covering half of the hilltop. And Ran stood on the tree, watching the jelly follow her relentlessly. She was moving well now. If she stopped, the jelly would drown her. It seemed that she had to find a way to get rid of it. And Ran took the fish, and cut the slime that was flowing over. A corner of the slime was cut off, but it did not affect its continued movement at all, and its health bar did not drop at all. She continued to cut several times, but it was useless. It did not affect its continued flow, and its huge body did not reduce. And Ran didn't know how to deal with it. She sped up and ran away. No, I can't deal with it, I'd better run. The slime lost in Ran's trace for a while. The center of the big jelly slowly rose, and a soft and shapeless head emerged, with a pair of round eyes as big as car lights. The head shook left and right, as if confirming in Ran's direction, and finally, after searching for a long time, slowly followed. What a persistent monster! And Ran thought she had gotten rid of the slime, and had slowed down. This place was no different from the forest before. And Ran didn't know where he was. He raised his foot, and a black shadow jumped out from the tree. And Ran had predicted it a second before that, and saw the black shadow rushing towards his face. As soon as the black shadow appeared, and Ran chopped it with a knife. The knife was very tough, like chopping on cowhide. The black shadow was repelled, bounced, and returned to the tree. It was a long green spring-like monster, coiled on the tree, with 2 mouths full of fangs on its forked heads. The system is really full of strange monsters. Spring blood-sucking worm, level 17, attack 62, defense 58, speed 65, with skills, HP 170. And Rand opened his shield and stared at it. Then, he saw the spring blood-sucking worm's body retracted, and quickly bounced up, with 2 heads on the left and right, opening its mouth wide, biting down on Rand's neck. Good guy, this is going to bite hard. The 2 heads just fit on both sides of the neck, 1 head on each side. When the blood-sucking worm bounced over, Rand stretched his arm forward, and the round shield was directly stuck in the center of the blood-sucking worm's bifurcation, blocking the bouncing worm. The blood-sucking worm's tail bounced on the shield, using the force for the second time, biting at both sides of Rand's temple. Although Rand did not see it attacking her temple, she saw it using the force for the second time. It will definitely continue to attack with the force for the second time, and will not leave. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back, avoided the attack, and squatted down. The blood-sucking worm continued to move forward, and flew directly into the bushes. This made it even harder to find, hiding in the long grass, which was originally green, and now it was even harder to find. And Rand was concentrating on being alert to her surroundings, and also being alert to her feet. A second of foresight appeared in her mind again, and she saw the blood-sucking worm crawling in the grass and biting her ankle. Even though she was wearing cotton pants, it was so powerful that it could easily bite through her cotton pants. And Rand subconsciously sped up and left the place. The grass trembled. The moment she left the place, the blood-sucking worm poked its head out of the grass, and Rand chopped it with a sword. And the blood-sucking worm shrank quickly. So Rand chopped off one of its heads. A big red -70 popped out from the head of the bloodsucker. The bloodsucker felt pain, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of venom from the remaining mouth. And Rand's shield had been blocking in front of her. And when the venom splashed, she directly blocked it. The shield burned by the venom made a sizzling sound, and its durability kept falling. And Rand didn't care about the shield. The paralyzing juice she applied on the fish went into the wound, and quickly spread to the whole body of the bloodsucker. The bloodsucker froze in the middle of its ejection, and Rand chopped off the remaining head with a sword. Then he chopped the still twitching body with 3 or 2 swords. And the bloodsucker was dead. The supplies were automatically picked up, and Rand first took water to clean the venom on the shield. The durability stopped falling. This was the only shield she had for defense. When the durability was gone, she had to use the breastplate to block it. It was too close to her body, and she was not at ease. After dealing with the bloodsucker, Rand left here. Chapter 62 messages in the chat area. After dealing with a few monsters, it was night, and Rand encountered relatively easy ones. I don't know if they were all cleared before, or what. Most of them were around level 10. I didn't look at the supplies, but looked at the panel first. Player and Rand, level 1940/550 HP, 190 tougher than ordinary people, can be increased later strength. 48, I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 44, you are very fast, although you are not a man defense. 43, defense finally seems to be that way magic. 158 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skills, S+ level foresight level 1 upgrade, can predict 1 second of time luck. 8 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later profession, none. Professional skills, none. The sum of all the mess is enough to upgrade. There is 1 free attribute point, added to attack. Strength 49. Light up the stove, and start looking at your spoils. Card *1, anti-poison bead *1, knee pad *1 pair, hairpin *1, black iron treasure box *1, spicy chili powder *1 gene. Anti-poison bead, after taking it, it can dissolve 5% of venomous snake venom, fungus venom, and other venom. This and the last pill can dissolve 35% of all kinds of venom. The pill is not big, similar to a water baby, and can be washed down directly with water. The things given this time are all very good. Each knee pad increases defense by 10 points, a total of 20 points. Her breastplate, wrist guard, knee pad, add up to 150 points of defense. Otherwise, how dare she not add points to defense? The breastplate only protects the front, and the back is tied with 2 straps, but there is no neck. Arms, shoulders. I wonder if I can put together a set and add more defense. The hairpin is very beautiful, but it is useless, purely decorative. Occasionally there are some useless things. and Ran casually threw them into the trading area, and exchanged them for 5 pieces of firewood. If you don't mind, you can exchange them. After all, they are still very good looking, but they are a bit eye-catching when worn. Open the black iron treasure chest, and there are 2 mithril, 2 flowing cloud stones, and 1 space stone. Store them well. And Ran released the shadow ghost to guard the night, and stretched his body. The jelly still followed and ran tenaciously, and from time to time it would deviate a little, and then turn back. Like a loyal big dog that never gives up, except that this dog is looking for Ran as food. And Ran didn't know that she had been targeted. Even if she knew, there was no good way to get rid of this jelly for the time being, so she could only let it follow. Fortunately, this jelly was really slow, and it kept going off the track, basically a person with poor direction. And Ran took out pork from the wooden house warehouse, thinking that she would have time tonight, so she could just cook some meat and eat it. Although she brought cooked food, she actually brought seasonings and other things just in case. Cut the beef into small pieces, blanch it in boiling water, cook it to remove the blood foam, and then remove it and dry it. Then peel the potatoes, cut them into pieces together with the radish, cut the scallion. Ginger and garlic into sections. There is no rock sugar, so I didn't put it, and I prepared star anise. Heat oil in a pan. When the oil temperature is about right, add scallion, ginger, garlic and star anise, then add beef, and stir fry. Add potatoes and carrots, continue to stir fry, add water and soy sauce, and a little salt. She uses 1 stove to cook. There is no need to turn over both stoves. This one is used, and she will cook the rice later. She got the above by killing the blood-sucking worm today. And the low-level monsters gave her food and daily necessities. At present, she has enough food and clothes, but she lacks powerful weapons and protective gear. After ensuring that she will not starve to death, the rest is to work hard to improve her level. Reach level 100 as soon as possible, and leave this damn game. If you want to level up, you have to fight monsters. And fighting monsters will be dangerous. So you need powerful weapons and protective gear. And you also need powerful skills. And these can only be obtained by fighting monsters. In order to become stronger, you have to fight monsters. And fighting monsters will be dangerous. This is simply a dead loop, the kind that cannot be solved. And Ran asked Shadow Ghost to check the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no danger, she opened the chat area panel. The chat area was still lively, but it was related to their own interests. No one would say anything useful in the chat area. They were all joking, chatting about family matters, or complaining. Chinlu, I was unlucky enough to follow the large group of people. They were simply bulldozers, sweeping the way parallelly, not leaving even a single monster. Meow Lele, who said it wasn't. I walked halfway, and saw that wherever they passed, they could cut down all the trees, and pulled out all the grass, but I didn't want to go up to find it boring, so I turned away. Bai Shu, this group of people is like a bulldozer, pressing sideways. Lu Xinjun, they are still unreasonable. I was in front of them, and they told me to get out, and I couldn't beat them. So I had to get out. Zheng Weiwei, I am not level 15 yet. When I reach level 15, will I be teleported away? What about my child? How can I live without him? Will he go with me? No one paid attention to her, and everyone quickly posted the message. They are busy with their own affairs. Who has the time to worry about others? Hao Jia, today I was chased by a 3-headed dog for more than 10 kilometers. Luckily I was fast and got rid of it. Now I am hiding in the tree and dare not come down. My legs and feet are weak. I can't build a tent. It's so cold. Lu Ruoming, the people in this mopping up team are too much. A large group of people don't leave any monsters. I have killed monsters below level 10 in the past 2 days. What good things can there be? Not to mention the job transfer scroll. Are they trying to monopolize it? And Ran brought down the cooked potatoes stewed with beef, washed the pot, cooked rice again. Put the beef on the wooden plate. While she was at it, she washed some lettuces and garlic sprouts, planning to eat them together later. Looking at the chat area, these mopping up teams probably reached some consensus. A group of people got together, planning to sweep across this mountain range. Then she needs to avoid them tomorrow. No wonder there are not many monsters today, and they are low in level, and they have been swept away by someone. You know, monsters are also resources. It's okay if you are alone at ordinary times, but when there are too many people, it's inevitable that someone will snatch the monsters and resources. After watching the chat area for a while, the rice on the stove was cooked, and Ran took it down and ate it while watching. However, judging from what these people said, the team was just robbing monsters, and had not done anything to hurt people. But even so, and Rand planned to avoid them. After eating, digesting the food, and exercising for a while, and Rand asked the shadow ghost to guard the door and fell asleep. This place was cleaned up, and the system was not refreshed. It was very quiet all night, and the low-level monsters could be dealt with by the shadow ghost. Chapter 63: The Psychologically Twisted Zhao Gao. At about 8 o'clock the next day, and Rand packed up the wooden house and rushed in the direction of the slanting point, not dealing with the people of the mopping up team. As expected, there were no monsters on the road before leaving this mountain range, and if there were any, they were of low level, and Rand could easily deal with them. Running forward all the way, not knowing the direction, and Rand stopped only when he estimated that he had opened up enough distance with the enemy. This run lasted the whole morning, just rushing on the road. At noon, and Rand stopped, sitting on a big rock, eating rice balls and drinking kelp soup. The kelp soup was placed in a thermos cup, and then placed in a grid. It was not cold at all. Little Ba, who had been out for a while, came back hungry and asked and Rand for food. And Rand rubbed its cotton-like face and obediently made it sugar water. The little guy fell asleep after drinking, and crawled into the storage cloud to store food, and even pulled a piece of Rand's clothes as a nest. Although Rand couldn't see it, she could feel it, and shook her head with a smile, and let it go. The little guy helped her once, and saved her once. In the days to come, she would do nothing, and she would raise it for the rest of her life. Besides, the little fellows are cute and don't eat much, so it's not hard to raise them. It's quite leisurely here, and there's a mopping up team over there. The mopping up team is not called a mopping up team, but a hunting team. It's a group of people with the same interests, who come together, exclude lone players, and think they are the center of the world. There are about 30 people, who occupy a mountain, and sweep up one by one, wherever they pass. There is no grass. 30 people open up the battle line, helping each other, and those who don't join are not eligible to enjoy the supplies, because of their good strength and fair distribution. Some people joined in, and the team became larger and larger. The more people there were, the less space there would be on one hill. Moreover, seeing the large number of people, the monsters would not be stupid enough to move forward. If the surrounding players were robbed of their monsters, they would either join them or stay away from them if they were unwilling. There were only a dozen hills on the mountain where monsters could be killed. It was short horizontally, but deep vertically. It stretched all the way to the 10 Directions mountain inside. If you couldn't beat them, you could join them. On the third day, the number of people here exceeded 100. Those who ran fast had already reached the deep mountains and distanced themselves from the main group. After all, there were so many people coming, and once they dispersed, people would be everywhere. Only a group of slow runners were left wandering outside, and picking up leaks by the way. But in the end, they were occupied by this group of hunting teams, spreading vertically and horizontally, divided into several teams. A team of 20 or so people occupied 2 hills, several teams occupied all the hills, and the teams were connected to each other. Like a steamroller, it pushed forward layer by layer and swept across. Not to mention the big monsters, even the small monsters could not be left behind. Those who didn't join couldn't win alone. If they didn't want to join, they had to run further and go deeper. By night, the team had expanded to 150 people and completely occupied the mountains. If they met players, they would drive them away. If they didn't leave, they would fight. Anyway, this place was theirs at that time, and Rand didn't know the situation yet. And he set up camp today because he was away from the main force. He had a good harvest. Heart Mirror *1, Card *2, Ring *1, Red Potion *5, Blue Potion *5, Moonstone *1, Strawberry *1, and Rand was still complaining that the monster only gave him 1 strawberry, which was stingy. He took it and looked at it. The illustration was activated, and he found that this strawberry increased magic power. 1 adds 20 points of magic, and Rand ate it in a few bites. This monster is not stingy at all. The magic becomes 178. The heart mirror can be fused with the breastplate. The 2 adds 70 defense. The ring is a simple white plain ring. It adds 5 points of attack, which is better than nothing. The card is a skill of the water system. Mirage, after crushing 10 phantoms of players can appear, the main body randomly appears behind one of them, the phantom cannot attack, but can disrupt the line of sight and vision. One-time auxiliary skill. Self-destruction. When you are desperate, you can gather all your strength to launch a self-destruction. It is very powerful, but it can only be used once. Use it with caution. And Ran rolled her eyes. It can only be used once, because you will be gone after using it once. But she can really use this card, because she has a mirror clone card. Using self-destruction on the clone is definitely powerful. After all, it is 1/3 of her own attribute value and magic power. But this card and the clone card are trump cards, and she will not use them easily. After cleaning up, and Ran cooked a pack of frozen dumplings, which were just made today, with leeks, shrimps and eggs. One bite. The dumplings had big shrimps, and they were real shrimps, not technology and hard work. The eggs and shrimps were mixed with leeks, which was very fresh, and Ran finished the pack in one breath. 400 grams. She drank a cup of milk tea with a lingering feeling. This was just made today, and Ran drank half of it, thinking that the other half would be left for Xiaoba. After sending the shadow goes to guard, and Ran fell asleep. The next morning, they continued to move forward and fight monsters. Not long after she left, a group of people arrived here. They were the hunting team. They checked the trees and found traces of fighting. The leader was a bald man with a dragon tattooed on his head. The tattoo spread to his face, covering half of his face. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He led more than 20 men, all of whom were bald, with tattoos on their heads, holding weapons, and looked ferocious. The bald man is called Zhao Gao. Although he joined the hunting team, he sneered at the hunting team's rules of not hurting people. In his opinion, with so many people gathered, they can walk sideways on the hills where monsters are rampant, and they are still afraid of people. According to his idea, they should kill and rob everything. After all, killing people is much better than killing monsters with great effort. Killing people gives more experience, and the supplies and Yuan Dao are also theirs. How cool it is! Why should they work hard to kill monsters? So for the little white face wearing glasses, and with a treacherous face, he just thinks it is extremely hypocritical. He didn't believe that he could not resist killing people and robbing supplies. It was just because there were too many people, and he was pretending to be a good person. He joined the hunting team, but he didn't say he would listen to him. Besides, it was a fucking hunting team. Wasn't it just hunting monsters and humans? Hypocritical. Zhao Gao couldn't stand Yin Jing's behavior, and when he wanted to divide the area, he directly chose the mountain range farthest from them. Zhao Gao was a gangster before he came, and he had a large number of gangsters under him. They were originally separated when they entered the game, but who knew that they would gather together again in a job transfer battle? I don't know if it was intentional or random. Anyway, no matter what, Zhao Gao would not miss this opportunity. Who of the rookies who came here has killed anyone? Who dares to do it? In a peaceful society, he would not dare to kill and rob openly. Chapter 64. Being besieged and forced off a cliff. This time in the game, there are finally no annoying policemen. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Gao will certainly have a good time. The ball team continues to move forward. When they meet players, they no longer drive them away, but kill them directly. There are many players who don't run fast enough and die in their hands. The names above their heads will turn red if you kill more than 10 people. For this group of bald people, the names above their heads are all purple-red. It can be seen that they have killed a lot of people. The bald men were rampant, like a huge bulldozer, leaving nothing behind wherever they passed. Not to mention the monsters. Anyone who didn't run in time would be killed. And Ran moved forward a little further, thinking that she was far away from the group of sweepers, and then stopped to kill the monsters. This place had not been cleaned up, so there were still high-level monsters, and Ran encountered one not long after she arrived. A very fast monkey, and this monkey could actually release fireballs, and Ran dodged a fireball as big as a basin, and the fireball hit the big tree behind her with a bang, burning in an instant, and Ran took the opportunity to attack forward. The group of bald men had swept the area nearby and actually came to this hilltop, and Ran attacked, and the monkey caught the sword with his bare hands, and caught the fish, and the man and the monkey were in a stalemate, and Ran sensed that someone was 100 meters away, and she knew in 1 second that someone was shooting a cold arrow, and it was too late to dodge. 1 second was still too short, and the monkey was holding her fish tightly, so she couldn't get it back. The cold arrow came out of the forest, and went straight to her back, and Ran only had time to turn to the right. and the arrow penetrated her left shoulder, and the tip of the arrow came out from the front. The sneak attack arrow penetrated her shoulder and shot through her body, and Ran didn't care about other things, and directly put the fish into her backpack, kicked her feet, and ran forward without any hesitation. The feeling of danger in her heart kept clamoring, and even the impact made her head hurt, and Ran knew that she couldn't win, so she didn't even think about fighting, but increased her speed to the extreme, and ran away first. The bald man smiled with interest, and his opponent grinned. This girl is quite sensible. She knows she can't win and just runs away. She is much better than those idiots we killed before. Brothers, chase her. Let's have some fun when we catch up. A group of bald men screamed, just like hunters hunting animals, shouting and chasing after and Ran. And Ran kept running forward, panicking and not knowing where to run. She only knew that she would die if she stopped, so she kept running forward without stopping. She heard the strange screams behind her, but she couldn't do anything now. The blood loss made her eyes go black, and Ran gritted her teeth and poured 2 bottles of red potion into her mouth to restore some of her health. The arrow stuck in her shoulder couldn't be pulled out, as it would cause heavy bleeding, especially since she was still running at full speed, and her blood circulation was accelerated, so she couldn't pull it out. She didn't know how long she had been running, and the group of people behind her were getting closer and closer, and Ran could hear her rapid breathing clearly. Her chest was exploding with pain, and her legs and feet felt like they were filled with lead. Suddenly, the front was no longer a continuous line of trees, but a cliff, and Ran was forced to stop running forward, staggered forward a few steps, and barely stopped at the edge of the cliff. The group of bald men chased after him. The big bald Zhao Gao drank a bottle of mineral water, grinning fiercely. Little bitch. Run again. Keep running if you have the guts. Your grandfather has made so much effort. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be called Zhao Gao. And Ran glanced at the heads of the group of bald men in front of him. All of them were red names, and Ran's face darkened. It seemed that she really couldn't escape this time. She turned her head and looked down the cliff. It was foggy, and she couldn't see clearly. She didn't know how deep it was. The big bald man approached step by step, and the bald brothers behind him also approached with a grin on their faces. They were sure that Ran couldn't escape today. There was a cliff behind them. No one was so stupid as to go and die. After all, it was better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. And Ran took another step back. Her heel had already stepped on the edge of the cliff. The bald man was afraid that if he pushed her to the limit, she would really jump down. After all, they still wanted to make fun of Ran. They killed so many people, and only met a beauty like Ran. It would be a pity to die. They are trash, but they are also picky eaters. And Ran remembered the names and appearances of these people deeply in her mind. She held the fish in one hand to confront them, and her injured left hand pulled out a corner of the flying carpet to replenish her magic power. She didn't leave any magic power in her body, and rushed in. Zhao Gao took another step forward. Don't be afraid, little beauty. You look so beautiful. Follow us, brothers. We won't treat you badly. If you serve us well, you will have everything. Don't think too much. He didn't believe that this little beauty had the courage to jump down. Who would want to die if they could struggle to survive until now? Zhao Gao took a step forward cautiously, and Ran's feet had already stepped on the edge of the cliff. But she didn't jump down. This time, Zhao Gao was even more certain that Ran was just pretending, and he was no longer anxious. Little beauty, if you don't have the guts, don't pretend. We brothers are very gentle. Shit. Are you really going to jump? Before he finished speaking, Ran turned around, bent over, and resolutely jumped down. When Zhao Gao rushed to the edge of the cliff, Ran had already broken through the clouds and disappeared below the cliff. Zhao Gao spitted at the bottom of the cliff with hatred. You ungrateful bitch. It's your blessing to fall in love with you. And you dare to jump off the cliff? You will die if you fall. Let's go! People have already jumped off the cliff. What else can they do? Zhao Gao led his men away in a hurry. When Ran actually jumped down, she took out the flying carpet first, and then jumped directly onto the flying carpet. But after all, it was jumping down from a cliff. There was a certain impact force and gravity. The flying carpet was pressed down, and continued to fall for a long time. Ran lay on the flying carpet, grasping the fence tightly, and his feet were fixed in the fence to stabilize his body. Xiao Ba, who was awakened by Ran taking the flying carpet, also came out of the cloud at this time, expanded himself, used himself as a buffer, and blocked the falling of the flying carpet. And Ran kept adjusting the direction and posture of the flying carpet. With the efforts of Ran and Xiao Ba, the flying carpet was finally stopped before it landed. When it landed, not only Ran's legs and feet were weak, but even Xiao Ba had shrunk a lot. It was originally the size of a wash basin, but now it was only the size of a fist. It was also completely wilted, and Ran was shocked and didn't care about her own injuries. Instead, she made a large cup of sugar water for Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba poured the sugar water into the cloud, and his body gradually grew bigger, and Ran knew how Xiao Ba recovered. So she breathed a sigh of relief and had time to look around. Xiao Ba went back to the storage cloud in a daze, pulled in Ran's clothes as a cushion, and fell asleep. Chapter 65. Falling off the cliff. Xiao Ba left. The place where Ran landed was a wasteland. There was nothing around, and behind her was a large cliff. About 100 meters in front of her was a scarlet thorn bush with barbs. And Ran's legs and feet were weak, shivering as she cut off the arrow tip, turned sideways, and pulled the arrow out. I didn't care about anything else. First apply gel to the wound. This time the injury was a bit serious. She used 2 bottles of gel to apply the wound until it stopped bleeding. But after all, it was penetrated, it wouldn't heal in a short time. Fortunately, she had a lot of medicine for her wounds. She took off half of her clothes, struggled to tie the bandages, changed her clothes, and then opened the thermos and drank half a bottle of water. If there was no flying carpet and Xiao Ba this time, she would really be finished. And Ran was so weak at this time that she really couldn't do anything else. She let the shadow ghost out to watch the door, and she took out the cabin and went in. She lit the fire and planned to cook something delicious. She needed nutrition to replenish the lost blood after her injury. She chopped the meat, cut the potatoes, and stewed a pot, and steamed the rice after it was cooked. Her left hand was barely able to move now. She didn't put in the troublesome onions, ginger, and garlic, but just some seasonings. Stewed it, and ate half of it with rice. After eating, she opened the panel and took a look. Her health points had dropped by 1/3. Fortunately, she ran fast. Otherwise her health points would be 0, and she would be dead. She dragged her tired body to the bed, opened the trading area, and wanted to see if there was anything that could quickly replenish blood, or speed up the healing of wounds. However, now was the battle for job transfer. And even if there was anything, no one would sell it. Unable to find it. And Ran was too tired. So she had to close her eyes and rest. She still had a weapon in her hand, and placed it beside the bed, so that she could use it at any time. But in this situation, how could she sleep peacefully? Even when she fell asleep, she had to keep 3 points of energy to guard against the surroundings. Although she had foresight and shadow ghosts, and Ran still didn't dare to sleep peacefully. Xiao Ba woke up before Ran. It floated out by itself, and seeing that Ran was sleeping uneasily, it stretched out its chubby hand to poke her forehead. And Ran was sleeping uneasily to begin with, and she was awakened by this poke. Although Ran didn't sense any danger, he still grabbed his weapon and turned over. When he opened his eyes, it was Xiao Ba. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled its face. The little guy is hungry again. Xiao Ba waved his hand, and he saw it reaching into his body and rummaging around. He didn't know what he was doing. A few minutes later, he took out a snow-white chick from his body. The chick had a short tail at the tail. And Ran laughed. You still have a pet in your body. Is it hungry too? Xiao Ba shook his hand and poked the chick again. The chick reluctantly lifted its tail and slowly spread it out. And Ran then realized that this was not a chick at all, but a little white peacock. The tail spread out like a white fan, with strands of gold mixed into snow white. Gorgeous and dazzling. Before Ran could react, the little peacock's tail flashed, and the light golden light shone on Ran's injured shoulder. The wound that had only stopped bleeding and scab began to itch, itching from the inside out. The flesh that penetrated the wound gradually squirmed and grew together little by little. By the time the little peacock stopped, her wound had almost healed. And Ran watched all this in amazement. Touched the wound, which had only a layer of blood scab on the outside. And the flesh inside had mostly grown back, and was deeply moved. And Ran held Xiao Ba in her arms, with tears in her eyes, and kept murmuring thanks to it. Thank you, Xiao Ba. Thank you. You are the first one to be so kind to me. Well, Xiao Yanduo. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Ba stretched out his hand, patted her head, and stretched out his hand to ask for sugar water. And Ran wiped away her tears, and made a full cup of sugar water for it. After Xiao Ba finished drinking, and Ran took some fresh leaves to feed the little peacock. Ding! Detected that number 888 Cloud Group violated the rules, and helped the player many times. Now the contract between player and Ran and number 888 is terminated. And Ran was stunned. Her connection with the little guy was broken, and she could no longer feel the little guy's thoughts. And Ran thought it was okay. She would still support Xiao Ba even if she didn't sign the contract. But she didn't know that the system would never let it go. Because number 888 has violated the rules many times. He will be taken back for destruction. Wait. You can't do this. Don't destroy it. Please. I'll give you whatever you want. Don't destroy it. And Ran hugged Xiao Ba tightly in her arms, and screamed in fear to the void for mercy. Xiao Ba saved her again and again. And in Ran's heart, he was no longer a so-called contractor, but a friend, a relative, and a family member. Although it was a small cloud, it couldn't speak yet, but it was extremely important to Ran. Player Ran. Number 888 violated the rules. There is no forgiveness. Unless what? All the materials on your Cloud Island, including the houses and the existing Cloud Island area, must be destroyed to offset it. But it only prevents it from being destroyed, and it no longer appears in the form of a cloud. And Ran barely hesitated for a second. I'll give it to you. The system seemed to hesitate for a moment. It's just an NPC in the game. Although it has its own consciousness, it's still a derivative of the game. Why do you want to save it? And Ran still hugged Xiao Ba tightly. You are just a bloodless and tearless running program, you know shit. The system was scolded, but it didn't get angry, and waved its hand to take away all the supplies on Ran's Cloud Island, including the house. Only the original 8 square meters of cloud remained: houses, land, fruit trees, cumulus trees, guardrails, etc., all gone. Cloud number 888 randomly changes form. Xiao Ba touched Ran's head, squinting his eyes as if smiling, and turned into a round egg in a stream of light. And Ran picked it up, and seemed to hear the fetal heartbeat inside the egg. He touched the round egg, and the eggshell was warm, showing that it was alive. The egg was alive, and it couldn't enter the storage cloud, so Ran put it in the wooden house. Fortunately, the system only took away everything on Yundao, and did not take away her belongings. Otherwise she would not know how to continue this battle. With only attribute values but no weapons. She was just waiting to die. Although she was reluctant to give up everything on Yundao, she did not regret it. At worst, she could get it back. Moreover, she wanted revenge, and killed the bald scum. When she was excited, her shoulder, which had just grown granulation, hurt, and Ran had to return to the wooden house, and heal her wounds first. Otherwise, with this half-dead posture, where can she go to seek revenge? The little peacock did not leave, but ate the leaves obediently. After eating, he went into the wooden house to rest. I don't know if there is no place to go, or it is too dangerous here, so he dare not leave. After resting for an afternoon, he recovered a little. As night approached, thick fog began to appear outside. The fog spread and covered the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 66: The Domineering White Goose in the Depths of the Fog. The fog surrounded the wooden house. Although Ran did not sense the danger, she still held her weapon in her hands and was on guard. She did not put down her weapons even when she was roasting the fire. In the fog, the originally silent forest seemed to come alive at this moment: moving trees, paper strips waving in the air, monsters shuttling back and forth between the trees. Suddenly, the originally lively forest was silent for a moment. Something seemed to be coming in the fog. Just like Moses parting the sea, wherever it passed, everything lay still. Until that thing passed by, they dared to move on. The thing in the mist went towards Ran's wooden house without turning. And Ran didn't feel anything wrong. She was still cooking dinner on the fire. Luckily, she brought a lot of food, because she thought the time would not be too short, and brought food for more than a month. Now that all the supplies on Yun Island have been taken away, it's worth bringing so much. Wash and slice the bamboo shoots, and stir-fry the meat later, and simmer the rice first. A figure in the mist came closer, but it was a big white goose. The big white goose tilted its head, looked at the wooden house that occupied its home, flapped its big wings twice, and quacked twice. The blood-red thorn surrounding the open space slowly made way for the big white goose to enter. The big white goose ran straight to the wooden house, pecking at the door with its flat beak. And Ran paused while cooking, and stood up with her weapon in hand. She still didn't sense any danger, but in a place like this, only monsters would come back to knock on the door. And Ran equipped his crossbow and went together, planning to take the initiative as soon as the door opened. After opening the iron door, and Ran stabbed it with a sword. The big white goose outside the door did nothing, but knocked you off balance with one beak. And Ran released the crossbow arrow, which was easily caught by the big white goose and thrown to the ground. Before Ran could attack, he was blown away by the big white goose's wings, and somersaulted in the air, fell to the ground, and staggered back a dozen steps. And Ran attacked more than 10 times in a row, but they were all easily resolved by the big white goose. The big white goose did not continue to attack Ran. And Ran was shocked. She could not even hit the other person. What was the point of fighting? And Ran was already desperate. But she found that the big white goose did not continue to attack. Instead, it leisurely entered her wooden house. And Ran held her weapon dumbfounded. The survival illustration just gave her the information of the big white goose. Big white goose. True identity, level, attack, speed, defense, HP, note, Jingyuan tyrant. Those who can choose their own master can be subdued as battle pets. If you sign a contract with them, the white goose will devour the master. Be careful. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know if the monster will attack the player. It seems that this big white goose does not want to eat her at the moment. Otherwise, she would not be able to beat him, and would only be eaten. But the big white goose went in and stayed there. It was not trying to occupy her wooden house. Was it? Although she had a tent, it was not as comfortable as the wooden house. Oh! Xiao Ba was still inside. This time, and Ran no longer cared about what the big white goose thought of her, and rushed in. The big white goose occupied her sofa, and was leisurely roasting by the fire. When it saw her come back, it stretched out its wings, and lit the bamboo shoots and meat fried on the stove. He tapped his mouth again, and Ran was not stupid. The meaning was simple and clear. The goose wanted to eat bamboo shoots and meat. Let's not talk about whether there was any problem with the goose eating cooked food and meat. Anyway, it was the goose's own problem. And Ran couldn't beat the other party, and his home was occupied. He glanced at the nest by the wall. Xiao Ba was still there, and hadn't been eaten. And Ran walked in obediently, closed the door, and cooked for the other party. That night, and Ran had a meal that she would never forget, and ate at the same table with a big white goose. A big white goose is a tyrant under the abyss. As a monster, it doesn't like to eat humans, but it likes to eat human food. However, it has no hands and can't hold chopsticks. And Ran put bamboo shoots, fried meat and rice together, put them in a wooden barrel, and put them in front of it. The big white goose eats very elegantly. It doesn't peck everywhere, and it also follows the empty bowl action, eating everything. After Ran washed the dishes, he fed the little peacock. The little peacock seemed to be afraid of the big white goose. It huddled in the corner with Xiao Ba and didn't run around. The big white goose domineeringly occupied Ran's bed, and Ran had no choice but to take out her sleeping bag, spread a quilt on the ground, and sleep on the ground next to the stove, because of the unknown big white goose. And Ran didn't sleep well all night. She kept waking up and went back to sleep after checking that it was okay. I don't know if it was because of the big white goose, but she didn't get harassed by monsters all night. She slept very well in the second half of the night, and the fatigue on her body gradually eased during the night's rest. The big white goose opened its eyes, came to Ran, and looked at the egg in the corner of the wall and the little peacock. Unlike ordinary monsters, something flashed in its eyes. After a while, a little light shot out from its forehead and shone on Ran's forehead. And Ran slept more deeply. In her dream, and Ran's first half of life flashed by like a passing scene. The big white goose retracted the beam, flapped its wings, and walked back to the bed, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, before Ran woke up, the big white goose asked the little peacock to help treat Ran's injuries, the injuries that had already been mostly healed. After the second treatment by the little peacock, were completely healed. The blood scabs on the wound fell off, leaving only 2 pink and white scars on the front and back of the penetrating wound. The little peacock's healing ability also restores vitality and magic. It's just that because it is still in its infancy, it can't heal such a serious injury at once, and its vitality and magic can't be restored at once. The big white goose patted the little peacock's head and shrank back to the bed. And Ran woke up the next day and was surprised to find that her wounds had healed and her vitality had recovered. looking at the little peacock withered in the corner, although she didn't know if it was it who did it. And Ran still fed it a bunch of fresh vegetables. In the morning, she and the white goose each had 2 rice balls and grilled fish. Although Ran was still not used to this overbearing and weird guest, she could not resist. Breakfast ended in this weird atmosphere again. After eating, Ran planned to take her weapons to fight monsters. It was the 5th day, and she had to upgrade to kill those scums. She also had to find cliffs on the road. A lot of things to do, and no time to delay. She originally planned to take the cabin away, but seeing that the white goose did not want to leave the cabin at all, she did not dare to take it back. So she had to leave the cabin there, and go out to fight monsters. Not long after Ran left, the white goose lifted the toilet lid and sat on it, and then pressed the flush button with its wings. The food cooked by this woman is quite delicious, and it is also good for pets. Otherwise, let's go with her. It has been waiting here for so long. This woman is pretty good. The tallest among the short ones. Chapter 67. A Rich Harvest. Violent Inlay Stone. Ran walked nearly a kilometer with her weapon, and did not encounter any monsters. She was still wondering where all the monsters had gone. Aren't there monsters under this cliff? Ran continued to move forward without giving up. Half an hour later, about 3 kilometers away from the wooden house, she saw a monster. Most of the monsters under this mirror cliff are plant-based. At this time, she was tied up upside down by a black plant with broad leaves. The broad leaves like kelp tied up Ran's calves, and hung them up and sent them to the big mouth of her core. Ran shot a series of crossbow arrows at him. The crossbow arrows entered the core, and the broadleaf tree twisted in pain. Ran took the opportunity to cut off the leaves that bound his legs with a knife, and fell to the ground. The core's big mouth puffed several times, and spit out the crossbow arrows to Ran. Ran took the crossbow arrows with one hand, and the fish with paralyzing juice, and chopped off 7 or 8 leaves with a wave of his hand. The broadleaf monster rolled up the remaining leaves, forming a thick sledgehammer. The front end of the leaf was rolled up to form a ball, and the petiole was at the back, raised high, and smashed down heavily at Ran. Ran dodged lightly to the side and back, and the big hammer of the leaves swept past her. Ran jumped, stepped on the big hammer, and jumped again, and was in the air. Several crossbow arrows shot into the core of the broadleaf monster again. There was paralysis juice on the crossbow arrows, and this crossbow arrow was shot directly into the core and nailed inside. The paralysis juice is also effective against monsters that are also plants, but the effect will be discounted. The core was attacked, and the health bar of the broadleaf monster kept dropping. The leaves outside were also cleared away by Ran one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the broadleaf monster turned into a pile of supplies and experience points. Ran drank a few sips of water and began to move sideways. She realized that she was still too weak. Too few weapons, too few defensive equipment, and too low a force value. Otherwise she would not have been forced to jump off the cliff. Ran's expression was no longer leisurely and relaxed as before, and she was slashing monsters like crazy. Ran was moving sideways. In her perception, it was too dangerous to go deeper. She would go in and die. She would go, but not now. She still needed to continue to upgrade and strengthen herself before she dared to go in and try. Ran fought and killed monsters tirelessly for 2 days. Except for lunch. He stopped to rest for a while. Except for going back to sleep at night. He fought all day. His physical strength was consumed too much, but his combat experience was constantly enriched. His supplies and experience increased rapidly. It was not until after 7 o'clock that night that Ran dragged his tired body back to the wooden house. The wooden house was very safe. Perhaps because of the big white goose. Monsters generally did not dare to cause trouble. Ran made some simple food and ate it with the big white goose that was still here. It has only been so long. Ran feels that she has gotten used to this strange guest. After dinner, Ran plans to boil water for a bath, using the warm water to eliminate her fatigue. She has killed about 10 monsters in the past 2 days. They range from level 15 to 19. And her own health bar has dropped by half. If she hadn't used red potion to pull it back a little, she would probably have died here. If she hadn't used iron swords, her weapon durability would have dropped by half. While the bath water was still boiling, Ran looked through her supplies. Because it is automatically picked up, I have no idea what is there. 6 flowing cloud stones, 3 moonstones, 1 space stone, 2 blueprints, 1 pair of shoulder pads, 1 battle skirt, 1 pair of combat boots, 1 poisonous item, 50 crossbow arrows, 1 bronze scimitar, 2 cards. For yogurt, 2 calcium tablets, 2 nutrient solution, 2 hemostatic grass, 1 mosaic stone, 20 packs of biscuits, 50 instant noodles, 2 abalones, 20 BBQs, 1 cooking oil, 2 gene of cooking salt, 2 gene of pecans. Red potion * 10, blue potion * 10. Vegetables * 50 gene, rice * 20 gene, noodles * 2 gene, honey * 2 gene. Food, it's not strange after seeing it so many times. And Ran is mainly interested in weapons and armor. Shoulder pads, battle skirt, combat boots, and the previous breastplate, hard guard and knee pads, just enough to make a set. Just missing a hat and gloves. Each of the newly added items increases defense by 10. To make a set, there are other skills. Now the total defense of Ran's armor is 130 points. But if you don't get a complete set, the armor can't open the overall defense. It only protects part of the body, which is also a pitfall. That is, the shoulder pad protects the shoulder, while increasing the defense by 5, and the knee pad as well, but not the overall defense. Otherwise, the bald man's attack might not hurt him. And Ran clenched his fists, and continued to go out and try hard tomorrow, to see if he can get a complete set of armor. Both drawings are from the warehouse, and Ran clicked to learn, but didn't make them, and planned to put them in the house when he got back. After all, her house was gone. And the things stored in it were gone too. So they needed to be remade. Blueprints for warehouses and the like are disposable. And they must be obtained next time after being used to be remade. Bronze scimitar, attack 35. Speed 38. Durability 80. There is a 20% chance to trigger. Spinning slash, throwing the scimitar, when it flies back from midair. It will attack the enemy from behind for the second time, making it hard to defend against. Just looking at the spinning slash. It is stronger than the machete, with an attack power of 25 points. But Ran didn't throw it away or chop it off. Instead, she made a few more iron swords as consumable weapons. There are 2 cards. One is a skill card, and the other is a power storage card. Explosive bomb. After crushing the card, you will get 20 bombs with an attack of 50. You can control the time when they explode. The player can figure out how to use it. Disposable card. This thing can be buried around the camp of the bald man, as long as they have a camp. Toxic. Just 1 drop can make a person lose half of his health. And it is accompanied by random negative abilities. It is colorless and odorless. A large amount can kill people. Use with caution. This bottle of poison is 500 milliliters. And I don't know if it is enough. Inlay stone, rage, can be embedded into masks, hairpins and the like, all attributes double after activation, time limit 15 minutes, cooling time half a month. Note, no rationality during use, will attack indiscriminately, will be weak after use, attributes drop to less than half, lasting 12 hours, use with caution, use with caution. And Ran was silent for a moment, then took out the crazy clown mask, aimed at the forehead and embedded it. Masks are not weapons, can be embedded directly, no need for secondary forging. This inlay stone called Rage, it is best not to activate it unless necessary, especially when there is no one you trust around you. The attribute value drops by half within 12 hours. Who knows what will happen to you during this period of weakness? This inlay stone has both advantages and disadvantages. It is equivalent to a double-edged blade that kills 1,000 enemies, but injures 800 of itself. Chapter 68 Silver Spear Storm. The big white goose recognizes its master. Fortunately, if this thing is not activated automatically, it is just a purple stone that doesn't look good, and it won't work. Put the things in different categories, and Ran searched for it, and found no island cloud. It seems that I need to go back and salvage it slowly. Take out the wind inlay stone, the flowing cloud stone, the cloud stone and the mithril, and click to synthesize. It takes 30 minutes to synthesize the silver level spear. Please wait patiently. It takes time to synthesize the spear, and Ran is in no use. She had no choice but to sort out the supplies. The supplies she had brought here were not taken away. They were well placed in the wooden house and the backpack compartment. She didn't feel sorry for the food, but she felt sorry for the green heart leaves that she didn't bring. She only brought 200 pieces, and wasted the medicine. She also wasted the red vermilion fruit, which was a pity, and the breadfruit tree as well. And Ran sighed in her heart, with regret but no regret. She could get her things back if they were gone, but Xiao Ba was destroyed, and it was gone forever. She packed and classified the supplies, stuffed some that she didn't need to use at any time into the wooden house, and put the ones that she needed to use at any time in the compartments. She boiled water on the stove, and put it in a thermos after it boiled. Since she knew she was going to get the job transfer scroll, she hadn't sold much water, and started to save it to take away. She brought a lot of water, enough for her to use. Ding dong. The spear has been synthesized. The mechanical sound of the system called her back to her senses, and Ran looked up into the air. A silver spear shining with silver light was floating in the air. The spear was 1.5 meters long, and weighed 6 kilograms, and there were beautiful floating patterns carved on the spear. The floating cloud pattern covered the white spear, because the spear is made of mithril and flowing cloud stone. It is not extremely hard, but has a soft curve. Silver level spear storm. Attack 145. Speed 120. Defense 85. Durability 350. There is a 20% chance to trigger the burst wind blade. The cold wind turns into a sharp blade, triggering a violent wind blade. Hundreds of wind blades are enough to kill a person alive. Each wind blade has 1/3 of the spear's attack power. Note, when the spear launches a skill attack, it will draw the player's own magic power to maintain the attack. If the magic power is too low, the skill cannot exert its maximum power. Weapons above silver level are automatically bound to the player, cannot be dropped, cannot be robbed before the player dies. They can be forged again later. And Rant's originally happy expression was doused with a basin of cold water, and she subconsciously looked at her magic power. Is this 200 points of magic power enough for one burst of wind blades? Although she was worried, she couldn't stop being happy. She took the spear in her hand and stroked it back and forth lovingly. This spear is not only beautiful but also powerful. What she liked most was the last few words. Cannot be dropped, cannot be robbed. Generally, if you like a black iron or bronze weapon, you can just grab it. As for a silver weapon, there is no other way to grab it except to kill the player who owns it. Putting Storm on hand, and Rand put away the things. After looking at the spear, she was in the mood to look at her own panel. Player and Rand, level 2590/1000 HP, 200 tougher than ordinary people. Can be increased later strength. 50 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 45 you are very fast. Although you are not a man defense. 44 defense finally seems to be that way magic. 200 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill. S plus level foresight ability level 1 upgrade. Can predict 1 second of time luck value. 8 upper limit 10. Really lucky guy. Can be increased later profession. None. Professional skill. None. There are 3 free attribute points added to defense. The big white goose had been watching her. When she finished her work, it came to her with a swaying hand. And Ram was nervous. She had not forgotten that she still had such a domineering goose at home. Although it did not eat her for a short time, who knew if it regarded her as a reserved food? She said she had no choice but to live with it. If she could not abandon the cabin, she would have run away directly, instead of living peacefully with it here. The big white goose saw and ran looking at it warily, and sneered, "Your wariness is useless. Can you beat me if you are on guard?" And Ran held the fish. It was not suitable to use a spear in the room, and stared at it without blinking. The big white goose walked to the fire leisurely, stretched its neck suddenly, and pecked it in Rand's chest as fast as lightning. And Rand felt a pain in his chest, and his armor could not stop the attack of the big white goose. A hole was torn in his chest, and blood flowed out. But Rand strangely did not die. The blood that flowed out floated in the air, and merged with the blood that flowed from the big white goose's mouth. A golden magic circle appeared on the ground, covering the man and the goose. The bright red blood gradually turned into light gold, gathering on the man and the goose. Ding dong, the goose recognized the player and ran as its master. Due to the player's insufficient strength, the goose's level was suppressed, and returned to the growth stage. And Ram was still confused, and heard a gloating voice from the system tablet. And Ran subconsciously touched his chest, which was intact, without even a trace of blood, except for a big hole in the breastplate. This big white goose is so willful. What will she do with her broken breastplate? Although you can recognize your master on your own, and recognize yourself as the master, it is not a reason for you to destroy someone else's breastplate. And Rand looked over unhappily. Before, I couldn't see the data of this big white goose, but now I can see it clearly. Pet, growing big white goose. True body, level 20. Attack, 120. Speed, 150. Defense, 120. HP, 1200. Skill, Feather Blade Storm. You can launch the feathers on your body, generating a storm-like attack power. Active skill, possession, can be transformed into armor and possess the master, play a protective role. Please explore the other functions by yourself. And Rand's originally vicious face suddenly smiled. Anyway, it has already recognized itself as the master, and its attack power is not bad, so she reluctantly did not bother it. After all, its attack power is indeed not low, and it can also be possessed and transformed into armor. Since it can fill the missing armor, then she has no reason to bother it. In addition, according to the system, this big white goose is because its level is too low, and its own strength is also suppressed. Does it mean that if it continues to upgrade, its strength will also be unlocked? Hey, little brat, don't be silly, we have to leave quickly. After signing a contract with you, my strength is suppressed. Without my suppression, the monsters under the mirror cliff will attack you. Your injury is healed, pack up and leave. A low male voice with a bit of drag sounded in Rand's mind, with a little impatience. Chapter 69 Flying away from the bottom of the cliff. The little peacock recognized its master. And Rand was stunned, subconsciously looked at the big white goose. Was it talking to her? What do you mean by a little brat? She is 23 after all, but now is not the time to dwell on this. What the big white goose said is obviously true. She had gone out for several kilometers before, and couldn't find a very powerful monster, and at this time, in her perception, this cliff is full of dangers. There are countless powerful auras entrenched here. The aura is locking on this place vaguely. The scarlet thorn outside sensed the disappearance of the powerful aura, and refused to be a houseplant anymore, and was ready to attack. And Rand foresaw that a huge black bear had left its den, and was heading straight for here. And Rand took the wooden house away in an instant, and the big white goose stuffed Xiaoba and the little peacock into its battle pet space, which was only available after signing the pet contract. And it belonged to them. It rushed towards and Rand was shocked. And the big white goose had turned into a stream of light, and surrounded and ran. A few seconds later, and Rand was wearing a half-body armor, which only had a breastplate, a back armor, and shoulder guards. But a pair of huge white wings grew out from behind the breastplate, and stretched out on both sides of it. Ran. The big black bear came over here with big strides, and its shadow could already be seen. And Rand said anxiously, "Go, I can't beat it." Before it came over, the pressure had spread, and the alarm bells in her heart were ringing, and the danger signal was clamoring in her mind. Accompanying her thoughts, the wings on her body flapped, and took her up into the air, almost rising from the ground. It took her body into the air. In the dark night, the wings took her higher and higher, and gradually she could no longer see the scenery at the bottom of the cliff. The big black bear, who was a step late, tore the scarlet thorns to pieces angrily, and roared to the sky. The sound was like a bell, and the loud noise made Rand cover her ears in midair. But her eardrums still hurt. It was unknown how high the cliff was. The wings took her flying for 10 minutes before landing. The big white goose was free from the possession, and Rand felt a little weak in the legs. She looked around, and saw that the group of bald men had left. They probably didn't expect that Rand would survive and recover so quickly. The moment Rand fell off the cliff, the bald men had already sentenced her to death. And Rand was afraid that she would run into the bald men without any defense if she walked around randomly. So she found a shady place nearby and stayed there. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's figure out the big white goose first. The big white goose followed into the house, and saw that Rand was interrogating him, and stretched his neck like a dead pig, ready to fight. What's your name? Or should I give you a name? What's your true identity? What's the matter with your level? And Rand asked a series of questions in one breath, so many that the white goose didn't know which one to answer first. I don't need you to give me a name. Your name is ugly. I'm called Chong Jun. I won't tell you my true identity for now. You'll know it when you level up. As for the level, it's because you're too weak, so I've regressed to the growth stage, and you still have the nerve to say it. And Rand muttered softly, I didn't ask you to recognize the master. And he called himself a middle school student and greasy. She didn't expect the greasy boss version of the white goose. The big white goose rolled its eyes at her, and twisted her arm. Ouch, you are bullying the master. The big white goose ignored her. Weak master. And Rand was criticized, and it was rare that she couldn't refute, so she made a face at the big white goose, who looked like an old man. I am a weakling now, but I will become stronger in the future. I will wait and see. And Rand couldn't argue with the big white goose, so she let the shadow ghost go out to guard the door. When the shadow ghost saw the big white goose by the stove, he shuddered, and went out to guard the night obediently. Although it merged within Rand's shadow, it was unwilling to accept it in its heart, although it would not say it on the surface. It could not resist and ran. But it was still unwilling to accept it. Until today. When it saw this old man, it put away its frivolous thoughts and stayed honestly. The big white goose Chongjun raised his eyelids and looked at the shadow ghost. And then lay down again. Fortunately, it was quite obedient. This big white goose has become his war pet. And Enran is not afraid of it anymore. Yawning, seeing the big white goose nestled next to the stove. He didn't want to care about it at first. But after thinking about it, he took the quilt and cushioned it. The big white goose looked at Enran, who was yawning and crawling onto the bed, and smiled anthropomorphically. This stupid master. Because the big white goose and the shadow ghost were watching over the house. And they had left the dangerous bottom of the cliff. Enran slept very peacefully. When she opened her eyes, it was already dawn. Yawning, Enran tidied herself up, got up to cook, and Chongjun let the little peacock out. Chongjun flapped his wings, and with 2 quacks, the little guy came to Enran unwillingly and pecked her finger. He repeated what happened before, and the little guy recognized Enran as his master. Just after recognizing the master, it can't wait to complain. Master! Master! This big white goose bullied me. The voice was crisp and tender, like a little boy of a few years old. Very cute. Enran touched its head with amusement, and pouted his mouth in a wrong manner. But what should I do if I can't beat this big white goose? The little peacock tilted his head. Then I will help the master beat it. After saying that, he ran over. Ah! 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 Before Enran could stop it, the little guy jumped onto the big white goose and stretched out his mouth to peck it. The big white goose looked at it lazily, and then flapped its wings and knocked the little guy to the ground. But it was very careful, and didn't hurt it. The little peacock climbed up again, and continued to peck at it, and was knocked over by the big white goose again. Enran saw that they were having fun, and the big white goose wouldn't hurt it, so he let them do what they wanted. Heated the rice balls, boiled water to make kelp soup, and fried celery and meat, both of which were large portions. When they were cooked, he invited them to eat. I saw the little peacock eating vegetable leaves before, so Enran still prepared vegetable leaves. As a result, the little guy stopped eating, and wanted to eat with him. Seeing that his stomach was not big, the big white goose could not eat much, so he gave some away. The little guy had a small appetite, and half of the rice ball filled his stomach, and the rest went into the stomachs of the person and the goose. Enran held the little guy in her hands. I'll give you a name. She was quite keen on naming her pets. As a result, the little peacock despised it again. The name given by the owner is weird, and Xiao Ba's name is not nice. Enran scratched her head awkwardly. It was not that she didn't want to think of a nice name, but that she was basically a bad namer. Then do you have a name? The little peacock blinked. I don't know either. I have been alone since I was born, without a father or a mother, and I don't know what my name is. Qianyu. This little guy's name is Qianyu. Enran nodded, but she had a lot of questions in her heart. Chapter 17 News Face Changing. Ordinary monsters only have a general name, but no individual names, such as slime, dead tree monster, etc. Why do the two she met have their own names? I just know that asking probably won't give me anything. The little guy doesn't know. This big white goose looks like a master, and obviously won't say it. So, Enran suppressed her doubts in her heart. She felt that this game world was getting weirder and weirder. It was already weird that NPCs had their own consciousness, and now the ones she met were very autonomous. Xiao Ba is quite independent. What a strange world. Although Dubai Goose saw that Enran was full of doubts, he did not explain anything. Wait, Enran is still too weak now, and knowing too much is too dangerous. Enran did not rush to leave for revenge, but first opened the chat area to collect information. Didn't she know about the raiders from the chat area before, to see if anyone knew about the group of bald heads? There were a few familiar people missing from the chat area, and the avatars had turned gray. Feng Xuqiang, Lu Ruoming, Lu Yun, etc. These people often speak, but now they are gone. I have to sigh that things are unpredictable. Clicking on the avatar, the system thoughtfully marked the cause of death. They all met the hunting team and died in the hands of those bald men. Enran looked serious and opened the chat area. The style of the chat area was very uniform. They all complained that the system was too difficult to arrange this battle. But no one continued to complain about the hunting team. Enran searched for a long time, but didn't find any useful information. This is the case. It is likely that someone in the chat area has joined them. They are afraid of being reported, so they dare not say anything. What should they do now? Although she has a good weapon, it is not a good idea to rush in rashly. She needs to determine the number of the other party, where they are now, and the surrounding environment. After thinking about it, she bought a piece of cloth from the trading area, painted camouflage paint on the cloth, and draped it over her body. The forest is full of different shades of green, and the weeds are waist high. She squatted in the weeds with the camouflage cloth on her, and soon became one of the weeds. But she hadn't seen the group of bald men yet, so she wasn't in a hurry, and Ran continued to move forward into the mountains in the wild grass. It was obvious that the supplies here had been cleared out, and they would definitely move forward and couldn't stay here. After climbing over 2 mountains, it was quiet all the way, and not even a low-level monster could be seen. This group of hunting team members were really powerful. She had just disappeared for a short time, and they had cleared so many mountains. After walking forward for a distance, there was suddenly a lot of noise in front of them, and Ran put on her disguise directly. And the big white goose returned to the pet space and approached quietly. The big tree on the hillside was cut down from the roots, clearing a large open space, and a camp was built there. Tents and wooden houses were scattered around, with people walking back and forth inside, and some teams left the camp to go somewhere else. And Ran quietly approached the camp, climbed up the tree, and hid in the dense leaves. The camouflage paint automatically turned and ran into the same color as the leaves, and if no one looked carefully, no one would notice. And Ran observed several times, but did not see the specific situation inside. But there were a few huge words written at the entrance of the camp, Hunting Team Camp. So I didn't make the wrong choice. I just didn't know how many people were inside, and whether the bald man and his men were inside. After observing for a while, and Ran silently recorded that there were several teams coming in and out, and none of them were bald. And Ran racked his brains, thinking about how to get in. He saw several people being escorted by a group of people, and there was a bald man among them. As soon as he arrived at the camp, the bald man shouted, "Boss, these idiots refused to hand over the supplies. We brought them back for you to deal with." In the largest wooden house in the center of the camp, the bald man Zhao Gao walked out with a beautiful woman in one hand. There was a beauty behind him. The one in front was wearing revealing clothes. She was wearing a fur cape in such a cold weather. Her plump body was tightly pressed against the bald man. She twisted like a maggot and kept touching the bald man. She was flirting with the bald man. She was holding a rope in her hand. A girl was tied to the rope. The girl was tall and beautiful. Her eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. She was wearing shackles on her feet, and her hands were tied behind her. She was wearing half-naked clothes. She was forcibly dragged out by the plump woman. She was shivering in the cold wind, and her face was blue and purple. The name above Zhao Gao's head had turned blood red, and even bled. It was unknown whether it was intentional on the part of the system, but Zhao Gao obviously didn't care, and even felt quite proud of it. It was obvious that he had killed many people in the past 2 days. Otherwise his name wouldn't be so red. Zhao Gao came out, and the people who were forced to kneel on the ground looked at him in fear. Zhao Gao kicked the man directly in the chest, and the terrifying force caused the man's sternum to sink, and the bone pierced into his heart, and he died immediately. Zhao Gao said pooh with disdain, picked up the materials that the man dropped, and threw those that he didn't like to his men. Zhao Gao pinched the plump woman's towering breasts hard, causing her great pain, but she could only pretend to enjoy it. The beautiful woman who was tied up beside him saw this, and said pooh to the woman, and was slapped by the plump woman. Just as she was about to curse, she was frightened by Zhao Gao's gloomy eyes. Zhao Gao said sinisterly, "If you break her face, I will give you to my men and let them take turns to beat you." The plump woman smiled awkwardly, and quickly went up to appease Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao felt a sense of accomplishment when women threw themselves at him, and he especially liked to see women fighting for him and flirting. After the battle at the bottom of the cliff, he reached level 21 safely, but the bald man in front of him had killed people, and his level was so high that even the eye of detection could not see him clearly. His data was much higher than his own, and he had so many subordinates. He could not attack by force, but could only outsmart him. If he did not kill him at this time, the battle for job transfer would be over, and he would not know where to find him. Moreover, the longer he delayed, the stronger this dead bald man would be. Looking at the woman in Zhao Gao's arms, and then at herself, she thought she had a solution. Her face was not good enough. Although she did not show her face during the confrontation, her name was clearly visible to the other party. As it happened, she had never tried the ability of the clown mask, So she would test it now. She did not do anything extra, but took out the mask. She glanced at the camp patrol back and forth, and she was a little close to where she was. If she moved too much, she would be discovered. And Rand landed quietly and left here, sneaking to a far place, without lifting the camouflage, and sat down against a big tree. This mask can manually adjust its face and data. Since Rand wants to use the beauty trap, it can't be too ordinary. Chapter 71 Beauty Trap Drama Queen and Rand. But thinking about the two women around the bald man, they were either plump or gorgeous, she followed another pattern. Her face was the kind of white flower that is popular nowadays, exquisite and beautiful, but her figure was extremely hot. And Rand disguised her figure by stuffing clothes. She didn't have such a turbulent figure. In order to be realistic, she also made her face look more haggard, but it couldn't hide her beauty. She liked this type of bald man, but he had two gorgeous types around him, and too many would be boring. This adjusted face of mine should suit his taste. If it doesn't work, I'll let the big white goose take me away. As for the data, the illustration will not be displayed. When they look at it normally, they will only see the name. But Rand was afraid that the bald man also had the same detection eye as himself, so he changed the data as well. Her name is by Lily, her level is 16, and all the values are lowered, just over 30 points. Without luck, ordinary people do have this data. Players are not like monsters, they have momentum and pressure, and no one knows the strength of the other party unless they fight. After adjusting the data and face, putting on the mask, taking out his small round mirror to look at himself, I felt that I couldn't see my whole body, so I bought a half-length mirror, hiding in the camouflage and looking at myself in circles, and also looked at the name on top of his head. It was by Lily, very good. Speaking of which, the system is also unethical. Before on Yun Island, the name was not displayed. On this continent, the system put everyone's name on top. This is to make it easier for the other party to remember the name. Are they killing each other? After tidying up his clothes, Rand walked towards the camp with his face on his head. There was a patrolman at the door. Seeing Rand coming alone, he glanced behind him several times. He looked at Rand's disguised face and plump chest again, and said sourly, "Are you here to join our boss too?" The bald man's bad reputation has spread in the past few days. The bald man wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He forces people to collect supplies and hand them over. If they don't, he will kill them. In the past 2 days alone, he has killed nearly 100 people, some of whom were killed by him, and some by his men. The bald men are united, and most of the people who come are not united for their own interests. So they are defeated one by the bald men. After killing many, those who did not take the opportunity to enter the mountains were caught and surrendered. The bald man built a base here. Some people did not want to be targeted, did not want to die, and joined if they could not beat them. Then, they also enjoyed the fruits of their labor. A vicious cycle. And they also formed teams to enslave other players. The targeted players were caught and controlled by the bald man. They had no choice but to listen. If you want to live, you have to obey. If you don't obey, you will die. The bald man's notoriety spread far and wide. Some people were afraid of him. And of course many people came to seek refuge. Recently, they have seen many people come to seek refuge. There are at least hundreds of people in the camp, if not thousands. And Rand did not cover her face, nor did she hold a weapon. She was alone. So the two men automatically thought she was seeking refuge. Since they thought so, and Rand did not need to find an excuse. She nodded and smiled brightly. I have admired Boss Zhao for a long time. I heard that Boss Zhao was camping here, so I came to seek refuge. The gatekeeper made a sound of poo, without disguising the sound at all. Aren't you just here to sell your ass? You make a good sounding statement. Come in. They have seen many such women recently. Otherwise they would not be jealous. Damn it, being strong is good, women can be played with at will. And Rand passed through several checkpoints, and entered Zhao Gao's tent under the malicious eyes of the crowd. Zhao Gao was playing with a woman, who didn't care about the sound at all, but deliberately screamed loudly, and her voice was full of pride. And Rand almost vomited on the spot because of the performance, but when she thought of her plan, she could only suppress the nausea. Bald short track speed skating, the plump woman was still not satisfied, but she had to be patient and praise the bald man for being great. The bald man put on his clothes, and saw and ran at the entrance of the tent. His eyes lit up, and Rand could walk into the tent safely, which meant that he had been checked by his men. However, since she was his woman, They did not dare to touch her. He gave away all the women in the camp after he had enough fun with them. No one dared to touch them without his permission. The bald man had been playing with beautiful women recently. It was really strange to see a white flower. Zhao Gao circled around and ran for a few times. With the same eyes of investigation as Ran. He clearly saw Ran's pitiful attributes. And his already low vigilance was half lowered. He raised Ran's chin. Ran was nervous for a moment, fearing that the mask would be discovered. But it was obvious that the mask was very strong and concealed. The bald man didn't feel it when he pinched her. He only felt the smooth and tender skin on his hand. Ran's disguised face was only 17 or 18 years old at most, which was the best age. The plump woman was now 32, like a ripe peach, while Ran was in her prime. The difference was obvious after the comparison. Zhao Gao immediately put his hand on Ran's waist. Ran suppressed her nausea and gave the plump woman a provocative look, leaning closer to Zhao Gao's arms. Zhao Gao actually still didn't believe in Ran, but now, he smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. Just look at it, as long as you become strong, women are easy to get, and you can even make them jealous of you. Zhao Gao patted Ran on the head, laughing. Don't provoke your sister, Zhao. You still have a long time to get along. At least before the job transfer battle is over, he can enjoy himself for a while, not to mention that he still has the card, so he can take the person back. Ran resisted the urge to slap his hand away, but pouted her lips. With a righteous expression. She is old. I am young. Only 18. What she meant was that she would be replaced by me sooner or later. Zhao Gao pinched her face with a smile. You little devil. You are jealous before you even start serving Brother Zhao. Ran's stomach was churning. And she almost vomited all over Zhao Gao. Although Zhao Gao enjoyed women being jealous of him, he did not want the harem to be restless. So he lowered his tone slightly. You can be jealous, but you can't quarrel. Understand? Ran nodded timidly, then rolled her eyes, and pulled Zhao Gao's hand, and swayed to act like a spoiled child. Brother Zhao, I'm hungry. Her expression was pitiful. Her stomach made a gurgling sound. Zhao Gao looked at her pitiful level and attributes, her pale face, and her half-worn and even worn clothes, and defined her in his heart. It was probably because her level was too low. She couldn't beat the monsters, and couldn't get any good things, so she had nowhere else to go, and came to him for help. No matter what the reason was. She was mine anyway. And after Ran acted like a spoiled child, his soul flew away. Men all fell for this kind of spoiled childishness. And Zhao Gao was no exception. Chapter 72 Poisoning the Bald Man Team. He waved his hand and told his younger brother, Come here, set up a banquet for my second wife, to welcome Lily's arrival. Ran had a look of joy on her face, but she was complaining madly in her heart. The beauty trap is too disgusting, and it should never be used again. You asked why not let the big white goose go after all. It has a low level and high attributes. She wanted to do it, too, but looking at the people in this camp, she and the big white goose could not kill them even if they died. When the fight started, they probably couldn't even get to the bald man, or they would kill their way through the camp. And the bald man would run away. Neither of them is safe, so this is safer. Zhao Gao had just finished, and he had no energy left. Besides, he couldn't do it, because he was not in the mood today. Although he was eager to do something when he saw Ran's tenderness, he was helpless. Ran was given a place to stay, right next to the plump woman, but each person had a tent. It was said that a banquet was going to be held, and the chef over there also needed to prepare it, and it had been more than an hour and still not finished. Ran thought about it, and gave up the idea of sneaking in, and walked into the kitchen openly. She had previously poured out half of the poison from the medicine bottle, put it in a wooden barrel, and diluted it. 250 milliliters of poison was added with 200 milliliters of water. This poison is so strong that even if it cannot kill all these beasts, it can make them bleed. After thinking about it, she added some juice from the paralysis fruit. Most of those who can attend the banquet are willing to submit and follow the bald man. Those who are exploited are not qualified to participate in the banquet, so Ran is not afraid of killing the wrong person. She slid into the kitchen. Now everyone in the camp knows that Bai Lily, who is incarnated by Ran, is Zhao Gao's woman. She entered the kitchen, and not many people were surprised. Ran touched her stomach, looked at the pile of meat, vegetables and lobsters in the big bowl on the long table, and her saliva was secreted unconsciously. She was really hungry. She took out an empty plate from the side, picked a little of each, and took a whole lobster. The person in charge of the meal was the chef, who was forced by the bald man. He was unwilling to do it in the first place, seeing that she was Xiao Gao's woman. Although he disdained it, he didn't dare to interfere. The younger brothers who were guarding here stood on both sides of the door to prevent the chef from stealing food. They didn't dare to poison because their lives were in Xiao Gao's hands. Seeing that Ran was here to steal food, with a greedy look on her face, he just told someone to tell Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao laughed. Let her be. The little greedy cat just said she was hungry. The chef is slow. Just eat a little. I can afford it. He had no doubt that Ran could do anything under the eyes of so many people. And she went in openly. A young and innocent little girl who had just started out, and had no grudge against him, would not be stupid enough to cut off her own path. According to the person who reported it, she ate voraciously. Probably because she had been hungry for too long and couldn't hold back. But it also needs to be punished. Following Brother Zhao, and still doing this, it's embarrassing. When taking the dishes, the poison was secretly taken out from the grid. While the younger brother outside was distracted and chatting, the poison turned into a water line and sprinkled on the dishes. All 18 dishes were spilled, especially the big lobster dish, which was spilled the most. Because the others were in several pots, prepared to be divided into plates, only the lobster was one portion, probably for the bald Xiao Gao. And Ran put the most poison in this, and some of the poison was left, which she kept. After eating and touching her stomach, and Ran stuffed the plate to the chef, and walked away arrogantly in the eyes of her younger brother. An hour later, and Ran was notified to attend the banquet. Those sitting there were all the bald men, which showed that they were the core members. The poison was colorless and tasteless, and there was no other odor when it was sprinkled on, and it could not be tasted. Although Ran had never eaten it, she still believed in the system on this point. And Ran and the plump woman sat on both sides of Xiao Gao, and the plump woman's flesh pressed on Xiao Gao's arms. Xiao Gao hugged her and lectured Ran with a cold face. Lily, I know you are young and ignorant, but don't do this next time. As Xiao Ji's woman, it's embarrassing. Besides, everyone has to eat this. If you eat it in advance, your brothers will say you have no manners. And Ran nodded timidly, indicating that she understood, and sat aside obediently. Xiao Gao nodded with satisfaction and said, Don't do it again next time. You should reflect on yourself tonight. And Ran sat aside with a pouty face, pretending to be angry. But Xiao Gao ignored her. Xiao Gao and his men didn't eat the food. They drank too much and occasionally hugged the plump woman and made a move. Maybe he wanted to teach Ran a lesson, so that she would remember this lesson. He didn't invite her to the banquet for half of the time, and Ran was happy that she didn't have to act. But she was nervous. Damn. A bunch of drunkards. I'll drink you to death. But they ate the food. Damn. Half an hour later, the group of people finally drank enough and started to eat the food. The group of bald men were all big men, and they consumed a lot. It was simply a plate-free operation. Xiao Gao also started to eat the food. Seeing that Ran was still angry, he picked a lobster from his plate and put it in her bowl. You have a childish temper. You get angry after a few words. You're hungry, right? Eat it. And Ran turned around and pretended to grab the lobster. This thing was highly poisonous, so she didn't dare to put it in her mouth. She had eaten poison-repelling beads before, but that thing couldn't remove all poisons. Soon, the people who ate the food felt something was wrong. 21 people covered their necks. Their expressions were painful and hideous. They foamed at the mouth, and they fell down with convulsions. The plump woman looked at the bald man in confusion. It was not right to eat the lobster in her hand, nor was it right not to eat it. Xiao Gao's face turned purple. He covered his neck, made a ho-ho sound, his whole body trembled, and the veins on his face were popping out. The blood was dripping down from the bodies of these people. Although Xiao Gao knew that something was wrong, he could do nothing now. Everyone at the banquet fell down, only Ran was still sitting there calmly. You could tell who did it with your toes. Ran stood up leisurely, and, just in case, he poured a large amount of paralyzing juice into the wide-open mouths of these people. Xiao Gao was at a high level, and still had some resistance, so he could still struggle to speak. Why? Why? Ran chopped off his arms and legs with a few swords, because of the paralyzing juice. Xiao Gao couldn't even feel the pain. Ran walked to his side, lowered her head, turned her back to the woman, and took off her clown mask. The big words Ran on her head made Xiao Gao's eyes widen. He hunted geese all day, and was eventually blinded by geese. He never thought that the woman who was forced off the cliff by them would come back for revenge, and planned to catch them all in one fell swoop, because Ran was the first one to jump off the cliff by herself. And she was a beautiful woman. Zhao Gao remembered her. And Ran smiled, put on her mask, and pierced Zhao Gao's neck with a sword. Goodbye. After getting rid of Zhao Gao, the rest of the people were dealt with one by one. Some of them died before Ran could attack them. After they died, all their belongings, including the Cloud Island and the storage grid, became Ran's belongings and were automatically picked up and put into the grid. Chapter 73 Red Name. Hunting Team destroyed. Looting. The mechanical voice of the system, a series of sounds in her mind. XX's Cloud Island is merged with player and Rant's Cloud Island. XX's Cloud Island is merged with player and Rant's. At the same time, she killed more than 10 people, and her name turned blood red. It's just that this blood red name was attached to by Lily's name, not in Rant's name. And Rant only then knew why there was a crazy in front of the clown mask. After taking off the mask, her own name is still pure white. Just like the pure little white flower. No matter how many people she kills, her true body will not be in danger of being red named. The red name is on the fake person, and no one will be wary of her. If she changes another name, the person with the red name will disappear from the world. She can transform into anyone. And after killing, burning and looting, she will be clean. This will indeed magnify the desires in people's hearts. If they cannot be controlled, they will become demons. As soon as Zhao Gao died, the restraints on the people in control suddenly disappeared, and the unknown power in the body disappeared. The oppressed players rose up in resistance and killed the people guarding them. Ignore the chaos outside, let's deal with this first. The plump woman hasn't eaten anything yet, she just went to accompany the drinking, but she wasn't poisoned. And Rand took off her mask with her back to her. She didn't see her own face. What she saw was the incarnation of by Lily killing the bald man and others. And Rand didn't intend to kill her, after all. She didn't do anything. But the next moment, the tent was lifted up, and the beautiful woman seen before rushed in. In shock of the plump woman, she cut her neck with a knife. And Rand dodged to the side, watching the plump woman fall down unwillingly. The woman was now wrapped tightly, tilted her head, and was a little mentally unstable. She raised a knife and pointed it at Ran. Are you also the bald woman? And Ran raised the bloody knife. I killed all these bald men. Can't you see? The woman tilted her head, muttered and swayed her body as she walked to Zhao Gao, raised the knife and stabbed the bald man fiercely. When she got closer, and Ran realized that this woman and the plump woman were at least 50% similar. Although she didn't know what happened between the two, and Ran didn't want to get involved. After the woman stabbed the bald man, she stabbed the plump woman again, and she was covered in blood. But she didn't stop, as if she had a deep hatred for each other. But soon, the body was recovered by the system and used to feed the abyss monster. And Ran lifted the door curtain and walked towards the bald man's independent tent. The good things were basically placed in the storage grid, and there were basically no good things outside. And Ran opened the curtain and went in. The tent was quiet, and the shouting and killing outside was chaotic, and the splashing blood sprayed on the tent. This tent is a dome-shaped thickened tent, very thick, even warmer than her cabin. There is a fire inside, and the outside is covered with an insulation layer, so even if no one is inside, the fire never goes out. The floor is covered with a thick fur carpet, and the large tent is fully furnished with all kinds of furniture, even ornaments and the like. In the innermost part is a large bamboo bed, covered with soft cushions, fur, flannel blankets, thick quilts and the like. This bald guy really knows how to enjoy himself. And ran through all the things on it to the trading area. The bald head covered her, and she didn't want to use it. She was going to throw the bed over, but then she saw the information in the illustration. Eternal Life Bed, lying on it can continuously restore health and magic, restore 1/10 of health and magic every hour. This is a good thing. Although their health and magic can be restored by resting, you have to consume too much, and it will not be restored in one night. Now their values are low, and they can be restored in one night. If the values are high, it will be really difficult. With this thing, if you are not in a hurry to recover, you don't need to waste potions. Just lie on it. And Rand took away the bed, walked out, and took away all the dome tents. There were still various battles outside. The liberated people were frantically attacking those who oppressed them. The sounds of fighting, the sound of metal clashing, and the sound of cursing resounded everywhere. and Ran avoided the battle to avoid being affected, while others were fighting. She hid behind and secretly put the tents in the storage grid. The group of bald men killed many people, and all the storage grids of the people they killed were accumulated there. The bald man had more than 200 storage grids, and there were not a few other people, including her own, which totaled to 1,335. She could fit the entire camp in there, and it would still fit. From this, it can be seen that killing people is really a good deal. However, she did not intend to join the fight of others. The ones who had a grudge against her were the bald man and his gang, and the others were not oppressing her. If she killed people for supplies, she would be rich, but she would also lose her bottom line as a human being. This game itself easily magnified the evil in people's hearts, and there was no need to add a demon like her. The oppressors will be dealt with by their own people, and she can take advantage of the opportunity to pick up some leftovers. But forget about the good stuff. No one probably puts good stuff in the tent. If the bald guy wasn't too arrogant, and was convinced that no one could kill him in the heavy siege, he wouldn't have put the bed outside. After all, when Ran came in, there were really a lot of people in the camp. Not thousands, but hundreds. If Ran didn't use the beauty trap, but was just a hard fight, even with the help of the big white goose, she would still have been defeated. And Ran collected things as she walked. After collecting the tents in the center of the camp, she moved to other places. During the period, she encountered several ways of fighting, and Ran walked around and collected things secretly. When she collected 1/3 of the things, someone finally realized something was wrong. Fuck, which wicked guy took advantage of our fight to collect things? Guys, hurry up and make a quick decision. Grab the things. And Ran hid behind a tin house and shrank her neck when she heard it. She quickly collected the tin house in front of her, and then ran out of the camp without any hesitation, collecting various tents and wooden houses as she walked. As people saw that their supplies were getting less and less, they didn't have time to care about other things, and ran towards the tent first. Don't worry about the one who ran away. Grab the things first. And ran far away in one breath, until he could no longer see the camp. Then he climbed up a tree, took off his mask, and covered himself with camouflage. He searched among the pile of supplies in the grid, found a telescope that belonged to someone unknown, and looked towards the camp. The group of oppressed players, who had already dealt with the hunting team at this time, were frantically grabbing things in the camp. After the bald man joined the hunting team, he killed the others and became the leader. The rest saw that things were not going well and ran away. With their death, the hunting team was destroyed. They were all the same as Ran, taking everything away without even a tent. If they didn't need it, they could still exchange it for something else. Chapter 74. Ran gets rich overnight. Some of them even went crazy trying to grab tents. They had just finished beating the hunting team. They had just fought with people who shared the same hatred. It was a mess. And Ran held up a telescope to watch the excitement. He almost took a handful of melon seeds to eat. The chaotic battle lasted for almost an afternoon. When Ran came out, it was almost evening. He watched the excitement for a while. It was getting dark. He didn't look for another place. He continued to climb up the tree for a while. She didn't stop until she was hidden in the dense bushes. She moved the wooden house out, fixed the buckle firmly on the tree trunk, and crawled in. She drew the curtains on the bed, made sure that no light came through, and then turned on the light. She didn't rush to do anything else, but lit the stove first. After making the fire, Ran began to count the supplies. She killed 21 people in one go, although she didn't use force. But she did kill them. She took the supplies of 21 people at once, including the bald man. She didn't kill that woman, so the supplies didn't belong to her. Besides, they had killed many people before, squeezed a lot of supplies from the players, and the bald guys took all the big ones. Now all of them were in Ran's hands. Ran rubbed his hands, suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a look at the grids, and found that dozens of grids were already full, occupying nearly 1/3 of the grids in a mess. Some were duplicates, and some had only one item. There were too many things, and if they were all poured out, the cabin would probably collapse. Ran took out the food first and sorted it out. Pork *370 gene, lamb *20 gene, beef *35 gene, rice *500 gene, flour *317 gene, noodles *50 packs, instant noodles *100 packs, biscuits *200 packs, bread *1507 packs. quickly frozen dumplings * 20 bags, dumplings * 12 packs, fish * 50 gene, hot pot meatballs * 58 gene, hot pot base * 20 bags, sesame sauce * 3 bottles, 13 spices * 5 gene, salt * 20 gene, rice balls * 100 pieces, steamed buns * 59 pieces, soup * 20 pieces, self-heating hot pot * 35, self-heating rice * 10, dumplings * 150, cooking oil * 20 barrels, scallop meat * 5 gene, lobster * 5, crab * 20, hairdresser * 15, kelp * 50 gene, big bucket of water * 5 * 368, mineral water * 888, various snacks * 20 gene, vegetables * 508 gene, millet * 77 gene, sesame * 5 gene, powdered sugar * 66 gene, milk tea * 20 cups, xiaomai * 100. And Ran was numb after counting. She only knew to put the similar things, in the big barrel made of firewood, into the storage grid. She received more than 50,000 pieces of firewood alone, and she was not afraid of wasting them when synthesizing them into a large wooden barrel. How many people did the bald man and his men rob to save so many supplies? Not only did she get back all the food that was taken back by the system before, but she also got a lot of things that she didn't have before. The second wave of sorting wood and other things. The remaining 40,000 pieces of firewood, tied them into bundles with 100 ropes, and threw them into a grid. The rest was used to synthesize wooden barrels to hold things. Anthracite * 100 gene, coal * 1054 gene, wooden sticks * 50 bundles, wooden basin * 1, wooden bathtub * 2. Put the coal into the wooden barrel. If you put it in a grid separately, it will be calculated by the piece. There are no blueprints, if there are any. They have probably been learned. There are cards, 2 charging cards, 1 skill card. Puppet curse. After learning, you can cast a spell on the person who drinks the magic water. The person who is under the puppet curse must not disobey the caster, otherwise it will be like 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart, and it will be extremely painful. When the caster dies, the puppet curse will be automatically lifted. Okay, and Ran knows why those oppressed people in the camp went out to fight monsters and hand in supplies. The feelings are controlled by this thing. Although this puppet curse is extremely vicious. And Ran still learned it. Just in case. There are also 2 cards, which can bring 2 people back to her own cloud island. She couldn't think of any use for this for the time being. So she put it down. For someone like her, let alone the strangers in the game, she didn't want to take her father's relatives back. Her father basically treated her as if she didn't exist. And her grandparents scolded her for losing money. Hee hee. Why didn't her grandma think that she was also a woman? And to belittle her was to belittle herself. She was a little sick. Shake your head, throw away all this crap. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. There are quite a few weapons and the like. Machete * 20, longsword * 20, defense shield * 5, whip * 11, breastplate * 1, breastplate * 1, glove * 1 pair, hat * 1, bow and arrow * 1, meteor hammer * 5, spear * 2, long spear * 3, hand crossbow * 2, tang horizontal sword * 1, magic staff * 1. The rest are known. Magic staff. And Rand picked it up. Magic staff, a magician's special weapon, black iron grade magic staff, can amplify the magic released, amplify by 18%. It has no attack power, durability 195. And Rand rubbed a few of them, and now the weapons for changing professions appeared. The magic wand is a magician's weapon, then these cold weapons are for warriors. And Rand looked at it. Most of the weapons have too low attack power, and the meteor hammer is too heavy, she can't use it. Gloves, chest armor, heart guard and hat just formed a set of armor with the rest of her body. The previous one was broken. Although the colors are colorful, but all the armor parts are defense without exception. With this set of armor, the added defense is 150 points. Without other skills, the added defense is pretty good. She replaced her previous defense shield with a black iron one. Added defense 88. And also replaced the crossbow. Attack within 30 meters. Attack within 100 meters. Attack 50. This wave is a shotgun upgrade. Black iron tang horizontal sword. Attack 99. Speed 99. There is a 25% chance of triggering the skill double damage. And with one strike, double the blood loss. Not bad. Not bad. And ran through it into the grid in a good mood. and then picked some with high attack and kept them. The rest she didn't need were all thrown away in the trading area. Now it was the period of the job transfer war. The number of people who needed weapons increased sharply. She didn't believe that she couldn't sell them at a good price. If you want, please chat privately. And Ran is not short of food now, but she can exchange it for something else. Red potion asterisk 25, blue potion asterisk 44, hemostatic gel asterisk 58, bandage asterisk 5, big band-aid asterisk 20, pain relieving spray asterisk 5, blood dissolving ointment asterisk 3, cold medicine asterisk 2 plates, ibuprofen asterisk 5 plates, fever reducing medicine asterisk 3 plates, plaster asterisk 3 bags, hot water bag asterisk 2, heat baby asterisk 50, green heart leaf asterisk 200, hemostatic grass asterisk 50, cotton padded clothes asterisk 20, sweaters asterisk 12, socks asterisk 22 pairs, underwear asterisk 25 pairs, skirts asterisk 11 pairs, sweatshirts asterisk 5, coats asterisk 7, shoes asterisk 20 pairs, quilts asterisk 5, bedsheets asterisk 5, silk quilts asterisk 10, cloud cotton asterisk 175, tent asterisk 51, wooden house asterisk 6. And Ran covered her face and twisted and rolled on the ground, twisting herself into a strange posture, grinning happily. Chapter 75 Hidden Occupation Transfer Task. She got rich, and she hadn't finished counting yet. Seeds, odds and ends, scrolls were not counted, so many supplies, thanks to the bald heads for the gifts. Various seeds asterisk 100, black soil asterisk 15, moonstone asterisk 20, flowing cloud stone asterisk 11, mithril asterisk 17, iron block asterisk 188, copper block asterisk 200, silver block asterisk 21, gold block asterisk 5, rare silver asterisk 1, chip asterisk 1. Rare silver is also a rare metal added to weapons. But what is this chip? Chip, 1 out of 100. It only has this information, and nothing else, and it's only 1%, which means that to get this thing, you need to collect 100 pieces. You need 100 pieces to know what it is. Although I don't know what it is, and Ran still put it in a separate grid. The best thing this time is that I have collected all the scrolls, and I can open the silver scroll. There are 8 job transfer scrolls, but only 4 of them are used. The remaining gray part of the silver scroll was all opened, revealing a blank space inside. Ding dong. Congratulations on opening the Hidden Profession scroll. Will player and Ran accept the job transfer task? Yes. And Ran doesn't play games much, but she reads a lot of novels, and knows that hidden professions are better than ordinary professions. And Ran accepted the task, and 3 tasks appeared on the scroll. Task 1, reach level 20. Completed Task 2, hunt a level 25 monster. Uncompleted Task 3, journey to the Birdman tribe. Please take a car to the Birdman tribe and follow the arrangements of the tribe leader to complete its tasks. Uncompleted. Opened after the job transfer battle. You can only transfer to a hidden profession after completing all of them. This profession is unique. And Ran frowned. Took a car. Was there a car in the sky? A taxi? A tram? Speaking of which, she actually had a ticket. And she thought it was very important. So she took it all together. And it was not taken away by the system. Is this what you mean by taking a bus? I took a look at the ticket. The ticket, which originally had no information, redisplayed the information in the illustration. Ticket to the Birdman tribe. Please take this ticket to board the bus to the Birdman tribe. Please use it within 1 month. After calculating, there is about a week left before the job change battle. The second task can be completed here, and the rest needs to be completed after returning to Yundao. She killed a lot of people this time. See what level she has reached. Player and Ran. Level 22,290/3000 HP. 220 tougher than ordinary people. Can be increased later strength. 52 I would like to call you a strong woman. Speed 47 you are fast, even though you are not a man. Defense 49 defense finally seems to be that way. Magic 220 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skills S+ level foresight upgraded to level 1, can predict 1 second luck. 8 upper limit 10, really lucky guy, can be increased later. Profession, waiting for transfer. Professional skills, none starting from level 20, the experience required for upgrading, begins to increase gradually. 1000 experience points at level 20, 1500 points at level 21, becomes 2500, and 500 points more at level 22. According to the experience points given by the monsters she had killed before, levels below level 20 are multiplied by 10, Bosses are not included in this list. She has not killed monsters above level 20, so she doesn't know. And this bunch of bald guys gave her more than 2,000 experience points, allowing her to level up directly from level 21 to level 22. Sure enough, killing people to level up quickly, and there are more supplies, killing people is the most cost-effective. I guess this is intentional by the system. If this continues, I really don't know if there will be people who make a living by killing people. Killing people gives more experience for upgrading, and more free points for upgrading. After upgrading 2 levels, I was given 8 free points. First, add 2 to all attributes, Strength 54, Speed 49, Defense 51. There are 2 points left, and I added them to Speed, to balance it out. Speed 51. The attribute values are increasing so slowly, I look at the monsters, and then at myself, and only the level increases. Not the attributes. Although there are items that can increase attributes, they are rarely encountered. After packing up, and Ram was thinking whether to throw the job transfer scroll up and sell it. But the key is when to sell it. If she sells it now, they can find a place to hide after buying the scroll. If she sells it later, and Rand didn't hesitate for long, and threw them all up. If she wants, she will have to chat privately. Looking at the time, it was already past 1 a.m. She yawned, called the big white goose and the shadow ghost to watch the door for her, and changed her bed to a healing bed, and crawled up. The big white goose looked at and ran, who treated him as a watchdog. Speechlessly, he wanted to curse, but he still lay obediently beside the stove. Lao Lu stretched out his head from the wooden house, huddled in the shadow, and looked outside. He was nervous all day yesterday, and stayed up all night, so he got up a little late. It was not until after 9 in the morning that he woke up. He ate 2 rice balls, drank millet porridge, packed up the wooden house, and continued to move forward. At Zhao Gao's camp, some people came back to see if there was anything they could miss. But unfortunately, even the tents there were robbed, leaving only the trees and weeds that were gradually refreshed. Trees and the like are a bit slow to refresh. It takes 3 days for a sapling to grow into a tree. And Ren sped up and ran all the way to the deep mountains. However, this place was swept by the large army controlled by the bald man, and there were not many things left. Even the monsters that were occasionally encountered were low-level monsters. The monsters refreshed very slowly. Otherwise, they could just stay in one place to refresh the monsters. And there was no need to search for monsters all over the mountains. And ran through 3 mountains in one breath. And finally saw people again. 3 or 2 teams were fighting monsters. And the sound of metal clashing and clanging could be heard far away. After running a little further, I could see several people at a distance, either alone or in groups, fighting monsters or collecting supplies. The monsters here were all higher in level. They ranged from 20 to 25, like an isolation zone, trapping everyone on the mountain, and preventing them from moving forward. On this entire mountain, there were 2/3 of the people who entered this continent this time. They were so crowded that there were more people than monsters. Some of the lower level ones were on the outskirts of the mountain, and did not enter the deep mountains, and Rang carefully avoided the people in the battle, so as not to be affected. Then she continued to move forward. This mountain is really deep. She has climbed more than a dozen mountains, and still hasn't seen the end. The peaks are scattered, and of different sizes, with a uniform style, and there are dense trees and weeds inside. The mountains she climbed before were basically not too high, only 300 to 400 meters. But the mountain Ran is on now is probably the highest one she has ever encountered. Standing at the foot of the mountain, you can't see the top of the mountain at a glance. The front of the mountain is buried in dense trees. And Rand took out a stick, pushed away the weeds, and started climbing the mountain. This time, she really needs to climb up little by little. Chapter 76 Going up and down the mountain. There is no road on the mountain, the grass is green, and your feet will slip when you step on it. If you are not careful, you will easily slide down. This is no different from opening a road by yourself. It is obvious that no one has walked on this road yet. And Ren also deliberately chose the road that no one has walked on before. Near the east, there was a small path that was made by the predecessors. It must be much easier to walk. But after the incident with the bald man, and Ran didn't want to contact people. The grass was too slippery, and Ran slipped with every step he took. It was so cold, why didn't the grass freeze to death? It was unreasonable. Fortunately, there are many trees here, and Ran held onto the trees and moved up step by step. This mountain is not only bigger and higher than other mountains, but also has a steeper slope. Without spikes, it was very difficult for Ran to climb. According to her physical strength, climbing a few hundred meters is not a problem. However, when she climbed to a certain part, she was sweating. Ran unbuttoned the buttons on her upper and lower clothes, leaving the buttons on her chest unbuttoned. This can dissipate heat and keep warm. She rested for a while against a big tree, drank some warm water to quench her thirst, and continued to climb. After climbing a few hundred meters, we encountered a gentle slope, and there was a large flat area on top. Ran looked at the time. It was already noon, so he stopped to rest. He took out a wooden house from his backpack and put it away, and crawled in. Anyway, the wooden house and tent in the backpack were all unfolded, and the backpack was counted by number, and it didn't matter the size. I guess a cruise ship could be stuffed in. He lit the fire, boiled water, took out the hot soup and rice balls he had prepared before from his backpack, and ate by the fire. With the rice balls, she drank a large bowl of soup, and after a while of digestion, Ran began to move sideways. This gentle slope is quite large, so she wanted to see if there was anything good. Suddenly, there was a tremor on the mountain, as if something heavy was hitting the mountain. It was quite far away, and Ran straightened up and swooped up the tree. In the dense forest in the mountain, something ran over, accompanied by the falling trees, and ran towards this side crookedly. Ran took up the telescope, but the trees blocked the view too tightly, so she couldn't see clearly what it was. All I could see was smoke and dust behind the fallen trees. As the smoke and dust got closer, I could hear clearly that a large group of people were running madly towards here. It looked like they were still some distance away from here. I didn't know if they were running for their lives or something, but they were running very fast. Ran got down from the tree, and was thinking about whether to take shelter, when the fastest runner had already rushed out of the forest and reached this gentle slope. It was a tall girl with a high ponytail, and a black down jacket. After running down, she stared at Ran. Ran and the girl looked up at each other's heads at the same time. Lu Xinjun and Ran. They lived in the same community. The noise coming from the mountain was getting louder and louder, and the sound of a bunch of people shouting and heavy footsteps could be clearly heard. Lu Xinjun was stunned. Without even bothering to look back, she pulled Ran up and ran. "Run, there's a monster." Ran was dragged down with a confused look on her face. She had just climbed up with great effort, and if she went down, she would have to climb again. What kind of monster was so powerful? The group of people chasing her didn't dare to resist, and could only run. While running, the group of people who were fleeing finally arrived nearby. Ran took the time to look back. Wow! A blind black bear that was 5 meters tall was chasing after the people with big strides. Ran took a look at the illustration. Level 25 Earth Violent Bear, Boss. Attack 250. Defense 320. Speed 220. HP 750. Earth Magical Monster. With skills. Shit. Ran couldn't win. This time, she didn't need Lu Xinjun to pull her. She started running and followed Lu Xinjun all the way down. The people behind kept running around the trees, trying to use the trees to slow down the big bear. The big bear was so angry that it pawed a tree. This was what Ran saw through the telescope. Trees falling and smoke rolling. The group finally ran to the gentle slope. Maybe the mountain was a little flatter, and the people behind them sped up again. But this also helped the big bear. It slid down the slope and caught up with the people. The group gritted their teeth, threw their armor and weapons into their backpacks, and sped up again, just to outrun the people in front. A man ran behind Ran, and seeing the bear's big claws about to reach behind him, the man raised his foot to kick Ran. After kicking Ran to the ground, they accelerated and ran over, and the blind bear went to eat Ran, so they could survive. As a result, Ran predicted it in advance, and shot a crossbow arrow in the opponent's stomach. The man fell to the ground and was trampled by the people behind him. The blind bear grabbed the man and threw him into his wide mouth, biting off one of his legs. Pooh, and spit it on the ground, but it did not slow down the pursuit at all. The people who were running away were a little scared that Ran killed one person with one move. They subconsciously stayed away from Ran, for fear that she would shoot another arrow and they would become the next unlucky person. A group of people rushed down with all their might, running down without stopping. It was difficult to go up the mountain, and it was also difficult to go down the mountain. If you were not careful, you would easily slip and fall. If people were not so physically strong now, they would have suffered so many injuries while running. and they would not have needed to be beaten by the big bear. Finally, they reached the foot of the mountain, and a group of people rushed out in one breath, without stopping at all, and ran, and a group of people were panting, and they had to continue running. But they saw that the blind bear stopped at the foot of the mountain. After looking at everyone at the foot of the mountain for a long time, he moved his huge body back. Can't this big bear go down the mountain? A group of people who escaped death looked at each other. They were fine when they ran just now, but now they are wary of each other and keep a distance. And Ran didn't stay away from Lu Xinjun. The two of them were at the edge of the mountain, far away from the group of people coming down the mountain. After everyone rested, some people left the mountain and went to the previous mountain. Only the man, with a few people around him, looked up the mountain with an unwilling look, and Ran glanced at the name on his head. Zhao Feng, the one who made black iron level weapons, and was widely publicized by the system. The name on his head was half red and half white, which meant that he had killed people, but it was not yet a red name. Seeing and Ran looking at Zhao Feng, Lu Xinjun pulled her aside. Don't get close to this guy. He's arrogant and thinks he's great just because he has a black iron weapon. He doesn't take anyone seriously. He's high and mighty and thinks he's a big shot. After seeing that he had a black iron weapon, a group of people surrounded him like flies seeing shit. They wanted to seek shelter. But Zhao Feng was not a fool. If you want shelter, you have to show some sincerity. Zhao Feng loves beautiful women, and there was one who happened to have that desire. So they hit it off. Chapter 77: The fastest villain to go offline. There are also a few male flatterers surrounding Zhao Feng and flattering him non-stop, making Zhao Feng even more confused. They think they are the biggest in the world, and they are the most awesome. They were arrogant to begin with, and now they are even more arrogant, thinking they are invincible. They put on airs every day, and think everyone is inferior to them. And Ran didn't intend to get close to him, and obediently followed Lu Xinjun to the side. Fortunately, this thing didn't meet the bald man, because Zhao Feng became arrogant after he came, thinking that the monsters on the periphery were not worthy of being his prey, and he went deep into the mountains. I just happened to avoid the bald guy and his gang, which was considered a lucky break. Relying on the good attributes of this weapon, I really had a lot of fun for a while, and also gathered some flatterers. However, the good times didn't last long, and today I encountered the blind black bear guarding this mountain. It was also Lu Xinjun and his gang's bad luck. Originally wanted to go deeper, but ended up running into the big bear. Before the fight started, I was forced to run away directly. After I ran open the exploration eye to see, this Zhao Feng was only level 20, and his stats were slightly better than others, only about 35. Because it was not Zhao Feng who was causing trouble for him, it was just his own bad luck. No one picked a fight with him. Some people started to move sideways, from the foot of this mountain, to see if they could get to other mountains. There were other mountains behind this mountain, but they were stuck here and couldn't get through. Some people tried to see if they could get around. And Ran didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng didn't want to let Ran go. His face twisted for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that the name of this woman was the woman who didn't buy his things. The darkness in his eyes covered his entire pupil, making Zhao Feng look like a ferocious ghost. And ran. Zhao Feng was still mumbling to himself at first, and then his voice became louder and louder, with a hoarse resentment in his voice. And Ran was confused. She didn't provoke him. Why did he hate her so much? You bitch. Why don't you buy my things? You bitch. Kill you. It's your honor that I can sell you things. You should kneel down to greet me with gratitude. The black whip in his hand turned into a lightning-like shadow, whipping and Ran, carrying Zhao Feng's twisted hatred. For this thing, and Ran didn't even need to use the foresight. She moved like a snake, easily dodged his whip, and with her gloved hand, she grabbed the whip tip that was about to be withdrawn. The whip that was withdrawn had no attack power, only the whip itself was left, and Zhao Feng was a jack of all trades, so he was not very skilled in wielding the whip. Zhao Feng was surprised, and kept pulling the whip back, but he couldn't pull it back. What does this mean? It means that Zhao Feng's strength is not as great as in Ran's. As we all know, strength equals attack. Not only Zhao Feng, but the others who hadn't left looked at and ran in surprise. They all knew how powerful Zhao Feng's whip was. With one whip, a monster over level 20 would be torn to pieces. But now it was like a broken leather rope, being caught in someone's hand. And Ran actually caught the whip, which had lost its power, and did not have much attack power. Otherwise she would not be able to catch it. The disadvantage of a whip is that it is easy to be controlled by others. Zhao Feng pulled back for a long time. And then Ran let go of her hand and moved closer to Zhao Feng. She smiled at the surprised Zhao Feng and cut his neck with a sword. Zhao Feng covered his neck in disbelief. Blood kept gushing out of his neck, and he couldn't say a word. His vital parts were cut open. Zhao Feng wanted to find medicine to heal the wound, but his health was lost too quickly. In a few seconds, Zhao Feng fell down, covering his neck. This was probably the fastest villain to go offline. And Ran picked up the iron whip. Black iron grade iron whip, attack 92. Speed 68. There is an 18% chance of triggering a real phantom, which is divided into 7 or 8 whip shadows when attacking, making it difficult to tell which one is the real attack. The attributes are indeed good, and this skill is definitely good for sneak attacks after it is triggered. And Ran casually threw it into her backpack. And Ran killed people so quickly that others just reacted at this time. Everyone was shocked. They thought Zhao Feng was a strong man, and he was holding a good weapon. But he was killed in one encounter. He even used 2 moves. The people who followed Zhao Feng before looked at the person lying on the ground with complicated expressions, full of regret and unwillingness. They hadn't gotten any benefit from Zhao Feng yet, and this thing was killed by someone. Lu Xinjin was also surprised. They thought Zhao Feng was a master, but it turned out to be a silver wax spearhead. This little beauty is the real one who hides her true identity. She is the big boss in their district. And Ran looked at the group of people who followed Zhao Feng and said with a smile, "Why? Are you unwilling to accept it? Are you unwilling to accept it? Do you want to kill me to avenge Zhao Feng?" A group of people shook their heads in unison. Whoever has this idea is a fool. Except for Wang Yaya, who had slept with him before. She looked at Ran with gritted teeth. But thinking about the gap between her and Ran, she gave up the idea of killing and robbing. But she hadn't gotten any benefits from Zhao Feng yet. And Zhao Feng died like this. She was unwilling to accept it. And Ran didn't dare to offend him. Bit her lip. And the woman smiled flatteringly. "Boss, you don't want this body anymore, do you?" And Ran raised her eyebrows. And the automatic pickup had already picked up all of Zhao Feng's supplies into her backpack. "No. What's wrong?" Although the woman didn't see Zhao Feng's supplies explode, she guessed that the boss had some tricks, and she didn't want the supplies anymore. But she had to get some interest from Zhao Feng. "Then boss, can you give me the clothes on your body? I've lost my sleep, but I didn't get anything." And Ran couldn't help laughing, waved her hand, and let her go. The woman pounced on him, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and stripped Zhao Feng completely, except for a pair of shorts, and he was completely naked. The system moved Zhao Feng away, so that he would not be an eyesore here. The woman threw Zhao Feng's clothes into the trading area, with a smile on her face, and left first. This mountain was blocked, so they couldn't get through, and Zhao Feng died again, so the group had to change their target. Lu Xinjin wanted to invite Ran to go with her, and looked at her with burning eyes. And Ran declined, saying that she wanted to continue to see the big bear. Lu Xinjin couldn't force it, and turned away, with a complicated look in her eyes. She really wanted to see the big bear. Not an excuse. Because if she didn't kill the big bear, and Ran couldn't move forward. And the second task of her job transfer was to kill a level 25 monster. Although she didn't need to kill the boss. Unable to come up with a solution in a short time. And Ran simply camped at the foot of the mountain. When it was almost noon, people who came from the mountain in front looked at the cabin strangely, wondering why she didn't go up the mountain. After giving her a few strange looks, they climbed up with weapons. Chapter 78. Second time down the cliff. Grabbed someone's flower. And Ran chewed an apple while flipping through the things Zhao Feng gave her. Long whip *1, tent *1, fresh shrimp *2 gene, red wine *2 bottles, blue potion *3, red potion *2, card *1. She kept the black iron long whip for herself. Although the things Zhao Feng gave her were not much, they were all pretty good. Let's have shrimp for lunch. The fight on the mountain was so loud that it could be heard here, accompanied by the screams of the players. Some people climbed up, and then ran down. And when they reached the foot of the mountain, they no longer thought Ran was strange. They also knew why. And Ran took a look at the card. The twisted ghost of Ghost Crying City, twisted and jealous personality, will be parasitized after being crushed. But all physical attributes can be doubled. If you can't keep your original heart, you will be affected by the parasitic ghost. which will lead to a twisted personality, irritability, jealousy, and other negative states. There are usually strange images on the cards. This ghost is twisted as a whole, twisted into a black maggot, a pair of blood-red eyes, and a mouth full of fangs. Looking at the people outside, they were laughing in a very creepy way. And Rand suddenly realized, no wonder Zhao Feng looked so stupid. He didn't do anything, but he was hated for no reason. He probably thought that his ability was enough to suppress this ghost, but he was directly affected after using it. Suddenly, and Rand realized again, the attributes of Zhao Feng she saw before were not high. Now she knew that this was the attribute after being parasitized. She thought he was very strong. Hesitating whether to destroy the card, this thing doesn't look too good. The big white goose Changjun happened to be taking the little peacock out for a walk. Seeing that she was struggling, he leaned over to take a look, fluttering his wings, pecking it with his beak, and throwing it to the little peacock. Let Jinyu purify it. Don't use it yourself. Give it to the shadow ghost. It can actually be upgraded. Just devour the same ghost. The little peacock spread its tail. The pale golden light shone on the card. The ghost on the card twisted for a moment. A few minutes later, even the dark figure faded a lot. And Rand seemed to be able to hear its miserable cry, although the card can't make a sound. After a while, the little peacock was purified. And Rand called Lao Lu out, and gave it the card. Lao Lu stretched out his hand like a dry branch, and crushed the card. The ghost inside ran out, and was rolled up by Lao Lu with a branch and dragged into the shadow. Soon, a creepy chewing sound came from the shadow. And Rand was very curious about how it ate it. But Lao Lu would not show it. And Rand had to go back to cook the braised prawns. He crushed the garlic slices, heated the oil, put them in the pan, and stir-fried them slightly, and then put in the shrimps with their backs opened. Eat it with rice balls. A plate of 2 jeans of prawns, the little peacock, and the big white goose ate 2/3 of it, and Rand ate the rice balls herself. She couldn't beat him. What could Rand do? After the big white goose finished eating, it staggered around the small house. And Rand, you really want to kill that big explosive bear? And Rand's eyes lit up. You have a way. The big white goose didn't answer, but poured cold water on her. With your current level and attribute values, even with the double bonus of the violent inlay stone and my incarnation armor, you can't win. And Rand was depressed. You are so stubborn. There is still 1 week left before the job change battle ends. Can't you improve your level and strength first? Why don't you come back and kill the big bear on the last day? And Rand lay on the sofa. I know, but the mountain before I came was so crowded. They all went to the previous mountain when they couldn't get over it. There were not enough monsters to share. She looked at the chat area. Although many people were not on their continent, they encountered similar situations. They were all trapped halfway by a powerful monster. The monsters in front of them were not respawning too fast. And a group of people started to fight for the monsters. They were doing the same here. The big white goose hit her. Are you stupid? You have to squeeze in here to fight for monsters with them. You can go to other places that others don't know. And Rand was stunned for a while. And then she realized that the big white goose was talking about the bottom of the cliff. But she remembered that the 2 of them had escaped. And it was not unknown how terrifying the monsters below were. The big white goose obviously thought of this. But since it was it that mentioned it, it had a solution. Stupid, I'll help you. I can stay in the possessed state at any time. If we can't beat them, we'll run away. If we can beat them, we'll fight. We'll grab the good stuff when we see it. We'll run away after grabbing it. We won't stay down there at night. We'll come back to sleep. And the bottom of the cliff is not always dangerous. There are also places with less danger. And Rand laughed. This big white goose is really bad. But it must be said that it is indeed a good idea. The man and the goose hit it off immediately. And Rand packed up his things and went to the side of the foot of the mountain, moving horizontally. That cliff spanned many mountain ranges. And this side was not spared. The big white goose had been hanging around under the cliff for many years, and knew which monsters were more suitable for Rand to fight. The monsters near the cliff wall were more suitable. The deeper into the cliff, the stronger the monsters were. Even stronger than the big bear. Therefore, there was basically no need to choose a place specifically. Just go down directly. The big white goose flashed white light, and the armor and the huge white wings behind it unfolded together, attached to and ran. The people fighting monsters near the cliff saw a figure flash past them and jumped down the cliff. The group of people were startled, dropped the monsters in their hands, and looked inside. Which idiot was so desperate to jump down the cliff? The monsters fighting with them also poked their heads to look down, and saw that the one jumping down was a powerful person, and the big guys below, they would have to run away when they saw him. The monsters and people looked at each other, and they started fighting again. It was a first time, but it was a second time. So he got down to the middle of the cliff with ease. But this time, he had wings transformed from a big white goose, and he could control his speed. Except for a belly full of wind. It was not hurt at all. Halfway through the flight, the big white goose briefly stopped in the air and ran. Look at the beautiful blue flower on the cliff. The big white goose made it clear, and Ran found it at a glance. At the edge of a cave, a beautiful blue flower was blooming. A few slender leaves, with a lantern-like flower on top. Blue hard grass, an extremely rare flower, which can increase random attributes after consumption. But this flower is precious, and there are usually guard knights around it. And Ran rubbed his palms. Good stuff. Grab it. Dubai, take me over, we'll grab it and run. She was not familiar with fighting in the air, so it would be difficult to fight. The big white goose flapped its wings, bringing Ran closer. And Ran pulled up the blue hard grass with its roots and leaves. As the flower was pulled away, a blue shadow struck Ran like lightning. The wings took Ran back, and a blue patterned snake fell from the air. Chapter 79 Blue-striped viper besieged. And Ran did not fly down for the time being, but took out a water cup from her backpack in midair. According to the method taught by the white goose, she carefully picked the flower and put it in the water. The flower melted when it came into contact with water, and the originally clear water instantly turned light blue. And Ran took a sip, and it was sweet with a slight bitterness, and it tasted surprisingly good. After drinking the water in the water cup in one breath, and Ran looked at her own panel. This thing randomly adds attributes, and it is not certain where it is added. Damn. The speed went from 51 to 58, adding 7 points of speed in one go. No wonder there was a monster guarding this thing. These 7 points of speed required her to reach level 7 to add them. But now she got them so easily. The blue snake whose treasure was robbed by Ran was not injured after falling down. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. She twisted her body and crawled back along the mountain wall, confronting Ran in midair. And Ran, you should just deal with it. This thing is highly poisonous. You are not as flexible as it when you go down. And Ran also planned so, and took a look at the illustration. Blue-striped viper, level 23, attack 118, speed 132, defense 98, HP 260. Poisonous and has skills. The Eye of Exploration gave more detailed information. In addition to the above information, it also gave a reminder that this thing can spray venom. The distance is a bit far, the snake can't reach her, and she can't reach the snake in close combat. Hand crossbow attack 88, crossbow arrow attack power 25, not bad, can break defense. And Ran is a wicked ghost, doesn't get close, just in midair, holding the crossbow, shooting arrow after arrow at him. There was wind in the air, and the crossbow arrows were sometimes blown off course. But there were always a few that could be shot through. And the blue-striped venomous snake was completely in a passive state. There was nothing to climb on the cliff, and it had no way to stretch its body out. So it could only be used as a target by Ran, and shot it continuously. It sprayed out a mouthful of venom, which was blown into a liquid in the air, and it could not reach Ran, and fell vertically in midair. And Ran relied on his crossbow to grind away half of its blood. The blue-striped venomous snake was so frustrated, and it could not bear it any longer when it saw that Ran's crossbow arrows seemed to be endless. He pulled his body back for a moment, then suddenly launched himself out, heading straight for Ran's face. However, he was blown away by the wind in midair, deviated from the course, and headed for Ran's right hand. And Ran took out the fish in an instant, and chopped it down with a sword at its head. As expected, the blue-striped serpent's head was cut off, and it died in Ran's hands in a very aggrieved way. Automatically pick up the supplies, and put them into Ran's backpack. The big white goose reminded her. There are usually treasure chests in these places. Do you want to go in and take a look? Yes. With a flap of its wings, it approached the cave on the cliff. And Ran used his spear to poke around for a while to make sure there was no danger. Then he stopped. He picked up the crossbow arrows. The cave was half a person's height, and Ran could enter by bending over, with his wings folded up and pressed against his back. The cave was not deep, and Ran walked for 5 or 6 minutes before entering the cave. The cave was full of fishy odors, and Ran found a mask and covered himself with it, with a mask and scarf to filter the odor. He felt better. The cave was much bigger, and Ran could stand up straight. The cave was full of bones, even human skeletons. And Ran swept the bones away and found a pile of messy things on the ground. For example, iron blocks, mithril, broken weapons, and even gold and silver utensils. They were probably dropped by monsters or humans after they died, and were left there by the blue-striped venomous snake. After collecting the things, they came to the snake nest on the pile of bones. There was a silver treasure chest and several blue-patterned eggs in it. The venomous snake was a female and laid several eggs. Put all the things into the backpack. The eggs cannot be taken away. The big white goose put them in the pet space, and Ran walked out while chatting with the big white goose. Can those little snakes be pets after they hatch? The big white goose snorted coldly. Too low level. Signing a contract with them makes me look cheap. And Ran was confused. It's not a contract with the big white goose. Why does it look cheap? If you sign these low-level goods, wouldn't it make me look bad and find a fool like you as the owner? And Ran was speechless. This is what it meant after beating around the bush. It didn't say it directly, and Ran really didn't understand what it meant. Is the attribute of the big white goose tsundere or arrogant? After dealing with the poisonous snake, she continued to fly down. And Ran searched in her backpack and found a poison-proof bead. Although she had not been poisoned yet, she swallowed it in one gulp just in case. Now her anti-poison physique increased from 35% to 45%. She reached the bottom of the cliff. The moment she landed, the nearby monsters sensed her and turned their heads to look at her. The eyes that swept over her in unison, frightened and ran. Then, a group of monsters attacked and ran. After killing so many monsters, it was the first time that Ran was besieged. And there were all kinds of monsters. And Ran changed his weapon directly, unsheathed his silver spear, blocked left and shot right, and shot the two fastest ones directly out. In front of him was a two-headed dog, which rushed up with its teeth bared and drooling. And Ran pierced one of the dog's heads with a gun, picked up its body and threw it out. The dog flew out, and a huge goblin on the right swung a stick down. And Ran flapped her wings, jumped over a monster's head, stretched her legs, kicked it up, and ran towards the goblin's big stick. The goblin's stick hit the monster, and its brains popped out. There was a big bird with wings, flapping its wings, and grabbing and ran with a pair of sharp claws. She didn't take off the armor and hat on her head, which provided some protection, but the bird still couldn't grab her. She pulled back, and stabbed the bird's belly with her spear. The silver spear plus her own attack power, she pierced the bird directly. The big bird's health bar was directly shot down by this shot, and it turned into supplies and entered the backpack. After getting rid of the big bird, the monsters that were just knocked out came back at this time. The two monsters that were blown away just got close to and were blown away again. And Ran was ruthless. This powerful blow hit him hard, causing the two level 18 monsters to lose half of their health. The 6 monsters that besieged and Ran were all level 15 to 20. Fortunately, none of them exceeded level 20. Otherwise they would be surrounded like this, and Ran would have to run away. The big dog with only one head left barked and spit out a big fireball at Ran's wings. Seeing this, the other monsters released their skills on Ran. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, and several seemingly powerful attacks surrounded Ran. Chapter 80 Crazy Monster Hunting and Saving a Person. The next moment, the pair of huge wings on Ran's back flapped, and all the scary-looking attacks were blown back, hitting her. The barking of dogs and the shrill screams of monsters rang out. The big white goose snorted in Ran's head. You dare to touch the people I protect, you're looking for death. And Ran ignored the big white goose's arrogance and chased after it with her weapon, killing them all with a few brutal shots. Only now did she have time to rest for a while. As soon as she arrived, she was surrounded, and she barely had time to land. Just after she eliminated this group, a level 24 wooden man came. This thing has the same defense as strength. Wooden man boxer, level 24. Attack 158. Defense 188. HP 280. Skills. This thing looks like a piece of wood with eyes and nose, and wooden hands and feet sticking out of its straight body. It looks like a rigid big word, and it has a huge boxing glove on its fist. It has dark brown skin, wrinkled, like old tree bark. As soon as the wooden man came to him, 2 huge fists suddenly shot out, as if they were installed with springs. With a huge sound of breaking through the air, they rushed towards Ran's face. And Ran flapped her wings and slid to the side. The wooden man's fist missed, but strangely turned in the air and chased and ran. Wow! This fist can turn. And Ran was in the air, and kicked the two fists into the sky with one foot. The wings accelerated and quickly approached the wooden man's body. The wooden man's defense was not low. He relied on his wooden body and planned to take it directly. But Ran didn't want to fight it head-on. He thrust his spear under its buttocks, exerted force with his arms, and lifted it up with one shot, more than 10 centimeters off the ground. Then he swept the shot horizontally, and the gun hit its wooden body hard, leaving a deep crack. The wooden man flew out to the back like a wooden stake, and Ran flapped his wings and quickly caught up with him. Seeing Ran flying close to him, the wooden man attacked again with his spring arm, but Ran easily avoided it and stabbed it through with one shot. There was a big -177 on the wooden man's head. Seeing that he was not dead yet, Ran did not pull out the spear that she had thrust into him, but directly swept it horizontally, amid the flying wood chips. The wooden man lost half of his head, and was dizzy and split in two by the spear from top to bottom. Things entered in Ran's space, and she was surrounded again, looking at the wooden men. And Ran, who was originally flying close to the ground, directly flew up, and swept it horizontally with another spear, knocking a wooden man out. A group of wooden men's fists were distributed in front, behind, left and right of Ran, surrounding her. And Ran stretched out the whip from the gap, pulling the wooden man still flying in the air back. Tie it up as a big pendulum, and swing it around at the outstretched arms. The arms were too long, and quite flexible, and the fists were strong, but that didn't mean the outstretched arms were strong. After being swung around by the wooden man, all the leaves were entangled on the wooden man, and squeezed into a mess. And Ran escaped from the encirclement. But the next moment, the wooden men opened their mouths, and countless green leaves burst out, as sharp as hidden weapons, and wrapped up Ran. And Ran flapped his wings behind him, and the strong wind blew back the attacking leaves. The life-saving tricks were not very effective. The wooden people's hands were still tangled together, and Ran took advantage of the situation and rushed over with a smile. The long spear stabbed left and right, and Ran plunged into the pile of wooden people, like a wolf into a flock of sheep, and started killing, relying on the help of the big wings. He moved around in the air, and the wooden people he bullied could not turn over. These wooden people have all levels, not just those above level 24. 19-22, and Ran has a silver spear, plus she wears 2 layers of armor. The breastplate given by the white goose has a defense of up to 120, and her own armor has a total defense of 150. Of course, she was unrestrained. Of course, she was not completely uninjured, but compared with the benefits, that little injury was just a drizzle, not a problem. Poke all the dozen wooden men to death. And Ran felt that her strength was a little insufficient. She did not continue to fight, and did not care whether it was evening or not, and flew up directly. When she came up, the people on the top were still fighting. When she flew to the edge of the cliff, a figure fell down with a scream. What a coincidence. This person was Lu Xinjin. Remembering that when she was fighting the big black bear before, she pulled her to run together, and Ran saved her, which was considered a return of her favor. And Ran grabbed the other's waist, and flew up with the 2 of them on her wings. Lu Xinjin landed, and before she could thank Ran, she picked up her weapon and rushed to kill the dog man who kicked her down. The 2 fought hard, and Ran landed on a tree and sat on the trunk to watch the fun. Lu Xinjin was furious. She attacked without mercy. Every move was fatal. The opponent could not hold on any longer. Seeing that Lu Xinjin's weapon was about to pierce her temple, the man on the opposite side suddenly shouted, "Xinjin, please spare me. I really didn't mean it. I was just in a hurry. I still love you." Oh, the feelings are still there. Lu Xinjin was stunned when she heard the man say that. The man took the opportunity to pierce her thigh with a sword and ran away. It wasn't that the man showed mercy and stabbed the thigh on purpose, but Lu Xinjin saw something was wrong, stepped back, and hit the opponent's weapon with the weapon in her hand. The sharp sword that was originally stabbing at the belly stabbed downwards, and finally stabbed the thigh. Lu Xinjin quickly drank 2 mouthfuls of red potion, stepped back a few steps, approached the big tree where Ran was, and looked at the malicious players around with caution. She took out the hemostatic gel from her backpack and applied it quickly. The bleeding on the thighs stopped, and the people around looked at Lu Xinjin and then at Ran, and turned and left. The cliff was quiet, and Ran jumped down from the tree. Lu Xinjin bent down, Thank you for saving me today, and I borrowed your power, I'm sorry, thank you. And Rand didn't care if someone borrowed her power, she didn't do anything anyway. What she was afraid of was that some people, who had obviously received help, would take it for granted, and wouldn't even say thank you. Lu Xinjin searched her backpack, and found a blueprint from it. Miss and Rand, I don't have any valuables on me, but this blueprint can be of some use, if you don't mind, accept it, as a reward for saving my life. And Rand took it. Silver level moon shooting bow blueprint, do you want to learn it? And Rand really wanted it, but when she saved people and the big black bear before, Lu Xinjin pulled her away to offset it. Although she borrowed her power, she didn't do anything. Chapter 81 Exchange. She thought that taking advantage of the situation was not worth the blueprint. So she took a white job transfer scroll from the trading area and handed it to her. You saved me once, I saved you once, we are even, you just took advantage of the situation this time, the input and output are not proportional, but I want your blueprint again, after thinking about it. This is the only one that can make up for it. Do you have this? If you don't have it, I can give you something else. Lu Xinjin unfolded the scroll, and opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Isn't this the job transfer scroll that she has been fighting monsters for so long, but has never dropped? She knows that this boss doesn't need this thing, and there are 2 or 3 of them hanging in the trading area, but now everyone wants this thing, and the boss just gave it to her? After all, if you can't get this job transfer scroll this time, you can't level up, and you have to keep working hard next time. But she has seen it in the past few days, that the job transfer battle is not only dangerous for monsters, but also for people. If she escapes this time, she might die here next time. Besides, will you be able to beat him next time? Nearly half of the people who came to the job change battle this time did not get the scroll. With the scroll, you can change your job. Not only do you not need to enter the war again, you can also open your job, and you can get the job skills faster than others. And with this, she doesn't need to fight anymore, just find a place to recover, kill that villain, and then stay in one place, until the battle is over. Compared with weapons, in fact, the job change scroll is the most necessary item. And obviously, as long as there are still people who have not successfully changed their jobs, this thing will always be a rare item. Although Rand may not care. Seeing Lu Xinjin hesitating, Rand shook the scroll. You take it. This thing is not too rare for me now. A good weapon is what I need. If she can gather the things on this blueprint and make a silver bow and arrow, she can go and fight the big black bear. The job change scroll is no longer of much use to her. Silver level weapons are more attractive to her. It was quite appropriate to exchange something that someone else needed for something that she needed. Moreover, 2 more white scrolls appeared in her backpack. This thing was not rare for her. Lu Xinjin bit her lip and looked at her thigh, which had stopped bleeding, but could not walk. She was not in Ran. Without Qianyu, a big treasure, to help with her wounds, she could only rest. Not everyone had Rand's luck. Seeing that Rand really didn't care about the scroll, Lu Xinjin finally took it. And Rand smiled. Then the money is settled. Lu Xinjin bowed to thank him, limped out of Rand's sight, and stopped at a safe place. She took out the wooden house and used the scroll that day. She successfully changed her job to a fire magician. And the ultimate mission of this trip was completed. Lu Xinjin breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Now she just needed to heal her wounds, find an opportunity to kill the scumbag, and then she could go home when the time came. As for fighting monsters, in her current state, she could only fight low-level monsters. Study the blueprints peacefully. Silver level moon shooting bow, moonstone asterisk 30, sectoral asterisk 2, star fragment asterisk 1, flowing cloud stone asterisk 2, bee sinew asterisk 2, rare silver asterisk 1, bird feather asterisk 30. Lack of bee sinew, part of moonstone, no bird feather. Star fragment, is it a meteorite? Anyway, it can't be made in a short time. I didn't move anywhere, just put the wooden house here, let Laolu guard the door. Let's see what I got today first. Blue striped viper venom asterisk 100 ml, moonstone asterisk 10, wooden man core asterisk 15, snake meat asterisk 10 gene, snake skin asterisk 1, snake fong asterisk 2, self-heating rice asterisk 2, sand tangerine asterisk 2 gene, durian asterisk 1, comic asterisk 1 set, dog meat asterisk 20 gene, bird meat asterisk 10 gene, river shrimp asterisk 2 gene, red potion asterisk 4 blue potion asterisk 7, drawing asterisk 1, job transfer scroll asterisk 2. Weapons are hard to come by. Venom is poison, which can be applied to weapons. Snake skin can be used to make armor, and snake fangs can be added to weapons. The blueprint is for armor-piercing arrows, and it can only be made once, one at a time. Silver level armor-piercing arrow, steel stone *20, flowing cloud stone *2, venom *100 ml, bird feather *1. What is steel stone? Diamond. System. Can you give us something that Earthlings can recognize? Helpless, I have to put this aside. Speaking of which, and Ran has never seen what Lao Lu looks like after swallowing the ghost. It just so happened that it was outside. So I recruited it in, and Ran circled around it. And it still looked like the same dry branch. And its appearance hadn't changed at all. And Ran found its panel on the dashboard, where you can view her pet's attributes and information. Growing Shadow Ghost. Name Lao Lu. What a weird name. Owner. And Ran level, 22 attack, 68 defense, 75 speed, 65 skills, parasitism, entanglement, devouring, stealth. From the larval stage to the growing stage, the attributes have increased. And this attribute value is stronger than mine. Although I know that the attributes of monsters are stronger than humans. This is really a bit discouraging. And Ran, who was hit, put a piece of cloth on the durian, and punched it open, and took out a golden durian petal from it. He took a big bite. He put the job transfer scroll he got today on it. Now the sales of this thing are not good, because everyone still wants to try to get it by their own strength. After all, there are still a few days, and maybe you can get it if you work hard, unless it is absolutely necessary. I will not spend that much money to buy a job transfer scroll. And Ran didn't care about it, just left it there and didn't care, just wrote that if you want it, you can chat privately. After thinking about it, he wrote down the materials he needed, and some can be chatted privately. In fact, he just went up and looked through it, and only found animal tendons. Some rare ores are not sold at all. The animal tendon is a level 18 barbarian bull tendon, and this person also sells beef to exchange for weapons and job transfer scrolls. And Ran felt that it was not worth exchanging a scroll for a level 18 beef tendon, so he didn't exchange it. But he continued to look for it, but still couldn't find it. She definitely had enough flowing cloud stone, and also enough moon stone. But she lacked steel stone, star fragments, animal tendons, and bird feathers. This flowing cloud stone was soft in texture, and shaped like irregular white clouds. There was something like liquid flowing inside the stone. It was very soft when you squeezed it. It was probably used as something like an adhesive. After she sent a message about collecting rare minerals, someone soon came to chat with her privately. Gu Feng and Ran. You want steel stone? Right. I have some. And Ran, how many do you have? I want a lot. Gu Feng, I have 5 pieces. Not much. But I can save them slowly. No rush. I'll just see what the other party wants. And Ran, what do you want to exchange? Gu Feng, I know you are a powerful person. You have a lot of things. But steel stone is a scarce commodity. Chapter 82 Lower Dragon Tribe Level 24 Earth Dragon. This Gu Feng was one of the people who killed monsters on the cliff today. He saw and Ran holding Lu Xinjun and flying up from the bottom of the cliff. At that moment, the pair of open white wings caught his eye, making him envious and jealous. And Ran, what do you want? Name a price. As long as it's not too high, it's okay to give it if it's almost right. Gu Feng, I want a job transfer scroll. And Ran laughed, as expected. Sorry, no matter how precious your stone is, it can't be exchanged for a job transfer scroll. Gu Feng, since you collect steel stone, it means that this is something you just need. Right? It's a sure-win business to exchange things that both parties need. Gu Feng looked at the large area of or in front of him, curled his lips, and seemed to have seen the scene of him walking sideways in the game in the future. And Ran, you are the only one who can make money without losing. I am the one who can make money without losing. Right? You also said that the job transfer scroll is now a necessity. Not a few stones. Gu Feng took out a hoe and dug hard, while reading the message and Ran sent back, looking at the ore in front of him, thinking about the future. He felt that he would definitely be very successful in the future. But now, he had to exchange rare ore for a scroll. He was at a loss. And he was a big boss. But he was so stingy. He would not exchange it. And Ran was still waiting for him to bargain with her. But he did not reply and blocked her. And Ran was confused, not knowing what she had done wrong. Since the other person ignored her, she didn't need to rush to send him off. She blocked the person, and went to look for the trading area again. Gu Feng was still mining with excitement. He had decided not to leave for the last few days. They would mine here. When they returned, everyone would have a full wallet and sell the ore. They would definitely make a lot of money and reach the peak of their lives by then. Not to mention the job transfer scroll, island clouds, and weapons. They would have everything they needed. Gu Feng only focused on mining and completely forgot how dangerous this place was. His excited expression was like he was on drugs. His face was red. Even someone as powerful as Enran had to stay at the door. Not to mention these people. But if Enran encountered such a vein, he would probably be excited. After all, this vein is really full of rare ores. Not just one, but several. Gu Feng kept waving his hoe, not knowing that countless figures were crawling out of the dark vein, approaching him silently. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Gu Feng was eaten by the things in the dark. Not even a drop of blood was left on the ground. After eating Gu Feng, these things quietly hid in the depths of the mine, waiting for the next unlucky person to appear. In the quiet mine, countless rare minerals flashed attractive light, attracting greedy people. Under the moonlight, these beautiful minerals were more like the eyes of monsters, watching everything around them. Here, Enran was halfway through taking off her coat, when a chaotic sound of footsteps came over, accompanied by the roar of the monster. Enran put on her clothes again, including her armor. There's a light over there. Is there someone there? Lead the monster over there. Hurry. Her wooden house was placed on the ground. Although it was the same color as the weeds because of the camouflage paint, it was not clear. But the light was on inside her wooden house. But she remembered that she had closed the curtains. But now was obviously not the time to think about this problem. Enran went out and closed the wooden house. The chaotic footsteps were approaching. A monster that was not small in the dark was chasing after them. Enran put on a mask on her face. There was no time to make up another identity, so she had to use Lily's identity again. The group of people came to her and threw something towards her. Enran subconsciously dodged. The thing behind chased that thing and ran straight towards Enran. The group of people thought they had escaped danger and stopped after running a dozen steps and watched this side not far away. They were gloating over the misfortune. Enran turned on the flashlight and shone it straight at the monster coming over. It was a green crocodile-like monster, but it had a row of triangular barbs on its body. Earth Dragon, Lower Dragon Clan, Level 24, Attack 185, Defense 195, Speed 158, HP 300. Has skills. Dragon Clan, does this world still have dragons? But this one looks more like a big crocodile. Those bastards didn't know what they took from this crocodile, and were being chased by it. Now that they couldn't escape, they chose to divert the blame and threw the things to Enran. Enran took a look at it. It was a big egg with a green shell. It was probably the egg of the crocodile. Enran couldn't put it in his backpack. Usually, there would be a small monster inside. The big crocodile took a step and pounced on Enran. Before it got close, the attack arrived first. The triangular spikes on its back broke away from its spine, and were used as hidden weapons by the Earth Dragon to spin and shoot at Enran. Enran retreated quickly, and the long spear blocked and swept left and right, sweeping away the spikes. As a result, the moment the thing was blocked, it exploded in midair. Countless sharp bone spurs exploded from the triangular spikes, surrounding Enran from all directions. The bone spurs were too small and dense, and Enran couldn't avoid them all. She took out her shields. She didn't sell all her shields, and still had two with strong defense. At this time, one in front and one behind her blocked in front of her, she shrank inside and resisted. The sharp bone spurs hit the shields, and the durability of the two shields kept dropping. At this time, Enran had already cursed those bastards who had brought trouble to others. While Enran was unable to resist, the Earth Dragon finally caught up, with a tail covered with tumors like a meteor hammer, and hit Enran's shield heavily. Enran was directly knocked away. The big white goose caught up with Enran and turned directly into the armor on her body. No matter how slow this Earth Dragon was, it was still faster than Enran. Players really suffered in this regard. Without weapons and equipment to make up for the gap, they would be beaten. Enran turned in the air and looked at the Earth Dragon that was catching up. This guy was chasing her closely. It seemed that she had to fight. The wings behind her spread out, and she flipped over and kicked the tree with both feet and accelerated her movements and shot out like an arrow and went straight to the face of the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was faster than her, but it did not think of hiding and still believed that humans were there for it to crush and knead. The Earth Dragon had strong defense, but it could not withstand the attack of Rand's main body plus the attack power of the long spear storm. One of its eyes was directly poked blind, which was originally a weak point in defense, and Rand only aimed at this place. The Earth Dragon let out a long scream, and half turned around, and the big pendulum on its tail swung over. It cut across Rand's belly, and hit her hard, and Rand would be in pain for a long time. Chapter 83 Fighting the Earth Dragon. The title of the killer. Rand retreated and distanced himself. The Earth Dragon stepped on the ground with its thick forelimbs, and countless ground spikes rose from the ground, chasing Rand. At the same time, the inverted triangle on its back that had been released grew again. Rand jumped up, escaped the attack range of the ground spikes, and flashed to the front of the Earth Dragon, and thrust forward with his spear. The target was its other eye. The Earth Dragon subconsciously closed its eyes, turned its head, avoiding the intact eye. But Rand didn't go for that eye. The already injured eye was in severe pain. Rand put poison on the spear, and stabbed it in again. The Earth Dragon retreated frantically, and pulled his head out. Fortunately, the tip of the spear was stabbed in. If it had been stabbed too deep, he would have died. It retreated, and Rand followed closely, and swept the spear, knocking out 2 of the barbs on its back. In the blood flying, the Earth Dragon screamed. Why is this woman so scary? Others run away when they can't beat them, but she is different. If she can't beat them, she will fight hard. No, this woman can beat me. Just look at the missing eye and you will know. It doesn't want the egg anymore. Run first. If you don't run, it will be over. The Earth Dragon head did not continue to chase the player, but fell down, and was about to run away. Rand was in high spirits, and his blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was high. There was no way he could let the Earth Dragon run away. The Earth Dragon ran in front, and Rand flapped his wings and chased after it. The armor transformed by the big white goose increased defense by 120, and the speed was the pair of wings. Rand's current level was too low, and she could not activate the full power of her armor. With the speed of the big white goose, she could barely catch up with the Earth Dragon, because in the sky, her own speed would not be added to her wings. She was just a little bit away from catching up. But she just couldn't catch up. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was about to run to the mountain of the big black bear, she didn't dare to go there for the time being. In a hurry, she used the storm as a hidden weapon, and threw it out with all her strength. The spear turned into a meteor, flashed in the night sky, and caught up with the Earth Dragon not far ahead, like a meteor chasing the moon. The spear, with an unstoppable momentum, pierced the Earth Dragon's neck with one shot, pitting it to the ground. The Earth Dragon's forward movement suddenly stopped, and Rand took out the fish in his right hand, flapped its wings, and came to the Earth Dragon. At this time, the previous poison also began to take effect, and the Earth Dragon's health bar dropped little by little. The poison plus the paralyzing juice completely made the Earth Dragon lose control of its body, and Rand held the fish, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a bone-cutting expert. The fish kept attacking the wound on the Earth Dragon's body, and the Earth Dragon, which was pinned in place, could only scream continuously, and Rand dodged several attacks with ground spikes. It could no longer control the triangular spikes on its body, and could no longer attack them. The poison made it completely immobile. It had lost its will to fight. Its health bar was decreasing, and its magic power was insufficient. The triangular barbs on its back were all chopped off by this terrifying woman. The Earth Dragon was just being beaten. A few minutes later, with the Earth Dragon's miserable cry, its health bar finally dropped to the bottom, and it turned into a pile of supplies, which were automatically picked up and put into the backpack. After such a high-intensity battle, Rand staggered after the fight, and knelt on one knee with the spear in hand. He panted heavily, and his hands were shaking. It was the first time he was so tired. He consumed a lot of physical strength and magic power, and his brain was thinking at a high speed. After the fight, he felt dizzy. He felt weak all over, and the little food he had eaten was digested. And Rand rested here, and the weeds rustled, and it seemed that something was coming. The thing that came was also shining with a flashlight. It was those 5 idiots who had brought trouble to others. They watched the battle the whole time, and took videos and posted them in the chat area. But when Rand was fighting, the scene was pitch black, and only the general outline could be vaguely seen, and Rand was wearing a mask on her face. These people took pictures for a long time, but nothing happened, and in the video they posted, only the 3 blood-red characters of By Lily could be seen. and Ran killed the Earth Dragon by relying on the detection eye to display at any time, and her own fighting instinct. These people surrounded her at this time, or took advantage of her weakness, and it was clear what they wanted to do. A thin man with a missing tooth held up a light to illuminate Ran's fake face. The man with a missing tooth whistled obscenely. "Wow, you're still a beauty." Ran avoided the light, frowned, and didn't speak for the time being. She was weak, her hands and feet were weak, but that didn't mean she had no power to resist, and couldn't kill anyone. These idiots thought they had finished fighting, and had no strength left. "Beauty, you're really amazing. You killed the Earth Dragon that none of us could beat. You killed it yourself. But you're not feeling well either, you're not lightly injured. Do you need your brother to help blow it?" Ha 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 ha. The 5 men thought Ran's current weak state looked easy to control. They surrounded her, and said all kinds of obscene words. The toothless man wanted Ran to hand over what he had just got. Ran was weak, but he never said he couldn't kill people. Ran raised his arm, and the hand crossbow on his arm moved, and shot a crossbow arrow at each person. The last one wanted to run, but Ran whipped him back, and shot a crossbow arrow at his throat. Just after killing these 5 people, the system's voice suddenly resounded through the world. "Congratulations to player by Lily for winning the title of Killer, which is only awarded to players who kill more than 30 people. Because this title is the first time, hereby rewards the player by Lily with special abilities. When killing, it brings random negative effects to the enemy, free attribute points +6, all weapon durability points are restored. I hope players will continue to work hard and get more titles." Ran took off the mask, tremblingly gave the system a middle finger. "It led to a war, publicized it with great fanfare. Isn't it just to let people kill her? After all, she killed so many people, there must be a lot of good things. Damn system." But the reward was indeed good, which somewhat reduced Ran's resentment. Anyway, by Lily's identity was just one of her incarnations. She could report it, and just protect her original body. Ran was so tired that her legs and feet were weak. Today was a day of high-intensity fighting. To be honest, she really didn't have the strength to deal with the next battle. The big white goose flew forward with her body. When they reached the tree, Ran released the wooden house, hid it carefully, and then opened the door and walked in. The big white goose left her body and called Chinyu out. Ran had no wounds on her body, but she still lost blood. The big white goose called it out not to heal her wounds, but to restore her mental strength. Ran ate a few rice balls casually, washed her face, and fell asleep on the big recovery bed. The big white goose brought Ingui and Chinyu to watch the door for her. Chapter 84 Silver Level Ingredient Earth Dragon Tendon. Anti-magic property. Because I made too much yesterday, after Ran climbed up, I felt sore all over, so I decided not to go down the cliff today, and to fight whatever I could find outside. I got up at 9:30 in the morning, slowly cleaned up, and applied a few plasters on my body, and didn't cook, but took out the things I got yesterday. Earth Dragon Meat *230 Gene, Earth Dragon Tendon *1, Earth Dragon Skin *1, Earth Dragon Blood *50 ml, Earth Dragon Bone *188, Red Potion *25, Blue Potion *22, Brown Sugar *2 Gene, Forget Worry Grass *1, Windbreaker *1, High Heels *1 pair, Sugar Mandarin *2, Watermelon *1, Grapes *1 Gene. She has gotten a lot of things recently, so it's not surprising to get anything again, and she's not as surprised as she was at the beginning. But I do have the tendons, so I can make a moon shooting bow. Earth Dragon Tendons. Silver level food, can be cooked and eaten, increases permanent strength by 10, defense by 15, speed by 5, health by 20, magic by 10. It can also be added to weapons. Although Ran's moon shooting bow cannot be made, it has this function, so the moon shooting bow can wait for a while. It can increase its own attribute values, or improve them in all aspects of course. Take care of its own attributes first. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it still depends on how powerful you are. She remembered that she had 6 free attribute points yesterday, so she added them first, and then cooked the Earth Dragon Tendons. Ran had never thought that ingredients actually had levels. The silver level was so good, what about the gold level? This was also the first time she encountered an ingredient that increased her life value. The system gave her 6 free points, 2 points for strength, 1 point for speed, 3 points for defense. So, strength 52, speed 59, defense 54. Cut a part of the Earth Dragon Tendons and wash them, cut them into sections, sauté the onions and garlic, Add the seasoning, add the earth dragon tendons, and stew them with water. The remaining part will be eaten at noon today. She should not mess with this thing, and just use the simple method. This thing is difficult to cook, and Enran originally planned to eat it for breakfast, but now it is not possible. After cooking for 2 hours, the earth dragon tendons are still as strong as rubber bands, and there is no sign of being stewed. Enran had to eat a rice ball first to fill her stomach, and continue to look at other things. The earth dragon skin can be used to make armor, but it requires a blueprint. The earth dragon bones can be added to weapons, but it also requires a blueprint. Earth dragon meat, dry and woody, inedible, but you can still eat it after cooking it for a while, as long as you don't mind it. It has no other uses, mostly used to feed pets. Enran looked at the big white goose and her little peacock. It would be strange if these two were edible. She has no shortage of meat. Wait to cook it, and see if it can be eaten. If it can't be eaten, then sell it. As for the earth dragon blood, a small bottle contains a little red blood, slightly turbid. Earth dragon blood. After giving it to a dragon-shaped pet, it will gain the ability of an earth dragon. Enran was in a dilemma. This thing is undoubtedly a good thing, but she doesn't have a dragon-shaped pet. A domineering big white goose, a young little peacock. Who should she give it to? She didn't want to sell it. The big white goose saw her holding the small bottle in her hand. His brows were furrowed, obviously in a dilemma, and stood up and staggered over. Enran, give me the bottle. Enran didn't doubt it, and handed it over casually. The big white goose turned around, and didn't know what it was doing, but it didn't let Enran see it. But the little peacock saw it clearly. The big white goose dripped a small drop of blood into it. Then it handed it back to Enran. The slightly turbid blood quickly became clear, and there was a little bit of golden light mixed in the blood. Drank it. Enran was dumbfounded. Isn't this for pets? Won't I have diarrhea if I drink it? The big white goose pecked her unhappily. Just drink it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Enran's arm was packed with a blue patch. With a bitter face, under the big white goose's close gaze, she swallowed it in one gulp. The earth dragon's blood was still warm, but it was cold when it entered her mouth. But it felt like drinking a mouthful of jelly, although it didn't taste like anything, and it had a fishy smell. At least it wasn't so unpalatable that she had to spit it out. Not long after drinking, she began to feel hot all over, and could not stay in the cabin any longer. She could not take off her outer clothes. And later she felt so hot that she wanted to take off all her clothes. She had no choice but to wear her underwear, and went out of the cabin to sit on a tree branch, hiding in the leaves. The big trees here were all lush and leafy, and it was impossible to see a person hiding in them. Not to mention that no one was passing by. It was minus 36 degrees outside. But Enran did not feel cold at all, and instead felt that the temperature was very comfortable. Gradually, the heat dissipated, and Enran was blown by the wind, and came to her senses. She didn't know how she ran out in her underwear. Go home and dress well. Just in case, I took 2 cold medicines. Then I opened the panel. Except for the experience that increased a lot, the rest were the values I just added. But she believed that the big white goose forced her to drink the earth dragon blood. There must be a reason, so she looked for it again from the beginning. There was one more thing in the talent skill that she didn't pay much attention to. Player Enran. Level 222950/3000 health. 220 harder than ordinary people, can be increased later strength. 52 I would like to call you a strong woman speed. 59 you are very fast, although you are not a man defense. 54 defense finally seems to be like that magic. 220 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill. S+ level foresight first level evolution, can predict 1 second magic resistance. Immune to 1% magic damage. Luck value. 8 upper limit 10, what a lucky guy, can be increased later profession. None. Professional skills. None. Does immunity mean that this kind of magic does not work on her? Now everyone starts to change jobs. Although she can't know all the jobs now, she also knows that one of them is a magician. This magic resistance is awesome. And Ram was full of excitement, and grabbed the big white goose and kissed it twice. If it hadn't forced her to drink, she would have missed the treasure. The big white goose pushed her mouth aside with disgust. You have bad breath, don't come over. And Ran exhaled and smelled. No. This arrogant big white goose, forget it, I won't bother with you. And Ran hummed a song, and happily looked at the pot. The little peacock Qianyu approached the big white goose, and the 2 pets whispered. Qianyu, I saw you bled her. Chong Jun, don't tell anyone. Qianyu nodded. I know you are embarrassed, I won't tell anyone. Chong Jun was stuck. Looking at the other person's pure and innocent big eyes, there was nothing to say. And Rand's earthworm tendons, which had been stewed for 3 hours, were finally ready. She happily heated up the buns and rice balls. Just when she was about to share the earthworm tendons, Chong Jun stopped her. No need to share, you can eat it yourself. I don't want to eat this. Chapter 85 Trading Drawings and Ores. The little peacock flapped its wings. Master, I don't want to eat either, just give me some vegetables and fruits. And Rand looked at the pot. 1/3 of the earth dragon tendons weighed 1.5 pounds. She couldn't finish it in one meal. Since they didn't want it, then she could eat it in 2 meals. She served a portion, put food in the big white goose and the little peacock, and picked a piece to bite. It had a bouncy texture, very chewy, but a little soft and sticky, very fragrant, with the aroma of onion, garlic and seasoning, like pig trotter tendons. And Rand didn't care about eating. One bite at a time. And when she came to her senses, she had already finished a plate of dragon tendons. She touched her stomach with satisfaction and opened the panel with anticipation. Player and Rand. Level 222950/3000 HP, 240 tougher than ordinary people. Can be increased later strength. 62 I would like to call you a strong woman. Speed. 64 you are very fast. Although you are not a man. Defense. 69 defense finally seems to be that way. Magic. 230 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talented skills. S+ level Foresight first level evolution. Can predict 1 second anti-magic. Immune to 1% magic damage. Luck. 8 upper limit 10. What a lucky guy. Can be increased later. Occupation. None. Occupational skills. None. And Rand rolled on the ground excitedly. It seems that this will be useful the first time you eat it. And you don't have to eat it all. But she didn't plan to sell the remaining ones. They were delicious, so she would keep them for later. As for the one that she hadn't made yet, she would see if she could use it on the bow. She took it out of her backpack, and sure enough, the information on it had changed. The previous ingredient information was gone. Earth dragon tendons. Can be added to weapons, requires blueprints to make them. Edible, no special effects. This earth dragon tendon is still edible, but it doesn't have the previous attribute improvement. Currently, we are still short of star fragments and bird feathers. There are still many bird feathers in the trading area. There are large bird feathers, small bird feathers, probably all obtained after entering the job transfer battle. And Rand bought a medium-sized one. A silver white bird feather, which is matched with moonstones. In addition to making feather arrows, she can't think of any other uses for bird feathers. And Rand looked for star fragments. And for the first time, someone actually sold them. She checked the information of star fragments. Star fragments, rare ore, can be added to weapons and increase the chance of weapons appearing skills. This person wrote that he wanted to chat privately. That's right. Of course, it's impossible to make a random offer for this kind of thing. It depends on who offers the highest price. And Rand flipped through her own supplies and opened the other party's private chat. This star fragment is expected to be in demand by many people. And Rand waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply from the other party. In this job transfer battle, it wasn't just her who got a lot of supplies. As long as they were still alive, they basically got a lot. Unless they were hopelessly unlucky. I believe there would be a lot of blueprints. After searching, there were indeed people selling blueprints, various bronze weapons, and a lot of black iron weapons. And Rand wanted to find a shield. She had good defense. She had 2 sets of armor on her body, but they could not absorb the impact. She had bruises on her body. Some of the impacts were too strong and could even damage her internal organs. It would be better if she had a shield. The shield could block a wave of attacks. When the attack landed on her body, the impact would be much smaller. In addition, her shield had been destroyed by the Earth Dragon. She had to get another shield. It would be best if it was a full-body shield, the kind that could protect her whole body. Ignore the bronze ones, and go straight to the black iron ones. After a precise search, she found a black iron defense shield blueprint. Same, you need to chat privately. There was no message from Star Fragment yet, and Rand went to knock on this person. He replied very quickly, as if he was waiting there specially. The seller was called Sun Ming, who had a lively personality and seemed young. Sun Ming, what can you give for this shield? And Rand didn't know how to bid. In the past, buying and selling was about money and goods, but now it's basically barter. There's no fixed price. It just depends on what the buyer and seller need most at the moment. And Rand, then what do you need? Sun Ming, I need a job transfer scroll and a wooden house. I see you've got a lot of them, and meat and vegetables, and Yundao, the more the better. And Ran waited quietly for him to finish. Sorry, your scroll is not worth that much. A job transfer scroll alone is worth the black iron shield blueprint, after all. It's not a finished shield, and Ran needs to find things to make it himself. I mentioned the job transfer scroll before. At present, this thing is an urgent need. As long as there are still people who have not reached level 15 to transfer, there will be no shortage of buyers for the job transfer scroll. Now everyone is still trying their luck and waiting for the drop rate. When they really can't get it, someone will start buying it. If she didn't need it, she wouldn't exchange it for something. How about exchanging the job transfer scroll for your black iron shield blueprint? Sun Ming thought for a few times. The price you offer is too cheap. Add a wooden house and 10 pounds of meat and 10 cloud islands. My luck is not good. I haven't been able to get any meat. And Ran, you still need to make the blueprint yourself. The job transfer scroll is what you need most now. Besides, Yundao is not with me. Sun Ming snorted unhappily. If you don't want to buy, then don't buy. Who cares if you don't want to buy? Someone else will. After that, he blocked and ran. Blocked? Why do you like to block her so much? And Ran was a little bit unable to react. Shouldn't bargaining be a back and forth? Why did the other party block her again before the price was finished? Since the other party clearly didn't want to sell, and Ran went to find someone else, also a black iron level shield, the other party had a job transfer scroll. No need. And Ran finally exchanged it for 5 moonstones, 5 flowing cloud stones, 2 bottles of hemostatic gel, and 1 bottle of blue and red potion, plus 2 kilograms of vegetables. Click to learn. The man selling star fragments finally replied to her. Yao Qingqing, hello. You must be impatient. This man is so polite. And Ran will not get angry because of waiting too long. Hello. Yao Qingqing, well, I see you have several job transfer scrolls hanging above. I want that one. And Ran touched her chin, and couldn't tell which of the two was more rare. One is a precious ore that has only appeared once, and the other is a job transfer scroll. But thinking that she has no shortage of supplies, and Ran still decisively changed. All the materials are in hand, and they can be synthesized. Pile the things together, and click to synthesize. It takes 1 hour to make a silver level moon shooting bow. Please wait patiently. There is no way to wait. On the other side, Yao Qingqing directly used the job transfer scroll and obtained the profession of a wind magician. Dragging half of her bloody body, she limped down the mountain. If she hadn't been helpless, how could she sell the rare ore? Didn't she know that this thing was rare? Yes, but she couldn't do anything. Chapter 86. It is better to sharpen your spear before the battle. Yao Qingqing was just besieged. Although she killed the besiegers, she was also seriously injured. She stopped bleeding, but her body could not continue to fight. But she has not obtained the job transfer scroll yet. She is unwilling to go back like this, and she does not want to come again. There are crises everywhere here. The crises are accompanied by high rewards, but it depends on whether you have the life to take them. She is not a person who loves adventure by nature. This time is enough. She does not want to die here for some supplies, especially dying at the hands of a fellow human. Fortunately, she got the job transfer scroll. Here, and Ran patiently waited for the moon shooting bow to be completed, while continuing to collect materials for the armor-breaking arrow. That is, the armor-breaking arrow materials are even harder to get than the moon shooting bow. The man who sold the steel stone at the beginning, his avatar turned gray when he clicked on it again. Now, there is no place to find him. You said that this system is also wrong. It is already the job transfer battle. Why are the people in their own district still able to chat and trade? Shouldn't it be everyone who participated in the battle? All the people in their community were teleported to the battlefield when they reached the level, and a large part of them were dispersed to other places. Logically speaking, the trading area should have a rich variety of products. But now it seems that it is still the same. And Ran posted the information about the purchase of steel stone. And then he didn't care about it. He would wait until someone came to trade with him. After a long time, the shooting moon bow was finally built. And Ran took the bow and arrow in his hand. This bow and arrow is not a crossbow, and Ran needs to learn how to use it by himself. The shooting moon bow is shaped like a crescent moon, with a white bow body, and the moonlight is flowing. There are tiny diamond-like star points on the bow arm, like the stars shining in the sky. There are 2 clusters of bird feathers at both ends of the bow arm. When pulled apart, the feathers will spread out. like a peacock's tail. The moonshooting bow weighs 8 gene. And Ran weighed it, and found that according to her strength, it was easy to pick up. Silver level moonshooting bow, due to the addition of the Earth Dragon Beast tendon. The pulling force is increased, and the overall data is increased. Attack 200, speed 215, durability 680. There is a 35% chance to use the skill Chaos Moon. After the arrow is fired, the bow automatically adds an attack, and the attack turns into countless crescent-shaped blades that fly out, which is powerful and is a group attack. It can be forged again later. The original fixed drawings can also improve the power. The better the raw materials, the better the finished weapons. Since he couldn't get steel stones, and Ran bought a batch of bamboo arrows, the attack power fluctuated between 20 to 30. About 1,000, the attack power of bamboo arrows is not high, but this is for Ran to practice. It is a purely consumable weapon. It doesn't need to be very good. In the remaining days, Ran practiced archery, not asking for 100% accuracy, but at least aiming accurately. Just don't become a human outliner. On the night when Ran made the moonshooting bow, her period came. Because of her improved physical fitness, it was not painful, but annoying. After Ran dealt with it, it did not delay her archery practice or other things. There were more than a dozen monsters attacking on the way, and Ran simply used them as moving targets for practice. But her aim was not good. She was pierced with arrows all over her body, and the level 22 wild boar was still humming. When it was the 20th arrow, the tortured wild boar closed its eyes in death. Then Ran continued to look for the target. She destroyed all the monsters nearby. Each monster ended up with a feather arrow. And Ran practiced non-stop for 3 days. After the selfless dedication of the monsters, Ran could finally make the arrows not miss the target. As expected, there was no tutorial. It was all based on trial and error. It was really hard to learn. After using up all the feather arrows, Ran planned to buy some feather arrows with high attack power. She didn't count on the armor-piercing arrows. No one had contacted her yet. Besides, she had practiced for so long. No matter how good her physique was, she couldn't stand this. Besides, she was sharpening her sword before the battle. She didn't dare to stop and rest. Tomorrow is the last day. She needs to restore her physical strength and all attribute values to the peak today, and then go to kill the big bear tomorrow. If she doesn't kill it, she will always miss it. And Ran is looking for a place to stay tonight. She has already started to go back. Today, she got a feather arrow blueprint. Although it is not silver grade, at least she doesn't need to buy feather arrows in the trading area. There is a bamboo forest at the edge of the mountain leading to the big bear, and Ran plans to rest here. There were already 2 or 3 tents in the bamboo forest. It looked like they were moving together. After Ran came in, the 5 girls looked at her warily, but when they saw her walking to the edge, they didn't come over, and they didn't go over to make trouble. Not everyone likes to rob others. There are also players who are willing to honestly kill monsters and upgrade to get supplies. And Ran just needed materials to make feather arrows, so she started to cut a circle of bamboo. There were also bamboo shoots here. Thinking about the bamboo shoots that were taken away, and Ran took the opportunity to dig a bunch of them back. She still likes to eat bamboo shoots. Black iron feather arrow, 1 bamboo, 1 steelwood, 2 flowing cloud stone, 1 mithril, 100 bird feathers. This bamboo is a whole tree, and the steelwood is also a whole tree. It is estimated that there will be several arrows after synthesis. And Ran cut the bamboo, and she has flowing cloud stone and mithril. She has obtained a lot of bird feathers in the past few days. She just clicks on synthesis. Sure enough, 100 arrows came out, and all the attacks fluctuated between 65 to 95. It is also very good. Her own attack power. The attack power of the feather arrow plus the bow and arrow should be able to break the defense of the big bear. She coated all her feather arrows with poison, and did not spare the silver spear and the fish. She took out a small transparent bottle with only 10 milliliters of liquid, which contained weapon repair liquid, which could repair the gaps, cracks, and durability of the weapon. She spent a small wooden house, 2 pieces of mithril, and 5 pieces of silver to exchange for it. You know, she didn't have much mithril to begin with, and only had 2 pieces left after this exchange. She cried, but she thought it was worth it. She carefully used tweezers to hold the cotton and dipped a little, and gently applied it to the gap of the fish. The Winyu blade was seen moving gently, filling the cracked small hole, and the durability returned to the original point. The same is true for the long lance storm. Because it has been used too hard recently, the body and the tip of the spear are worn out, so it is a good time to repair it. She has never used the Tanghingdao, and it is still the same. 3 milliliters of the 10 milliliters repair liquid was used, and the rest was put away by Ayn Rand. She boiled several pots of water, took a good bath, and rubbed the bruises with a blood stasis paste, and then started cooking. The blood stasis paste has no effect on healing injuries, but it has a good effect on relieving pain for bruises on the body. This blood stasis paste was exchanged with Xiao Shishir before she came, and half of the half tube was used at the beginning. Ayn Rand used these first, and kept the rest. Ayn Rand cooked a tomato egg drop soup, and the staple food was still rice balls and buns. Chapter 87 Silver Armor-Piercing Arrows. Fighting the Big Bear. The next morning, Ayn Rand had breakfast, set off early, and headed for the mountain. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, there was a huge vibration from the mountain, accompanied by the roar of the big bear, and various sounds of fighting. Ayn Rand climbed up, and the people above fell down with a tumble. Ayn Rand made way for them, watching a group of people running down screaming, while the big bear was still beating others from above. Ayn Rand climbed for a long time, and finally reached the edge of the battle. At this time, Ayn Rand saw that the place where the big bear lived was a flat land. He moved a little further away, just enough to see the battlefield through the telescope, covered himself with camouflage cloth, hid himself in the leaves. The mountain wall was not so steep, and there were not so many trees. The surrounding area of the Big Bear cave was flattened by it. A group of people were chased and beaten by the big bear on the flat ground. The big bear grabbed a slow runner, stuffed him into his mouth, and bit off his leg with his mouthful of sharp teeth. He spat out the broken leg with a sound of poo, and continued to bite. The people who fought with him ran away without looking back, letting the other party shout for help, with no intention of going back to save people. And Rand didn't plan to take action now. She would wait until everyone had tried the power of the big bear, and reduced its health bar. Otherwise, if she beat the bear half to death, and then someone came to grab the monster, it would not be worth it. She would wait until the afternoon, close to dusk, to take action. After the fight, she would rest for a while, and then be teleported back by the system. For this reason, she was not in a hurry to wait in the distance, and sat on a tree branch to continue searching the trading area. At noon, she ate a bun and a roll, with the millet porridge and pickles prepared in the morning. This was the last day, and everyone probably wanted to test the waters. In the afternoon, more than a dozen waves of people came. At the end of the fight, the Earth Bear was too lazy to drive them away. He put on a thick layer of mud armor and lay there, letting others attack him. He was really tired of being beaten, so he got up and grabbed people and bit them to death. And Ram was preparing torches at this time. It looked like the battle would really last until night. He lit a torch and put it in his backpack. The torch would remain the same inside, and even the flames would stop jumping. By the way, she also bought a lot of flashlights and other things in the trading area, preparing to light up the flat land. With only this last bit of time left, she finally looked forward to someone coming to sell steel stones to her. This person didn't get the scroll on the last day, and was afraid of having to do it again. So he exchanged 50 steel stones for a job change scroll. That person went to change his job, and then Rand made armor-piercing arrows. Pile up the things, and click to synthesize. Silver-level armor-piercing arrows. Not as difficult as shooting the moon bow, but it still took 15 minutes to make. When Enram was getting the feather arrows, the last wave of people came over. This wave of people didn't know how to provoke the big bear. The big bear came out wearing a thick earth armor, and Rand took a look. The defense was abnormal. Now with a layer of earth armor, the defense was even more abnormal, directly reaching 370. How to fight? No wonder the waves of people who came up all returned in defeat. The earth bear slapped the ground with its thick bear paw, and a row of ground spikes emerged from the ground for several meters, directly annihilating the whole group of people. The armor-piercing arrow has been synthesized, and Ren holds it in her hand. It feels heavy. The arrow body is silver, the arrowhead is triangular, a blood groove runs straight through the arrowhead, there is a barb, the arrowhead looks very sharp. When Enran synthesized it, she mixed the poison of the blue snake and the paralysis juice to synthesize the armor-piercing arrow. So the arrow body is poisonous, the arrow body is silver-white with blue patterns, it looks very beautiful. Silver-level armor-piercing arrow. A feather arrow with armor-piercing properties, 195 attack within 100 meters, 190 speed, 650 durability. Attacks decrease in order from 100 meters away. It can penetrate the enemy's heavy defense or armor. The arrowhead contains barbs. After hitting the enemy, it will be firmly nailed into the flesh. If it is pulled out, it will take away a large area of flesh. The armor-piercing arrow will continue to take away the opponent's health. Mixed poisons will continue to cause various negative effects, such as paralysis, weakness, and continuous blood loss. It cannot be dropped or lost. It cannot be forged again after the durability is used up. And Ram was covered with camouflage and approached quietly. It was already past 3 o'clock. It was night at 5 o'clock. It was completely dark. I couldn't wait any longer. After the big bear killed the player, it was moved to the abyss by the system to feed the abyss monsters. This big bear didn't seem to eat people. Speaking of which, she had never seen a few monsters eat people, except for the one that pulled her hair. Could it be that all the dead people were taken away by the system? Shaking off this thought, and Ran finally sneaked near the big bear. She had poor aim, so she had to get closer. The big bear went back to lie down, resting his head on his arms, his head facing outward, his eyes closed, and looked very lazy. The bear cave was very big. It lay there, with a large part of the hole exposed behind it. There was also a dirt shell on the bear's head, which looked funny. And Ran quietly stood on the ground, lifted the camouflage, and the big bear thought it was the group of bugs again, and continued to lie there bored. The bugs were so annoying, so annoying, so annoying, disturbing its hibernation. Standing within 100-meter range, bending the bow and drawing the arrow, unconsciously, and Ran used the energy of the feather arrow to steadily lock the big bear. The earth bear felt something was wrong, and Ran pulled the bowstring to its full length, and the feather arrow flew straight towards the earth bear like a meteor shooting at the moon. The big bear sensed something was wrong. The armor-piercing arrow was approaching. Seeing the armor-piercing arrow about to penetrate its head, the big bear raised its body in a hurry. The armor-piercing arrow pierced through its thick mud shell and fur with amazing defensive power, and pierced directly into its flesh. The arrow hit the center of its chest, and did not hurt its heart, nor its skull. The hook of the armor-piercing arrow was firmly stuck in its flesh, bringing severe pain, while continuously reducing its blood. Because it was considered a vital injury, a big red -150 appeared on its head. The poison attached to the arrow spread along with the blood. The big bear knew something was wrong and reached out to pull out the armor-piercing arrow. Because of this arrow, the mud shell from the big bear's chest to its belly was all shattered. There was no way and Ran would let it pull out the arrow. The big white goose turned into armor, and flew to the big bear, who was still pulling out the arrow within Ran, and stabbed it with a long spear. The long spear brought a sharp gust of wind and stabbed it at its wound. Now the big bear no longer dared to be arrogant. Seeing and Ran flying over, he slapped her, and sent her flying, and Ran turned several circles in the air, flapped his wings, and rushed forward again. The big bear roared and slapped him, but Ran folded his wings and dodged. He took the opportunity to dive into the big bear's arms. He held the spear forward and stabbed the bear's wound. The blood red -58 appeared. The big bear hugged and Ran with his arms, and was about to strangle and Ran to death in his arms. Chapter 88, Rage Attributes, Fighting the Earth Violent Bear. And Ran's wings flapped sharply, causing her to rise abruptly, and escape from the bear's embrace. Before leaving, she placed a gift in the bear's mud shell, the summoning coin that had never worked. And Ran flew up, and then flew down, head down, with the spear in her hand pointed directly at the fat big head. A large piece of earth thorns emerged from the mud shell on the big bear's head, but Ran changed her moves in time, and swept it away with one shot. The big bear took this opportunity to climb out of the cave, and ran up the mountain. And Ran flapped his wings, flew in front of it, shaking his hands, and throwing the sticky trap net out like a fishing net. The open sticky trap net directly caught the big bear, and the big bear stumbled when he took a step forward, and fell forward. Seeing that it would hit the ground, the armor-piercing arrow would penetrate deeper, the big bear turned over, and faced up, lying on the ground, covering the wound on his chest. One hand toward the net, and by the way, restored the mud shell on his body. And Ran half landed on it, and his hand landed accurately on the summoning coin, activating the summoning the abyss monster in the big bear's mud shell. And Ran had a high luck value. Even if she could only summon an abyss monster below level 10, it would still be a monster with high attack power. She didn't need the abyss monster to cause any damage to it. She just needed to destroy the thick mud shell from the inside. A giant black mantis half the height of a man was summoned. The summoned creature was to help the summoner, As soon as the wind mantis came out, it swung its sickle obediently. The sharp sickle destroyed the mud shell of the big bear from the inside, and the extra layer of defense of the big bear collapsed. After completing the task, the wind demon mantis left directly. At this time, the big bear also tore off the hunting net and the armor-piercing arrow. However, the armor-piercing arrow left the body, causing the big bear to lose blood again, and screamed in pain. And Ran waved her hand, and the discarded armor-piercing arrow returned to Ran's hand. Now there was no time to shoot the armor-piercing arrow, because the big bear was running straight towards her. The mud shell seemed to consume a lot of its energy and magic power, and the big bear simply stopped sticking to it after the mud shell was broken. The big bear landed on all fours and rushed towards and ran with an indomitable posture. And Ran flew to one side quickly, using his spear as a stick, and hit the big bear in the face. The big bear's defense was still strong, but this attack on the face did not reduce blood, and it still hurt. The poison in its body was still causing it to lose blood. The 1-second foresight suddenly took effect, and Ran saw countless earth thorns falling from his head. After the attack, he quickly flapped his wings to distance himself, but he was obviously a step too slow. The earth thorns that suddenly fell from the sky were like dense raindrops, covering Ran's area of about 100 meters. No matter how fast Ran retreated, she was pierced by several earth spikes. However, she had 2 layers of armor on her body, and all the damage was blocked by the armor. Apart from the pain, Ran was not hurt. The man and the bear kept their distance, staring at each other with eager eyes. They fought back and forth for a while, but neither of them could do anything to the other. And Ran's mind moved. There were people going up the mountain below, and there were quite a few of them. And Ran didn't want her arrow to make things difficult for others, so she decided to make a quick decision. She put on the clown mask and directly activated the inlaid stone on it, going berserk. By the way, I gave him a name called E. The attributes were not changed in time. A hot current quickly flowed through the body, the blood was boiling and roaring, and Ran's fighting spirit was rising, and a strong emotion of tearing everything apart rushed into his mind. I hope this group of people who came up don't seek death to grab monsters. In the violent state, she attacks indiscriminately. If you run into her hands, you can only consider yourself unlucky. The violent attribute doubling only lasts for 15 minutes, and it must be resolved within 15 minutes. And Ran's eyes were bloodshot, and even the whites of his eyes were filled with blood. With a heavy push of his foot on the ground, he shot towards the bear like an arrow, with his own attributes doubled, and the attack power of the silver spear. And Ran was finally able to break through the bear's defense. And Ran held the spear and stabbed dozens of times in an instant. The high-frequency attack directly left an afterimage on the gun. The attack was all over the bear's body, and the thick fur of the earth bear could not catch all of Ran's attacks. After Ran's fierce attack, 3 or 4 blood holes as big as bowls appeared on the big bear's body, and blood continued to flow out. This damage directly reduced the earth bear's HP by 210. The earth bear had never thought that it would be injured by a small bug, and roared in anger. Countless thick earth spikes centered on it, and instantly bloomed. Its attack was launched too suddenly, and Ran saw it for a second, and only had time to take out the defense shield in the backpack. The earth spikes pierced the shield in an instant, and the durability of the defense shield dropped by half. And Ran took the opportunity to distance himself. But the big bear now wrapped himself up like a hedgehog earth ball, and shrank into the mud shell again. And Ran hovered in the air, pulled out the moon-shooting bow from her backpack, and fired the armor-piercing arrow at the big bear again. The big bear slapped the ground with one claw, and as the armor-piercing arrow passed by, thick stone slabs rose one after another. The big bear actually used mud slabs to weaken the attack power of the armor-piercing arrow. Sure enough, even though the armor-piercing arrow had a strong attack power and an armor-piercing effect, it was weakened layer by layer, and its momentum dropped. When it reached the big bear, it didn't even penetrate its protective shell. And Ran rushed forward following the armor-piercing arrow, and saw the armor-piercing arrow fall, and waved his hand to take it back. While running, he drew his bow again and shot the armor-piercing arrow. The big bear held a huge clay mace, and hit the armor-piercing arrow with one blow, making it deflected. But Ran, who rushed out from the side, stabbed the arrow into the earth shell that covered its head. Then he turned his body in a half-air condition, and pressed his whole body on the spear, and pressed the spear down with his strength and body weight. Just like cutting a watermelon. Cut from the top to the bottom, revealing the inner core. The big bear was exposed. And Rand did not use a bow, but directly stabbed the earth bear in the belly with an arrow. But at the same time, she was slapped away by the big bear, which injured her internal organs and caused her chest to hurt. And Rand first drank 2 bottles of red potion, although it did not heal injuries, but only restored the health bar. And Rand, who was slapped away, looked back again. And the big bear actually ran away on all 4s. And Rand chased after him and flew directly in front of the bear. At this time, the poison gradually began to take effect. The bear's movement slowed down too much, and its reaction became slow. Seeing Rand coming, the big bear stood up angrily and slapped Rand with its palm-sized paw again. After launching magic attacks many times, the big bear's magic power finally reached its limit. Otherwise, it would not have run away directly. But it was obvious that Rand would not let it go. He held up his spear and stabbed the big bear's stomach again. Chapter 89 Global Announcement. As luck would have it, the spear that had never been triggered before had a skill burst out. From the tip of the spear in the belly, countless wind blades burst out in the belly of the earth bear. Each wind blade had 1/3 of the attack power of the spear. Hundreds of wind blades turned into a storm in the belly of the earth bear, directly dispersed the remaining blood bar of the earth bear. And Rand's attribute doubling ended when the wind blades burst out. At this time, she just ushered in a weak period, supporting the spear, half kneeling on the ground. The big bear finally died amidst its long screams. It made way, but Rand was too weak to continue walking inside. The group of people at the foot of the mountain finally reached here, and saw a mess. Then, there was a female player half kneeling on the ground. I couldn't see her face, but I could see her name. 2 simple words. Congratulations to Player E for killing the level 25 boss Earth Bear. Do you want to announce it? Announce. Since the announcement is made under a pseudonym, and you can get more rewards, why not do it? The next moment, the mechanical sound of the system resounded through the sky. Global announcement. Congratulations to Player E for killing the level 25 boss Earth Bear. Rewards are as follows. 100 milliliters weapon repair fluid. 1 prescription. 100 milliliters internal medicine. 1 card. Level +1. 3 free attribute points. And Rand raised her eyebrows. This announcement gave a lot. She wanted to make something in the future without revealing her identity. This clown mask is really useful. This system actually made a global announcement. And it was repeated 3 times in a row. Forget it. Let it go. Anyway, I don't know who he is. After the system announced Rand, it immediately announced the second person. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Shaoling for killing the level 25 boss two-headed snake. Rewards are as follows. 50 milliliters weapon repair fluid. 50 milliliters internal medicine. 2,000 experience points. 1 free attribute point. This was also announced 3 times. And Rand didn't have time to look. The group of people below had already climbed up the hillside. There were about 30 people in this group. They obviously didn't speak the language of their country. They spoke the language of the stolen country. Japanese, and even American English. A group of people climbed up together. And Rand didn't believe that these guys wouldn't come up to rob him when they saw him. But it was obvious that he was in a weak period now. And he couldn't win at all. If they really fought, he would definitely die. There's a saying that a man who knows the current situation is a hero. If you can't win, don't fight to the death. Just run away first. The big white goose flapped its wings and flew with Rand, flying directly over the top of the trees. At this time, the sun was gradually setting, and Rand changed his name to Dashan again. Like a big bird, he flew over the heads of the crowd and plunged into the darkness at a high speed. A group of people finally climbed up the mountain, but found nothing. They turned over the flat land unwillingly and entered the cave, only to see bones all over the ground and a huge grass nest. It was a pity that they didn't find anything even after turning over the grass nest. Cursing, they continued to go to the back of the mountain unwillingly. They were about to leave, and if they didn't seize the opportunity to get something good, they would really return empty-handed. Here, the big white goose took and ran down the mountain directly. Now the unwilling people are still searching the mountain. On the contrary, there are not many people in the place where they gathered at the beginning. After finding a tall tree, and Rand stopped. He left the hut and went inside. And Rand first took out the internal medicine given by the system. Oral healing medicine, function and indications. Internal organ concussion. Internal bleeding. Etc. 10 milliliters each time. Sometimes the system is really considerate. And sometimes it is so evil. And Ran poured out 10 milliliters of the medicine. Just a little bit. And drank it in one gulp. I didn't feel any taste after drinking it. And it was gone. But after drinking it, the burning pain in the internal organs gradually eased. And finally disappeared completely. It really works like a charm. The pain in the body is gone, but the violent negative state has not disappeared, and the weakness is still there. And Ran lit the stove. Lao Lu went out to watch the door obediently, heated up the rice balls and buns, and replenished his physical strength. Then he sat down quietly, and checked today's harvest. The system is so powerful, the prescription given is actually the prescription for red potion, although it is only elementary. There is a black iron level defense shield on the card. This system is also strange. It clearly wants people to die, but sometimes gives players some much needed rewards. Self-contradictory. Could it be that there is someone supervising this system? It just so happened that the durability of her shield dropped by more than half, and its properties were not very good. She did not plan to repair it, so she replaced the original shield with this one. System rewards black iron level shield. Defense 100, no additional skills. Putting the shield away, and Ran began to check the things given by the big bear. Bear meat * 1 ton, bear paw * 4, bear skin * 1, bear bone * 1 pair, prescription * 1, chip * 1, mountain splitting axe * 1, gloves * 2, boots * 2, armor * 1, magic star grass * 10, flowing cloud stone * 20, steel stone * 20, mithril * 10, moonstone * 20, honey * 3 gene. This was the first time Ran saw meat being calculated by ton. Bear meat, bear paws, etc. can all be eaten. Bear meat has the effect of strengthening the body, removing deficiency, and replenishing chi. Although it does not contain anything else. Bear paws are said to have special effects. But they must be used with the right auxiliary ingredients. As for what they are, you can figure it out yourself. But the amount is too much. And she can't finish it by herself. The prescription is a prescription for replenishing chi and blood. And the most important medicine is bear meat. This time she doesn't mind having too much bear meat. The chips are still the same. And even the introduction is simple. Chip 2 out of 100. Still confused, but Ran still put it in a separate grid from the previous chip. The mountain axe, the boxing gloves, the armor level attributes are not high, and Ran threw them directly into the trading area. The combat boots have an acceleration of 50, her previous boots added defense. If she changes them now, the armor will not be a complete set. But this attribute is not bad, so she kept it for the time being. The bear skin can be added to the protective gear to increase defense. The bear bones can be used as medicine. And Ran is most interested in the magic star grass. The quantity is rare, the black leaves and blue star flowers. They reveal a strange beauty in the darkness. Magic star grass can be used as medicine, can restore magic power and energy. And Ran had some guesses. This thing wouldn't be the raw material for the blue potion. No matter what, put it away first. The biggest gain this time was the 1 ton of bear meat, and the 4 bear paws. As for the seasoning, she felt that there seemed to be nothing else except honey. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Jia for killing the level 25 boss Poison Frog. The rewards are as follows. 10 milliliters weapon repair fluid, 10 ml internal medicine, 1000 experience points. There are really a lot of announcements today. It seems that everyone is taking advantage of the last day to kill the boss. The people announced by the system are probably the top 3 in killing monsters. Chapter 90 Returning Home. The Cloud Island has changed a lot. I guess if I kill again later, there may be no reward. I was just thinking about it. The system issued another announcement. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Mingru for killing the level 25 boss. The rewards are as follows. 5 milliliters weapon repair fluid, experience 500. Then it was the 5th person. The reward was exactly the same as the 4th place. The reward for this first kill was too far away from the rewards for the following ones. But it was not easy for her to get this first kill. Just look at her health that has not recovered yet. Just fill your stomach. And Ran wanted to wait until the time was up, and go home to sleep, but her body was under the violent negative effects, and she was tired and drowsy. The big white goose sighed helplessly, went over to pat her head, and pushed her to the bed. Go to sleep. The system will call people at a certain time, and Lao Lu and I will be on guard. And Ram was too tired, and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes, and didn't notice the big white goose's words. System. Obviously. As an NPC, how did he know the system? And Ran fell into a deep sleep and didn't know how long it had been. The system's voice rang out. Ding dong, this is your dear system. The job transfer battle is officially over. Please prepare to go home. Countdown 10, 9, 8. And Ran got up, put on his clothes, folded up the wooden house, and just as the last word of the system fell, everyone on the battlefield flashed, and was instantly teleported back to their own cloud island. And Ran was standing on his own cloud island at this time, holding a flashlight, and his pupils slightly dilated. This is her home island. Hasn't everything on her island been taken away? But who owns this huge island? And Ran squatted down and touched the ground of the island. The island has an area of 1,588 square meters. And all the positioning stones are in place, and it has risen to 3,000 meters in the air. Fuck, but then she thought, she killed a lot of people this time, the bunch of bald heads, and the 4 who followed. The 3 people she killed before, their islands were also recovered by the system. The bald heads killed a lot of people, and the islands were piled up there, and the mess added up, it must be more than 1,000 square meters. After all, at the beginning of the battle, the system said that killing someone would obtain all the supplies of the person killed, including an island. Detected that there are 122 houses that can be merged. Do you want to merge? The houses can actually be merged. So let's merge them. She had never encountered this operation before. Was it because there were too few houses? Merge. A white light flashed, and a house located in the center of an island appeared in front of her. The area is 150 square meters, divided into 2 floors, level 5, and has a double opening steel door. It was past midnight, and Ran had no time to check outside. She pushed the door open and looked inside the house. The first floor included a living room, kitchen, warehouse, and private bathroom. The warehouse was a room, which was full of rows of standing cabinets, similar to indoor static warehouses. There were 582 of them. The private bathroom included a water heater, a bathtub for shower and bathing, and a toilet outside the bathroom, with dry and wet separation. The kitchen utensils were all available, and the extra ones were piled on the ground. There were sofas of various colors in the living room, piled up in a mess. There were also coffee tables and dining tables. Going upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a small glass sunroom with a separate bathroom. One was a heated Kong with a firewall, and the other was a double bed, both facing south. The house could withstand attacks from monsters of level 50 and below. The big goose and the little peacock walked back and forth in the house, and seemed to be very satisfied with the living environment. And Ran was a little dumbfounded, but more excited. This time, the battle for job transfer was really successful. Let the big white goose take out Xiaoba's eggs and put them on the Kong. And Ran went to heat the Kong first. Behind her firewall was a big pot. The pot stove was connected to the Kong and the firewall. Once it was heated, everything would be hot. But this was a new Kong. It had never been heated before. Now it was the first time, so I didn't know how long it would take. Fortunately, it only took half an hour. The Kong was hot, and Ran dragged her weak body, put out the quilt and other things, and fell asleep. Her weak period had not passed yet. Her legs and feet were weak, and her whole body was weak. She was basically working hard. If the room wasn't too cold, she would have just wrapped herself in a sleeping bag and went to sleep. The big white goose and the little peacock squeezed into the quilt together and fell asleep side by side. And Ran slept until after 10 o'clock in the morning. She slept through the 12 hours of weakness. She got up and added coal to the kitchen, washed up, cleaned the big pot, and cooked first. She finally came back and waited for a hearty meal at noon. She had a quick breakfast with the big white goose and the little peacock, stuffed Xiaoba's eggs into the quilt, and began to sort out everything on Yun Island. I didn't look at it carefully last night. Now I'm going to sort out the extra things at home. Unify the style of the living room. Place the sofas with similar patterns. There are only 2 coffee tables. I chose one that matches the light blue sofa. Put the extra things in the warehouse. Leave the dining table for things. I guess she won't use it. She will eat in the living room. Wait to install a stove in the living room. All the bowls and chopsticks are thrown to the trading area to be sold. Others have used them. She doesn't use them. The same goes for bedding. She doesn't need bedding, so she doesn't need to use others. All the clothes, underwear, and underwear in the house were thrown up for sale. They were all worn by others, so she didn't want them. But she kept the ones she didn't wear. This time, She had clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And shoes too. She had everything. Although there weren't many left. There were only more than 100 pieces in total. Most of the shoes were men's shoes. I guess most of the people who killed bald heads were men. And there were very few women. She didn't want the one she had worn, in case she had athlete's foot. After cleaning out most of the unnecessary things in the warehouse, she also found a washing machine, a dishwasher, an air conditioner, and a rice cooker. It is estimated that all the important items were stuffed into the warehouse. And after being killed, they became someone else's. Put them where they should be, and gather the firewood, coal and other things in the warehouse, and keep them there. She got more than 10,000 kilograms of coal and more than 50,000 pieces of firewood, which is enough for her to burn for a long time. She got 20 electric cards, which added up to several thousand degrees of electricity, and her home appliances can be used. These are obviously what she got after killing the bald man. Obviously, most of the important things were carried with them, and what was left at home were some basic supplies. And ran also through some of the furniture she didn't need into the trading area, leaving only 3 long sofas, 5 single sofas, and 3 lazy sofas. There weren't many home appliances, so they weren't sold. There were a lot of food in the warehouse, which occupied nearly 100 grids, and Rand sorted them out happily, and put what she got into the warehouse, which was packed in a large barrel, occupying 80 grids. She sorted out 20 kilograms of sugar alone, and there were a lot of salt and seasonings,